Chapter 1. I was just a sophomore in college when the school beauty gave birth to my twins. Xiao Chun, your wife is about to give birth, and you still have the mind to play games in the dorm? Inside dormitory 448 at Zhengcheng University. Xiao Chen was working on the roof tiles in his dormitory. His counselor suddenly pushed open the door and said some shocking news. What the heck? Xiao Chen took off his headphones, turned around, and stared blankly at his counselor, Meng Shuaru. He twitched his lips. Advisor, have you taken the wrong medicine? It's only the beginning of sophomore year, where would I get a wife? Meng Shuaru didn't explain much, but came to his side and grabbed his arm. There's no time to explain, come with me quickly, I'll tell you slowly on the way. Xiao Chen was forcibly dragged away from the dormitory by Meng Shuaru. Xiao Chen wanted to resist again. If it's not the counselor, what's going on? Can anyone tell me, when did I, a pure and innocent college student, get a wife? It wasn't until he and Meng Shuaru got into the car and started driving that Meng Shuaru began to speak while driving. Do you still remember Su Ji? Su Ji? Upon hearing this name, Xiao Chen's body trembled. Of course he remembered the name. Su Ji is the campus belle of Zhengcheng University. She is 1 year ahead of him and is his senior in the same department. When he enrolled last year, it was Su Ji who greeted him. As far as I remember, Su Ji was 168 centimeters tall, weighed a little over 100 caddies, had a slender waist, long legs, and a bust size that I'd guess was a C-cup, just the right size. She also has an extremely perfect face, making her the goddess that countless boys dream of. In order to get closer to Su Ji, Xiao Chen even joined the club she belonged to. Unfortunately, Su Ji dropped out of school last semester for unknown reasons. To this day, Su Ji still frequently appears on the school's confession wall, with countless classmates secretly longing for her. Xiao Chen looked up. I know, didn't she drop out of school? You? Meng Shuaru was speechless. You don't know why she dropped out of school? I don't know. Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. What did her dropping out of school have to do with him? She's a goddess. Dropping out of school would definitely lead to better opportunities. Looking at the oblivious Xiao Chen, Meng Shuaru said, you slept with her, and she got pregnant with your child, which is why she dropped out of school. This, you didn't know? What the heck? Xiao Chen was stunned when he heard this, and at that moment, his mind jolted. He clearly remembered that during the National Day holiday last year, he and several classmates from the club went out for a meal and drinks, and Su Ji happened to be there that day. He only remembered drinking more than a dozen bottles of beer and 1 bottle of Baijiu Chinese liquor. After drinking too much, he seemed to be helped to a hotel by someone. Then, he placed his hands on either side of the pillow. Holy crap! Xiao Chen suddenly realized what had happened. He stared blankly at Meng Shuaru, shocked. I slept with the school beauty? He hadn't thought much of it before, assuming that his clubmates had seen him drink too much, carried him to a hotel, and booked a room for him. So he didn't take it to heart. But now, after hearing what Meng Shuaru said, Xiao Chen suddenly realized that things might not be so simple. Was it Su Ji who took him to the hotel that day? No, didn't the short video say that when a guy gets drunk, his penis is all erect? Xiao Chen asked, Counselor, do you mean Su Ji and I had sex on the spot, and then she got pregnant with my child? Don't you know? Nobody told me either. Xiao Chen shrugged. Okay, she really didn't want me to tell you Su Ji has fallen out with her family, and now nobody cares about her. You're the child's father, and nobody looks after her, so only you can go over there now. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, and just then, an electronic voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the option. Option 1, immediately go to the hospital with Meng Shuaru to take care of Su Ji and activate the Super Dad God level choice system. Option 2, refuse to go, grab the steering wheel from Meng Shuaru, drift in place, and be rewarded with the title of Dangerous Driving Crime, a pair of silver bracelets, and a 3-year prison visit. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Is he trying to bind himself to the system? What the heck is option 2? He wasn't stupid, he chose option 1 without hesitation. Ding! The God-level dad selection system is activated. Host, you don't need to doubt it, Su Ji is carrying your child. And they're twins, a boy and a girl. This system will help you become a super dad. Xiao Chen was completely stunned. Is that all? Xiao Chen has read a lot of novels. Wow, with this system, wouldn't he be able to reach the pinnacle of life? He quickly asked the counselor, what did you say? Su Ji has fallen out with her family? Meng Shuaru said seriously. Suji was only 19 years old when she got pregnant. After her parents found out about this, they must have wanted her to abort the child. But Suji was born rebellious and refused to have the baby no matter what she said. She insisted on giving birth to the child. After she dropped out of school, her best friend Lu Weiwei took care of her whenever she had free time. Today is my due date. His best friend contacted me, and I just found out about it. Meng Shuaru anxiously checked the time. I wonder if she's in the delivery room yet. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's expression shifted slightly. Counselor, please drive faster. I want to see Suji as soon as possible. That's exactly what I was waiting for you to say. After saying that, Meng Shuaru shifted directly from second to fifth gear, and the car roared off. 20 minutes later. Zhangcheng Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Meng Shuaru rushed inside with Xiao Chen in a panic. Since they didn't know the exact location, Meng Shuaru first led Xiao Chen to the nurse's station. Hello, has Suji entered the delivery room? The nurse at the nurse's station checked the computer before speaking. Not yet, they're on the second floor right now. Upon hearing this, the two quickly ran up the stairs. Upon arriving on the second floor, we found a hospital bed being wheeled out of a ward by several doctors. The person in the hospital bed was Suji. Xiao Chen and Suji locked eyes. She's still the same, incredibly beautiful, but she looks a bit haggard now, perhaps due to her pregnancy. The moment she saw Xiao Chen, her eyes were filled with shock. However, she didn't say much. The mother's water has broken. Quickly move her to the delivery room and prepare to deliver the baby. Excuse me, could you move aside? Xiao Chen and Meng Shuaru instinctively stepped aside. He stared intently as Suji was wheeled into the delivery room. Just then, a nurse wearing a mask came to Xiao Chen and Meng Shuaru's side. Actually, the reason Xiao Chen was asked to come here this time was because he needed to sign some papers for childbirth. Meng Shuaru called Suji's parents, but they were unwilling to come and even said some very unpleasant things. Only Xiao Chen was able to sign. Excuse me, are you Suji's family members? I am the child's father. Xiao Chen quickly stepped forward. Okay, then hurry up and come with me to sign the papers. Chapter 2. Two little lives arrive, and the system rewards you with exceptional thoughtfulness. After signing the papers, Xiao Chen waited outside the delivery room with Meng Shuaru. Xiao Chen wasn't actually mentally prepared. After all, he's only 19 years old this year. Today is only the first day of the second year of university. He was also a junior from Wally who called Wally Mom. Now, in the blink of an eye, I'm going to be a father. Isn't this a bit too big a leap? Just then, at the entrance of the building, a girl suddenly slammed on the brakes. Then he ran anxiously in their direction. Teacher Meng, how is it? Lu Weiwei stopped, panting, and Xiao Chen and Meng Shuaru both looked at her. Xiao Chen knew this girl. His senior from the same department, named Lu Weiwei, is also Suji's best friend. On this day last year, she and Suji helped him carry his luggage. Although Lu Weiwei is not as pretty as Suji, she is still a top-tier beauty. At this moment, Lu Weiwei was wearing a tank top that exposed her shoulders and a pair of super short shorts. Her legs were incredibly slender, covered in stockings, and she had a stunning figure. Meng Shuaru introduced first. Xiao Chen, let me introduce you. This is Suji's best friend, Lu Weiwei. After Suji became pregnant, Lu Weiwei took care of her the whole time. Xiao Chen nodded slightly upon hearing this. Hello, senior sister Weiwei. Lu Weiwei was more concerned about Suji at the moment, so she only nodded slightly. Meng Shuaru added, Suji was just taken into the delivery room 10 minutes ago and she's already inside. Don't worry, she'll be out soon if you're quick. Okay, sure. Lu Weiwei glanced at Xiao Chen but didn't say anything. They waited silently. About 2.5 hours passed, and there was still no movement. Lu Weiwei was already getting anxious. She asked anxiously, why hasn't Gigi come out yet? I hope something happened to her. Lu Weiwei couldn't help but think of some scenes from TV dramas. What happens when there's severe bleeding during childbirth, or when nurses anxiously rush out to decide whether to save the mother or the baby? Meng Shuaru pursed her lips, thinking to herself, can you please stop talking nonsense? Just then, the door to the new mother's room was opened. Lu Weiwei's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the same as what she was thinking? At this moment, Hu Shua, who was wearing surgical scrubs, took off his mask and said with a smile, congratulations, mother and daughter are safe and sound. Sir, no, young man, your wife gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. What? Upon hearing this, both Meng Shuaru and Lu Weiwei were taken aback. Upon hearing that both mother and child were safe, the two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when they heard that they were twins, they became very curious. Because, in reality, twins boys and girls are extremely rare. Gigi now has both a son and a daughter. That's wonderful. Twins? The nurse smiled and nodded. Yes, they are twins, a boy and a girl. The boy is the eldest, and the girl is the second eldest. She turned her head and glanced at the baby. The baby hasn't been weighed yet. You can go and watch when it's weighed later. May I? Lu Weiwei was really eager to see the baby. The nurse replied with a smile, of course you can. The doctors inside are currently cleaning the baby's nasal and oral mucus, and they will also clean the vernix caseosa off their bodies later. You can go in and check on your wife first. This nurse has given birth herself and knows the pain of childbirth deeply. She understands that mothers are all great, so it is important to take good care of the mother's emotions at this time. Good. As he spoke, Xiao Chen tried to crawl into the delivery room. The nurse reminded them to keep their voices down before letting the three people inside. In the delivery room, Su Ji was lying on a birthing chair. Her face was pale, and her lips were bloodless. There were still some sweat stains on his forehead. Her hair was stuck tightly to the skin on her forehead. She must have had a very difficult time after giving birth. Xiao Chen felt particularly sorry for him. He took Su Ji's hand in his arms. Senior, you've worked so hard. For a moment, Xiao Chen's mind went blank. On this day last year, Su Ji, as an older student, welcomed him. He did like Su Ji, but like all the other boys, he secretly harbored a crush on her. Unexpectedly, in just 1 year, his senior gave birth to 2 adorable babies. It really feels like a dream. Moreover, he wouldn't even dare to dream about this dream normally. Su Ji felt the warmth from Xiao Chen's hand and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. It's not hard work, it's what I should do. I will definitely do my best as a mother. Xiao Chen said somewhat awkwardly, Senior, in the future. I will try my best to be a good father. Just then, the system's voice came through. Host's sincerity has been detected. Congratulations, host, on receiving the new dad gift pack. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 140 square meter apartment in the Tanguaging residential area outside Jiangcheng University, already renovated, fully equipped with appliances, and you can have your postpartum confinement period right here in the apartment. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Xiaomi YU7 Max Titanium Solid Color. Congratulations, host, you have received 5,000 renminbi in childcare funds. Note, childcare funds can only be used for your baby's expenses. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the perfect driving skill. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao Chen was completely stunned. A 140 square meter house is definitely enough for them to live in. In addition, there was also a Xiaomi YU7. Xiao Chen has been a Xiaomi fan for many years. His first phone was a Redmi 2A in 2014, and he is currently using a Xiaomi 15. His dream for the future is to drive a Xiaomi SU7 or YU7. Well, that's great. The car is practically given away for free. The main problem is that if you want to buy this car now, you'll have to wait a year. The system's rewards are so incredibly thoughtful. Returning to reality, Su Ji gazed intently at Xiao Chen, then nodded slightly. It seems she has accepted him. However, Xiao Chen also felt a little sad. Meng Shuaru said that Su Ji has already broken ties with her family. And because of her pregnancy, she dropped out of school. Could it be said that because of him, Su Ji's family and future have been ruined? He has made up his mind to make it up to Su Ji. Just then, the nurse's voice came. Father of the child, the baby is about to be weighed. Would you like to come and take a look? Senior, I'm going to check on the baby, Xiao Chen said cautiously. Su Ji readily agreed, okay, go ahead. Let's see if our baby takes after you or me. Good. Xiao Chen, Meng Shuaru, and Lu Weiwei curiously crowded around. At this moment, De Bao was completely naked, wearing nothing at all. Its skin is reddish and looks very tender. It's also very small, not even as long as its data cable. The nurse gently placed the baby on the baby scale, which showed the baby's weight is 3,200 grams. After seeing the baby's weight, the nurse wrote it down. At this moment, Xiao Chen asked cautiously, 3,200 grams, isn't that too light? Chapter 3 Babies Hungry? Should you personally breastfeed your baby? The nurse couldn't help but smile after hearing Xiao Chen's words. 3,200 grams, or 6 pounds and 4 ounces, is a normal weight, not light at all. Oh. Xiao Chen suddenly realized that it was mainly because it was her first time giving birth and she had no experience. Moreover, he always remembered his mother saying that so-and-so's family had given birth to a big, healthy baby boy weighing 8 pounds and 8 ounces. He was misled by his mother. After weighing the first baby, the nurse quickly wrapped the baby up and then weighed the second baby. The younger sister is much lighter than her older brother, weighing only 4 pounds and 6 ounces, exactly the opposite of her brother. Needless to say, when she was fighting for nutrients in the womb, she couldn't beat her older brother. Fortunately, both children are healthy, so there's no major problem. We're going to get the child vaccinated soon, we'll be right back. Xiao Chen nodded. Soon, Su Ji was moved to a regular ward. Then, 2 nurses brought the newborn baby into the ward and placed him on a small bed next to it. This is the observation period for the new mother. If nothing happens within 2 hours, then everything will be fine. Moreover, maternal and child health hospitals now almost never admit pregnant women for observation. Previously, there was a 3-day observation period, but now, as long as the baby is healthy and the mother is not feeling unwell, she can be discharged from the hospital as early as the same day. At this moment, Lu Weiwei was holding Debao and gently rocking her body. The baby is so cute, although his skin is a little yellow. The nurse next to her explained, this is the baby's jaundice, which will gradually disappear over time. By the way, you can prepare some food for the pregnant woman. She went through a lot of effort when she gave birth. Then I'll go buy it. Xiao Chen took the initiative to suggest it, and no one refused. The nurse said, there's a postpartum care center right across the street from the maternal and child health hospital. The food there is pretty good, you can get some takeout from there. Okay, sure. Xiao Chen didn't dare to delay and quickly left the ward. The nurse didn't linger in the room, saying that if anything happened, she could press the call button on the wall, and then left. At this moment, only the 3 of them remained in the room. Lu Weiwei looked at the second baby in her arms, and then turned her gaze to Su Ji. Jiju, what are you planning to do next? Lu Weiwei's words were spot on. Due to family reasons, Su Ji planned to give birth to the child when she became pregnant. They are, after all, 2 little lives. She simply couldn't bring herself to abort the child. But her parents have now cut off contact with her. Since she became pregnant, her parents have not called her once. The expenses after the baby is born will definitely be huge, and she probably can't afford it. Seeing Su Ji's worried expression, Lu Weiwei forced a smile. It's okay, I can help you take care of the baby, but I have one condition, I will be your baby's little mom from now on. You don't need to worry about the money, I'll just ask my boyfriend for it. Su Ji's expression was grim, how can this be? Your boyfriend doesn't earn money easily either. Throughout her pregnancy, Lu Weiwei took meticulous care of her, and most of the expenses were covered by her boyfriend. Although her boyfriend didn't explicitly reject her, he probably said a lot of bad things about her in his heart. She will pay this money back someday. What's wrong with that? Lu Weiwei crossed her arms and said, if he rejects me, it means he doesn't love me anymore, and there's no point in me continuing the relationship. Let's break up right now. Meng Shueru, who was standing to the side, twitched her lips. Are all girls like this nowadays? School just started today, and Meng Shueru had something to do, so she went back to school first. Lu Weiwei planned to wait for Xiao Chen to arrive before going back. Xiao Chen returned an hour later. Because the baby was just born, Su Ji could only eat liquid food or easily digestible food. He bought some steamed egg custard, egg drop soup, and 2 boxed meals. The boxed lunches were bought for Meng Shueru and Lu Weiwei. Seeing that Meng Shueru wasn't in the room, Xiao Chen asked curiously, hey? Where's the counselor? Lu Weiwei, she said that school starts today and she has a lot of things to take care of, so she went back first. She also said that it was okay if you didn't go back to the dorm tonight, and that you could stay with Su Ji for now. Xiao Chen nodded. His counselor was very understanding. This is the food I just bought. Senior Vivi, are you hungry? Xiao Chen took out the boxed lunches methodically. Lu Weiwei touched her stomach, she was indeed a little hungry. Then I won't stand on ceremony. At this moment, Xiao Chen turned his gaze to Su Ji. He was still a little nervous in front of Su Ji. Senior, I just asked at the postpartum care center, and they said you can only eat light food right now. So I only bought 1 steamed egg custard and 1 egg drop soup. Suji nodded slightly. Lu Weiwei propped up the back of the hospital bed and then tried to take the steamed egg custard from Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen then naturally sat down on the edge of the bed. "Senior, let me feed you." "Oh? Is this okay?" Suji asked shyly. Lu Weiwei, who was standing to the side, exclaimed, "What's wrong with that?" "Gigi, this is your future husband." "What's wrong with a husband feeding his wife? Isn't that right, Junior Xiao Chen?" Lu Weiwei thought to herself, "Suji, you've never been in a relationship before, but that will get better in the future. Over time, feelings will inevitably develop." Upon hearing that Xiao Chen was her future husband, Suji pursed her lips. She couldn't help but think of the times her father beat her at home. She wondered, would Xiao Chen be that kind of person in the future? While she was lost in thought, Xiao Chen had already scooped out a spoonful of steamed egg custard. He blew on it before bringing it to Suji's lips. "Senior, how does it taste?" "Ah." Suji was slightly taken aback, her beautiful eyes looking at Xiao Chen's serious expression. Her little mouth was slightly open. "I ate it. It tastes great. My mother never made steamed egg custard for me when I was little. She doesn't have the things that other children have. It's delicious." "Then eat more." Xiao Chen has never been in a relationship. He is still a naive and innocent young man. "So I'm a little nervous right now." Even the arm holding the steamed egg custard was trembling slightly. The senior is very beautiful, and Xiao Chen would unconsciously add a filter to her image. But she did indeed give birth to two lovely babies for him. It was at this moment that, beside her, the two babies on the hospital bed started crying loudly at the same time. "Wah! Wah!" Xiao Chen quickly put the steamed egg custard in his hand on the table. "Why are they crying?" Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes. "Of course I'm hungry, Xiao Chen, are you that stupid? But I didn't buy any baby formula." Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes twice. "Why drink formula? Of course, it's breast milk." Just then, the system voice came. "Ding! Host has activated an option. Option 1, personally help your baby start breastfeeding so they can drink breast milk, and you will be rewarded with 30 days as a gold medal nanny. Option 2, what kind of breast milk should I drink? Give me boiled water instead. I'll be rewarded with the title of Baby Troublesome Dad, and the baby will say he can't get out of the oxygen tube later." Chapter 4. What? He's already living with his senior? Why the hell did they pull my oxygen tube? Xiao Chen was stunned when he saw such an outrageous choice. However, the reward for option 1 is a top-notch nanny. If Suji has a nanny to take care of both the baby and Suji during her postpartum period, it should save her a lot of trouble. But then again, what does opening the breast milk mean? At this moment, Lu Weiwei was still explaining to Xiao Chen the benefits of breast milk compared to formula. Xiao Chen said, "Senior Weiwei, I know that breast milk is more nutritious than formula. But Senior Suji, it seems like you haven't started breastfeeding yet, right?" Start breastfeeding? Clearly, Lu Weiwei had never heard of the term initiating breastfeeding either. She was only a year older than him and had never given birth. At this point, the system explained, "Host, starting lactation means stimulating the pregnant woman's nipples to secrete milk. You can use various methods to stimulate it. I suggest you search for how to start lactation on Douyin." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was completely stunned. He quickly opened his phone and then searched on Douyin TikTok. And then, the result was on the lips? That's real torture? Omega? He swallowed hard, then said to Suji, "Senior, the baby is hungry, so I need to start breastfeeding you first." "Milk, how do I open it?" Looking at Xiao Chen's expression, Suji felt inexplicably flustered. "Xiao Chen looks a bit scary right now." Xiao Chen replied casually, "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Ah. Next, the first thing on the scene was skillfully removing people's clothes. Suji was completely stunned. "No, it can be like this?" Suji's face instantly turned red from her cheeks to her neck, but seeing the baby still crying loudly beside her, she could only suppress her discomfort. No one should let their own child go hungry. This is a mother's responsibility. Lu Weiwei, standing to the side, was also stunned by Xiao Chen's actions. "No, is this something I can see? Omega? So, I didn't know I needed to start breastfeeding? Is it correct to knead it like this? No, why are you even kissing me?" Lu Weiwei swallowed, but since her boyfriend had been kissing her before, it didn't seem like a big deal. It's just that Suji isn't quite used to it. After about 3 to 5 minutes, Xiaoqun wiped the milk stains from the corner of his mouth. Yes, we finally have breast milk. Why does breast milk taste a little bland? It tastes different from cow's milk. Without delay, they quickly picked up the 2 babies. One on the left and one on the right, the 2 babies quickly took Suji's breasts into their mouths. Then he sucked on it desperately. Their little mouths moved constantly, and they looked incredibly content. They stopped crying when they started nursing. Seeing her 2 babies quietly nursing, Lu Weiwei even felt a pang of longing for a baby herself. Gigi, the baby is so cute. I'm even thinking about getting pregnant and having a baby. Lu Weiwei couldn't help but speak up, though of course she was exaggerating. Suji said, then you and your boyfriend should have the baby. When the baby grows up, they can still be best friends like us. Thinking of her boyfriend, Lu Weiwei shook her head repeatedly, then forget it. Have a child for him? He doesn't deserve it. I'll break up with him after I graduate from university. As the baby was enjoying nursing, the system's voice also came through. Host, you have made your choice. Congratulations on receiving the gold medal nanny for 30 days. The nanny will arrive at Guantan Yuejing community at 1800 hours tomorrow night. Please prepare to receive her. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqun decided to apply for discharge from the hospital the next morning. Newborn babies typically drink only 10-20 milliliters of milk at a time, and after a while, both babies stopped drinking. Xiaoqun quickly picked up the baby and gently patted his back. Make sure your baby burps, otherwise they might spit up. After the baby finished drinking the milk, Xiaoqun put the baby in the crib, and the baby stopped crying. At that moment, Lu Weiwei suddenly patted his shoulder. Xiaoqun, come out here for a moment. Xiaoqun turned his head and looked at her curiously. Lu Weiwei whispered to Suji, Gigi, I need to talk to Xiaoqun about something. Suji nodded slightly. The 2 of them arrived at the end of the corridor, at a window seat. Xiaoqun asked, Senior, what's the matter that you need to come out and tell us? At this moment, Lu Weiwei crossed her arms, adopting a superior attitude. Junior Xiaoqun, I'm warning you, you must take good care of my Gigi. You should know that she's fallen out with her family, right? Upon hearing this, Xiaoqun frowned and nodded. On the way here, I heard it from my counselor. Lu Weiwei nodded, yes, so what she needs most right now is your company. Since she gave birth to your baby, you have to fulfill your responsibilities as a father. Xiaoqun nodded, of course I know that. I will definitely take good care of her in the future. Lu Weiwei added, if you bully Gigi, or if I find out she has been wronged, I will tear your skull off. Lu Weiwei's tone was threatening, ultimately because she was afraid that Xiaoqun would do something to betray Suji. If I do anything to betray Senior Ji, I will remove my skull myself. Lu Weiwei scrutinized Xiaoqun's expression, and only after seeing that it was very serious did she nod in relief. What are your plans next? Xiaoqun, what else can we do but take good care of Senior Suji? The counselor is easy to talk to, she should understand him. As for failing courses, Xiaoqun doesn't care. Even if he fails a course, he can retake it later. At least for now, the primary goal is to take good care of Suji. Lu Weiwei was fairly satisfied with Xiaoqun's answer. She took out a key from her pocket and handed it to Xiaoqun. This is the key to my rented apartment. You can stay there with Gigi for now. If you have any problems, just give me a call. I'll help if I can. Xiaoqun shook his head, thank you, Senior. However, I'll just move Senior Suji to my house. Move to your place. What's the meaning? Lu Weiwei looked puzzled, and Xiaoqun replied, I have an apartment across from our school, in Guantan Yuejing. I will also hire a nanny to come and take care of Senior Suji tomorrow. So we won't go to the apartment. Xiaoqun thought for a moment and then took the key from Lu Weiwei. I'll keep the key for now, and I'll take Suji's personal belongings over later. Here's your key back. You. At that moment, Lu Weiwei suddenly felt as if Xiaoqun had taken her things away. She asked, where did you get your house? I didn't know about it. Xiaoqun rolled his eyes, you didn't even ask. Oh. Lu Weiwei was speechless, you're living with Suji already? Chapter 5, name your baby, and the system will give you another reward. I suppose so, Xiaoqun said with a smile. Are you envious, Senior? I'm not envious at all. I wish you happiness. Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes, got up and left. Thank you, senior. I will definitely be happy. After returning to her ward, Lu Weiwei said goodbye to Su Ji and left the hospital. She is a member of the student council and has a lot of work to do at the start of the semester, so she has to go back first. Since Xiao Chen had already made his plans, she decided not to interfere. Soon, only Xiao Chen, Su Ji, and the two babies remained in the room. The babies lay peacefully in the bed, while Su Ji looked at them with some curiosity. After entering, Xiao Chen didn't know what to say, so he shifted his gaze from the baby to Su Ji and asked softly, "Senior, are you hungry? There's still food left to eat." "Oh. Are you thirsty? Would you like me to get you a glass of water?" Su Ji pointed to the water glass next to her, which still contained water. "Oh. Are you feeling unwell?" "No." "Oh." The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. He pointed to the sky outside. "Senior, look at the sky outside, it's so blue, hee hee." Unfortunately, Xiao Chen had never been in a relationship before, and he had just been with other people, but thankfully he was facing Su Ji directly. But after Meng Xueru and Lu Weiwei left, he really didn't know what to say. Xiao Chen awkwardly picked the baby up from the crib. Without looking at Su Ji, he said, "Senior, if you're alright, let's get discharged tomorrow. Then, I'll take you home." "Go home?" Su Ji thought that when Xiao Chen said going home, he meant going back to his hometown. She asked, "So you're not going to class?" Xiao Chen explained, "I have an apartment across from Jiancheng University. It's not going back to my hometown. I'll find you a nanny." "Do you own a house across from Jiancheng University?" Su Ji was somewhat surprised, and Xiao Chen nodded slightly. "My parents had planned for me to develop my career in Jiancheng, so they bought a house for me." Upon hearing this, Su Ji felt a pang of envy for Xiao Chen's family. This is enormous compared to her family. Even at this moment, Su Ji was a little worried about whether Xiao Chen's parents would like her. Jiancheng is indeed a good city. Senior, I will take good care of you." Xiao Chen glanced at the baby in his arms and couldn't stop liking him. Su Ji asked, "So, are you planning to tell your parents about this?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen thought about it carefully. If you tell your parents directly that they become grandparents, they'll definitely be very happy. They might even take the high-speed train overnight to come here. But since we already have a nanny, let's wait a few days before telling them the news. Let's talk about it in a few days. However, if my parents find out I'm pregnant, and that the baby's mother is such a beautiful young woman, they'll definitely say, "The best cabbages have all been eaten by pigs." Upon hearing this, Su Ji couldn't help but smile. She hoped that what Xiao Chen said was true. From Su Ji's expression, he could tell that Su Ji must have some worries about his parents. But these worries are nothing. His parents are very easy to talk to and will definitely love their daughter-in-law very much. "Senior, don't worry, my parents will definitely like you very much. They are very, very good to me." She nodded slightly. Just then, Xiao Chen remembered that he hadn't named the baby yet. He asked, "Senior, have you decided what name to give your baby?" At this moment, the system suddenly popped up. "Host, we recommend naming your two babies Xiao Chunan and Xiao Chunadat." "What is that?" Xiao Chen completely ignored the system's words. This system is actually quite mischievous. Su Ji shook her head upon hearing this. Previously, she thought Xiao Chen wouldn't know she was pregnant. At the time, I wanted the baby to take his surname. But things are different now. She asked, "Do you have any thoughts?" Xiao Chen thought about it carefully. How about we each think of one? I miss my daughter, you miss your son." Su Ji felt that Xiao Chen's suggestion was good. Su Ji began to think. Xiao Chen was terrible at naming things. After thinking for a while, he decided that for his daughter, he would name her Xiao Ziqing. He didn't think the name sounded bad, but the thought of a group of old men and women named Ziqing, Haoza, Zixuan, Haoyu, Sini, and Zihao 60 years from now made him chuckle. After a while, Xiao Chen asked, "Senior, what have you thought about it?" Su Ji pursed her lips and said, How about calling him Xiao Ming?" "Xiao Ming? Xiao Ming?" Xiao Chen felt that this name was a bit hasty. But surprisingly, he found it somewhat pleasant to listen to. After all, Xiao Ming is a perennial minor character in elementary school textbooks. When I start elementary school, my teacher will definitely call me by this name often. "Sure." Su Ji asked, "Have you decided on a name for your daughter? How is Xiao Hong?" Suji? She paused slightly, feeling that the name was perhaps a little too plain and unadorned. Are you serious? No. Xiao Chen joked, the name I just thought of was Xiao Ziqing, but when I think about how many old men and women in the future will be named Ziqing, Haoze, Sini, Ziming, etc., it just feels a bit strange. Puff. Suji felt the same way. But she felt that the name Xiao Ziqing wasn't unacceptable. Then let's call her Xiao Ziqing. May I? Sure. Okay, then it's decided. Just as he and Suji were deciding on a name for their baby, the system popped up. Ding, the host has chosen a name for the baby. Congratulations on receiving 999 packs of gold medal diapers, 1 999 gold double stroller, and 1 stretch mark removal cream nut. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao Chen asked, can stretch mark removal cream remove the stretch marks on Suji's abdomen? System, yes, host. Just apply it once every night and massage gently. Stretch marks can gradually disappear over time. This system is awesome. When he first lifted Suji's clothes to start breastfeeding, he could clearly see the heavy stretch marks on her stomach. She has stretch marks, so I guess she'll never wear clothes that show her belly button again. But with this ointment, she can be beautiful again. I must say, the system is really thoughtful. The stroller will be delivered to the hospital tomorrow morning, and the diapers will be delivered to your home. Please check your mail. Okay. As Xiao Chen was lost in thought, his eldest son, Xiao Ming, started crying again. He quickly picked him up and let the baby nurse. He started sucking on it again. His expression showed he was thoroughly enjoying himself. The baby hasn't opened his eyes yet. But it should be ready by tomorrow. Chapter 6, it feels like Xiao Chen has become a father. The next morning, Xiao Chen helped Suji complete the discharge procedures. He had heavy dark circles under his eyes. The baby needed to be fed every 2 hours at night, and his diapers needed to be changed frequently. The stress kept him and Suji up all night. Only now does he realize that there are so many intricacies to raising children. Looking back now, it must have been really tough for his parents to raise him. Xiao Chen returned to the ward with the baby's birth certificate, while Suji had already secretly packed her things. Senior, why did you pack up by yourself? When he was being discharged from the hospital, he told Suji that he would take care of everything. She had just given birth yesterday, and in Xiao Chen's mind, she shouldn't be able to get out of bed and walk yet. But now it seems like there's no problem. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's voice, Suji turned her head and smiled slightly. I'm fine, and I don't want you to suffer alone. I feel that you've already worked very hard running back and forth to the hospital. Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a warmth in his heart. My senior is so sensible. He couldn't help but lean closer to Suji. Senior, you gave birth to 2 babies, you must have had a tough time. Don't worry, I will definitely give you and the baby a future. Suji couldn't help but smile, and she nodded. Yes, I believe you. The stroller that the system rewarded yesterday has arrived. Suji saw the stroller behind him and asked, You've already bought the crib? Why, is it gold? Senior, you don't actually think this is real gold, do you? Xiao Chen smiled slightly, but did not tell Suji that it was real gold. Even if I tell her, she might not believe me. Suji couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. Yeah, who's so extravagant that they use real gold for their stroller? Xiao Chen came to the crib and looked at the adorable baby lying on it, feeling an overwhelming fondness for him. Babies, Daddy's taking you home now. As he spoke, he picked up Xiao Ming and carefully placed him on the small mattress in the stroller. The babies have all opened their eyes today, and they look so cute. Xiao Chen likes them more and more as he looks at them. When De Bao heard Xiao Chen say that he was going to take them home, he suddenly laughed out loud. He could even smell a milky aroma. It smells wonderful. Suji leaned closer. It seems the baby wants to go home too. After packing their things and making sure nothing was left behind, Xiao Chen pushed the crib and left Jiangqing Maternal and Child Health Hospital with Suji. Of course, before being discharged from the hospital, the nurses and doctors repeatedly reminded him not to have sex with Suji, not to eat spicy food, not to be exposed to cold wind, and not to take a cold shower. New dad Xiao Chen naturally took it to heart. Once outside, Suji wanted to hail a taxi using the unethical map app. But seeing her actions, Xiao Chen asked, Senior, what are you doing? Take a taxi, or do you want to push the baby back in a stroller? That won't be necessary. Xiao Chen pressed the key in his hand, and not far away, the Xiaomi YU7 unlocked with a click. Suji was taken aback. Seeing the beautiful SUV, she couldn't help but ask, "Have you already bought a car?" "Yes, this will make it easier to take our baby out in the future." Suji nodded upon hearing this. It seemed she still didn't understand Xiao Chen. The Xiaomi YU7 rewarded by the system has been improved so that when the rear seats are folded down, they can be used to hold the stroller, ensuring that the vehicle does not sway while it is in motion. "Senior, please sit in the passenger seat. The baby is very safe in the back." Xiao Chen very gentlemanly came to the passenger seat and opened the car door for him. Suji said thank you, somewhat embarrassed. Xiao Chen started the car and focused on driving. Just as he was about to chat with Suji, his phone rang. Xiao Chen opened it and found it was from his roommate, Su Kuan. The sophomores had to be at school yesterday, so his roommates must have missed him and were thinking about their father. "Hello." Xiao Chen spoke up, "What's wrong? Did you miss your dad?" Su Kuan, on the other end of the conversation, heard Xiao Chen's voice. "Hey kid, did you get caught watching porn in your dorm? Why didn't you come back to school yesterday?" He replied, "Do you think I'm like you, watching porn in my dorm every day? I had some things to take care of, and I'm planning to take a break from school." "You idiot." Upon hearing this, Su Kuan couldn't help but swear, "Damn, are you running a fever? Or is he seriously ill? Why would he suddenly take a break from school? Tell me quickly so I can ask my classmates to donate money to you. I fucking thank you." Xiao Chen's face darkened, but he didn't tell Suji the real reason in front of her. "I'll tell you the reason later, and I'll be going back to school later." Upon hearing this, Su Kuan genuinely thought Xiao Chen had some serious illness. "Are you alright, kid? Are you in the hospital right now? Do you need me to take a look at you?" "Xiao Chen, damn it, can't you wish me well for once?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Xiao Ming, who was sitting in the back row, suddenly burst into tears. "Wa'ada." Suji was slightly taken aback. She thought back for a moment and realized that it had been an hour since she last breastfed. The baby must be hungry again. "Xiao Chen, could you pull over for a moment?" "Okay, sure." Xiao Chen nodded. Of course, Su Kuan on the other end of the phone also heard their conversation. He couldn't help but ask, "No, why am I hearing a woman's voice? You didn't catch up with Lu Tianshuang, did you? Wait, why is there a child crying?" Su Kuan on the other end threw out 3 questions in a row, but Xiao Chen had no intention of answering them at all. "I'll talk to you later, I'm hanging up now." After saying that, Xiao Chen hung up the phone. "You." Beep 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 beep. Su Kuan, sitting in the dormitory, stared blankly at his phone. What was going on? I have a feeling Xiao Chen has become a father? Xiao Chen parked the car on the side of the road and turned on the hazard lights. Then he quickly got out of the car and picked up the 2 babies. Now that Suji had some experience, she quickly lifted her clothes and began breastfeeding her baby. The reasons why babies cry are very simple: they either need to pee or poop or they are hungry. They stopped crying immediately after receiving breast milk. Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile as he watched the baby suckling and nursing. It seems that Suji won't be able to get a good night's sleep for a very long time to come. Ding, your worries have been detected. You are rewarded with 99 cans of gold medal milk powder. Note, the nutritional content of gold medal milk powder is even higher than that of breast milk. 2 baby bottles worth 6,666 yuan are also included. The bottles contain no harmful substances. Please take good care of your baby and your wife. Xiao Chen was overjoyed the system was so thoughtful. Just then, Suji suddenly asked, "Xiao Chen, Lu Tianshuan, who are they?" The rewards from the system in Chapter 7 are absolutely amazing. Suji just overheard what Su Kuan said on the phone. Xiao Chen didn't try to hide anything, but said very calmly, "She was a girl I liked before." Like all boys, Xiao Chen longed for romance on campus, so he also took the initiative to pursue girls. However, he was of average appearance, and Lu Tianshuang did not seem to like him. But she didn't explicitly refuse, she accepted his kindness but didn't agree to his terms. Perhaps this is what they call a backup plan. Xiao Chen's roommates knew that he liked Lu Tianshuang, and they would often ask about his progress and even joke about it. Oh. Upon hearing this, Suji's face fell, clearly a little unhappy. Xiao Chen smiled slightly upon seeing this, but that's all in the past. She doesn't like me, and I won't contact her again in the future. Senior, I will take good care of you and the baby. Hearing this, Suji nodded in satisfaction. She asked again, "You just said, you're going to take a break from school? Xiao Chen, yes, I want to take good care of you. It's not too late for you to go to school next year. He looked at the baby in Suji's arms, who was suckling at her breast. Besides, it's only a year later, it won't matter. Suji did not respond after hearing this. Actually, she didn't really want Xiao Chen to drop out of school. Although academic qualifications are no longer valuable in this era, they are still a stepping stone for many companies. Xiao Chen quickly brought Suji to the Guantong Yuejing residential area opposite Jianqing University. The 140 square meter apartment had 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, which was more than enough for him and Suji. After pushing open the door, Suji couldn't help but look at the beautifully decorated house, feeling quite pleased with herself. The house has a trendy creamy style that's popular online. The walls aren't white, but rather a warm yellow, which makes it look especially cozy. Moreover, the house is fully equipped with furniture, appliances, and other facilities, and even the cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar system is provided. It has to be said that the system is really thoughtful. The only thing missing was food. Of course, he can go and buy it later. Xiao Chen led Suji into the master bedroom and discovered that next to the bed, there was a crib suitable for a baby to sleep in. Suji saw the cute little bed and asked, "Have you prepared the crib?" She didn't quite understand. Xiao Chen only found out yesterday that she had given birth. Why is everything prepared so perfectly? Isn't that a bit ahead of its time? Xiao Chen replied, "I bought it online yesterday, and since there's nothing valuable at home, I had the installer put it on." Suji nodded, then turned her gaze to the crib. The crib had been raised on both sides, and Xiao Chen carefully placed the baby on it. The 2 babies looked around curiously, and then the second baby laughed out loud. "Mingming, Qingqing, this will be our new home for the 4 of us from now on." Upon hearing this, both babies stared at Xiao Chen with wide eyes. Then she laughed. The baby's smile was so sweet that Xiao Chen couldn't help but want to kiss her. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the front door. "They're here." Xiao Chen called out and rushed over. At this time, the milk powder that the system rewarded yesterday should have arrived. "It should be a package, senior, I'll go get it." "Mum." Suji nodded, and Xiao Chen went to the living room and opened the bedroom door. Just as he expected, the milk powder did arrive, but there were also diapers. The milk powder only arrived in 1 box, not 99 cans. 1 box contains 10 cans, which is exactly 1 month's supply for 2 babies. System, host, we will send you 10 cans of milk powder every month from now on. Of course, you can also breastfeed. It's up to you. Clear. After signing for the package, the delivery man left. Suji came out of the room and asked, "Xiao Chen, what did you buy?" "Milk powder." "Well, after all, the baby will be hungry at night. From now on, you should get a good rest at night and not keep getting up at night." Suji felt a deep sense of concern from Xiao Chen's words, and she couldn't help but blush. Her parents had never cared for her this much. She pointed to another box. "Where's that box?" "These are diapers." No sooner had he finished speaking than the baby's cries suddenly came from inside the room. "Wah!" Xiao Chen and Suji quickly walked over. Suji instinctively wanted to lift her clothes to breastfeed the baby, but Xiao Chen didn't think so. "It seems like only half an hour has passed since I finished breastfeeding in the car." "Yes, that's right." Xiao Chen went over and touched the baby's diaper. Good heavens, it's all clumped together. Moreover, there was a faint, foul odor. Xiao Chen opened it and saw a yellow, smelly substance. But Xiao Chen didn't feel nauseous. Then he remembered the Douyin videos he had been watching earlier. On Douyin TikTok, people are asking why it's acceptable for babies to soil their pants without being bothered, but it's acceptable for elderly people to soil their pants. The answers given in the comments section were also very reasonable. The answer is, because the old man's mother is no longer alive. Bao pooped. Suji was taken aback, then quickly opened her suitcase and took out baby wipes to clean the baby's bottom. "Can I use these?" "Sure." Xiao Chen nodded. Then, he threw the diaper, which was covered in odor, into the trash can. "Gently wipe her little bottom with a wet wipe." Ding, the host is wiping the baby's bottom. Reward, 1,000 renminbi for childcare. Ding, host, you have changed your baby's diaper. You will be rewarded with a random car. Xiao Chen was taken aback. "No, you got a car as a reward for changing a baby's diaper? System, would you like to unlock a random car?" The car's value is between 100,000 and 10 million. What is that? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He could understand a price of 100,000, but what about 10 million? Isn't this a bit too extravagant? He opened it immediately. At the same time, the system's voice came, "Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Porsche 911 GT3. Ha! Porsche 911 GT3? This is a car worth several million. How can my face be so white when I didn't wash it this morning?" At that moment, a Porsche car key appeared out of thin air in his hand. System, host, the car keys are in the underground garage, the gas tank is full, and the vehicle has been registered. You can log into the traffic management website 12123 to check. The rewards from this system are absolutely amazing. He already has a Xiaomi YU7, and now he's adding a sports car to the mix. Well, that's pretty cool. Let's not drive this Porsche yet, we'll give it to Suji as a gift later. Having gone through so much hardship raising 2 children, she deserves a gift. Xiao Chen asked Suji, "Senior, what's your favorite color?" Suji didn't know why Xiao Chen asked this, but she still answered her question, "I like pink more." Good. That's right, Xiao Chen plans to paint the Porsche in Suji's favorite color. Chapter 8: Suji's father's phone call. Xiao Chen hasn't told her about this surprise yet, and he doesn't even know if Suji has a driver's license. He opened a box of milk powder, let the water cool naturally to about 45 degrees Celsius, and then used a bottle to make the milk powder for the baby. It's already 10:30 in the morning. Ding, host is preparing baby formula, reward, random skill. Another reward? Xiao Chen couldn't help but be taken aback, feeling that this system was a bit too active, but this was a good thing. But what does skill mean? Just like in the novel? When he had this question in his mind, the system explained. Host, in order to provide a better growth environment for your baby in the future, the system will also provide you with skill rewards from time to time. Skills are divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The higher the level, the stronger the ability. Xiao Chen understood what the system was saying. At the same time, the system asked, "Would you like to activate random skills?" Don't ask these kinds of questions. Just open it when you give it to me next time. Okay, host. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Super Chef. You can upgrade the Super Chef skill later. Super Chef? At that very moment, an invisible stream of knowledge suddenly flooded into his mind. After absorbing all this knowledge, he had a wealth of cooking knowledge in his mind. Moreover, their cooking skills should be up to the standard of a 5-star restaurant chef. This skill is very useful in real life. He looked at Suji, who was staring at the baby, and said, "Senior, keep an eye on the baby. I'm going downstairs to the supermarket to buy some vegetables and fruits. I'll cook lunch for you." Seeing how family-oriented Xiao Chen was, Suji did not refuse. She's quite weak right now and definitely can't cook, so she really needs Xiao Chen's help during this time. Okay, be careful on the road. Okay, if the baby is hungry, you can breastfeed some milk and just take the bottle out of the thermos. Okay, I know. Suji nodded obediently. Xiao Chen quickly went downstairs. He had only been out of the house for a few minutes when Suji's phone, which was placed next to her pillow, suddenly rang. Buzz. Suji looked up and saw 2 words flashing on the screen: Dad. She and her father haven't been in contact for 10 months, almost a year. Could it be that her father found out she had given birth and came to check on her? With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Suji pressed the call button. Hello? Dad. Her tone was cautious. Although her parents had treated her badly since she was a child, she still held a glimmer of hope for them. But the conversation that followed broke Suji's heart. "Gigi, where are you now?" Sujin asked. Suji looked at the baby lying asleep in the crib and said softly, "Dad, I'm at home. I just gave birth to the baby." Has it already been born? Suji believes that the father will likely continue to ask questions, such as the child's gender and whether she is healthy. Sujingwa didn't press the matter, but instead said, "It's good that the child is born. Give the child to his father, and then you don't need to worry about him anymore. I called you to introduce you to my supervisor's son. He's studying in Australia and will be back in a little over a month. In the next month or so, you should hurry up and finish dealing with all that mess on your end, and then get to know your supervisor's son properly. If he likes you, then you should live a good life with him. If he doesn't like you, you should still spend time with him. And I'm warning you, you absolutely must not tell him about your pregnancy and childbirth. Do you even know? Hearing the voice on the phone, Suji froze on the spot. Her eyes were vacant. Suji originally thought that if her father cared about her, even just a little bit, she would feel much better. But she never expected that her father would say such a thing. What does it mean to say, if you don't like him, then spend some quality time with him? Is dad treating him like a giggle? Suji chuckled self-deprecatingly, that's true. Normally, he would fawn over the so-called supervisor, just like a dog. It's all for the so-called promotion and raise. Seeing that Suji didn't respond, Sujingwa became angry. Sujiaoti, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? I'm a prominent figure at Zhengcheng Rixing Capital now. It's rare to be able to climb such a high social ladder. After you marry manager Lu's son, I can arrange a respectable job for you. Isn't that great? I shouldn't have agreed to let you go to university back then. I'm talking to you, did you hear me? Did you hear me? Did you hear me? Sujiaoti. Sujingwa's voice on the phone grew louder and louder, as if he had entered a state of madness. Suji hung up the phone expressionlessly, tears streaming down her face. She didn't understand why she had such a father. When she was born, her father named her Sujiaoti. Her parents treated her badly from a young age. She didn't have what other children had, and sometimes she didn't even have enough to eat. She would also be beaten by her mother if she made a mistake. Her childhood was filled with darkness. When she was little, she was always very envious of other children who were picked up by their parents after school. However, she was unwilling to accept her fate, so she studied hard and was admitted to Zhengcheng University. When she was 18, she went to the police station and changed her name to Suji. Her life had been completely buried in smog, but perhaps Xiao Chen's appearance was a ray of light in her life. Just then, her phone started vibrating again, the word dad still flashing on the screen, but seeing those two words filled her with hatred. A very strong hatred. Suji switched her phone to airplane mode, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and tried her best to hide the fact that she had been crying. She didn't want Xiao Chen to know that she had parents like that. She didn't want Xiao Chen to know that she had cried. Perhaps it was a mother's heart that connected with her child as Suji was heartbroken. Debao in the crib seemed to be frightened and burst into tears. Helpless, Suji went over and hugged Debao, gently patting her back. Baby, don't cry. Mom and Dad would never treat you and your sister like that. Mom will definitely give you a wonderful environment to grow up in. She wouldn't let her children live the kind of life she did. Debao doesn't know how, and Erbao doesn't know how either. Perhaps Debao felt the warmth of his mother's love, because when he leaned against Suji's chest, he immediately stopped crying. Seeing Debao's well-behaved appearance, Suji couldn't help but smile. The baby was her salvation. Chapter 9. It's delicious, then I'll make it for you every day from now on. More than 40 minutes later. Senior, I'm back. Xiao Chen pushed open the door and couldn't help but call out. Suji had already composed herself and was trying her best not to let Xiao Chen see that she had been crying. Suji, wearing pajamas and carrying her second child, walked out of the room. She had just put her older child to sleep, but the younger one was wide awake. Upon getting closer, Xiao Chen immediately noticed that Suji's eyes were bloodshot. Senior, what's wrong? Xiao Chen asked. Suji looked at him curiously, then tilted her head slightly. What's wrong with me? Your eyes are bloodshot, like you've just been crying. Upon hearing this, Suji forced a smile and said, How could I have cried? I was overjoyed to see the baby come into this world. It's probably because you didn't sleep well last night. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen quickly said, Then you can take a nap at noon, and I'll go cook for you now. Today, Xiao Chen bought a lot of ingredients at the supermarket and also acquired the super chef skill, so he's ready to show off his culinary skills. Suji quickly asked, Xiao Chen, do you need any help? No need, senior, you look after our child. I'll take care of the kitchen. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Suji's first feeling was that he was extremely reliable and reassuring. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Don't worry about it, senior. It's nothing. With that, Xiao Chen carried the groceries he had just bought into the kitchen. Suji returned to the bedroom and glanced at Debao, who was still asleep. She didn't leave the bedroom, she laid down on the bed. Her phone was always in airplane mode, so I guess no one called her. In the kitchen, Xiao Chen glanced at the prepared ingredients. He planned to cook 2 dishes for Suji for lunch. Crucian carp soup and steamed egg custard. Both dishes are very light. It is also suitable for postpartum women during their confinement period. He bought fresh Crucian carp, and it's still alive. He doesn't usually cook at home, he just boils instant noodles at most. But now, with the help of skills, cooking a dish is a piece of cake. Xiao Chen boiled the water and poured it over the Crucian carp. Then he used a small spoon to gently scrape off the scales. In this way, the fish scales can be removed quickly, whereas the old method would be more time-consuming. Next, clean the fish's internal organs. Then remove the slime from the fish. Xiao Chen worked quickly, completing the task in one go. It only took him a few minutes to process the fish. Even he was somewhat surprised, feeling that with such skills, he could directly work at a 5-star hotel. That monthly salary must be tens of thousands. Of course, this is just wishful thinking. Next, Xiao Chen cut the fish into pieces, added salt, scallions and ginger to a pot, and then put it into the pot to simmer over low heat. Steamed eggs are even simpler to make. Crack a few eggs into a bowl, beat them, add a little salt, and then pour in about 1.5 times the amount of warm water. After stirring well, skim off any foam. Once the water boils, steam over low heat for 8 or 9 minutes. Turn off the heat and let it sit for another 5 minutes. Then drizzle with light soy sauce and add a few drops of sesame oil, and you're done. When he was little, he especially loved steamed egg custard and would pester his mother to make it for him. After making the steamed egg custard, Xiao Chen tasted it and thought, it's really delicious. However, the fish soup will have to wait a while. After washing his hands, Xiao Chen quietly entered the bedroom. At that moment, both babies were asleep. He asked softly, "Is the baby asleep?" Suji nodded slightly. Newborns grow while sleeping, and they spend most of their time sleeping. Suji asked, "Is your meal ready?" "Not yet, there's soup cooking in the pot, let's wait another half hour." "Okay, sure." Although nothing happened between them, Suji felt especially happy being with Xiao Chen. Half an hour later. Fish soup is served. Xiao Chen carried a large bowl of fish soup into the bedroom. Xiao Chen just bought a bedside table at the supermarket. It was specially prepared for Suji. During postpartum confinement, she should rest properly. "Senior, have something to eat." When Xiao Chen brought the fish soup over, Suji smelled a particularly fragrant aroma. The aroma deeply stimulated her taste buds, and her stomach began to rumble. She took a sniff and couldn't help but say, "It smells so good, Xiao Chen. You can even cook." "Absolutely." Xiao Chen grinned, showing his teeth. "Besides, I'm a pretty good cook. I often cook at home, and my parents even praise my cooking." "Really?" "Genuine, guaranteed." Xiao Chen patted his chest, his tone bold and unrestrained. Suji chuckled upon hearing this and nodded. "Senior, let me feed you." "Ah." Upon hearing this, Suji blushed slightly and nodded shyly. Xiao Chen scooped up some fish soup with a small spoon, blew on it before offering it to Suji. "Senior, have a taste." Suji nodded slightly, then opened her small mouth and put the spoon in her mouth. Then, she paused slightly in surprise. Xiao Chen quickly asked, "What's wrong, senior? Doesn't it taste good?" Xiao Chen did not taste the fish soup after it was cooked. Although he had acquired superb cooking skills, everyone has different tastes, and he did not know whether Suji would like the taste of fish soup. "No, no." She shook her head repeatedly. "The fish soup you made is especially delicious. It's the best fish soup I've ever had in my 20 years of life." "Really?" Xiao Chen was secretly delighted. Suji nodded firmly. "Of course it's true, I would never lie." "Xiao Chen, then. I'll make it for you every day from now on. I'll cook you all sorts of delicious food." "Good." Suji was deeply moved. She was right. Xiao Chen was a ray of light in her life. Xiao Chen pointed to the steamed egg custard again. "Senior, why don't you try the steamed egg custard?" "Okay, sure." After tasting the steamed egg custard, Suji couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. "It's especially delicious, I really like it." "Xiao Chen, then, senior, I'll make a mini program on my phone in the future. From now on, you can order whatever you want to eat on your phone. I'll cook for you." Suji was also worried that Xiao Chen would get tired. "What if you get too tired?" "No way. Xiao Chen usually works out," and he pointed to his muscles. "With my physique, I'm stronger than an ox, how could I possibly get tired?" Then you should also make sure to get plenty of rest. Okay. Senior, you eat first, I want to hug the baby. Okay, be gentle, don't wake them up. Don't worry. Xiaochen carefully picked up Erbao, looked at her tender little face, and gently kissed her. Just then, his second child suddenly burst into tears. Wah! Xiaochen? Chapter 10. Erbao slapped Xiaochen across the face. No, baby, why are you crying? Xiaochen looked at Erbao in his arms, whose face was red from crying, and his first reaction was that he was at a loss. He gently patted her little bottom. Baby, did daddy scare you? Xiaochen moved a little closer to her, and just then, Erbao suddenly stretched out her little hand and then flung it away. Smack! The sound was crisp and clear. That's right, Erbao slapped Xiaochen across the face. Xiaochen stared blankly at the baby in his arms. No! Is this something a newborn baby can do? The slap, though not very painful, was definitely loud. Most importantly, Erbao stopped crying immediately after seeing Xiaochen's shocked expression. He even laughed. It makes the soft whimpering sounds of a baby. Sushi couldn't help but chuckle when she saw this scene. I told you not to wake Erbao up. See, she slapped you. Fine. Xiaochen laughed and said, this is my baby. I won't say anything when she takes off my oxygen tank later. You have a very big heart. Xiaochen muttered softly, how could my baby possibly pull out my oxygen tube? Ching ching, daddy's asking you, when daddy gets old, will you unplug daddy's oxygen tube? At that moment, the baby also cooperated by making a BA sound. Suji laughed even harder. Erbao is showing Xiaochen absolutely no respect. After settling the baby in, Xiaochen said, Senior, I want to go to school this afternoon to see my advisor about applying for a leave of absence, so please stay home and look after the baby. I'll be back soon. Upon hearing this, Suji's expression turned serious. She asked, have you thought it through? I feel that education is still very important. Xiaochen, Senior, didn't you also drop out of school? She was slightly taken aback. I had no choice but to get pregnant, and Xiaochen, I just dropped out of school. If I had the chance, I would still like to finish college. If his father heard this, he would definitely give a stern order to refuse. Xiaochen responded supportively, Great, Senior, I support you. I'll take a year off from school, but you'll still be my senior. Suji smiled and nodded. She thought to herself, am I still Xiaochen's senior? Omega? Xiaochen left home at 2:30 p.m. and went to the underground garage, where he saw a Porsche 911 GT3 RS parked there. He couldn't help but lean closer. The car seemed to be entirely decorated with carbon fiber, and it had a huge, exaggerated rear wing. This kind of performance beast really didn't seem suitable for his senior to drive. Let's talk about it later. Xiaochen thought for a moment, deciding whether to drive this car to school or drive the Xiaomi. This car is too flashy. This car will definitely turn heads, so I'll choose this one. I mainly wanted to break in the vehicle, I absolutely didn't mean to show off. He drove to the school. The first 3 days of September are the registration period for freshmen, and there are still many freshmen entering the campus to register. Upon seeing a 911 GT3 RS with an exaggerated rear wing, most of the students turned to look. Xiaochen didn't step on the gas pedal hard and remained low-key. After parking his car downstairs at the teaching building, Xiaochen went up to the 5th floor and entered the office of the School of Information Technology. At that moment, Meng Shuaru was working at her computer. When she saw Xiaochen approaching, she looked up and asked in a very soft voice. How is Su Ji now? Xiaochen, she has been discharged from the hospital. I brought her to a house to live in, and I will take care of her for the time being. Then, I plan to call my mom over in a few days. Hearing this, Meng Shuaru nodded. Xiaochen must have something to say to her now that he's come to see her. She asked, so what brings you here? Right. Xiaochen didn't hide anything. He said softly, Advisor, I want to apply for a year's leave of absence so I can stay home and take good care of my baby and my senior. Senior Suji has suffered a lot this past year, so I want to make it up to her. This year, I will take good care of her and spend more time with her. Although Xiaochen's words made sense, Meng Shuaru did not want to process Xiaochen's leave of absence from school. Although the procedure for taking a leave of absence is not complicated, it will affect Xiaochen's grades. If he doesn't attend classes for a year and then suddenly starts attending again, he will definitely not be in the same good condition as he is now. It would be better to let him get used to the pace of taking care of the child while attending classes. Most importantly, Xiaochen doesn't have many classes in his second year of university, usually only 2 classes a day. Meng Shuaru adjusted her glasses and then asked, Xiaochen, have you thought it through? I've made up my mind. Xiaochen nodded firmly, and just when he thought Meng Shuaru would approve his request without hesitation, Meng Shuaru said, I'll give you a month's leave first. If you still want to take a break after a month, then come back to me. Xiaochen was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this. He had heard that a month of cooling off period is needed for divorce. But if you're taking a leave of absence, you should at least calm down, right? Meng Shuaru said, You don't have many classes in your second year, so attending classes every day won't be a problem. Besides, didn't you say that your mother will come to help? Xiaochen's lips twitched. Meng Shuaru continued, Take good care of Suji during this month-long vacation. And as far as I know, Suji will probably continue her studies. In that case, she will automatically repeat the grade and be placed in your class. Wouldn't that be a good thing for you? Upon hearing this, Xiaochen was slightly taken aback. He actually felt that Meng Shuaru's words made sense. Suji should have recovered almost completely after her postpartum confinement period. Moreover, Suji also said today that she only took a year off from school. If he takes a leave of absence from school, Suji will stay at school and he will be left at home to take care of the child. Although Xiaochen didn't mind taking care of the baby, he felt he really needed to go back and discuss it with Suji. Moreover, it would be really great to have the opportunity to be classmates with a senior student. Advisor, I feel, what you said makes a lot of sense. Meng Shuaru smiled slightly upon hearing this, right? In the future, you can even take Suji's arm and take care of the baby at Jiangqing University. I wonder how many classmates envy you. Xiaochen imagined what Meng Shuaru said. Indeed, with Suji's popularity, all the boys in the school would probably go crazy. Then I'll go back and discuss it with my senior advisor, then I won't be coming to class this month. No problem. Meng Shuaru nodded, I will talk to the teacher and then ask the teacher to send you the course materials. That way, it might not delay your class schedule. Good. Xiaochen left the office quickly. When he came downstairs, he found that there were quite a few students looking at his 911. Moreover, this includes the girl Xiaochen used to like. Lu Tianshuang. After chapter 11, Suji will be my wife. Wow, this car is so cool. I remember Ferraris look like this. Is this a Ferrari? A little girl who knows nothing about cars asked a question. Her primary goal in coming to university was to find a rich dad who could buy her Japanese brand dresses. The girl next to the little girl said, This isn't a Ferrari, it's a Porsche, but it looks very expensive. The owner of this car must be very rich, right? I don't know. At this moment, many students started taking photos, mostly boys. Lu Tianshuang stared at her boyfriend who was taking pictures the whole time, and couldn't help but speak up. Honey, this car isn't as expensive as your McLaren, is it? What are you taking pictures of here for? Lu Tianshuang was very puzzled. Her boyfriend was driving a McLaren supercar, yet he kept taking pictures of this ordinary Porsche. Little did people know that Wang Chang's supercar was not a McLaren, but a domestically produced electric vehicle, the Chinta K50. He has the ailments of a supercar, but not the life of one. But that car was a used one that he bought for tens of thousands of yuan. He only used it to pick up girls at the university. Don't ask why it's so cheap, the answer is Soul Ring car. Wang Chang replied, This is RS? It's so expensive. I've never seen a real RS before. Xiaochen walked over expressionlessly, unlocked the car, and just as he opened the door, a voice came from behind him. That's right, it's Lu Tianshuang's. Xiaochen? Xiaochen turned his head and met Lu Tianshuang's gaze. He didn't hate Lu Tianshuang. He had just pursued her for a while and given her some gifts, which Lu Tianshuang accepted without agreeing to be with him. That's their freedom. However, he sent a message to Lu Tianshuang yesterday morning, asking if she had come to school yet, but Lu Tianshuang has not replied. Lu Tianshuang, it's you. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes, looking at her still holding another person's arm. Is there something you need? Lu Tianshuang's character is even worse than Wang Zai Xiaoqiao's online. Having hooked up with a rich man, she'll definitely say something sarcastic. She said. Let me tell you, I'm in a relationship now, and you'll never have another chance. Previously, Lu Tianchuang only treated Xiao Chen as a backup option, no, not even a backup option. She just wanted to keep accepting his kindness and stringing him along. But now, it's completely unnecessary. She thought Xiao Chen would be angry after hearing this, but Xiao Chen's expression showed no emotion whatsoever. He simply nodded and said, "Oh. Oh, I wish you happiness." "Xiao Chen, what do you mean? What do you mean? You found a boyfriend, of course I have to congratulate you, what else?" "You." He ignored Lu Tianchuang, who was a complete idiot. Talking to someone like that was an insult to his intelligence. Xiao Chen even regretted how he could have ever liked him in the first place. Xiao Chen drove to the dormitory building and then went upstairs. There are significantly fewer classes in the second year than in the first year, so my roommates should all be in the dorm at this time. Sure enough, when he arrived at the door of dormitory 448, he heard the sound of people playing games inside. Holy crap, this guy's cheating. Damn, without Xiao Chen leading us, the game isn't fun at all. Xiao Chen covered his mouth and smiled. Usually, the four of them in the dormitory often played games together, and he was the one who could carry the team. "You've only been away for a day, and you already miss your dad?" Xiao Chen pushed open the door and spoke, and his three sons, who were playing games, immediately turned their heads. Holy crap, you actually came back. Su Koan immediately took off his headphones and stood up. "Why do you look thinner? You look haggard after 2 months? Looks like you've been going out on dates quite a bit, huh?" Boys often make these kinds of jokes. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I'm asking you, uncle. You've been exercising every day during the holidays, running 10 kilometers every day. Isn't it normal to lose some weight?" Good heavens. Su Koan got back to the point. "You said on the phone today that you wanted to take a leave of absence from school, what's going on?" Xiao Chen didn't intend to hide it from his roommate. He and Su Ji had a baby, and his roommates didn't seem to mind. So he said softly, "I'm a father now." What the heck? Just then, another roommate who was still playing games heard this and rushed over in a flash, with sunflower seeds and watermelon appearing in his hand almost instantly. Xiao Chen was taken aback. "Wait, where did these melon seeds and watermelon come from?" Jenda asked. "What? You're a dad now? You don't even have a girlfriend, how did you become a father?" "Liang Qian, you're not running a fever, are you?" Seeing the three bewildered faces, Xiao Chen smiled, then took out his phone and opened the photo album. The album contains photos that Xiao Chen took of his baby. There are many photos he wanted to record every moment of his baby's life from infancy to adulthood. "Here, this is my baby. It's a long story. Then get to the point." Su Koan took Xiao Chen's phone directly, then zoomed in to look at the babies on the screen. They were indeed two adorable, soft, and fragrant human cubs. "If you're the child's father, then who is the child's mother?" Su Koan asked. Xiao Chen said without changing his expression, "Su Ji." Upon hearing the name Su Ji's son, Jenda, who had just taken a bite of watermelon, spat it out and then began coughing violently. "What did you say? Su Ji?" Like many of his classmates, Xian Tiancheng is also a big fan of Su Ji. Although she dropped out of school almost a year ago, Jenda still has many photos of her on his phone. These photos were stolen from the confession wall. And he would also open these photos on certain nights and secretly rock the bed. Yes, it's Su Ji. Xiao Chen has now fully accepted the news. At first, he was a little excited, but now he accepts it calmly. Liang Chen became even more certain that Xiao Chen had a fever. Su Ji had dropped out of school a year ago, yet he was still thinking about her. "Xiao Chen, do you have a thing for lovers? Or, there may be mental health issues." Just then, Su Koan, who was browsing Xiao Chen's photo album, suddenly saw a picture. This photo was taken secretly by Xiao Chen at the hospital yesterday, showing Su Ji. She held her child, her maternal love evident on her face. Holy crap, it really is Su Ji. Upon hearing Su Koan's words, Xian Tiancheng and Liang Qian both focused their attention on his phone screen. When they saw that the person on the screen was indeed Su Ji, Xian Tiancheng felt his world collapse. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! You! Jenda pointed at him with a trembling arm. "When did you two get together? No, how could she be pregnant with your child? If anyone's going to get pregnant, it'll be me. Come on, you're kidding me." Xiao Chen rolled his eyes at Xian Tiancheng. He knew what kind of person he was usually. delete Suji's photos from your phone later. From now on, she's my wife. Chapter 12. De Bao pooped on Lu Weiwei's face. Holy crap! Upon hearing this, Jenda felt a mixture of envy, jealousy, and resentment. My back molars are almost crushed. Su Koan asked, no, what exactly happened? When did you two get together? In Su Koan's view, this was most likely an accident, such as Xiao Chen having ulterior motives towards Su Ji on a certain night 10 months ago. Then, he dragged her into the grove of trees. They even threatened the other party not to call the police or something. Seeing Su Koan's shifty eyes, Xiao Chen knew he was overthinking things, so he stopped hiding it. You should remember last year during the National Day holiday, we went out and had a meal with the club members, right? The group looked at each other, then nodded in unison. Because they all like Su Ji very much, they all joined Su Ji's club. They were also present at the gatherings during the National Day holiday. Xiao Chen, that's the night I had relations with Su Ji. Upon hearing this, Su Koan remembered that Xiao Chen had indeed not returned to the dormitory that night. However, when he asked him the next day, Xiao Chen said that his classmate had taken him to the hotel and did not mention that he had spent the night with Su Ji. Considering that not long after that gathering, Su Ji dropped out of school, and the timing just happened to match up. Holy crap! The three of them suddenly realized what was going on. Xiao Chen said, I didn't know anything about this either. Su Ji wasn't in the room when I woke up that day. My counselor only told me about this yesterday morning. Upon hearing this, the three felt it was outrageous. However, this matter is indeed true. Jenda couldn't help but ask, did you get a paternity test done for the child? What if the child isn't yours? If it's not mine, is it yours? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. They're already bound to the system, it's almost impossible for him to say the child isn't his. Su Koan asked, so what you meant by taking a leave of absence from school? Let's think about it some more. Xiao Chen said expressionlessly, Su Ji might come back to school in a while. She only took a year off from school. Come back to study? Hearing this, Jenda was a little excited, but Su Koan patted his head and said, why are you so happy that she's back? She's a married woman now. Do you still prefer young married women? Jenda retorted, who doesn't like a young married woman? That makes a lot of sense. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to argue with them. I came back this time to pack my things. Although I'm not taking a break from school, I've taken a month's leave. Su Koan asked, why are you asking for leave? What you're saying means you're taking care of the baby at home. I definitely need to be more attentive during my postpartum period. But if you want to see the baby, you can go and see him. As he spoke, Xiao Chen had already put his laptop into his laptop bag. Su Koan was stunned when he heard this. Wait, across from the school? Right. Xiao Chen had no intention of revealing the system. Of course, even if he did, they wouldn't believe him, and might even think he was mentally ill. I rented a place in Guantang Yuejing across from the school. When I'm not busy, we can still see each other. Don't miss Dad too much, okay? Patting him on the shoulder, Xiao Chen continued packing his things and soon got up and left the dormitory. When he got downstairs, many students were still taking pictures with their phones. He unlocked his phone, and at that moment, most people's eyes turned to him. This also includes his classmates. Phone gang. Holy crap, Xiao Chen? Phone gang and he didn't get along well, they'd barely spoken a few words to each other, and the guy's character in class wasn't great either. Phone gang? Xiao Chen asked with a smile, why aren't you resting in your dorm? I just delivered some documents to the counselor, but you. He examined the car keys in Xiao Chen's hand. This car is. I rented it, Xiao Chen said casually. Upon hearing this, Phone Gang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, you scared me to death. I thought you were driving a 911 RS at such a young age. This car isn't cheap, so I won't take up any more of your precious time. I'll go up first. Xiao Chen saw contempt in Phone Gang's eyes, but he didn't take it to heart and quickly got his car and left the school. When he arrived at the entrance of the residential area, he bought some ingredients at the supermarket and was thinking about what to make for Su Ji tonight. But when he reached the door, he heard a scream from inside the room. Ah! The sound was exceptionally shrill, and even though the soundproofing in the Guantang Yuejing residential complex was excellent, Xiao Chen could hear it clearly. A bad feeling arose in his mind, and Xiao Chen quickly opened the door, but the scene that came into view almost made him laugh out loud. Lu Weiwei was holding De Bao Xiaoming in her arms, and there was some yellow liquid on her face. Xiao Chen already knew what it was. She had even imagined the scene from just now. When Lu Weiwei lifted Debao up high, Debao immediately pulled away. Then it leaked out from the gap in the diaper. Suji quickly took the large bag from Lu Weiwei's hands, afraid that Lu Weiwei might accidentally drop it on the ground. Vomit. Lu Weiwei's tolerance level was not as high as Xiao Chen's. Although the baby was fragrant and soft, his poop really smelled bad. Gigi, the bathroom, where's the bathroom? Lu Weiwei felt her mind go blank. She had even forgotten where the bathroom was. There it is. Suji pointed in the direction of the bathroom. Without saying a word, Lu Weiwei flashed to the sink and turned on the tap to wash her face frantically. Not only did he get stinky food all over his face, but his clothes were also covered in it. Luckily, Xiao Chen had a dryer at home, so it wasn't a big problem. After finishing everything, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Weiwei got dressed and looked at Debao, who was grinning smugly, and felt speechless. She looked at Debao. Why did you poop when I was holding you? Tell me, were you doing it on purpose? Upon hearing this, Debao made an ah-woo sound and then laughed. Just then, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Xiao Chen remembered that the gold medal nanny reward from the system must have arrived. I'll go open the door. Xiao Chen walked over and opened the door. What came into view was an aunt who looked to be in her 40s, with a kind face and an extremely pleasant appearance. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, the nanny said, "Hello, I am the top-rated nanny you booked through the Baobao Youjia platform. My name is Yang Jing, and you can call me Aunt Yang." "Hello, Aunt Yang." Xiao Chen didn't know what kind of baby had a home, but the system's rewards shouldn't be bad. He quickly and warmly invited Aunt Yang in, and when she saw the baby lying on the sofa, she immediately went over to her. When your baby lies down, it's best to put something under their neck. Young people like round heads these days. If you keep doing that, the back of your head will become flat. Chapter 13. The senior student blushed and became shy. Indeed, Xiao Chen prefers round heads, especially on boys. He wasn't ugly, and Suji was very beautiful, so it's safe to say that Debao will definitely be a very handsome young man in the future. Leave a tiny, slightly broken cap, who knows how many girls it will charm in the future. Of course, he will definitely raise his son well, and he can't let him become a spirited young man or a blonde-haired kid. At this moment, Yang Jing introduced herself. "Hello, I am Yang Jing, the top-rated nanny at Baobao Youjia. Your husband hired me." Suji nodded. At this moment, Lu Weiwei, who was standing next to her, was very surprised. She said incredulously, "Baby has a top-notch nanny from a certain platform?" "I remember, the baby had a top-notch nanny who charged 100,000 yuan a month." "Xiao Chen, are you that rich?" "What? 100,000 a month?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a thunderous shock, as if struck by lightning. Damn it, are nannies really that expensive these days? In Jiangcheng, he could accept 20,000 or 30,000 yuan a month, but 100,000 yuan a month, that price is really not cheap. So this is the world of the rich. Now that I think about it, system, you're really amazing. Aunt Yang didn't say much, just gave a professional smile. Xiao Chen had just bought a lot of food at the supermarket. Logically speaking, such an expensive nanny should be responsible for everything, but she is also a human being and cannot do too many jobs at the same time. Xiao Chen asked Suji and Lu Weiwei to show Aunt Yang about the family and the baby situation, while he personally cooked. Lu Weiwei showed no sign of leaving. Clearly, she was prepared to eat there. Soon, the nanny started taking care of the baby for Suji. Xiao Chen could tell that the nanny was very experienced in childcare, so at least Suji should be able to get a good night's sleep. Aunt Yang and Lu Weiwei watched the baby in the living room, while Suji went into the kitchen. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He knew that cooking fumes were quite harmful to postpartum women, so he asked, "Senior, there's a lot of cooking fumes in the kitchen. Is there anything I can help you with?" Suji was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected Xiao Chen to be so meticulous, noticing even such a small detail. She slowly said, "It's all right, this little bit of cooking fumes won't affect me much." "Have you completed the leave of absence procedures?" "No." Xiao Chen shook his head. "My counselor gave me a month's leave. She told me to take good care of you during this month." "And, senior, are you going back to continue your studies?" Suji's parents are both uneducated and have limited knowledge, so Suji longs for higher education. She really wants to wait until her health permits before returning to school and obtaining a university degree. Suji nodded. "Well, as you know, I only took a year off from school, so I want to go back to school. Xiao Chun chuckled, then I can't teach your senior sister anymore. We're in the same major. Today, the counselor said, if you go back to school, you'll repeat a year and be in our class. We'll be classmates. Upon hearing this, Su Ji, for some reason, found herself somewhat looking forward to the scene. The two of them go to class together, then go home together, and even when they have nothing to do, they can take a walk on campus with their child in their arms. She wanted a simple life. She didn't want great wealth or status, she just wanted to live a peaceful and safe life, with both of them having stable jobs, 2 lovely children, and the 4 of them living a healthy and peaceful life. That's enough. That's good. Actually, I didn't really want you to take a break from school. Then I won't take the divorce. Let my mom come and take care of the child for us. Suji asked, then. Auntie won't get tired, will she? It's alright, my mother is still young, only 40 years old this year. What's wrong with her taking care of 2 children? Suji, they say that once you have a wife, you forget your mother. It seems you are one of them. Oh? Xiao Chen smiled mischievously. Senior, you admit I'm your husband, and you're my wife? Upon hearing this, Suji's face flushed red. Actually, when she saw Xiao Chen at the hospital yesterday, she knew that he would be a part of her life from now on. She also tacitly agreed that she would be Xiao Chen's wife in the future. Of course, deep down, Suji was also afraid that Xiao Chen didn't like her, but given her current situation, she had no other choice. She had no choice but to entrust her entire future to Xiao Chen. As for the consequences, she didn't know. Hate. She turned and left the kitchen, a broad smile on her face as she turned away. Xiao Chen chuckled. Senior Suji is still shy. Because there were many people tonight, Xiao Chen cooked a few more dishes, namely sweet and sour pork, flavored eggplant, sweet and sour pork with pineapple, and stir-fried potatoes, green peppers, and eggplant. Finally, there was a pot of dumpling soup. After the dishes were served, Lu Weiwei, drawn by the aroma, rushed to the table. Looking at the table full of home-style dishes, she couldn't help but wipe her drool, then looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. Xiao Chen, did you do all of this? Could it be you? Didn't you see me busy in the kitchen? Lu Weiwei, I didn't realize you were such a good cook. I feel at ease entrusting my daughter Gigi to you. Alright, stop talking nonsense, go wash your hands and then eat. Hee, okay, thanks to my Gigi. Lu Weiwei quickly washed her hands and then obediently sat down in the chair. Suji washed her hands and walked over very quietly. Since her younger brother was born, she had never eaten at the table at home. Here, she could eat at the table openly and without fear of being left out. Seeing that Aunt Yang, who had just arrived, hadn't sat down at the table, Xiao Chen called out, Aunt Yang, come and eat with us. I think I won't come. Although their company doesn't prohibit eating at the table, if they go there to eat at this time, who will look after the children? The main issue is that the child is still so young. Xiao Chen said, it's okay. Put the baby in the stroller first, then wash your hands and come eat together. After Xiao Chen's persuasion, Aunt Yang gave him face and gently placed the baby in the stroller before sitting down. Lu Weiwei then asked curiously, Xiao Chen, this food looks delicious. Does your family own a chef's shop? Upon hearing this, Suji also perked up her ears. Xiao Chen hadn't told her about his family situation, and she wanted to hear what Xiao Chen's parents did. Xiao Chen shook his head, no, my dad works at a tech company. I taught myself all about cooking. Self-taught? You're only 19 years old and you can cook? That's quite rare. You flatter me, senior. Please try what I made. Xiao Chen felt that Lu Weiwei would be absolutely astonished after eating these dishes. Lu Weiwei didn't say much, picked up her chopsticks, took a bite of a dish of stir-fried potatoes, eggplant, and green peppers, and put it in her mouth. The next moment, her eyes widened. Even the chopsticks in his hand fell onto the table. Chapter 14, Writing a Song, Singing for the Senior Student. The chopsticks made a crisp sound as they hit the table, and Lu Weiwei looked at Xiao Chen with surprise. Gigi, why does this dish taste exceptionally delicious to me? Lu Weiwei came from a well-off family, and her boyfriend often took her to various restaurants. Although she had never been to some particularly high-end restaurants, she had been to quite a few 5-star hotels. But compared to what Xiao Chen made, she felt that this dish tasted better than many big hotels. She even felt that if Xiao Chen opened a restaurant, the business would be quite good. I felt the same way around noon today. Suji had accepted that Xiao Chen was a good cook. After all, food is essential for life, and she even felt that being able to eat Xiao Chen's cooking in the future would be a great happiness. The four of them started eating. Aunt Yang praised Xiao Chen's cooking skills and was slightly surprised to hear that he was only 19 years old and already a father of two. After all, his father is incredibly young. In today's society, people tend to marry and have children later in life. It seems that Xiao Chen has made a significant contribution to the country. During the meal, perhaps because no one was watching the babies, the two babies in the stroller suddenly burst into tears. Suji quickly looked up and said, "It's been 2 hours since the last feeding. The babies must be hungry." At that moment, Suji and Aunt Yang both wanted to stand up, but Xiao Chen quickly said, "You two continue eating, I'll do it." "Oh dear, Xiao Chen, I'm the nanny you hired, let me do it." "It's alright, Aunt Yang, just take good care of things tonight." The baby formula bottle was placed in the thermostat. Actually, Xiao Chen's purpose was very simple. He seemed to get more rewards for taking care of the baby. "Are you hungry again, Debao?" Xiao Chen gently lifted Debao out of the crib and put the pacifier in his mouth. Just as Xiao Chen had expected, Debao immediately stopped crying and looked very happy. It felt like tasting the most delicious food in the world. It seems the milk powder rewarded by the system tastes perfectly fine. Just then, the system's voice came into Xiao Chen's mind. "Ding, it has been detected that the father is taking care of the baby. Fatherly love is as solid as a mountain. You are rewarded with the skill music design." Music design? Xiao Chen's mind jolted, and instantly, a wealth of knowledge about the Chinese music scene flooded his mind. After absorbing this knowledge, Xiao Chen couldn't wait to write a few songs right now. No rush. After feeding Debao, he immediately stopped crying and even started laughing. He put the baby in the stroller and then continued eating. After the meal, Lu Weiwei said she had something to do and left, and even boasted that she would come back to cook again tomorrow. Xiao Chen readily agreed. After all, Lu Weiwei had been taking care of Su Ji for the previous 10 months, and she had also paid for all the hospital expenses. She'll come over for a few meals, how could he possibly refuse? Aunt Yang went to wash the dishes, while Xiao Chen couldn't wait to open his laptop. The two babies were not crying or fussing at that moment. Suji walked over quietly and looked at Xiao Chen. "What are you doing?" Xiao Chen pointed to the computer screen. "Senior, I'm writing a song." "Songwriting?" Suji was slightly taken aback. She thought to herself that Xiao Chen wasn't an art student either. "Can you still write songs?" "It's just a hobby," Xiao Chen smiled slightly. "But what if one of my songs catches the eye of a big shot? Do you think I'll become famous?" Suji did not respond, but stared at the computer screen in front of Xiao Chen. He recited the lyrics. "Time is a clock that never stops, turning the seasons of spring, summer, autumn and winter. At that intersection in my memory, we once walked side by side." It seemed to be a song about graduation season. Suji thought it was pretty good after reading the lyrics, and asked, "Can you sing it for me after you finish writing it?" "Sure." After acquiring the skill of music design, Xiao Chen clearly felt that his singing skills had improved a lot. He was usually tone deaf. When he was a child, he sang Two Tigers in kindergarten, and his teacher said that he had no musical talent. From then on, he almost never sang. Even when he went to karaoke with friends, he was always the one sitting in the corner. But having just acquired the skill, he seems to have become somewhat obsessed with music. If he were in a karaoke bar right now, he could even hold the microphone and sing for 2 hours straight. Seeing that Xiao Chen agreed, Suji was particularly looking forward to Xiao Chen's performance. She didn't bother Xiao Chen any longer, but went into the bedroom to see how Aunt Yang was taking care of the baby. Although Lu Weiwei said that Aunt Yang was a top-notch nanny worth 100,000 yuan, she was still worried that she might not take good care of the baby. Upon entering the bedroom, Aunt Yang was interacting with the baby, who was laughing heartily at her antics. Clearly, her worries were unnecessary. In the living room, Xiao Chen finished writing a song in half an hour. At that moment, Suji had just finished breastfeeding and came out of the bedroom. Seeing Xiao Chen stretch his arms and move his neck, she thoughtfully got a glass of water from the water dispenser and slowly walked over. "Have you finished writing your song?" Suji asked softly, and Xiao Chen nodded in response. "However, I'm wondering how I can monetize my music?" Suji thought about it for a moment and then said, Singing and posting on Douyin, becoming an internet celebrity? That won't work. I'm not that good at singing." Xiao Chen shook his head, mainly because he had never thought about becoming an internet celebrity. Compared to the former, he hoped to become a composer and sell the copyright of his songs. In this way, as long as the song becomes popular enough, the income can be continuous. Who said you can't sing? But you haven't sung for me yet. Can you sing for me? Ahem. Okay. At this moment, Suji's eyes seemed to be sparkling with anticipation. Xiao Chen had already promised her, so he didn't break his word. He cleared his throat and sang a beautiful melody. Time is a clock that never stops, turning the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. At that intersection in my memory, we once walked side by side. This song is a folk song, a song about graduation season and regret. Hearing this song immediately brought back memories of Suji's high school life. Her high school life was anything but happy. The most unpleasant time for her was after school, when she would be scolded by her parents and have to do all the housework. However, she had a very close classmate at school who treated her like an older sister. The classmate often encouraged her, saying that she would definitely break free from her parents' constraints and meet a Prince Charming who would love her. They met, fell in love, got married, and even have 2 very cute babies in the future. When Suji heard this song, she thought of this classmate in that period of her youth that she both loved and hated. Chapter 15. Mom, you're a grandma now. After the song was finished, even the nanny who had been in the room stood up. She clapped her hands gently and couldn't help but praise, Mr. Xiao, I didn't expect you to sing so well. Let me know when you participate in I Am a Big Star. Ha, Aunt Yang, that's for sure. Xiao Chen looked at Suji, Sr., what do you think of my singing? It sounds wonderful. Suji nodded affirmatively, perhaps because she lacked artistic talent, so she felt it was similar to what she heard on NetEase Cloud Music. Seeing Suji's expression, Xiao Chen didn't think much of it. Writing songs is like writing novels, it requires inspiration and some effort. Xiao Chen plans to upload the song first to a forum called iMusic. The advantage of this forum is that many music lovers like to gossip here, and some unknown musicians also find inspiration here. There is a section on this forum called Copyright Black Market where many musicians seek collaborations. For example, ghostwriting lyrics, or promoting one's own songs. After clicking in, most of the posts were discussing Wang Zai Xiao, who was preparing to hold a masked concert. Of course, most people were belittling her. After clicking on the Copyright Black Market section, Xiao Chen uploaded some of the lyrics he had just written, hoping that someone would see them and thus reach a cooperation agreement with him. After turning off the computer, Xiao Chen quietly entered the bedroom. The 2 babies were still awake. Aunt Yang looked at them with a loving expression and said, Mr. Xiao, I don't know the names of the 2 babies yet. Xiao Chen replied, De Bao's name is Xiao Ming, and Erbao's name is Xiao Ziqing. The 2 babies have such lovely names. Xiao Chen could clearly tell that this was just a polite remark, so he simply smiled and nodded. Next, Xiao Chen instructed Aunt Yang to change the baby's diapers regularly at night and to feed the baby formula. As a nanny, Aunt Yang felt it was her duty to do these things and readily agreed. The next day, before Xiao Chen was fully awake, his phone rang. Old man. Grandpa, your grandson is calling. Xiao Chen's phone had a particularly catchy ringtone. He groggily reached for his phone and discovered that the caller was Su Cohen. He pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear. Hello, why are you up so early? Is there something you need from your father? Su Cohen spoke from the phone. Didn't we say we could come see the baby? Today, is that okay? Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He doesn't actually object to so many people coming, but the cleanliness of his dorm. Everyone knows what's going on, especially Jenda. He clearly remembers that all the socks he wore were kept under the bedding until the holidays, when he finally threw them in the trash. The baby's immunity is low right now, and he's only 1 day old. It's really not a good idea to come and see them now. Wait a while. The baby is still young. You can see the baby again after the baby is a month old. Su Cohen also felt that Xiao Chen's words made sense. The baby was so young, and if the group of them suddenly went there, he probably wouldn't agree. Okay, then, we'll talk about it later. Su Cohen had nothing else to do, so he quickly hung up the phone. Xiao Chen glanced at the time. It was only 7 in the morning. After he got up, he found that Aunt Yang was already making breakfast in the kitchen. Hearing the noise in the living room, Aunt Yang poked her head out and said, Mr. Xiao, the baby is awake. Why don't you go and check on him? Okay, sure. He didn't sleep with Suji last night, he slept in the room next door. He and Suji can't do that now, and even though they have a baby, they still need some time to adjust. Upon entering the master bedroom, the two babies were indeed awake. Suji was tugging at them to amuse them when Xiao Chen walked over softly and asked, "How was it? Did you sleep well last night?" Suji smiled and nodded. "Thanks to Aunt Yang for coming over, I feel much more energetic today than yesterday." "That's good. I'll have my mom come over in a few days. She can help Aunt Yang take care of the baby, which will save us a lot of trouble." Suji nodded slightly, and just then, Xiao Chen's phone rang again. "Grandpa, your grandson has come to see you." Upon seeing the words mother flashing on the screen, Xiao Chen was taken aback. It really was as if he had been told to appear right then and there. After pressing the call button, Xiao Chen immediately turned on the speakerphone. "Hello, Mom?" "Xiao Chen, what are you doing?" "Mom, what's up?" Just then, Debao suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" Yuan Yuqin, on the other end of the phone, heard the sound and couldn't help but ask, "What the hell is that noise on your end? I think I heard a baby crying." "Mom, did you hear that right?" Ms. Yuan Yuqin didn't think much of it and said, "I called you to tell you that your Uncle Wang wants to introduce you to a girlfriend, in other words, a blind date. The girl is 3 years older than you, just graduated from university, and is now a primary school teacher." Xiao Chen was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this. "No, what is that? I'm only 19 years old, and I'm already going on blind dates?" Suji, standing to the side, pursed her lips and remained silent, her eyes even showing a hint of worry. "What the heck?" Xiao Chen said, "Mom, are you kidding me? I'm only a sophomore in college, and you're already setting me up on blind dates? What's wrong with blind dates? You don't have a girlfriend anyway, so why don't you find one at school?" Xiao Chen looked up at Suji, intending to tell his mother about it directly. "Whether I tell her sooner or later, Mom will find out about this eventually, so I might as well tell her sooner rather than later. The main thing is that my mom should be very happy to know that she's now a grandmother." So he said, "Mom, actually, you're already a grandma." "You heard right, what you just heard was a child's voice." Yuan Yuqin, on the other end of the phone, certainly didn't believe this. Didn't she know what kind of person her son was? Yuan Yuqin said, "Does Mom look that stupid? Do you not want to know her? It's okay, I'll talk to your Uncle Wang later." Xiao Chen, "No, Mom, how could I lie to you? You believed me when I sent you some photos." After saying that, Xiao Chen hung up the phone, then found a WeChat friend named Wealthy Blossoms and sent the photos of the baby he had taken earlier to his mother. A moment later, Mom replied with 3 question marks. Next came a series of voice messages. "Xiao Chen, I'm asking you, whose child is this? Why do I feel like I look a bit like you?" His mother clearly remembered what he looked like when he was a child. Xiao Chen sent her a voice message, "Mom, this is my child. You're a grandma now. Buy a train ticket to Jiangcheng today and see your grandchildren." Chapter 16, Mother comes from Jinghai to see the baby. Xiao Chen felt that he couldn't explain it to his mother right away, so he planned to wait for her to come over and then explain it to her properly. Ms. Yuan Yuqin knew that Xiao Chen wouldn't lie, so she agreed and said she would come over today. His hometown is Jinghai City, which is next to Jiangcheng. It's more than 200 kilometers away from Jiangcheng, not very far. His mother said he would arrive around 3 p.m. today. In the morning, Xiao Chen stayed at home with Suji and the baby. Aunt Yang cooked lunch, and after lunch, Suji put the baby to sleep. Xiao Chen planned to go out at 2:30 p.m. to pick up his mother. Suji glanced at Xiao Chen, feeling a little nervous. Having always lived in the shadow of her parents, she was now at a loss as to how to face Xiao Chen's mother. "I don't know if Xiao Chen's mother is really as good a mother-in-law as he said. Time flies, and it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Senior, I'll go pick up Mom first. I've already told Aunt Yang that she'll take good care of the baby." "Okay, sure." Suji nodded slightly. Seeing that her expression was a little unnatural, Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile. "Don't worry, Senior, Mom is a very nice person. You'll know when she comes." Xiao Chen quickly went out the door and arrived at the underground parking garage. This time he didn't drive a Porsche, but instead drove the more comfortable Xiaomi YU7. Xiao Chen really didn't know how to tell his mother that he now owned a car and a house. It wasn't realistic to say that he bought them. It's more like a rental. My mom won't get hung up on things, she'll probably focus all her attention on the baby. He arrived at Jiangcheng South Station at 3 p.m. His mother's train was scheduled to arrive at 3:12 p.m., which meant there were still 12 minutes to go. He parked his car and went outside the station exit. The train was 2 minutes away from arriving. Xiaochen took a picture and sent it to his mother, then waited patiently. 8 or 9 minutes later, following the crowd, Xiaochen saw his mother, Yuan Yuqin, in the distance. She's only 40 years old this year, very young. Today she's wearing a cheongsam and makeup, and looks very elegant. My mom runs a cheapao cheongsam photography shop in Jinghai. She earns a good income and has a lot of free time. At this age, she often does yoga, Pilates, and even goes to the gym to exercise. He spotted Xiaochen at a glance among the crowd. Xiaochen took the suitcase from his mother and said, "Mom, I missed you so much. You're after the money in my pocket, aren't you?" During his freshman year of college, Xiaochen only called his mother once a month, and the purpose of the call was to ask for living expenses. This made Yuan Yuqin wonder if she had ruined the character. Money is just an external thing. Do you think I'm someone who likes money? Xiaochen chuckled. Come on, I'll take you to see the baby now. Hey kid, what's going on? The two walked towards the exit of the station, and Xiaochen said, Mom, you may not believe it, but last October, your son accidentally slept with a senior from my school. Then, she got pregnant. Yuan Yuqin? What's outrageous is that I was completely unaware of this during this period until the day before yesterday when my counselor contacted me and said that my senior had been admitted to the hospital and was about to give birth. I am the child's biological father. Ms. Yuan Yuqin twitched her lips after hearing this. No, this kind of thing actually happened in reality? So now you. Xiaochen, I've taken a month's leave from my counselor, rented a place, and hired a nanny. I'm not a scumbag, your son. Now that we have a child, I really want to have a future with her. Yuan Yuqin nodded, thinking that her child wasn't a scumbag. At this moment, Xiaochen continued, By the way, Mom, remember to make me some rice. I'm short of money lately. Xiaochen felt that his acting was perfect, and Yuan Yuqin nodded, Okay, I'll have your dad transfer it to you later. Xiaochen led his mother to the car. Upon seeing that it was a brand new Xiaomi YU7, his mother frowned and asked, Did you rent this car too? Right. Xiaochen smiled and noticed his mother's disdainful look. Just ask my dad to reimburse you. Xiaochen didn't say much, and soon drove to Guantong Yuejing residential area. During the journey, Xiaochen briefly told his mother about Suji's situation, saying that she had broken ties with her parents because of her pregnancy, and that he wanted his mother to treat Suji better. Seeing the well-maintained garage below the apartment complex, Yuan Yuqin asked, Son, this rented apartment of yours must be expensive, right? Several thousand yuan a month. Xiaochen said casually, then took his mother upstairs. At this moment, Yuan Yuqin was still a little nervous. She never expected that her son would be so promising. The door is unlocked. Click. Xiaochen opened the door and said, Mom, come in. After entering the room, Suji heard the door open and came out of the master bedroom. When she saw Xiaochen and Xiaochen's mother, she pursed her lips. Senior, this is my mom. Xiaochen introduced her, and Suji glanced at Xiaochen's mother, who was wearing a cheongsam. She looked very young and elegant, and gave people a very comfortable feeling. He looks very kind. It seems she really did say the same thing as Xiaochen. Xiaochen then introduced, Mom, this is the senior I told you about, and also the child's mother. Her name is Suji. Yuan Yuqin was stunned. To be honest, she never expected Suji to be so beautiful. She's like a female lead straight out of a TV drama. She's almost too beautiful. Hello, Suji. Hello, Auntie. Both of them were a little embarrassed. Xiaochen asked, Senior, where is Aunt Young? She heard that Auntie was coming, so she went to the supermarket downstairs to buy groceries, saying she would cook for us. Oh. Xiaochen nodded, then said to his mother, Mom, why don't you go in and check on the baby? Sigh, okay. Xiaochen and Suji entered the room with Yuan Yuqin. When she saw the two adorable babies on the bed, she couldn't help but lean closer. Xiaochen introduced, Mom, these are twins, a boy and a girl. The older one is the boy, named Xiaoming. Erbo is a younger sister, named Xiao Ziqing. This is the name my senior and I came up with together for the baby. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yuqin immediately felt incredibly happy. She became a grandmother at the age of 40, and with twins, a boy and a girl, making her a grandmother with both a son and a daughter. Okay. My mom was so excited she couldn't speak. Just then, she suddenly pulled a red envelope out of her pocket. It was shoved directly into Suji's hand. "Girl, this is a red envelope from your aunt." "Ah?" Suji was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. She hesitated, looking bewildered. No, Auntie, why are you giving me a red envelope? I don't want it." Chapter 17. Can I call you Mom? Xiao Chen chuckled to himself. He knew what the red envelope meant. In Jinghai, there's a tradition that when a boy brings a girl home, or when the mother meets the girl for the first time, if she thinks the girl is particularly nice, she'll give her a red envelope cash gift. It seems that Mom really likes Suji. Xiao Chen chimed in from the side. "Senior, just take it since Mom gave it to you." Oh. She listened to Xiao Chen very well. After accepting the red envelope, she whispered, "Thank you, Auntie." "You're welcome, young lady." Yuan Yuqin then turned her gaze to Debao, who was staring at the unfamiliar woman with his eyes wide open. "Debao, I'm your grandma. From now on, you have to call her grandma first, okay?" Seeing the incredibly heartwarming scene, Xiao Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. At this moment, Yuan Yuqin spoke up. "Xiao Chen, you and the young lady take care of the baby. I need to go out for a bit." "Ah?" Xiao Chen looked completely bewildered. "Mom, you just got here, why are you leaving already?" "I need to buy some things for the baby." "Xiao Chen, Mom, we have everything we need at home. We have formula and diapers. What do you want to buy?" "Don't worry about that. I'll be back in a bit." "Oh, and could you give me the car keys?" "Good." Xiao Chen obediently handed the car keys to his mother, and she left home. Suji asked, "What is Auntie going to buy?" Xiao Chen waved his hand. "I don't know either, but Senior, I didn't lie to you, did I?" Looking at the thick red envelope in Suji's hand, there was probably 10,000 yuan inside. Suji nodded slightly, and Xiao Chen continued, "My mother's intention in giving you the red envelope is very obvious. She may already consider you her daughter-in-law." "Really? Why would I lie to you?" Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, "Senior, by the time we graduate from university, our child will be 3 years old. Then we'll get married, okay?" Xiao Chen didn't know if it was too early to say these things now. But the atmosphere is right, and we already have a child, so what's wrong with talking about this? Suji thought of her parents, and she felt that they would definitely not agree to her marrying Xiao Chen. But everyone has their own freedom, and she was willing to sever all ties with her parents for the sake of her future. Good. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen added, "By then, when our baby can walk, how about having the baby bring us flowers?" Suji couldn't help but think of the scene Xiao Chen had described, and for some reason, she seemed to be looking forward to that day coming soon. The baby hadn't had a bath since coming back from the hospital, and Xiao Chen suddenly felt the urge to give the baby a bath. The main thing is that the bathroom in this house has a large bathtub, which is perfect for bathing the baby. He waited a while, asked Aunt Yang, and learned that it was okay to give the babies a bath. Then, Xiao Chen and Suji each carried one baby and entered the bathroom. After filling the bathtub with water, Xiao Chen gently lifted the baby and let him slowly come into contact with the water. The baby did not cry during the process. Because the feeling of a baby in a bathtub is similar to that of a baby in the mother's womb. Therefore, the younger the child, the less likely they are to drown. After taking a shower, Xiao Chen heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding! Father's love is as solid as a mountain. Host, give the baby a bath. You will be rewarded with a random gift pack. The gift pack has been opened automatically. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Divine Level Medical Skill Beginner, 10,000 renminbi for childcare, and a jade seal worth 100,000 renminbi. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was completely dumbfounded. This was a direct reward for him. The main issue is, what the heck is this god-level medical skill? At that moment, a flood of medical knowledge rushed into his mind. I have a complete understanding of common Chinese and Western medical knowledge, including how to treat kidney deficiency, the common cold, and even massage. Wow! Xiao Chen couldn't help but swear. The system is awesome. This skill is really useful. If the baby gets sick in the future, there's no need to go to the hospital. He can just have a simple checkup and then go directly to the pharmacy to get the medicine. However, what puzzles him now is how to upgrade these skills. When he thought of this problem, the system responded, Host, upgrading skills is very simple, it only requires consuming daddy points. He asked, the main problem is that I don't have any dad points right now. You will earn points every time you take care of the baby. You currently have 900 points as a stay-at-home dad. Upgrading divine level medical skills to intermediate level requires 1000 points. So that's how it is. Xiao Chen understood. After drying the baby and putting on a diaper, Xiao Chen went to the living room. At this moment, Aunt Yan was already preparing to cook. Xiao Chen's mother is coming today, so she needs to make proper preparations. Xiao Chen didn't cook himself tonight, since there would be plenty of opportunities for his mother to taste his cooking in the future. About an hour later, Ms. Yuan Yuqin, the mother, returned. She was also carrying a gold shopping bag in her hand. Xiao Tai Fuk Gold. Xiao Chen was taken aback when he saw the shopping bag. Mom, you went to buy gold. Gold prices have been particularly volatile recently, with international gold prices hovering around 780. And the brand gold has already exceeded 1,000. Right. Yuan Yuqin went straight into the bedroom and opened the boxes of gold jewelry one by one. The gold jewelry she bought consisted of bracelets and longevity locks for the babies. Each of the two babies had 2 bracelets and 1 longevity lock, which shows that Yuan Yuqin especially loves her 2 children. Girl, come here. At this moment, Yuan Yuqin gestured for Suji to come over. Upon hearing this, Suji slowly approached. Yuan Yuqin then opened a small box, inside which was a very exquisite gold necklace. Do you like this necklace? Yuan Yuqin asked. Suji was slightly taken aback. Only now did she realize that Yuan Yuqin had bought this necklace for her. This necklace features a sparkly 4-leaf clover design. The design is simple but very pleasing to the eye. It's not the flashy type. Suji asked, Auntie, is this for me? Yuan Yuqin smiled and nodded. On the way, Xiao Chen told me that you had a particularly tough time during your pregnancy. I didn't know about this, otherwise, I would definitely have come to take care of you. But don't worry, girl, Auntie will cook delicious food for you every day from now on, and make up for everything I owe you. Suji sensed kindness in Yuan Yuqin's words and also understood what a mother is. Her mother had never spoken to her in such a kind tone. She didn't care what gifts she received, all she wanted was the love that was missing in her life. She asked hesitantly, Can I call you Mom? Chapter 18, A Song Sold for 200,000? Young lady, what's wrong with you? Yuan Yuqin was somewhat at a loss. During the journey, Xiao Chen only told her that she had a bad relationship with her parents. But now, looking at Suji's expression, why did she feel that this wasn't just bad, but exceptionally bad? Seeing that thick tears were already welling up in Suji's eyes, Yuan Yuqin quickly hugged her tightly and nodded, Okay, girl, from now on I will be your mother. Mom. Suji couldn't suppress her inner impulse and called out Mom. Xiao Chen felt a pang of sadness. She sensed that Suji must have suffered a great deal of mistreatment back at home. Otherwise, it certainly wouldn't be like this. Yuan Yuqin gently stroked Suji's hair, Mom's here, Mom's here. After a while, Suji gradually came out of Yuan Yuqin's arms. Yuan Yuqin wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with a tissue. Her aggrieved look was really heartbreaking. Gigi, let Mom put the necklace on you. Suji glanced at Xiao Chen opposite her, and Xiao Chen nodded slightly. He joked, Senior, my mom didn't even buy me gold. Why would a man wear a gold necklace? Xiao Chen retorted, Mom, look at all the big bosses out there these days, who doesn't have a gold necklace around their neck? If you like it, go buy it yourself. I don't have money to give you. Once you have a daughter-in-law, you forget about your son. Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he entered the living room. Suddenly, he remembered that the song he wrote last night was still posted on the forum. I wonder if anyone has sent him a private message or anything. Thinking it over, Xiao Chen quickly opened the software. He was shocked when he opened it. There were more than 20 private messages this time. Most of the people who messaged him privately were organizations. Starlight, hello, do you have any other songs written? Our company is very interested in collaborating with you. Galaxy Dancer, hello, bro, your songs are really good. Would you be interested in becoming a musician? We have a comprehensive support system to help you become a musician. Xiao Chen glanced at the messages and found that most of them were from scammers or organizations trying to get him to pay money to become a musician. He checked them over and found that there were several legitimate companies among them. Just then, Xiao Chen saw a private message from an MCN agency. Starry Sky MCN, hello, our company really likes your song. We are a company that cultivates internet celebrity musicians. Would you like to cooperate with us? Xiao Chen replied, "What are the methods of cooperation?" The other end replied to Xiao Chen's message almost instantly, "Hello, you can choose a fixed price buyout or a revenue sharing contract." Upon seeing this message, Xiao Chen thought for a moment. The fixed price offered would definitely be higher than the commission, but of course, it depended on the company's strength. Xiao Chen searched for the company on Douyin and was surprised to find that it had millions of followers. Even the live streamers under his management have several earnings in the tens of millions. It seems that the song he wrote is really good. Xiao Chen also took it more seriously. He returned to the forum and asked, "What would the price be if it were a one-time buyout?" The other end replied instantly, "Can we add each other on the green bubble to discuss this in more detail?" Can. Xiao Chen added the other person on WeChat. "Hello, I'm Xiao from Starry Sky Mac. I just asked my supervisor, and he said that the copyright for this song is offered to us at a fixed price of 200,000 yuan. Oh. 200,000. What? 200,000. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. The song he wrote in just over half an hour yesterday was actually worth so much? Xiao Chen thought the other party would be lucky to give him 30,000 to 50,000, but the offer of 200,000 was beyond his expectations. Just then, Su Ji and her mother, Yuan Yuqin, each carrying a baby, came out of the bedroom. Seeing their shocked expressions, Yuan Yuqin asked, "Xiao Chen, what's wrong? Did you win the lottery?" "Mom, this is even more exciting than winning the lottery," he said with a smile. "I wrote a song last night and posted it on the iMusic forum. I just saw a private message from someone on Starry Sky Mac who wants to spend 200,000 yuan to buy the copyright of my song." "What?" Yuan Yuqin looked shocked and asked, "You can write songs?" Sushi said, "Mom, Xiao Chen can not only write, but she also sings very well. He sang it to me last night." This. As Xiao Chen's mother, Yuan Yuqin knew that Xiao Chen was tone deaf since childhood. When he was in kindergarten, he sang Two Tigers off key on stage. In her eyes, Xiao Chen had absolutely no artistic talent. "But suddenly I started writing songs." She couldn't help but place her hand on Xiao Chen's forehead. "Son, are you running a fever?" "Mom, what are you saying?" Xiao Chen pointed at himself. "Am I really that useless in your eyes?" "Indeed, he's pretty useless." Xiao Chen was speechless. "She truly is my mother." He opened the notebook on the table and then opened a Word document. "Look, this song is the one I wrote yesterday." Yuan Yuqin focused her gaze on the computer screen. Even though she didn't know much about songs, the lyrics she saw made sense. "Did you write this song? It's absolutely genuine." Hiss. Yuan Yuqin still looked incredulous, and Xiao Chen said to Suji, "Senior, please say something for me." Suji smiled slightly. "Mom, this song really was written by Xiao Chen. I was watching him write it yesterday." "Xiao Chen, that's right, Mom. When have I ever lied to you?" "Well, my son has grown up. What are you thinking? Do you want to sell the copyright to this song?" Xiao Chen thought for a moment. Since Xingkong was willing to spend 200,000 yuan to buy this song, they must be confident that they could make 200,000 yuan from it. Therefore, Xiao Chen's idea was to split the profits. "Let me think about it, and I'll communicate with them again. Senior, you can take your mom to meet Aunt Yang first." Xiao Chen pointed to the kitchen, where Aunt Yang was still cooking. "Good." The two walked towards the kitchen, and Xiao Chen lay down on the sofa to ask how the profits would be divided. The other party replied quickly, saying that the revenue sharing would be 50% of the net profit generated by the song, but some promotional expenses would be deducted. If this song becomes popular on a music app, it will also be distributed according to a certain ratio. After seeing what the other party said, Xiao Chen's first concern was that the income was not transparent. If the company wanted to pay him less, they could simply say that the song only earned a certain amount of money. Anyway, Xiao Chen had no choice but to look at the song's revenue in detail. In this world, there is only ever any pursuit of profit. Chapter 19 Suji, then I'll call you baby from now on? However, to be fair, a company that can grow to such a large size must have some credibility. Otherwise, how could there be so many singers? Xiao Chen replied, "I'm in Zhangchang. Let's chat offline if we have time. Meeting in person can resolve many issues." At the same time, Xiao Chen also wants to make songwriting a part of his future career. Writing songs doesn't take up too much time, and it seems like the income is quite substantial. At that moment, in the kitchen, Mom and Aunt Yang were chatting, praising each other. Aunt Yang said that her mother was so young and already had a grandson. Hearing this, Yuan Yuqin couldn't stop smiling. At 6 o'clock, 6 dishes were served on the table. Xiao Chen and Su Ji put the baby in the crib and then sat down at the table together. Aunt Yang said, "Mr. Xiao, please try what I made. I feel my cooking skills are definitely not as good as yours." Oh dear. For some reason, Xiao Chen felt strange when he heard the title Mr. Xiao. He said, "Aunt Yang, you don't need to call me Mr. or anything like that anymore. From now on, just call me Xiao Chen. As for the food, as long as it's edible and nutritious, that's fine. I'm not a picky eater." Yuan Yuqin, who was standing nearby, asked, "Xiao Chen, you can cook. You usually can't even cook instant noodles or crack an egg at home. When did you learn to cook a proper meal?" Xiao Chen looked embarrassed. His mother was right. Because he was an only child, his mother usually didn't let him do any chores. "At home, I haven't cooked much. When my parents aren't home, I either cook instant noodles or order takeout." Xiao Chen coughed and said, "Mom, if I can't cook, I can learn. Let me tell you, I'm already a master chef. I'll cook tomorrow night, and the taste will definitely blow your mind." Seeing his mother's disbelieving look, Xiao Chen didn't say anything more. "You'll find out tomorrow." During the meal, Xiao Chen fed the baby formula once, and just as he expected, the system gave him another reward. Ding! Father's love is as solid as a mountain. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 bottle of postpartum recovery potion. Explanation: drinking this medicine can help postpartum women recover instantly and no longer feel weak. Xiao Chen was stunned. Good heavens, he didn't expect there to be such a reward. A 10 milliliters bottle of medicine, similar to blue screen calcium, appeared out of thin air in his hand. It was a very small bottle. Xiao Chen gently patted Su Ji's shoulder. "Senior, come here for a second." Su Ji stood up curiously and entered the master bedroom with Xiao Chen. She asked Xiao Chen, "Why are you being so mysterious? Is there something you want to do here? You drink this." Xiao Chen handed the postpartum recovery potion that the system had just given him to Su Ji. Su Ji took the medicine and asked, "What is this?" "This is a highly toxic poison. Drinking it will kill you instantly." Oh. Upon hearing this, Su Ji inserted the straw without hesitation and drank it all in one gulp. Xiao Chen was taken aback. "Senior, aren't you afraid this really is poison?" Su Ji looked at Xiao Chen with particularly gentle eyes, and she shook her head. "I know you wouldn't hurt me, Junior. If you harm me, you'll have to take care of both babies yourself. It'll exhaust you." Su Ji chose to trust him 100%, and at the same time, she felt a warm current flowing in her stomach. This feeling was incredibly comfortable. After giving birth, she felt extremely weak, but now, she felt her condition improving at a visible rate. This feeling is especially comfortable and warm. "It's fine, then let's work ourselves to death." Seeing Su Ji gently rubbing her abdomen, he asked, "How do you feel? Are you feeling much better?" "Mum." Su Ji nodded and asked, "What is this?" "I feel like my body has recovered a lot after drinking it. In fact, it's almost the same as before I got pregnant. This is a nutritional supplement that helps with postpartum recovery. It's very effective. You can drink just 1 bottle after giving birth." Hearing this, Su Ji felt a warmth in her heart. She had never even heard of such a thing before, but Xiao Chen got it for her. Xiao Chen truly loves her very, very much. "Thank you, Xiao Chen." Xiao Chen said calmly, Could you please use a different form of address? Change the way you address me?" Upon hearing this, Su Ji's first thought was, her husband. But she feels a little embarrassed to say it now. She looked up slightly at Xiao Chen. "What's your name?" "Senior, do I need to say anything?" Su Ji pursed her lips, unable to bring herself to say husband. She stammered, "Baby, baby? Baby?" Xiao Chen suddenly felt that the nickname baby wasn't bad. "Yes, I am your baby, and the 2 children are my babies. It's mine too." "Ah, yes, yes, yes." Looking at Su Ji's faded pajamas, Xiao Chen suddenly thought of taking her out for a walk. Although Su Ji is still in her postpartum period, she has just drunk the recovery medicine, so her body is definitely fine. With Aunt Yang and his mother around, Xiao Chen felt completely at ease about the baby. "Senior, let's go out for a walk. You've been staying indoors the whole time. You should get some fresh air." "This. May I?" Xiao Chen nodded. "I want to take you to buy some new clothes." Look at your pajamas, they're all faded. Suji glanced at her clothes and said, actually, you don't need to change. I've been wearing it for a long time. It's precisely because you've worn it for a long time that you need to buy a new one. Xiaochen said with a grin, let's buy matching pajamas and some toys for the baby while we're at it. Good. Suji wouldn't refuse Xiaochen's words. Xiaochen said, then you change your clothes first, and I'll wait for you in the living room. Aha! After Xiaochen entered the living room, he put on the coat hanging in the entryway. His mother, Yuan Yuqin, asked him, son, are you going out? Okay, I'll take your daughter-in-law out to buy some clothes. Take her out? My mother is a little worried about Suji's health. How can someone go shopping just 2 days after giving birth? Are you stupid? The baby's only 2 days old, and you're going to let her go out? I'm fine. Suji changed her clothes quickly. Seeing Suji come out, Yuan Yuqin calmed down and spoke softly, Gigi, are you really alright? The baby was only 2 days old. I was worried about your health. Mom, I'm fine. Xiaochen just gave me some nutritional fluid, and I feel much better now. We'll be back soon, no more than an hour. Xiaochen nodded, yes, Suji is also feeling a bit cooped up at home, so we can go out for some fresh air. Well, okay, alright. Yuan Yuqin had no choice but to compromise, but she still reminded her, don't let Suji stay away for too long. If there are any problems, remember to call me. Good. Chapter 20 Taking my senior to buy cosmetics. Xiaochen and Suji went downstairs to the underground parking garage. He patted his pocket. He hadn't asked his mother for the key to his Xiaomi YU7. However, he always carried the keys to his Porsche with him. What's wrong? No, Mom just went out and I forgot to bring the car keys. Suji, then, let's go upstairs to get it. Xiaochen thought for a moment and decided it was best not to tell her about the Porsche. Okay, wait here for me for a moment, I'll be right down. Aha! Xiaochen quickly went upstairs, grabbed his car keys, and opened the passenger door. Princess, please get in the carriage. Xiaochen bowed very respectfully. Suji chuckled, and then obediently sat in the passenger seat. After Xiaochen got into the car, she asked, baby, where are we going later? Hearing the term baby again still made Xiaochen feel a little uncomfortable. He thought for a moment and said, let's go to MixC. It's closer, and I often go shopping there with my roommates. Can. When Suji was a freshman in college, she often went to MixC, but the brand name clothes there were quite expensive. If all else fails, go to Uniqlo, their prices are quite reasonable. Xiaochen drove for a few minutes and arrived at MixC. The area they were in was the university town of Jiangqing City, with more than a dozen universities around it, so there were several large shopping malls and many internet cafes. At the same time, many hotels and guest houses have prices that rival those of tourist attractions on weekends. Part of the basement level of MixC Mall consists of shops, and part of it is a parking lot. After entering through the doors on the basement level, they are greeted by a series of food stores and milk tea shops. The Jasmine Milk White sign was particularly eye-catching in the distance. Xiaochen naturally took her hand and pointed to the shop in front of him. Senior, Jasmine Milk Tea's new drink is really delicious, do you want to go try it together? Xiaochen doesn't usually like drinking milk tea, but Jasmine Milk Tea is an exception. Moreover, milk tea seems to be an essential item for cleaning up a date. Suji shook her head slightly upon hearing this. Let's skip it this time and drink it later. Besides, didn't the doctor say that the diet should be light? That makes sense. Suji didn't object to Xiaochen holding her hand, but thinking about it, it made sense they already had a child, so they should be considered. Marital relationship? A marriage is only considered legally valid once a marriage certificate is obtained, but he hasn't officially confirmed his relationship with Suji. Never mind. The two took the escalator to the first floor, which was mostly filled with various cosmetics and luxury goods stores, such as Chanel bags. Xiaochen remembered that when he first met Suji, she was dressed up in a flamboyant manner and had a special temperament, giving off the feeling of a white moonlight. Although Suji is still very beautiful now, she looks somewhat haggard compared to back then. Could it be because I wasn't wearing makeup? Senior, let's go buy some cosmetics. Suji was slightly taken aback. In Xiaochen's opinion, there wasn't a single woman in the world who didn't like to be beautiful. Not to mention Suji. She's only 20 years old. At the age when flowers are in full bloom, one certainly wants to look beautiful. Suji shook her head slightly.
I haven't worn makeup in a long time, so I don't need to.
Don't be like that, senior. Xiao Chen grabbed her hand. Senior, you'll definitely be wearing makeup in the future, right? So, let's go buy some cosmetics. As he spoke, Xiao Chen forcefully pulled Su Ji toward a cosmetic store. Ding! The host is rewarded with 10,000 renminbi. Don't be stingy, buy some nice cosmetics for your wife.
As soon as Xiao Chen stepped into the shop, the system voice came through.
Even his Alipay account on his phone rang immediately. Alipay payment received, 10,000 yuan.
Xiao Chen was stunned.
Wait, you can play it like this? Hello, gentlemen, welcome to La Mer.
The saleswoman greeted them very respectfully as the two entered the La Mer store. La Mer skincare products are not cheap. A single item can easily cost several hundred or even thousands of RMB. A skincare set can cost 4 or 5,000 yuan. Su Ji had never encountered this price before.
The cosmetics she used before were all affordable and good quality products.
Her foundation cost a maximum of 100 yuan, and her lipsticks were even cheaper, all under 100 yuan.
She has never used brands like Dior.
Su Ji glanced at the prices on the shelf and immediately felt a desire to back out. She tugged at Xiao Chen's arm and whispered, Xiao Chen, let's go.
The skincare products in this store are too expensive. It's okay, senior. Did I forget that Starry Sky Mac wanted to spend 200,000 to buy the copyright to my song from yesterday?
Su Ji frowned slightly and said, although 200,000 is a quick way to make money, you haven't sold it yet, and let's spend the money more wisely.
Xiao Chen retorted, how many people spend money on cosmetic procedures?
Senior, you're still young.
If you're young, you should take good care of your skin.
It will be too late to take care of it when you become a haggard old woman. Xiao Chen's words made sense, and Su Ji didn't know how to refute them for a moment.
He continued.
Moreover, senior, I'm confident that I can collaborate with Xingkong for a long time, and I can write a song every week.
Writing songs, like writing novels, requires inspiration.
Xiao Chen plans to take Su Ji out to see the world more often in the future, so that inspiration will come. This way, not only will it not interfere with their studies, but they'll also earn money for their baby's formula. Su Ji wasn't as strong as Xiao Chen, and she was too embarrassed to forcefully pull Xiao Chen away in front of the sales clerk.
Xiao Chen asked, excuse me, do you have any skincare products suitable for my girlfriend?
This was Xiao Chen's first time encountering La Mer, and since he didn't know much about it, he planned to ask the sales clerk for an explanation. Upon hearing this, the sales clerk quickly said, young man, let me introduce you to this skincare set.
This is a new design from our La Mer line.
Xiao Chen looked around. This skincare gift set is themed day and night renewal, youthful and sustainable, and contains 5 skincare products.
It is priced at 3,800 yuan.
Normally, Xiao Chen would never be willing to buy such expensive skincare products, but now he has the system.
What is he now? He's a nouveau riche who spends money like water. Who would have thought that his stroller was made of pure gold? Okay, this set will do. Please wrap it up for me.
Yes, sir.
No, no, no.
Su Ji grabbed Xiao Chen's sleeve and whispered, Xiao Chen, oh no, baby, this outfit is just too expensive. Xiao Chen gently stroked Su Ji's hair. You've been calling me baby, so what's wrong with me buying some expensive skincare products for my baby?
Obedient.
You're my darling, I'll take care of all your skincare products from now on. Xiao Chen had just finished speaking.
A young couple walked in from outside. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Good heavens! How could it be her? Chapter 21. Is Lu Tianchuan your type?
That's right, the person who came was Lu Tianchuan, the girl Xiao Chen used to pursue. The person next to her was Wang Chang, the same person who asked for leave from school yesterday. At that moment, Lu Tianchuan was holding Wang Chang's arm, speaking in a coquettish tone. Brother, La Mer recently released a skincare set that's really good for girls, and it's only 3,800 yuan.
Isn't that incredibly cheap? A handsome guy like you who can afford a McLaren will definitely buy one for me, right?
Wang Chang's face darkened at that moment.
Damn it, I should have known better than to show off.
2 days ago, when he was talking to Lu Tianchuan, he said his car was the latest McLaren P1, worth more than 5 million.
Lu Tianchuan's eyes widened upon hearing this, and she immediately wrapped her arms around his neck.
She said she wore black stockings tonight, and that she usually feels particularly empty and lonely. The night before last and last night, he also had a sweet duo-Q session with Lu Tianchuan.
It's normal for one person to be after money and the other after sex. But the main problem is that Wang Chang has no money. The Rolex on my wrist is a high-quality replica.
The Kailas jewelry on her body and the LV shoes on her feet are from Putian. The LV bag I just gave to Lu Tianchuan was also bought for 200 yuan from a WeChat seller.
A college student like Lu Tianchuan wouldn't know anything about it.
When Lu Tianchuan came in and saw Xiao Chen and Su Ji there, she was slightly taken aback, her eyes filled with disbelief.
Xiao Chen, what are you doing here? She asked.
Xiao Chen was a little speechless.
Why did this scene feel like a plot from a novel?
The silly female supporting character comes over to mock the protagonist, laying the groundwork for her subsequent show-off and face-slapping.
Xiao Chen gripped Su Ji's hand tighter and asked, "Why can't I be here?"
Lu Tianchuan turned her gaze to Su Ji, and after a careful look, she was slightly taken aback.
Isn't this Su Ji, the girl who's making all the male students at Jiangcheng University obsessed? Didn't she drop out of school a long time ago? Why are you here? Are you Su Ji? Lu Tianchuan asked.
Su Ji was still unaware of what had happened.
She looked at Xiao Chen and asked softly, This is Lu Tianchuan, my classmate. Xiao Chen said calmly, which displeased Lu Tianchuan, "What classmate? Xiao Chen is the one who is pursuing me. They bought me a lot of gifts back then, you could say they were a simp." Lu Tianchuan was beaming with pride when she said that. She thought to herself, so what if Xiao Chen is dating the school beauty? Before, she wasn't my lapdog.
Su Ji didn't speak, looking at Lu Tianchuan, who had yellow hair, a white low-cut top, a denim mini skirt, and a tattoo on her thigh. Heavily made up, and smells like chicken.
Why would Xiao Chen like this type?
At this moment, Lu Tianchuan decided to show off a bit. After all, she had a rich boyfriend.
She glanced at Wang Chang.
But she noticed that Wang Chang was staring at Su Ji with a lewd look. His eyes were filled with a thirsty hunger.
It was as if a wolf with bloodshot eyes had spotted a tender, white lamb. I want to devour her whole.
Upon seeing this, Lu Tianchuan immediately pinched his hand, and Wang Chang finally realized what was happening.
"Oh, hello, I'm Wang Chang. Xuan, this is your classmate, right?"
As he spoke, Wang Chang stretched out his filthy hands toward Su Ji.
"What are you saying?"
Lu Tianchuan immediately became displeased. "The man in front of you is my rival who used to pursue me."
Wang Chang didn't care about that at all. "Oh, ma'am, would you like to be friends?"
As she spoke, she shook the Rolex in her hand. He then pointed to the LV bag he had given to Lu Tianchuan. "This bag is a gift from me to her.
Make friends with me, and I can give you one too." Wang Chang is a complete scumbag.
He has already slept with Lu Tianchuan for 2 nights and has lost interest in her. Therefore, he didn't shy away from saying these things in front of Lu Tianchuan. At this moment, Su Ji, who was standing in front of him, had become his next hunting target.
Su Ji immediately understood what Wang Chang meant upon hearing this. She glanced at the LV bag on Lu Tianchuan's wrist. What's so special about giving someone a fake bag? Lu Tianchuan?
Her mind went blank upon hearing this.
What did you say? This bag is fake?
Lu Tianchuan had forgotten that Wang Chang wanted to flirt with Su Ji, because she also knew clearly that there was no future for her in Wang Chang. She loved his money, and he loved her body.
Both of them got what they wanted.
Even if they break up, she can keep the LV bag and show off in front of her classmates. But when she heard it was fake, she instantly broke down.
She asked in a loud and boisterous voice, "Why do you say my bag is fake? Why should I?"
Seeing that his scheme was about to be exposed, Wang Chang quickly said, "She just envies you, baby."
Smack.
Before Wang Chang could finish speaking, Lu Tianchuan slapped him across the face.
What did you just say? You flirted with other girls right in front of me? Are you even human? Being slapped for no reason, Wang Chang was instantly thrown off balance. Damn it, you bitch next door, how dare you slap me? So what if I flirt with girls right in front of you? You think you're something special? Heh, you're just a plaything to me. This bag is fake, so what can you do about it?
After saying that, he turned and left. He could use the same trick to fool many female college students, and Lu Tianchuan was only of average quality.
Lu Tianchuan burst into tears of grievance.
At this moment, the sales clerk, who had been watching the drama unfold, handed Xiao Chen the La Mer product he had bought. Xiao Chen immediately scanned the money, then took Su Ji's hand and left the shop. He ignored Lu Tianchuan, and had no reason to do so.
However, what puzzled Xiao Chun at this moment was how Suji could tell at a glance that the LV bag on Lu Tianquan's arm was fake. Xiao Chen voiced his question, "Senior, how did you know that Lu Tianquan's bag was fake?" Suji replied with a smile, "After I met Lu Weiwei in my freshman year, she taught me step by step how to distinguish between real and fake designer bags, such as some details, to prevent me from being deceived by scumbags. I learned it from Lu Weiwei." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback. Goodness, Lu Weiwei truly lived up to her reputation as Xia's best friend. Suji continued, "However, I've only learned the basics. I certainly can't tell the difference between a high-quality replica and a low-quality one, but the bag Lu Tianquang is carrying is obviously a low-quality replica. I estimate it's only 1 or 200 yuan. This." To be honest, Xiao Chen really underestimated Suji. He didn't expect her to know so much. Suji added, "However, Lu Tianquang deserves it. Good relationships should be built on the character of both people. But the kind of people you are determines the kind of circle you'll be in. She doesn't deserve pity." Xiao Chen nodded emphatically in agreement with her. At this moment, Suji asked again, "But I want to know, is Lu Tianquang your type?" Chapter 22, Sleeping with My Senior. "Oh, this." Xiao Chen twitched his lips and said, "She wasn't like this last semester. She was quite innocent back then. I never expected that she would turn out like this after just one summer vacation." Xiao Chen's aesthetic sense is the same as most boys. He likes the figure of a mature woman and the face of a sweet girl. Suji is that type. All right. She didn't dwell on the issue after all. It's perfectly normal for a boy to want to date in college. Xiao Chen then took Suji's hand and they went shopping again. In the end, he bought her a few lipsticks, 2 bottles of foundation, and then went upstairs to buy some clothes, baby toys, bed sheets, and blankets, before driving home. They were out for more than an hour. When they returned home, the mother, Yuan Yuqin, was chatting and laughing with the nanny, Aunt Yang, while holding the baby. Seeing her 2 children return, Yuan Yuqin stood up warmly and walked over. She hugged the younger child and said, "Baby, look who's back. Oh, it's mommy and daddy. Why don't you ask your parents if they bought you anything nice to eat?" Looking into the baby's big eyes, Xiao Chen laughed and said, "How could a baby who was only 2 days old possibly talk?" "Mom, your room isn't tidied yet, is it? I'll go tidy it up for you." Xiao Chen had slept in the spare room for one night, but the bedding was of very poor quality, so they had just bought some bedding from Muji. Suji pinched her Bao's cheek, "I'll go help." Suji could easily do something as easy as making the bed, but Xiao Chen still had to show his appreciation. So he said, "Senior, you're a new mother in your postpartum period now, let me do it." "Oh, it won't affect anything, baby, let me help you #nervous face #. Hearing his senior call him baby, Xiao Chen felt a tingling sensation in his heart. Okay. Xiao Chen and Suji put down their things and took the bedding into the second bedroom. The two worked together and quickly made the bed. Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly thought of a question. That is, his mother and Aunt Yang have taken over both bedrooms, so he won't have a room to sleep in. In other words, she can sleep with Suji tonight? Omega? Xiao Chen felt extremely uncomfortable. Senior. Xiao Chen stammered as he spoke. Suji asked, "What's wrong? Have you ever thought about this question?" Suji frowned as she looked at Xiao Chen, wondering why he was being so mysterious when he spoke. "What's the problem?" "That's right, both bedrooms are occupied by my mom and Aunt Yang, so tonight." Suji was taken aback. That's right. She hadn't even thought about that question. Her face turned red at a visible speed, and Xiao Chen smiled mischievously and said, "Let's go home after school, senior." "I'll definitely behave myself." "Wait." Suji pouted, looking incredulous. Men are all big pigs. However, she did not object to sleeping in the same bed with Xiao Chen. The two of them will be husband and wife in the future. What's wrong with sleeping in the same bed? Besides, didn't they already sleep together once 10 months ago? Everything is difficult at the beginning. Once you've got a start, what's the rest? After making the bed, Xiao Chen and Suji left the bedroom. Xiao Chen looked at Ms. Yuan Yuqin and asked, "Mom, go to the room and see if you're satisfied?" Yuan Yuqin said with a smile, "My son made the bed for me, of course I'm satisfied." Xiao Chen opened his arms and said, "Come here, Erbao, let daddy give you a hug." Yuan Yuqin wasn't tired at the moment, but since Xiao Chen wanted to hold the child, she naturally couldn't say anything.
After handing the child to Xiao Chun, the system's voice came through.
Ding, fatherly love is as solid as a mountain. Host is detected holding a child. Skill reward, God-level painting talent.
At that moment, a flood of art knowledge, including fine arts, color composition, and sketching, rushed into his mind. Xiao Chen was panting heavily.
No, this is okay? What's wrong, Xiao Chen? What are you spacing out about? When his mother noticed Xiao Chen behaving strangely, she asked him what was wrong.
Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "No, nothing. Mom, you've been on the train for so long, you should get some rest." Yuan Yuqin said with a relaxed expression, "I bought a business class seat, so I'm not tired at all. The main thing is seeing my two adorable babies. I'm so happy."
Does Dad know about this?
Xiao Chen felt that his mother must have told his father about this. Unexpectedly, Mom shook her head and said, "I haven't told him yet.
Let's talk about it later. To be honest, I'd really like to see how surprised your dad will be." Xiao Chen was taken aback.
His parents had a very good relationship and had never argued. Moreover, his father was a man who loved to create trouble.
The family of three was always happy and harmonious. Okay, we'll talk about it later. 11:30. Xiao Chen and Su Ji entered the master bedroom.
The mother said that she and Aunt Yang were responsible for feeding the baby and changing diapers at night.
So let the two of you get some rest and not have to get up at night to feed the baby.
In the bedroom, Xiao Chen was actually a little nervous at this moment. Although the two of them had slept together before, she was unaware of it last time.
But this time, I'm really not used to it. Suji opened the packaging of the pajamas and took out 2 sets of pajamas. The pajamas are in the trendy Chikawa style, and the women's version is pink with a Chikawa pattern printed on it. The men's version is blue with a small H-shaped pattern printed on it. Xiao Chen, baby, would you like to change into your pajamas now? Sure. Xiao Chen nodded and took off his t-shirt.
His six-pack abs were visible, barely visible.
Suji couldn't help but exclaim wow when she saw it.
Xiao Chen had said before that he had abs, but Suji still didn't quite believe it. But after seeing it this time, she believed it.
However, it's just a little subtle. You really have abs. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Xiao Chen quickly put on his pajamas, and then just stared at Su Ji. Senior, why aren't you changing?
Su Ji thought about it and realized that when she was breastfeeding, Xiao Chen had not only touched her but even kissed her. So, it seems there's nothing to be ashamed of anymore. She took off her coat and then changed into her pajamas. Matching pajamas for couples. Xiao Chen certainly hadn't expected this situation.
He quickly crawled into bed and got extremely close to Su Ji. Xiao Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Senior, you smell so good. Really? Aha! Xiao Chen swallowed hard. To be honest, he really wanted to kiss Su Ji right now.
He had read a novel before that said a girl's mouth tastes like beer. But others say the girl's lips taste like strawberries. Xiao Chen had never kissed a girl's lips before, so he didn't know what it tasted like.
Xiao Chen asked Su Ji blankly, Senior, can I kiss you? Chapter 23. This is my first time writing a song.
Xiao Chen regretted saying that as soon as he finished speaking. According to online sources, if you want to kiss a girl, you shouldn't ask her if you can.
Instead, you should look her in the eye for 3 seconds. If she doesn't look away, you can kiss her directly. The lights in the room were off, with only the bedside lamp emitting a faint glow. Upon hearing this, Sushi thought to herself, Idiot Xiao Chun, is that a question you should ask a girl? She shook her head, no. Oh.
Xiao Chen pursed his lips, and just then, Suji suddenly put down her phone and turned her head.
Looking at him with her big, bright eyes, she asked, Idiot, is that something you should ask?
Xiao Chen looked awkward and hesitant after all, he had never been in a relationship before. Xiao Chen was at a loss for words.
Seeing Xiao Chen's hesitant expression, Suji chuckled. This junior student can be quite cute sometimes. I'll let you kiss me again next time. Xiao Chen immediately looked up and asked, when is the next time? Is it the 8th of the week, or the 32nd? Xiao Chen didn't want that day to be indefinitely delayed.
Suji thought for a moment and said, when you've written 10 songs. Xiao Chen threw back the covers, preparing to get out of bed.
Suji grabbed his wrist and asked, Where are you going? Xiao Chen, I'll go write a song right now. Suji shook her head, today doesn't count, let's start from tomorrow. All right. Hold me while I sleep.
Upon hearing this, Xiaochen quickly hugged Suji, who was wearing pajamas, and then rubbed against her. At this moment, the sleeping beast within him awakened.
Xiaochen asked the system, since Suji drank the recovery potion, does that mean I can be with her?
System, no, it is not recommended that the host share a room with Suji recently.
I was just asking, I'm not lusting after her body. System, I don't believe you for a second. The next day, early morning. 7:30 a.m.
Xiaochen's mother, Yuan Yuqin, gently pushed open the door and saw Suji sleeping soundly in Xiaochen's arms.
She couldn't help but smile. My daughter-in-law is really beautiful.
Some time ago, she even went to a temple to burn incense, hoping that her son would succeed in his studies and find a girlfriend. Now he not only has a girlfriend, but he even has a child. It seems she'll need to go to the temple to fulfill her vow in a very short time.
Knock, knock, knock.
She gently knocked on the door. Xiaochen, Gigi, get up and eat.
Hearing the sound, Xiaochen groggily opened his eyes. Okay, Mom, we'll get up right away. Okay, wake Gigi up. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaochen was wide awake. He looked down and saw Suji lying on his chest, one arm around him. Looking at her face full of collagen, Xiaochen didn't want to wake her up at this moment. Just then, Suji in her arms suddenly hummed softly. She looked sleepy, her eyes barely open, and asked, Baby, what time is it?
It's only 7:30, but Mom has already made dinner for us.
Let's get up. Sushi changed her position. I want to sleep for another 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll call you later. After getting out of bed, Xiaochen washed his hands in the bathroom and went to the living room to find that his mother had already put the two babies in the stroller. The older baby, Xiaoming, was wearing a blue coat, while the younger baby, Xiaoziqing, was wearing a pink one.
Seeing the adorable baby, Xiaochen asked, Mom, are you taking the baby out? Are you stupid?
While serving soup in the kitchen, Mom said, babies can't be taken out until they're at least a week old.
I'm just dressing them up. Oh. Xiaochen really wasn't very good at raising children. He looked around and asked, where's Aunt Yang?
Aunt Yang said this morning that she had some things to take care of at home and asked me for half a day off.
Good.
Xiaochen hurried to the kitchen. Mom, let me help you.
Last night, Xiaochen arranged a time to meet offline with the people from Xingkong MCN Company.
He was going to Longkai Hotel at 3 p.m. to discuss cooperation. Now that he has a baby and his beloved senior, Xiaochen feels that his life is complete. What he needs to do next is to earn as much money as possible so that he can give his baby and Suji a better life in the future.
Mom, I have an appointment this afternoon and I need to go out for a while. Okay, you can go ahead and get busy. Okay, I'll go wake up my senior. After breakfast, Suji, the mother, started interacting with the baby, while Xiaochen opened his laptop and started typing away on the keyboard to write a song. He was writing songs very quickly at that moment. As soon as his fingers touched the keyboard, endless inspiration flooded his mind. It takes almost half an hour to write a song. 2.5 hours later, Xiaochen had written 5 songs in one go. 3 of the songs are in the ancient style, and 2 are folk songs. Suji and Yuan Yuqin did not disturb Xiaochen. He checked the time, it was already 11:49. That concludes today's songwriting session. Seeing Xiaochen close his laptop, Suji quietly walked over. She handed the freshly peeled apple to Xiaochen. You've worked hard, have an apple. Suji's voice was exceptionally gentle and pleasant to the ear. Thank you, senior. Xiaochen took a bite of the apple. I'm going to the Longkai Hotel this afternoon. I have an appointment with someone from Rangxingkong. Suji nodded slightly. Do you need me to go with you? If you want to go, it's not impossible. Suji was very pretty, and Xiaochen felt proud to take her out. Suji thought for a moment and said, let's forget about it. I'll stay home and take care of the baby, and then, wait for your good news. Good. At 2:30 p.m., Xiaochen drove his Xiaomi YU7 to the Longkai Hotel. The reason for choosing 3 p.m. is that it's afternoon tea time, so they can have some tea and discuss cooperation. When Xiaochen arrived, the MCN's copyright partner was already there. She was a young woman who looked to be in her mid-20s, wearing a very smart black suit, with her hair in a bun and wearing large black-rimmed glasses. He has a very composed demeanor, and you can tell at a glance that he is an elite who has honed his skills in the business world for many years. Xiaochen, on the other hand, now looks exactly like a college student with clear, bright eyes. Hello, are you Ms. Liu from Starry Sky Mac? Xiaochen walked over with his laptop.
Lu Jing was slightly taken aback when she saw that it was a pure-looking college student.
You are Xiao Chen? Yes, it's me. Xiao Chen sat down opposite Lu Jing. Her temperament was truly outstanding. Xiao Chen could clearly feel that her aura was somewhat suppressed.
Lu Jing looked at Xiao Chen jokingly. I originally thought you were someone around my age, but I didn't expect you to be so young.
Are you 20 years old? Xiao Chen shook his head. No.
I'm 19 years old this year.
Oh? Lu Jing adjusted her glasses. So you study music? No.
Xiao Chen shook his head again. I'm not an art student. Songwriting is just a hobby of mine.
Lu Jing immediately found it interesting. Then you must have written a lot of songs, right?
No, the song on the forum was the first one I ever wrote. Chapter 24 begins to make money. A single song sells for 200,000.
Is this your first time writing a song?
Upon hearing this, Lu Jing looked astonished. Xiao Chen's song Graduation album was evaluated by all the composers in his company, and they unanimously believed that the song would be a minor hit. If they hire a well-known and influential online celebrity to perform, the revenue that can be generated for their company is not to be underestimated. But if Xiao Chen said it was the first time he had written it, she definitely wouldn't believe him.
Maybe he was just showing off in front of her? However, Lu Jing naturally showed admiration in front of Xiao Chen. Really? That's amazing. By the way, have you decided how you want to sign a contract with us for this song? Xiao Chen, I wrote 5 more songs this morning. Why don't you take a look at the quality of these songs first, and then we can discuss collaboration. You wrote 5 poems this morning?
Lu Jing was somewhat surprised. She nodded slightly, while Xiao Chen quickly opened his notebook. After opening Word on the desktop, Xiao Chen handed the computer to Lu Jing. Lu Jing slid the touchpad, her expression changing from calm to surprise, and then from surprise to shock. She suddenly raised her head.
Did you write all of these songs?
Yes. Xiao Chen nodded calmly, and she looked at the screen several times in disbelief. Because these songs all have enormous potential.
It might even make it onto the top music charts.
Their company is now becoming more formalized and has started providing theme songs for some short dramas. One of Xiao Chen's songs, titled Sword Immortal, is a perfect fit for one of the short dramas on the theme of cultivating immortality.
These lyrics are absolutely fantastic.
At this moment, Lu Jing even believed that Xiao Chen was a once-in-a-century lyric writing genius.
Lu Jing asked excitedly, Mr. Xiao, have you decided how to sign a contract with Starry Sky?
With your talent, I suggest you sign with us as a top composer directly. That way, the revenue sharing is the highest.
A gold medal composer? Xiao Chen thought the title sounded quite nice, and he asked, could you tell me more about it?
Sure. Lu Jing said very seriously, our Starry Sky has 3 tiers of composers: bronze composers, silver composers, and gold composers, which are those who compose based on their strength. Ignoring the first 2, a top-notch composer who writes a song according to our requirements can receive 40% of the contract amount from Party A, as well as 40% of the subsequent revenue from the song.
Moreover, you also hold the copyright to this song. Xiao Chen didn't understand these percentages at all, so he said, could you give me an example? Certainly.
Lu Jing leaned forward slightly, and Xiao Chen unconsciously glanced down at the hemisphere, but Lu Jing did not notice his gaze. She said, for example, if a TV series or movie needs a theme song, they will tell us their requirements, and we will customize a song according to their requirements. For example, if the contract price for this song is 100,000, then you can earn 40,000 if you write it. Secondly, if the song becomes a hit after its release, you can also take 40% of the revenue generated.
Platforms like NetEase Cloud Music and Tencent Music have to pay us music copyright fees.
The amount of this fee depends on how popular the song is.
Xiao Chen roughly understood what Lu Jing meant, but what puzzled him was that Lu Jing was too hasty in signing him as a top composer without any hesitation. Are there any requirements, such as having to work regular hours or something?
Xiao Chen will have to go to school, take care of the baby, and go on dates with Su Ji. Work-related information is not displayed.
Moreover, he doesn't want to be controlled by anyone.
Lu Jing shook her head slightly upon hearing this. Of course you don't need to work in an office. This can be considered a form of freelance work.
We will contact you when we have a task.
It's not limited to music for film and television dramas.
We may also do personal commissions, such as commissions for singers. I see.
Lu Jing looked at Xiao Chen with a very certain gaze. Moreover, once you become our company's top composer, you will receive a one-time bonus of 500,000 yuan, which will be paid to you in one lump sum. Our company now has two top-notch composers whose annual income is no less than 2 million. The music copyrights and revenue that follow will also be yours. As she spoke, Lu Jing pulled a contract out of a briefcase. Xiao Chen glanced at it and found that each point was quite clear, indicating that this was indeed not a lousy company.
Although the temptation was great, he did not show any signs of being desperate. Instead, she nodded slightly and said, "Okay, I'll think about it." "Sure." Lu Jing was completely captivated by Xiao Chen's talent. Only then did she realize that she hadn't ordered him a drink yet. She asked Xiao Chen, "Mr. Xiao, do you usually like to drink coffee?" Do you have Coke?" Last semester, Xiao Chen often drank soda in his dorm room. Coffee is for cows and horses, he doesn't need that stuff. "I think so, I'll order you a drink." Lu Jing scanned the QR code on her phone and ordered a Pepsi for 25 yuan. Then the two continued to discuss the cooperation. Ultimately, Xiao Chen sold the song Graduation album directly to Starry Sky Company, receiving 200,000 yuan in cash. The 5 songs he wrote this morning were subject to a revenue-sharing agreement. As for the gold medal composer she mentioned, Xiao Chen planned to go back and study the contract carefully, since there were some liability agreements and such that he needed to clarify. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon when they finished talking. Xiao Chen left the Longkai Hotel, feeling completely relaxed. You can earn 200,000 yuan by writing just one song. Moreover, those 5 songs, once produced and released, will likely generate revenue for him very soon. This system is absolutely amazing. "Mr. Xiao, is this your car?" Lu Jing followed him to the parking lot. She looked at the Xiaomi YU7 and asked. "Yes." Xiao Chen nodded. "I prefer the Xiaomi brand, it's very suitable for young people like us." "Is this car easy to drive?" "It's easy to drive." "Want to try?" He pulled out the card key. Lu Jing shook her head. "No need, then I won't see you off. Take care on your way back, and feel free to contact me if you have any questions." "Good." Xiao Chen retrieved his car and left the parking lot. "Xiao AI, play Ayo OK?" "Okay, now we'll play Lei Jun's song Ayo OK for you." Listening to the music that came from his memory, Xiao Chen shook his head and swayed. He did not go home immediately, but went to a well-known shopping mall in the area Guiha Shopping Center. He headed straight for the LV store. Today, Xiao Chen had dressed up specially and looked much more handsome than usual. But his demeanor hasn't caught up yet. He walks without any flair, looking like a college student at first glance. Upon entering the LV store, a salesperson came to greet me, but it was clear that they weren't very attentive. They do indeed judge a person's wealth and whether they are a customer of the store based on their appearance, behavior, and overall demeanor. Clearly, they did not include Xiao Chen in this group. He pointed to a pink LV bag. "I'll take this one." Chapter 25 Mom, don't just eat, give me some feedback. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, a sales clerk asked, "Young man, this bag costs 66,000. Are you sure you want to buy it?" Xiao Chen very elegantly took out a bank card from his pocket and held it between his index and middle fingers. "Confirmed, it's for my girlfriend." Swipe the card. "The card has no PIN." Okay. The saleswoman took the card with some skepticism, then swiped it at the POS machine. The receipt was successfully printed. She was slightly taken aback. The seemingly ordinary college student had actually bought it. She quickly handed a new bag to Xiao Chen, feeling slightly awkward in the process. But such decisiveness is truly rare. "Sir, please keep your bag safe." "Thanks." Xiao Chen nodded slightly, said nothing more, and left. Before going home, Xiao Chen bought some ingredients at the supermarket outside the community, planning to cook a special meal for his mother tonight. Yesterday she didn't believe he could cook, but today she's going to slap her in the face. After pushing open the door, Xiao Chen found Lu Weiwei there. She and Su Ji were sitting on the sofa, quietly talking about something. "I'm back." Xiao Chen called out, and Su Ji and Lu Weiwei stood up at the same time. "Baby, you're back." Su Ji ran excitedly towards Xiao Chen and then hugged him tightly. Lu Weiwei's face turned green. "Wait, what's going on? It's only been a few days, and it's already like this? They've already started calling him baby?" "Wrong." At this moment, Lu Weiwei noticed the Louis Vuitton bag that Xiao Chen was carrying. "Wow, Xiao Chen, is that bag you bought for Gigi? You have pretty good eyesight." Xiao Chen nodded slightly. "Senior, I sold one song. As for the commission from the other 5 songs I wrote today, you can give me the money for the baby's milk powder from now on." "What song is it?" Lu Weiwei was completely bewildered, but she didn't focus on the song instead, she was curious about what kind of bag Xiao Chen had bought for Su Ji. Her boyfriend has never bought her an LV bag. Can I take a look at the bag? Certainly. Xiao Chen casually handed it to Lu Weiwei, then looked around the room and asked, Senior, where's Mom? Mom took the baby out.
Xiao Chen scratched his head. He had said in the morning that he wouldn't take the baby out, but he did in the afternoon.
However, it's not a big problem.
This is a new community with not many residents, the air is very good, and the weather is also very nice today, so it's a good idea to take the babies out for a walk.
Wow, Gigi, I'm so envious of you.
At this moment, Lu Weiwei exclaimed in surprise, because what Xiao Chen gave Su Ji was a pink LV bag that had just been launched. She vaguely remembered that the bag cost 60,000 yuan.
Gigi, do you know how much this bag is worth?
Lu Weiwei had taught her before, but Su Ji hadn't had any contact with her recently.
She asked hesitantly, 20,000?
Even 3 of them cost 20,000 each, which wouldn't be enough to buy it.
Lu Weiwei liked it more and more as she looked at it, but she also knew that it was a gift from Xiao Chen to Su Ji. She can just appreciate it.
Su Ji was taken aback when she heard that the bag was so expensive.
That's so expensive. She curled her lip, can I return this bag? Gigi, why return it? This is a popular style. Let me tell you, this bag might become a rare item in the future.
If you keep it for a few years, you can even make money from it later. Su Ji had indeed heard that second-hand items were more expensive than new ones, and she nodded slightly, but I still feel it's too expensive.
Xiao Chen walked over and said, what's so expensive about it, Senior? Your future husband will be a millionaire. Lu Weiwei joked, then when you earn $1 million, will you give me a bag like this too? Of course, no problem.
Last night, when he was talking to Su Ji said that as she was about to give birth, Lu Weiwei would visit her every day and take meticulous care of her. Because of her family situation, Su Ji also regarded Lu Weiwei as the most precious friend in her life. Xiao Chen casually said, Senior, you can just give this bag to Weiwei, and I'll buy you another one later.
No, I don't want to. Lu Weiwei quickly declined.
Su Ji said playfully, I didn't say I was giving this bag to you.
Lu Weiwei was speechless. Xiao Chen chuckled, alright, stop fooling around, Senior Weiwei, why don't you stay for dinner tonight? Lu Weiwei coughed lightly, ahem.
Actually, the first reason I came here was to see the baby, the second was to see Su Ji, and the third, well, I'm just craving your cooking.
Good heavens. Xiao Chen was surprised that Lu Weiwei actually admitted it. Okay, then I'll definitely treat you well today. Then I won't be polite. Xiao Chen went to the kitchen to get busy.
Lu Weiwei and Su Ji continued to sit on the sofa, with a very popular TV series playing on the television. A short while later, the mother, Yuan Yuqin, returned home pushing the stroller. She had been home when Lu Weiwei arrived, so she already knew Lu Weiwei.
Auntie, you're back. Yes, I'm back. Yuan Yuqin twitched her nose, who's cooking in the kitchen? It smells so good. Is Aunt Yang back?
Aunt Yang had something to do at home, and I called her again at noon today to say that she wouldn't be back until tomorrow.
So who's cooking now? Upon hearing this, Lu Weiwei smiled and said, Auntie, it's Xiao Chen who's cooking.
His cooking skills are excellent.
I've never eaten such delicious food in my entire life. Why is someone praising Xiao Chen's cooking skills again? He has never cooked at home. What exactly happened? 2 hours later. Xiao Chen prepared 5 dishes and a soup.
Yuan Yuqin was shocked when she saw the 5 dishes and 1 soup on the table.
You made this? Xiao Chen felt that the sentence was somewhat familiar.
He said with a smile, Mom, I didn't make it.
Did the baby in the stroller make it?
The main problem is that Xiao Chen has never cooked at home. Lu Weiwei smiled and said, Auntie, this is what Xiao Chen made.
It smells so good. My stomach is growling so big I feel like my stomach is sticking to my back. Let's eat. Lu Weiwei couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks, grab a piece of meat, and put it in her mouth.
Tasting this exquisite delicacy once again, her taste buds were fully satisfied.
Delicious, delicious.
Lu Weiwei said, continuing to show off her meal. Looking at Lu Weiwei's exaggerated expression, Yuan Yuqin thought to herself, how hungry must this girl be? She's making such a big deal out of eating food made by a dog.
I'd like to try it.
At this moment, both Xiao Chen and Su Ji were sizing up Yuan Yuqin.
Only Lu Weiwei is showing off her cool food.
When her mother put the food in her mouth, she was slightly taken aback. Then there was a chopstick.
2 chopsticks. 3 chopsticks. Xiaochen couldn't help but say, "Mom, don't just eat, give me your opinion." Chapter 26 Senior, I Want a Kiss. Yuan Yuqin looked at Xiaochen and said, "I feel like I'm dreaming. When did you learn to cook? And why don't you cook when you're at home?" Xiaochen muttered under his breath, "When we're at home, doesn't your mother cook for us? What am I supposed to do? You're just a lazy bum." Yuan Yuqin rolled her eyes at him. "Ah, yes, yes, yes." Xiaochen simply chose to give up.
Just then, Suji's phone, which was on the table, started buzzing. Suji's expression changed slightly when she saw the name on the screen, and then she stood up. "I'm going to answer a call."
"You guys eat first."
Yuan Yuqin didn't think much of it and nodded. "Okay, go ahead, Gigi." Suji entered the master bedroom with her phone in her hand. Xiaochen frowned slightly. He seemed to have noticed a strange emotion on Suji's face just now.
He quickly followed quietly. At this moment, Suji had already entered the room.
Suji, inside the room, stared at the dad message flashing on her phone screen, unsure whether to answer. The reason he called her was probably because of the last time.
Suji finally answered the call and cautiously began, "Dad." "Suji, are you feeling better?" This time, Sujing's tone on the phone was much more amiable than before. Because he was quite afraid that Suji wouldn't come back.
His promotion and raise were all thanks to his daughter. At this point, we must keep Suji calm and persuade him. Suji didn't feel any warmth when she heard the voice on the phone. She said, "Dad, you don't need to pretend to care about me."
"What do you want from me?" Sujingwo on the other end of the phone was taken aback.
Suji had never spoken to him in this tone before, and now, hearing it, the anger in her heart gradually began to burn.
He suppressed his anger and said, "Suji, don't you understand your father's good intentions? Education is useless. Do you think that having a child will make that boy truly sincere towards you?
Hurry up and give the child to him. Come back to your father. Your father will take you into Rishin capital."
"Isn't that a good thing? Having a stable job, isn't this the life you want?" Suji found it all rather ridiculous. This is the life arranged by an incompetent father.
She clearly remembered that her father told her to spend time with her supervisor's son. Now, the thought of her incompetent father makes her feel nauseous. Suji no longer planned to go back to see them. Xiaochen and his mother were both very kind to her, and this was the first time she had felt the warmth of home.
"Dad, stop talking. I'm not interested in the kind of life you're talking about.
Besides, regardless of whether he is sincere to me or not, I am definitely happier here than at home.
You love your son. I'm just a tool in your heart, a tool for you to climb the social ladder. I won't go back, and I'll never see you again. I've found the life I want." "What did you say?" Sujing was said on the other end of the phone. "Suji, do you really want Dad to go to the school to find you?" "I have dropped out of school. I'm not at school, so you can't find me. Dad, this is the last time I'll call you Dad. Goodbye forever."
"You." Sujin knew her father wanted to say something more, so she decisively hung up the phone. This time, she added her father's number to her blacklist. 2 tears slid down her cheeks. She was both unfortunate and fortunate.
Unfortunately, it was my family of origin. Fortunately, she met Xiaochen. Xiaochen had been eavesdropping outside.
Upon hearing Suji's sobs, he quickly pushed open the door and went inside.
"Senior, what's wrong?"
He immediately sat down next to Suji and took his hand. Seeing her so sad, Xiaochen felt very sorry for her.
"Was it your dad who called you?" Suji nodded slightly. Xiaochen pulled out a baby wipe and wiped Suji's cheek. "What did your dad say?"
He didn't know much about Suji's family.
He didn't ask Suji either, because he was afraid that if he did, Suji would be sad.
Sujin shook his head. "My dad wants me to go back and wants to introduce me to her company's boss."
Xiaochen frowned slightly. "Ah, this." He asked, "Let me talk to my uncle about it." "It's useless."
Sushi shook her head. "My dad is a snob. He's always favored boys over girls since I was little, at home."
Sujin didn't finish his sentence.
But Xiaochen could understand the meaning behind her words.
Xiaochen's lips twitched.
He hadn't expected Suji's family background to be so bad.
"It doesn't matter." Xiao Chen tried to comfort Su Ji. Su Ji forced a smile after so many years, she had gotten used to it. She said, I don't plan to go back. I want to stay with you for the rest of my life. Good. Xiao Chen pursed his lips and said, Senior, I'll take care of you for the rest of my life. Aha! Meanwhile, in the neighboring city of Suzhou, Su Jingguo was furious when he saw Su Ji hang up on him. Damn it, Su Ji, you hung up on me again. He looked at his wife, Su Meili, with a hint of helplessness. He thought, since Su Ji isn't coming back, then so be it. But he still wondered if he could use Su Ji to make some more money. For example, asking his younger boyfriend for a bride price? This was the safest idea he could think of. Since they already had a child and Su Ji was so fond of him, it was reasonable for him to ask for a dowry and marry off his daughter. Honey, it looks like I'll have to go to Jiangcheng. Su Meili had long since stopped caring about Su Jin. Even if he died outside, it wouldn't matter to her at all. What are you going to Jiangcheng for? I want to find that young boyfriend and ask for a dowry. 9 o'clock in the evening. Achoo! Inside the room, Xiao Chen, holding De Bao, sneezed. Who's insulting me? He rubbed his nose. Lu Weiwei had just left, and they had returned to their room. Xiao Chen didn't ask much about Su Jin's family background, only that she had a very inhuman father. She must have suffered a lot over the years. Su Ji had already put Bao to sleep and was lying on the bed watching him. Bao's eyelashes were very long, like he was wearing false eyelashes, and they were especially curled. She looks exactly the same as she did when she was a child. Thinking, scolding, and catching a cold. You sneezed, so someone must be thinking of you, Su Ji said. Xiao Chen smiled slightly. Really? Then who's missing me? Is that you, Senior? Su Ji rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen. I'm right in front of you. I miss you like a ghost. However, she still followed up on Xiao Chen's words and said, Yes, I miss you. If you miss me, give me a kiss. Xiao Chen pointed to his face. Su Ji tilted her head, and this time, she didn't say anything more. Like a magnet, she came over and hugged Xiao Chen, then kissed him on the cheek. So, are you satisfied now? Chapter 27. A beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. I'm satisfied, hee hee. A moment later, Xiao Chen and Su Ji got into bed. Tonight they decided to let their mother rest. Of course, to ensure Su Ji's rest, Xiao Chen was responsible for getting up in the middle of the night to feed the baby and change diapers. Time flies. A week has passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen hasn't gone out much these past few days, spending most of his time with his mother, Su Ji, and the baby. After lunch, Xiao Chen stretched and said, Mom, the baby is over 10 days old now. Can we take the baby out for a stroll now? The weather has been getting cooler lately, and Xiao Chen feels that if it gets any colder, he'll have to wrap the babies up like balls before he can take them out. Staying at home all day isn't good either. It's better to go out and get some fresh air. Sure, where would you like to go? Xiao Chen, we plan to go to Jiangcheng Park, and then go to a nearby shopping mall to buy some clothes for the baby. Okay, go ahead, but don't let strangers touch the baby, and don't let them hold the child. Besides, his mother gave him a lot of instructions, and Xiao Chen nodded with a smile. We know, Mom. Don't worry, we know all of this. Go ahead, and come back early tonight to cook dinner. I see. For the past few nights, Xiao Chen has been cooking every day, and his mother has come to love his cooking. Honey, are you ready? Xiao Chen has changed his way of addressing her. At home, he calls Su Ji wife, and outside, he calls her senior sister. Su Ji was also very happy that Xiao Chen called her that. I'm here. Su Ji walked out of the master bedroom shyly. She had changed into a white tulle shirt, a blue denim mini skirt, white socks, and shiny leather shoes. He used the cosmetics he bought for Su Ji last time, applying a light layer of makeup that made her look especially pure and lovely. Seeing her appearance, Xiao Chen and Yuan Yuqin were both stunned. Yuan Yuqin quickly took out her phone and started snapping pictures randomly. She felt that she should also tell his father that Xiao Chen had a girlfriend and 2 babies. Seeing Yuan Yuqin constantly taking pictures with her phone, Su Ji felt a little embarrassed. She looked a little awkward, so Xiao Chen went over and straightened her clothes, then asked softly, What's wrong? Are you shy because your mom patted you like that? Su Ji was a little insecure. She slowly asked, Do I look good like this? This is an outfit I picked out for you, so you have to trust your husband's taste. Because Su Ji was so beautiful, Xiao Chen couldn't help but buy her all sorts of clothes and dresses.
In fact, he even wanted to turn Su Ji into a Barbie doll.
All right.
At this moment, Xiao Chen rested his chin on his hand and said, however, there is indeed a feeling that there are some shortcomings.
Su Ji looked up at him and asked, where?
New. Xiao Chen brought over the LV bag he had bought for her a few days ago. After she put it on, Xiao Chen felt it looked much better.
That's right, a bag can really bring out a person's style. Mom, doesn't Su Ji look much better with the bag on her back?
Mom nodded in agreement with Xiao Chen's words. Yes, Gigi looks just like a model in a TV series.
It's so beautiful.
It's like a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung.
Mom, what are you saying? Aren't I handsome? Yeah, that's really bad. Yuan Yuqin covered her mouth and laughed. She was right.
It was like a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung.
The ancestors of the Xiao family have truly appeared. Xiao Chen didn't say anything more. He pushed the stroller and left home with Su Ji. After Xiao Chen and Su Ji left, Yuan Yuqin dialed the phone number of Xiao Chen's father, Xiao Guosheng.
Xiao Guosheng, who hadn't seen his wife for the past few days, answered the call quickly.
Hey honey, are you still away on a business trip? When are you coming back? I miss you so much. Xiao Guosheng and Yuan Yuqin have a very good relationship. Recently, Yuan Yuqin has been away from home, and he feels full of energy. I can't hold back anymore. Upon hearing Lao Zhao's words, Yuan Yuqin said, why are you in such a hurry? I have some good news for you. Xiao Guosheng asked, what good news? You're a grandfather now.
Xiao Guosheng, sitting opposite, had just taken a sip of water.
He just vomited it out. What did you say? I'm a grandfather now? He was completely bewildered, not understanding why his wife would make such a joke. Honey, stop teasing me. Our son is only a sophomore in college. If I were a grandfather, whose child would he be? I'll send you some photos and you'll see. As she spoke, Yuan Yuqin sent Xiao Guosheng several photos.
Xiao Guosheng, who was on the other side, was shocked when he saw this.
What on earth is going on? Once in the underground parking garage, we folded down the back seats and secured the stroller there. Let's go to Phoenix Square for a stroll first. Good. Su Ji naturally had no objection to this.
After Xiao Chen helped her fasten her seatbelt, he drove to Phoenix Square in Jiangchang. It's not the weekend, but Jiangchang, the provincial capital, is still unusually congested. He drove slowly, and after about 40 minutes, he parked in the underground parking lot of Hanglung Plaza, which is about 500 meters away from the plaza. Let's go downstairs, let's go out for a walk, and then we can buy things here later.
Good. Xiao Chen asked, Senior, are you going to drink milk tea this time?
She had previously researched online and found that pregnant women shouldn't drink milk tea, so Su Ji hadn't drunk any milk tea for 10 months. Besides, milk tea is high in sugar, so since she had already given it up, she wouldn't drink it anymore. She shook her head slightly. Let's not drink it for now.
It's not good to drink this often. You should drink less too. I drink a lot of sugary drinks.
Xiao Chen smiled, then pushed the stroller and left the parking lot with Su Ji. The weather today is perfect, with a temperature of 26 degrees Celsius. The sunshine is just right and the breeze is gentle. When I arrived at Phoenix Square, there were quite a few people taking a walk there. But most of them are parents or grandparents taking care of children. There are indeed not many young people like them. Let's go, let's wander around and maybe feed the pigeons.
There's a place to feed pigeons near the square.
Xiao Chen had always dreamed of bringing his girlfriend to the square to feed the pigeons, and today, that dream finally came true.
Good.
Su Ji slowly walked forward, while Xiao Chen pushed the stroller behind her.
Xiao Chen was enjoying this pleasant time.
These past few days, he felt that time was passing slowly, as he had a lot of time to spend with his mother and Su Ji.
They hadn't reached the place to feed the pigeons yet.
Suddenly, I realized that there was a large crowd gathered in front of me. At the same time, the system's voice came through.
Ding! Host has triggered a mission. Chapter 28: Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Xiao Chen was taken aback.
The system had been shut down for the past few days, and no tasks had been issued.
This time, it's finally released. Host, an elderly person in the crowd ahead has suffered a sudden heart attack. Option 1, go to help and save the elderly.
There is no reward, and there is a possibility of serious consequences due to your own mistakes or failure to rescue in time.
Option 2, this has nothing to do with me.
I'll continue to stay with my baby and wife.
There are no rewards, so there's no risk.
Xiaochen stared at the text on the virtual screen in front of him, and he was slightly taken aback. He had previously acquired medical skills.
So, isn't this the perfect opportunity to utilize medical skills?
Suji squinted slightly, looking at the crowd not far away, and asked, "Baby, look, why are there so many people up ahead?
What's going on? Let's go take a look."
Xiaochen pushed the cart a little faster, and Suji frowned slightly, but still kept up with him. Pushing through the crowd, just as the system had predicted, an elderly man with white hair fell to the ground. The old man looked to be over 70 years old. His face was pale and gray, and large beads of cold sweat rolled down his cheeks. The old man groaned in pain, and no one around dared to approach him, they just stared at him.
"Grandpa, what's wrong?" Xiaochen quickly walked over and called out, "Can you hear me? Is that all right?"
He gently patted the old man's shoulder, but the old man's eyes were closed and he did not react at all, only groans of pain came from his mouth.
"That's right, the old man's consciousness has completely faded."
His hand trembled as he clutched his heart. Xiaochen quickly turned him over and pressed his cheek close to his mouth and nose. He was having extreme difficulty breathing, and his breathing was very irregular.
Each inhalation produced a wheezing sound, and even his lips slowly turned purple.
Xiaochen had a bad feeling and quickly felt the old man's pulse, mentally diagnosing the situation. A moment later, Xiaochen confirmed the symptoms.
It was an acute myocardial infarction. Cardiogenic shock. Once this disease strikes, it can take the life of an elderly person within minutes. He quickly shouted to the people around him, "Does anyone have any quick-acting heart medicine? There are many elderly people around, so maybe someone will take care of them."
Just then, an elderly woman with gray hair shakily pulled a medicine bottle from her pocket. "Young man, I have nitroglycerin pills."
"Thanks."
He quickly took it, but then he faced another problem. The elderly man is currently unconscious, and forcibly putting the nitroglycerin pill into his mouth could cause him to suffocate. He wouldn't dare take that risk.
"Did you call 120 emergency services?" "I called 120, and the ambulance is on its way."
"It will be here soon," a young man said.
"That's good."
Xiaochen looked at the old man again. At this point, what he needs to do is to reduce the burden on his heart as much as possible and improve oxygen supply. Xiaochen carefully adjusted the old man's position, raising his upper body slightly by 30 degrees. This would reduce the amount of blood returning to the heart and also alleviate pulmonary congestion and the burden on the heart.
He looked around at the people and said, "Could you please spread out a bit more? Do you have any fans or cardboard? We could help fan him."
Although there is no oxygen equipment available now, air circulation can also improve the oxygen deficiency. However, the effect was really minimal.
Xiaochen's fingers never left Uncle Chen's carotid artery.
Although the pulse was still there, it was extremely weak. If the old man really passed away in his arms, Xiaochen might also bear some responsibility.
"Grandpa, hang in there, the ambulance will be here soon. You must hold on."
Even though he knew the old man might not be able to hear, Xiaochen still leaned down and whispered encouragement in his ear.
At this moment, no one around spoke.
Several young people even wanted to come up and help, but they were at a loss.
The ambulance arrived about 5 minutes later.
Several doctors in white coats ran over carrying a stretcher through the crowd, and Xiaochen immediately spoke to them.
The patient was about 70 years old.
He suddenly experienced severe chest pain for about 5 minutes and lost consciousness for about 3 minutes. Cyanosis of the lips, rapid and irregular carotid pulse, and cold sweat all over the body are typical signs of acute myocardial infarction complicated by heart failure and shock. I have just helped him keep his airway open. He is in a semi-recumbent position, no oral medication was given, and his carotid pulse is present but very weak.
Xiaochen explained using professional terminology that this would help emergency doctors perform first aid quickly. He nodded and said, "Well done, young man. Now, leave the rest to us." Soon, the doctors lifted the elderly man into the ambulance.
The people around breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the old man being lifted into the ambulance. Just then, a voice came from the side, "Young man, you're amazing.
Are you studying medicine?"
Yes, this young man just went over to help, and I was stunned. Your movements are so precise, you must be a medical student." Hearing the sounds around him, Xiaochen scratched his head.
I have some knowledge of medicine."
Xiaochen quickly left the crowd and found Suji. Suji wasn't stupid, she knew Xiao Chen had done a good deed.
She asked, do you understand art? I know a little bit.
Xiao Chen scratched his head. My grandfather was a famous doctor.
He saved many people.
When I was a child, I learned a little about pulse diagnosis and some basic knowledge from my grandfather. Xiao Chen was not lying. His grandfather was indeed a doctor who ran a traditional Chinese medicine shop in the village. However, his grandfather passed away from cancer 3 years ago.
So that's how it is. Suji nodded slightly. You're amazing.
We are the flowers of our motherland, and it is only natural for us to save lives.
Moreover, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. You're right. By this time, the ambulance had already driven away.
Xiao Chen looked at the 2 babies in the stroller and said, "Let's go feed the pigeons again."
Good.
The 2 arrived at the place selling pigeon feed, but the lady selling the feed did not take Xiao Chen's money. She was also watching and witnessed Xiao Chen save the old man. "Young man, you did a great job just now, so I won't charge you for the feed."
Okay, thank you, Auntie. 2 yuan for a serving of feed isn't expensive. He didn't stand on ceremony with his aunt either. There are so many pigeons here.
As long as you put corn or wheat in your hand, pigeons will fly over to eat it. They frequently come into contact with humans, so naturally they are not afraid of people.
Suji pulled down the mesh of the stroller to prevent anything unclean from falling on the baby.
Suji held the feed in her hands, and a gray-white pigeon flew over and landed on her head. Suji let out an ah sound, her face showing terror. Xiao Chen then took out his phone and started snapping photos randomly.
Just then, a white, slightly viscous liquid suddenly landed on his nose. Chapter 29, Senior Sister Gets Hit Up? Xiao Chen's eyes turned cross-eyed.
Suji quickly took out her phone and snapped a picture of Xiao Chen's cross-eyed face. This white, slightly viscous liquid is pigeon droppings. Xiao Chen looked helpless and tried to wipe his face with the back of his hand, but Suji quickly grabbed his wrist when she saw his movement.
What are you going to do? Xiao Chen, I want to wipe it off. Will you wipe it with your hands?
Suji rolled her eyes.
If she wiped it with the back of her hand, wouldn't she get it all over her face and hands? Xiao Chen is a bit slow.
She took out a baby wipe from her bag and wiped Xiao Chen's nose. I'll go to the restroom in the mall to wash my face later.
Okay.
Xiao Chen looked up at the pigeons flying in the sky. Hurry up and feed them.
Once you're done feeding them, leave.
It's okay if they land on me, just don't get your new clothes dirty.
Aha!
After feeding the pigeons, Xiao Chen and Suji left. There were many food stalls around the square. They strolled around for a while, and then Xiao Chen bought Suji a string of candied strawberries. This was something Suji had never owned when she was a child, so she was very happy to see Xiao Chen buy it for her.
Thank you, darling. You're welcome, Senior.
Recently, Suji has been calling him by increasingly sweet names, which is also her affirmation of Xiao Chen in her heart.
Xiao Chen? Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly heard a very familiar voice.
Xiao Chen turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. The person who called him was Su Kuan, and he was holding the hand of a little girl who was over 150 centimeters tall. The little girl had her hair in pigtails and was wearing white Lolita stockings. She looked just like a middle school student.
No, bro, you. Xiao Chen walked over in surprise. Holy crap, what are you doing here? Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?
Su Kuan glanced at Suji next to Xiao Chen and his eyes widened. Holy crap, it really is your senior. Previously, every boy in school liked Suji, including Su Kuan. Seeing that she was pushing a stroller, it seemed that Xiao Chen was indeed not lying. They really did have 2 adorable babies.
Su Kuan, right? Suji remembered him, and Su Kuan nodded repeatedly. Yes, I didn't expect you to remember me, Senior. You guys? He glanced down at the stroller.
Through the mesh screen, you can vaguely see 2 very cute babies inside. Xiao Chen, however, turned his gaze to the little girl beside her and asked, "Is this your girlfriend?"
Ah, yes.
Su Kuan remembered that they hadn't introduced themselves yet, so he quickly said, this is my current girlfriend. Her name is Shinexayan, she's our junior.
Oh ho! Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. You little rascal, I didn't expect you to actually flirt with a junior girl. And she's a really cute junior.
But when they heard she was their junior, they were fine.
If it's a minor, that would be truly a terrible punishment.
Su Koan chuckled and continued, Xinxin, this is my roommate, Xiao Chen, and this is our senior, Su Ji, who was also the campus belle of Jiangcheng University before.
Hello, senior. Shen Xian spoke very kindly, and Su Ji responded warmly in return. After introducing themselves, Su Koan asked, by the way, what are you all doing here? Xiao Chen, the baby is 10 days old now. Su Ji and I brought them out to get some sun. I see.
Su Koan nodded, because he and Shen Xian hadn't known each other for long and had just started dating, so they still had a lot of novelty about their relationship. Therefore, Su Koan did not disturb Xiao Chen and Su Ji's time alone.
Brother Chen, I won't bother you two with the baby any longer. I'll treat you to dinner later. Okay. Soon, Su Koan took Shen Xian's little hand and left. After walking a distance, Shen Xian asked Su Koan, Baby, Xiao Chen already has a child? They went straight, boo. Shen Xian's meaning was clear, and Su Koan said, how should I explain this to you? Well, they accidentally had sex, and then, he hit the mark on the first try. Wow, is it that exciting? Shen Xian usually knew these things, so she found this matter somewhat exciting. That's how it is. Ox.
Xiao Chen and Su Ji strolled around outside for a while before going to Hanglong Plaza to buy some clothes and toys for the baby.
Afterward, they drove away from the plaza. I went home. Back home, Xiao Chen started cooking. Yuan Yuqin didn't tell him that her father was coming. After dinner, Xiao Chen changed into sportswear. I'm getting ready to go for a walk.
In the few days since school started, perhaps because he hasn't been exercising much, he has gained 5 pounds.
That's right, it's 5 gene.
The price is increasing at a rate of almost 1 pound every 2 days.
Xiao Chen knew all too well that obesity was extremely harmful to the body. So, he plans to go for a walk or a run. Mom was washing dishes in the room, while Aunt Yang was looking after the 2 babies. He came to Su Ji's side and made a gesture indicating whether he wanted to come or not. Want to come together? Can I run?
Su Ji's health has improved a lot recently, but she doesn't know if she can exercise.
Who says you have to run before you go out? Let's take a walk together. I've gained several pounds in the last few days. Good.
They left the neighborhood quickly without telling their mother. Because Jiangcheng University is right across from the residential area, Su Ji hasn't been back to school for a long time.
Looking at the gate of Jiangcheng University, she really hoped to go inside and take a look. What are you thinking about, senior? Xiao Chen approached Su Ji, who shook her head slightly. No. Let's go for a walk on the playground. Su Ji nodded.
Because they all have access control at the school, they can simply enter by scanning their faces. When the two arrived at the school gate, quite a few boys had already recognized Su Ji.
Holy crap, the school beauty is back. What? The school beauty is back?
Hearing his male companion's words, one of the boys asked a question, while also turning his gaze to Su Ji. Upon seeing Su Ji, he was taken aback for a moment, then with a Pan-Jodan flash, he arrived beside Su Ji.
Senior. The student stepped in front of Su Ji and asked softly, Excuse me, may I have your WeChat? Huh? Su Ji was slightly taken aback. No. She had just arrived at the school gate when she was approached by a classmate? This. She had indeed been approached by people before, but Su Ji had never given anyone her WeChat. Because of her family background, she is actually somewhat afraid of marriage. The shadow her father cast on her was simply too great. The boy looked at Su Ji earnestly, completely unaware of Xiao Chen beside her. Su Ji shook her head slightly. I'm sorry, classmate, I already have a boyfriend. As she spoke, Su Ji took the initiative to link arms with Xiao Chen. Chapter 30 Corny Pickup Lines from the Senior. Huh, what is that? The student looked completely bewildered. The senior had taken a year off from school, and then a year later she had a boyfriend? Is it fake? However, Su Ji was indeed holding Xiao Chen's arm. He had no choice but to leave. After the student left, Xiao Chen said, I reckon there will be a really explosive news story on the school forum tomorrow. Su Ji asked, what news? Xiao Chen, shocking. The campus beauty who took a year off from school has returned to Jiang University, and she even brought her boyfriend with her. Hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Are there people in our school that bored? Xiao Chen nodded, of course there are. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. Go to the school forum tomorrow, or check the confession wall and you'll see.
Okay. Xiao Chen and Suji did not delve into this issue. The two arrived at the school's playground. As everyone knows, male college students these days automatically turn on their eyes to look around when they walk on the street, so Suji was asked for her WeChat 3 times on the way there. Of course, she declined very politely. This made Xiao Chen realize that being beautiful could be so popular. At this moment, many students were running and exercising on the playground. Suji looked at the playground that was so familiar to her and thought to herself that it was so good to be back on campus. However, she didn't see her classmates. She really wanted to talk to her roommates. "Senior, you can wander around by yourself. I'll run a few laps and then call you." "Okay." Suji nodded slightly. "I won't wander off, I'll wait for you in the audience." She pointed to the stands around the playground, where groups of students were chatting, including quite a few couples. "Good." At this moment, Suji added, "Don't worry, even if someone asks for my WeChat later, I won't give it to them." "Haha, okay." Xiao Chen went for a run, and Suji watched his figure with deep affection in her eyes. She found a relatively quiet place, and no classmates around her paid any attention to her, so no one added her on WeChat. Xiao Chen ran a total of 6 laps around the 500-meter track, which is 3 kilometers, in a total of 20 minutes. He wasn't running very fast. "Here's some water." When Xiao Chen found Suji, she handed him a bottle of water. Xiao Chen was taken aback. He looked at the vending machine not far away before he realized what was happening. "Thanks, dear." "Ha." Suji chuckled. "Hearing that from you sounds a bit strange." Xiao Chen took a sip of water and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's kind of sweet." "Where did you learn these cheesy pickup lines, senior?" Xiao Chen chuckled. "Alright, senior, you've won me over. I'll be devoted to you for life and marry you in the future." "Suji, then I agree, I'll marry you in the future." Become. Xiao Chen and Suji left Jiangcheng University. However, it's only a little past 8 o'clock in the evening, and he doesn't plan to go back yet. He sat on a bench by the roadside, took out his phone, and checked the movies that were recently released. Nanjing Photo Studio? The movie has received rave reviews online recently, so Xiao Chen decisively bought 2 tickets. "Senior, let's go see a movie." "Okay, what movie do you want to watch?" Suji felt particularly comfortable around Xiao Chen, so she was willing to do anything he asked her to do. Nanjing Photo Studio. The online reviews are pretty good, let's take a look together. Judging from the title, this drama is about the Nanjing massacre. Suji nodded. "Okay, how do we get there?" "Go back to the car?" Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, "Ginza isn't far from here, let's walk there." "Good. It's only 2 kilometers from here to that side." However, Suji remembered that Xiao Chen had just run 3 kilometers. "Can my body handle walking another 2 kilometers? Will you be alright walking another 2 kilometers? Forehead. Xiao Chen was taken aback. "No, you're underestimating your husband too much." "What's 2 kilometers? You'll see how strong I am later." Xiao Chen grinned mischievously. "Yes, it's exactly what you're thinking." At this moment, Suji was of course unaware of the meaning behind Xiao Chen's words. She asked, "When is later?" In 50 days. Suji was taken aback. Why did it take so long? Xiao Chen had searched online and found that it takes about 2 months after childbirth before sexual intercourse can resume. So it can only be 50 days later. Why did it take so long? Xiao Chen, don't pry into other people's business. He thought for a moment. "However, I can show you now how strong I am." "How do you see it?" Without saying a word, he picked Suji up and ran forward. The speed is not slow. Holding Xiao Chen in his arms, Suji felt the jolting and, to be honest, she was a little uncomfortable. But nestled in Xiao Chen's arms, feeling his massive body, she also felt a great sense of security. After running a few hundred meters, Xiao Chen felt a little tired, and Suji tactfully got off and even supported him. When the two arrived at the movie theater, their tickets were being checked, and the movie was about to start in 5 minutes. Xiao Chen bought a bucket of popcorn and then went into the movie theater with Suji. The story told in the film Nanjing Photo Studio is not about the war of resistance against Japan. Instead, the main plot focuses on ordinary people. A postman was helping people find their mail when he missed boarding a fleeing car, which saved his life. Then he was mistaken by the Japanese for a photo studio worker who was helping the Japanese develop photos. In the end, the photos were kept on file and then distributed. This movie is based on a true story, which was also the darkest moment in the history of the Great Xia dynasty. After watching the movie, Xiao Chen felt a mix of emotions.
He even wants to tear two Japanese soldiers apart with his bare hands now.
Sushi felt the same way, especially when she saw a Japanese soldier in a movie who threw a mother's child to her death. She felt extremely sad. They will never forget the Nanjing massacre.
By the time the movie ended, it was already late at night. There were hardly any vehicles on the road. Not far away, there seemed to be two drunkards lying under the dim streetlights.
When Suji saw the figures ahead, she couldn't help but hug Xiao Chen's arm tightly. "Darling, look ahead, it looks like there are two people.
Should we take a different route?"
Xiao Chen was taken aback, then said softly, "No need, we live in a society governed by law now, it's fine.
And I will definitely protect you."
Suji nodded slightly, but she was still a little scared. It is indeed much more dangerous at night than during the day.
Xiao Chen and Suji walked forward. When they passed the two drunkards, Suji instinctively avoided looking at them.
Just then, a drunkard stood up.
Chapter 31, Was castration considered self-defense?
"Little sister, stop right there." The drunkard, his face flushed, staggered to his feet. Xiao Chen did not stop walking when he heard him speak. Just then, his other companion quickly stood up. He was clearly quite sober, and upon seeing the pretty face, he immediately became interested.
"Damn it, I told you to stop, didn't you hear me?"
His tone was thick with hostility. He was a skinny guy with dyed blonde hair, probably about 1.9 meters tall, with long limbs. It was obvious that this guy had Marfan syndrome. Xiao Chen felt Suji hug him even tighter, and he calmly said, "There are cameras all around, it's best not to cause trouble.
Otherwise."
The thug with Marfan syndrome clearly didn't take Xiao Chen's words seriously.
He retorted, "Otherwise what?
You didn't even bother to find out who's in charge here. Get out of here, this little girl, she wants to." Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Chen had already thrown a punch. A fist the size of a sandbag slammed into his face. The thug winced in pain, staggered back a few steps, and nearly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Bright red blood flowed from his nose, and the thug felt a warm current surging in his nose, so he quickly wiped it away.
Upon seeing the blood, he uttered MMB. "Damn it, you dare hit me? You're finished. Ergo, let's attack together."
Upon hearing this, the drunken boy stretched his neck and cracked his knuckles.
"Watch from the sidelines."
Xiao Chen pushed Suji aside. As the two approached, Suji quickly took out her phone and dialed 110. The thug known as Ergo had already stretched out his fist, the size of a sandbag, and was about to punch Xiao Chen in the face. He's going to retaliate the way he just beat his older brother. Ergo was very confident in his strength. He and his friends had robbed many people on the street before, and he had never lost a fight they had arranged. To his surprise, Xiao Chen caught his fist with his bare hands.
With a thud,
Ergo's expression froze for a moment. He quickly reached into his pocket with his other hand and pulled out a gleaming fruit knife. Then, with a whoosh, it slashed towards Xiao Chen's arm. Xiao Chen noticed his movement and quickly kicked Ergo in the chest, taking a few steps back, but the gleaming blade still cut his arm. Suji rushed to his side and saw that bright red blood was flowing down his arm.
She asked anxiously, "Xiao Chen, are you all right?" "Fine."
Xiao Chen only felt a slight pain in his arm. The wound shouldn't be deep. The two clearly had no intention of giving up, at which point Suji threatened, "I've already called the police, and the 110 will be here soon. Hee, little sister, don't scare us."
Ma Fan, the patient, grinned slyly. "Tonight, your brother will definitely take good care of you.
Little sister, stop struggling in vain.
Come into your brother's arms."
His hand clasped in the air, his expression extremely lewd. Xiao Chen snorted coldly, expressionless, and shielded Suji behind him. Then, Ma Fan lunged at them, and Xiao Chen pulled Suji aside. At that moment, he felt an invisible force filling his body.
This is not a system.
It's more like adrenaline.
When a person is extremely angry, their body secretes a large amount of adrenaline.
Xiao Chen's face darkened as Ma Fan swung his fist at him. Instead of dodging, Xiao Chen delivered a heavy punch, grabbed Ma Fan's blonde hair, and pulled him back with all his might. With his other hand, an uppercut landed squarely on his chin.
Xiao Chen was very strong.
This punch almost knocked the blonde-haired man unconscious. He felt dizzy, and when he opened his eyes, the scene in front of him began to shake, and he even saw double. Seeing that Huang Mao had fallen to the ground, Xiao Chen grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up.
Big brother.
Ergo charged at Xiao Chen again with a knife. Huang Mao weighed only about 90 pounds, and Xiao Chen grabbed his arm and used Huang Mao as a weapon.
A flick. Whoosh.
Ergo never expected Xiao Chen to do this. His face was slapped directly by the blonde-haired man's foot. Xiao Chen reacted quickly, dropping the blonde-haired man and snatching the knife from Ergo's hand. The slap instantly sobered him up considerably. He felt he was no match for Xiao Chen, so he ignored the blonde-haired guy and ran away.
Watching his departing figure, Xiao Chen remained expressionless. Is this guy a clown hired by the monkeys?
He turned his head slightly, and at that moment, the blonde-haired man on the ground was slowly standing up.
It seems he wants to run away too.
However, he had just been thrown hard by Xiao Chen, and his body was in excruciating pain.
Before he could even stand up, his legs gave way.
Xiao Chen approached him with a dark expression. The blonde-haired man tilted his head back, his previous arrogance completely gone.
Brother, I was wrong. Please let me go, I promise I won't do it again. Seeing his pleading expression, Xiao Chen said calmly, there won't be a next time.
As he spoke, he grabbed the blonde-haired man's shoulders and lifted him up. Next, use your knee to push upwards hard. There was a snapping sound. The blonde-haired man rolled his eyes and fainted. Just then, an alarm sounded in the distance. Accompanied by blue and red lights, 2 police cars quickly pulled up here. Suji came to Xiao Chen's side. She had seen everything that had just happened.
Xiao Chen castrated him? What happened? Who called the police?
A policeman who looked to be about 34 years old got out of the police car and walked over.
Suji quickly stepped forward and said, Officer, I'm the one who called the police.
Next, Suji briefly explained what had just happened. She and her boyfriend were walking home after watching a movie when 2 drunkards blocked their way. Xiao Chen knocked one of them down, while the other ran away.
This is someone else's knife, and he was cut by him.
Xiao Chen's arms and clothes were covered in congealed blood. The policeman frowned slightly and said to the officers behind him, take this thug to the police station first.
Xiao Lu, go check the surveillance footage in the vicinity. Yes, Captain.
The police checked Xiao Chen's injuries and, fortunately, they weren't too serious, so they took him to a nearby clinic for disinfection and bandaging. During the process, Xiao Chen learned that the policeman's name was Mu Changlei, and he was just 40 years old this year.
Xiao Chen, right?
I need to take your statement later, please cooperate.
No problem.
Xiao Chen nodded slightly. At this moment, he was a little worried.
Was neutering the blonde-haired guy a bit too much? Would this be considered excessive self-defense? Chapter 32. He kissed his senior. A dozen minutes later, Xiao Chen and Suji were taken to Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau by Mu Changlei. However, they did not go into the interrogation room immediately. Mu Changlei first coordinated some work with other police officers.
The surveillance footage had been found and was basically the same as what Suji had said. The man who escaped, Ergo, has been found by the police. When they found him, he was hiding in a closet in a rented room, too scared to come out.
Another 10 minutes or so passed before Mu Changlei entered the conference room with another police officer.
We can begin taking statements now. You will be given separate statements, and you should try to describe the events in as much detail as possible.
Good.
Xiao Chen was the first to give a statement.
Another policeman set up a camera, and Mu Changlei asked Xiao Chen, why did you and your girlfriend pass by that road today? What was your route? Xiao Chen was taken aback. No, did he really need to ask such detailed questions?
However, Xiao Chen was certain he had heard the story and wouldn't make things up. He recounted his entire journey from leaving home, to shopping at Jiangcheng University with Suji, to watching a movie, and finally returning home. Then he explained how he dealt with the thugs. Before giving his statement, Mu Changlei had personally watched the video surveillance, and what Xiao Chen said was exactly the same as what he saw. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't make things difficult for Xiao Chen.
After Xiao Chen finished recording his statement, it was Suji's turn. Suji's statement was almost identical to Xiao Chen's.
She even produced details such as what movie she watched and the movie ticket stub. After giving their statements, the two were released. Of course, Xiao Chen did not ask Huang Mao about his situation.
Mu Changlei didn't bring it up either. Could it be that he wasn't castrated? The police offered to drive them home. Yuan Yuqin was stunned when she saw the bandages on Xiao Chen's arm and the bloodstains on his body. Oh my goodness, son, what's wrong with you?
His mother asked with concern, and Xiao Chen touched his face, which was swollen like a pig's head, and shook his head. "It's nothing, Mom.
I ran into two thugs on the road. They were harassing my wife, so I got into a fight with them." "Holy crap, are you alright? Should we go to the hospital to get checked out?"
Although my mother usually says he has many faults, seeing her son like this makes her feel particularly bad. The clown shook his head. "Mom, I told you, it's okay. Suji called the police at the time, and we had just returned from the police station after giving our statements. You don't need to worry." "Are the babies asleep?" Xiao Chen asked. Yuan Yuqin nodded. "I just got them to sleep. Don't worry about them tonight, just leave it to me." "Good." Xiao Chen went into the bedroom to change his clothes and then went to the bathroom to take a shower. At this moment, Sushi took out a roll of cling film from the kitchen and wrapped it around the clown's arm. "Be careful when you take a shower, don't let the wound get wet. Otherwise, you'll get infected." After tonight, Xiao Chen felt that his relationship with Suji was getting better and better. Every woman hopes her boyfriend can protect her, especially since Xiao Chen suffered such serious injuries for her sake.
"I understand, honey." Xiao Chen entered the bathroom with a mischievous smile.
Sushi took the clothes that Xiao Chen had taken off and went to the balcony, where she washed them. They washed away all the bloodstains. Washing clothes wasn't difficult for her back when she was at home. Suji always did the laundry.
Yuan Yuqin felt a pang of sympathy when she saw Suji washing clothes all by herself. "Gigi, how could you do the laundry?" "Mom." Suji tucked a stray hair behind her ear and said, "Isn't it a normal thing for me to do laundry?" "Oh dear, you're a new mother now, you can't do these strenuous tasks. Don't do the laundry, I'll do it later."
Xiao Chen's mother and his own mother formed a stark contrast. "I just don't know how his father is doing." Lost in thought, Xiao Chen had already finished showering, but he forgot to bring a towel. Xiao Chen opened the bathroom door and called out, "Wife, hurry up and bring me a bath towel."
"I forgot to bring your husband." Suji chuckled. "Xiao Chen, you're so stupid. I even forgot to bring my bath towel." She quickly went into the master bedroom, opened the closet, and took out a pink bath towel for him. Xiao Chen was stunned. Good heavens, this bath towel was used by Suji.
I took a sniff, and it even had a faint fragrance. Although he wasn't a pervert, the smell did give him a real burning sensation.
"Honey, go take a shower." Xiao Chen picked up a hairdryer and started drying his hair.
Just then, Suji stood behind him.
"I'll blow it for you." He often watches videos online of boys blow-drying girls' hair in front of a mirror. But I've rarely seen a girl give a blowjob to a boy. "Okay."
Xiao Chen chuckled. "I feel like if the photos of you blow-drying my hair were posted on the school forum, all the boys would be green with envy."
"It can't be that bad. Senior, don't you know how charming you are?"
Suji fell silent. Xiao Chen was right.
It might really explode. This is truly a society that judges people by their appearance.
After drying her hair and taking a shower, Suji and Suji went to bed together. Suji gently poked the bandage with her finger and asked, "Does it still hurt?"
It doesn't hurt. Because the wound wasn't deep to begin with, it was just a few stitches." Suji felt a pang of heartache. "Won't it leave a huge scar?" "Oh well, so what if I get a scar? What's wrong with a man having a few scars?"
"Senior, you still have stretch marks on your belly after you give birth to my baby."
Suji lifted her clothes and looked at her belly.
For the past few days, Xiao Chen has been applying stretch mark removal cream to him. Now, the stretch marks on her stomach have faded considerably.
"How come I've never heard of such a thing before?"
Suji said, "Ever since you applied the stretch mark removal cream to my stomach, it's not so noticeable anymore." Xiao Chen comforted her, "It's alright, the scars will fade over time.
Moreover, this scar is also a testament to our love."
Suji couldn't argue with Xiao Chen at all.
She nodded slightly. "Then I'll take care of you during this time. I'm a really good cook, I'll cook for you tomorrow." "Good. However, this can only be done once."
Xiao Chen stroked Suji's face, which was full of collagen. "I don't want my wife to become a haggard old woman in the future."
No, that won't happen." Suji shook her head. "I cooked at home for so long before, and I didn't become a haggard housewife, did I? This is different."
Xiao Chen stared into Suji's eyes for more than 3 seconds, and she did not look away. He gradually moved closer and kissed his senior's lips.
Chapter 33, The Police Come to the Door? The novel is a lie. A girl's breath doesn't taste like beer. Instead, it's sweet.
Xiao Chen only felt that her lips were soft and smooth inside.
It even has a particularly pleasant milky smell. Could it be related to pregnancy? Senior, your lips smell so good. Xiao Chen couldn't help but pull her into his arms. Suji made a soft, whimpering sound. Then, Xiao Chen's hands started to get restless? Omega? Early the next morning.
After opening his eyes, Xiao Chen stretched.
Suji nestled in his arms as usual. Maybe she's insecure, or she's just that clingy? Xiao Chen, get up and eat.
My mother knocked on the door, only opening it a crack, afraid of seeing something she shouldn't.
Xiao Chen replied, I know, Mom. I'll get up right away.
Just then, there was a knock on the door 3 times. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yuqin hurriedly walked towards the front door, thinking that Xiao Guoshang probably wouldn't be able to arrive so early today. After I told Xiao Guoshang about Xiao Chen's birth yesterday, Xiao Guoshang said he would come over tomorrow. Xiao Guoshang still had a few days of annual leave left, so he simply took the leave and came to see the baby.
Here I am.
Wearing an apron, Yuan Yuqin hurriedly went to open the door, but when she opened it and saw the person standing there, she was slightly taken aback. The person who came was not Xiao Guoshang, but a police officer wearing a blue uniform.
Upon seeing the police officer, Yuan Yuqin quickly asked, Officer, are you in the wrong place? Seeing that Yuan Yuqin seemed a little nervous, Mu Chanlei chuckled and said, Don't be nervous. May I ask, does Xiao Chen live here? Right. Yuan Yuqin nodded slightly, my son, Your son is fine.
Yesterday, he bravely saved an elderly man, and the old man asked us police officers to make sure we find him. An hour ago, a young man who identified himself as Chen Liwei entered the police station, saying that a teenager had saved his father's life yesterday, and his father insisted that he find the young man. He decided to go to the police station and ask the police for help.
Xiao Chen happened to pass by their police station last night to give his statement, and the police officers brought them back yesterday.
He just found the property management office, and they gave him his home address. It has to be said, this is quite a coincidence.
He saved an old man?
Since Xiao Chen hadn't mentioned this at all, Yuan Yuqin said, he's still sleeping in his room, you guys come in first.
Good. Mu Changlei walked in with a smile, and the first thing he saw was the 2 babies in the stroller. Of course, I just glanced at it and didn't say anything more.
This time, Yuan Yuqin didn't knock on the door but went straight into the master bedroom.
Xiao Chen was getting dressed, while Suji was still asleep. Xiao Chen, did you save an old man yesterday? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen looked up at her and asked, Mom, how did you know? A policeman came to our house. He said he wanted to thank you for the old man you saved yesterday. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, okay, I'll go out right away. Xiao Chen quickened his pace in getting dressed, and just then, the sound of a baby crying suddenly came from outside. Wah! The baby's voice was very shrill. Yuan Yuqin quickly went out and, seeing her crying baby, picked him up. Baby, don't cry. Oh dear, are you hungry? She gently patted Di Bao's bottom, while Mu Changlei awkwardly turned his head away. Because he had just taken a closer look at the baby. Then the baby started crying. Was she scared to tears by him? At this moment, Xiao Chen opened the door to the master bedroom and came out. Officer Mu? Upon seeing Mu Changlei, Xiao Chen spoke up. Mu Changlei, seeing Xiao Chen, replied, It really is you. Xiao Chen, I need to talk to you about something. Xiao Chen nodded slightly, then took Di Bao from Yuan Yuqin's arms. Mom, maybe he'll stop crying if I hold him. Just as Xiao Chen had expected, the baby stopped crying as soon as he took the child. Daddy's holding me stops me from crying. Mu Changlei, who was standing to the side, was taken aback. He asked, Are you the child's father? Xiao Chen nodded, Yes, Suji from yesterday is my wife. He clearly remembered that Xiao Chen was only 19 years old this year. Becoming a father at 19 is truly amazing. However, he didn't think much of it. Mu Changlei asked, When we were giving your statement yesterday, why didn't you mention that you saved an old man in the afternoon? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. In that case, should I start by talking about what I ate and what I did yesterday? Mu Changlei gave an awkward laugh. Ha ha. Yuan Yuqin poured 2 glasses of water and placed them on the coffee table, then sat down next to Xiao Chen. Mu Changlei whispered a thank you, his expression becoming more serious. This morning, as soon as I arrived at work, an elderly person's family member came to the police station. You saved an old man yesterday, didn't you?
Xiao Chen nodded slightly. I wouldn't say I saved you, I just offered some help.
Alright, young man, stop being modest.
But you were pretty ruthless yesterday. I received a message from my colleague on duty at the hospital in the middle of the night. You little rascal, you actually. As he spoke, Mu Changlei made a gesture as if an egg was breaking.
Xiao Chen suddenly realized. I feel really good. Damn it, who told that guy to have designs on Suji? He deserved it.
At this moment, Xiao Chen asked, by the way, then.
I don't think this counts as excessive self-defense, do I? Don't worry, it won't. After all, you were injured too. He glanced at Xiao Chen's arm. How is it? Does it still hurt?
His arm needed several stitches.
It's quite serious. Xiao Chen shook his head. What's a man going to do?
By the way, tell the old man's family that they've already thanked him. There's no need for them to come and thank us in person. Upon hearing this, Mu Changlei said, I can't make that decision.
How about, you come with me to the police station? Xiao Chen, no, why would I go to the police station?
Your injuries are quite serious. I'll take you back to the police station first, and then to the hospital for a medical examination to assess your injuries. The two people who caused you trouble yesterday will have to compensate you for your injuries.
The
wound wasn't actually deep, it was just quite long, so it was stitched up to speed up the healing process. Besides, Xiao Chen isn't short of money now. Instead of going to the hospital all the time, he might as well stay home and kiss his senior.
Let's not go. Go ahead, go ahead.
Mu Changlei said, at the very least, you should let the old man's child see you.
He's still waiting at the police station.
Oh, this.
Xiao Chen thought for a moment. We should definitely give them face. Chapter 34. Old Chen personally expressed his gratitude. Is he a big shot? Then I'll go.
Xiao Chen looked at the baby in his arms, then turned his gaze to Yuan Yuqin. Mom, look, they've been waiting for me, why don't I go and see them?
Do you want Mom to come with you?
Forget it, you should stay home and stay with the baby. Tell Suji later that I won't go in and disturb her sleep.
Soon, Xiao Chen and Mu Changlei went downstairs. As they entered the elevator, Mu Changlei asked, You already have a child?
Xiao Chen smiled and said, I fell in love with my senior at first sight during my freshman year. I got pregnant after knowing her for only a month.
Now the baby was just over 10 days old, and I'm currently on leave. I estimate that I will go to school after October 1st. Saying this to a policeman shouldn't cause any problems. Mu Changlei nodded slightly after hearing this. I see. You're quite something, kid. So, you get married after graduating from university?
Hearing this, Xiao Chen didn't know either, mainly because what he just said was just bragging.
Let's talk about it later. At that moment, a Volkswagen Passat was parked downstairs in the residential area. It was a typical executive car. After getting in the car, Mu Changlei drove him to the police station.
Upon entering the police station, a man in a suit who looked to be only in his early 30s immediately stood up. Xiao Chen saw an indescribable aura about him, a feeling that was like a business elite. Chen Liwei walked over and immediately focused his gaze on Xiao Chen. Yes, this was the young man who had saved his father's life yesterday. Before Chen Liwei could speak, Mu Changlei said, This should be Xiao Chen you're looking for.
You two talk first, I'll take you to the hospital later, Xiao Chen. Good. Mu Changlei didn't disturb the two and left directly. Chen Liwei looked at Xiao Chen and extended his hand very warmly. Hello Xiao Chen, my name is Chen Liwei.
You are the son who saved the old man yesterday.
Forehead. Hello. To be honest, it was quite formal at the moment, and Xiao Chen was a little caught off guard. You saved my father yesterday. My father ordered me to bring you to the hospital so that he could thank you in person. Xiao Chen was a little embarrassed. There's no need for that.
As a 5-star good citizen, I feel it's only natural for me to help the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. Upon hearing this, Chen Liwei shook his head. Yesterday, before my father had his attack, he was conscious for several minutes. He shouted for a long time, but no one was willing to save him, they just stayed around him. Only you stepped forward, and I have already learned from the doctor that without your help, my father might have become paralyzed due to lack of oxygen.
So Mr. Xiao Chen, you must come with me. Please.
As he spoke, he actually bowed to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen twitched his lips.
Why did the scene have such a strong colonel's flavor? Noticing Xiao Chen's gaze, Chen Liwei said,
I've been working in Japan for the past few years.
I see.
Xiao Chen pursed his lips. Okay, since he was going to the hospital later anyway, he might as well visit the old man.
I should be able to just buy a fruit basket on the way, right? Mu Changlei led Chen Liwei and Xiao Chen away from the police station.
At this moment, Chen Liwei said, Xiao Chen, Officer Mu, get in my car. He pointed to the Bentley parked next to him.
Xiao Chen's lips twitched. Goodness, could this be a rich second generation? Mu Changlei was stunned.
Good heavens, he had never ridden in such an expensive car before. Seemingly noticing their hesitation, Chen Liwei continued, Officer Mu, I'll have the driver bring you back later. He had already walked to the back door of the car and opened it. Get in. Given that the other party has already gone this far, it would indeed be inappropriate for Xiao Chen and Mu Changlei not to get on the bus soon.
The two people got into the car. It was only then that Xiao Chen noticed that there was another driver in the driver's seat, wearing sunglasses, white gloves, and a suit.
Chen Liwei sat in the passenger seat, and when the car started moving, it was noticeably different from the Xiaomi YU7.
This car is almost silent and drives very quietly.
Xiao Chen had even made up his mind that he would buy a car like this in the future.
Just then, the system's voice came through. Host, if you call me Dad, I'll reward you with the same car.
What the heck?
Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Would I call you Dad just because of a car? Impossible, absolutely impossible.
But Xiao Chen thought back to last semester in the dormitory, his roommates often called him Dad or Godfather. If you could get a Bentley for calling someone Dad, it seems not entirely impossible. Nothing can withstand the "it's actually so good" phenomenon. Xiao Chen thought to himself, System, give me this car. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining a Bentley Continental GT and a model car.
The model car has been delivered to your home by express delivery and you can receive it today. Me.
At hashtag, System, are you a sore loser? System, I didn't say whether it was a real car or a model car.
Half an hour later. The car was parked at Zhengqing First People's Hospital.
After getting off the bus, Xiao Chen looked around and saw a fruit basket vendor not far away. He walked over and said, Auntie, I'd like a fruit basket.
$2.99. What? Xiao Chen was taken aback. Good heavens, the fruit basket was so expensive, 299 yuan each? And there are no fruits like durian or mangosteen in it.
But $2.99 it is, things are never cheap near a hospital. After buying a fruit basket, Chen Liwei came over.
Young brother Xiao Chen, why are you buying this?
Forehead.
Xiao Chen scratched his head. I was just thinking, wouldn't it be better to go empty-handed when I see the old man later? You are my father as savior, so what if you're empty-handed?
Xiao Chen replied, since it's already been bought, you don't need to worry about it.
After saying that, Xiao Chen strode towards the hospital's inpatient department.
However, a problem arose. He didn't know which ward Grandpa Chen was in. He had no choice but to turn back. Just now, Mu Changlei and Chen Liwei had already discussed it and decided to take Xiao Chen for a checkup first.
Chen Liwei also expressed his understanding.
He could even find a way to use his family's resources to kill the assailant who slashed his arm if Xiao Chen wanted to.
However, you can't do that in front of the police.
Xiao Chen, let's go get you checked out first, and then we'll go see the old man.
Xiao Chen shook his head upon hearing this. Uncle Mu, why don't I go see the old man first? It's not too late to do the examination after that.
The doctor said last night that the dressing can be changed in 24 hours.
This. Mu Changlei nodded. That's fine, but don't take too long. I'm working. I know.
Xiao Chen felt that he wouldn't talk to old Chen for too long.
So, we just went through the motions of being polite? Chapter 35. I'll directly recognize you as my grandfather.
Led by Chen Liwei, they arrived at the outside of a luxury ward.
This is a single room on the top floor of the inpatient department, a luxurious ward specifically for powerful and influential people.
Upon reaching the door, Mu Changlei said, I won't go in.
Xiao Chen, you chat with the old man for a while. I'll wait for you to come out and then take you for an injury assessment.
Good. Without thinking much, he followed Chen Liwei into the room. After pushing the door open and entering, Chen Liwei said, Dad, I brought the person you were looking for. Xiao Chen looked toward the hospital bed, where the old man he had met the previous afternoon was lying. However, his complexion was noticeably better at this moment. His skin was rosy and glowing, and his lips, which were purple yesterday, had turned pink. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Daosheng quickly sat up. Indeed, this young man was the one who had saved him yesterday. After waking up yesterday, he sent people to check the surrounding surveillance footage and finally confirmed that it was Xiao Chen.
Young man, thank you so much for saving me yesterday, haha.
Chen Daosheng smiled and said, thanks to you, if it weren't for you yesterday, I would be a ghost in the underworld by now.
Old Chen, what nonsense are you talking about?
Xiao Chen said, you wouldn't have been in any trouble without me, and besides, I didn't really help much. Xiao Chen scratched his head, actually just being modest. To be honest, if it weren't for him, just as Chen Liwei said, he might have really become a vegetable. This happens when the brain is deprived of oxygen for a long time.
Even if it's not that serious, it could still result in hemiplegia. Young man, don't be modest. You gave me my life, but to be honest, I really don't know how to thank you.
At this moment, Chen Daosheng noticed that Xiao Chen was carrying a fruit basket. Upon seeing the fruit basket, he smiled even more broadly. You've come all this way, why did you bring a fruit basket? Wait, why is your arm still wrapped in bandages? Xiao Chen laughed and said, I bumped into something last night, but it's nothing serious.
Old Chen, saving you is what I should do. After all, I'm a model student, haha. Ha ha ha.
Chen Daosheng couldn't help but smile, and then winked at his son.
Chen Liwei understood immediately and then took out a gleaming gold bank card from his pocket.
Xiao Chen had never seen a card like this before. Old Chen calmly said, this card.
I can't accept this card.
Before Old Chen could finish speaking, Xiao Chen rejected him.
This.
Old Chen felt that giving money was the most decisive method. He wanted to say something more, but at this moment Xiao Chen spoke up, Old Chen, I feel that this is fate between us, how about this? If I call you Grandpa, you will acknowledge me as your grandson, and from now on we will be grandfather and grandson.
Grandson, if I ever need anything in the future, I'll ask you for help, Grandpa.
Upon hearing this, Chen Daosheng felt that what Xiao Chen said was indeed true.
Xiao Chen is a sensible child, and he likes Xiao Chen very much now. They've already saved their own lives, so what's wrong with adopting a grandson? Okay, ha ha ha. Grandfather. Grandson. The scene before them was strangely bizarre, especially for Chen Liwei.
Chen Daosheng was his father, and now he had another grandson.
Did that mean Xiao Chen had become his son? Holy crap, I suddenly have an extra son. Who could stand this? At this moment, Chen Liwei spoke up, then. I have another son?
Xiao Chen looked at Chen Liwei, not wanting to call him dad, and said, let's stick to our own ways.
Ha ha ha.
Chen Daosheng had no objection to Xiao Chen's words.
He looked at Chen Liwei and said, you kid, you're not even married yet, and you already have a 20-year-old son? Xiao Chen, you can call him second brother. This is my youngest son. I also have an older son in America. I'll introduce you to him later. Good.
Xiao Chen could tell that this old Chen must be a business tycoon, perhaps the chairman of some company.
Chen Daosheng looked at Xiao Chen and liked him more and more. He asked, by the way, are you a college student? Yes. Xiao Chen nodded calmly, I'm 19 this year, and I'm a sophomore at Jiangcheng University. Jiangcheng University doesn't seem to have a medical school, does it? Because Xiao Chen's rescue of him yesterday was exceptionally precise, Chen Daosheng's first thought was that he was a medical student. Grandpa, I'm not a medical student. Xiao Chen immediately changed his tune.
Although it felt a little awkward, he was very accepting of it. More than money, he hoped to get close to a powerful figure so that his future life would be smooth sailing. For example, after graduation, if you hear that your grandson is unemployed, it's not impossible that you can easily arrange a good job for him, or even let him join your company.
You're not a medical student? Chen Daosheng asked in surprise.
Xiao Chen nodded calmly, yes, but my grandfather was a well-known doctor in the village. He dedicated his life to the medical field.
I only learned the basics of what he taught me. Oh, I see.
Upon hearing that Xiao Chen's grandfather had passed away, Chen Daosheng said, child, from now on I will be your grandfather.
Xiao Chen nodded, okay, Grandpa. By the way, you should have a girlfriend by now, right?
When he reviewed the security footage, he clearly saw himself pushing a stroller with a girl. But he's only 19 years old this year, so he shouldn't have any children.
I not only have a girlfriend, I also have a child. Xiao Chen smiled awkwardly, well. I'll tell you later.
Upon hearing this, Chen Daosheng immediately became displeased. You child, are you afraid that your grandfather will find out your secret?
No, Xiao Chen shook his head.
At this moment, Chen Daosheng's son, Chen Liwei, spoke up. Dad, Xiao Chen was injured in the arm by 2 thugs last night. The police are outside, and he is going to have a forensic examination now.
What? Upon hearing this, Chen Daosheng was completely dumbfounded.
Xiao Chen was also completely bewildered.
No.
He just said that he bumped into something by accident.
Well, now the old man knows. Chen Daosheng's expression turned serious. Xiao Chen, what exactly happened? Didn't you just say you bumped into something? Are you sure you're not lying to your grandfather?
Xiao Chen's lips twitched. Oh dear, Grandpa, I was just worried you'd be anxious.
Last night, my girlfriend and I went out to see a movie. On the way back, we encountered 2 drunkards harassing her. I just accidentally got hurt while protecting my girlfriend.
Upon hearing this, Chen Daosheng carefully examined Xiao Chen's arm. If it's a minor injury, you shouldn't need to wrap it in several layers of bandage. Xiao Chen's arm is now wrapped several times, so his injury must be quite serious.
He asked, have you caught those 2 people? They've been caught. Xiao Chen nodded. Officer Mu just told me that we need to do a medical examination to assess the extent of the injuries. Chapter 36 Su Ji's father requests a meeting. Xiao Wei. Chen Daosheng spoke. Dad, what is it?
When you go for the injury assessment later, go with him. Also, make sure my grandson gets the best medicine from the hospital.
You will cover the medical expenses. Yes, Dad. Chen Liwei's tone was devoid of any emotion. Then I'll take Xiao Chen there now, and we'll be back in a bit.
Well, Xiao Chen, I'll be discharged from the hospital in a few days, and I'll personally come to thank you.
You can't refuse me entry then, okay? Xiao Chen was taken aback. No. They even came to thank me in person? It really can't be that bad. At this moment, Xiao Chen was particularly eager to know Chen Daosheng's true identity. Which company's chairman is he?
Xiao Chen was led out of the ward by Chen Liwei, while at that moment, Mu Chanlei was smoking at the window at the end of the corridor. Seeing the 2 men come out, he stubbed out his cigarette and walked over with a smile. How was it, Xiao Chen?
Did you have a good chat with the old gentleman?
It's all right, he's already acknowledged me as his grandfather.
Mu Chanlei was completely dumbfounded. What? He's directly acknowledging someone as his grandfather? You're something else, kid. Mu Chanlei was very envious of him for climbing the social ladder.
Chen Daosheng is the chairman of Rixing Capital, which is one of the top 3 financial companies in Shandong province. If he really acknowledges a grandfather-grandson relationship with Chen Daosheng, this kid will probably have a bright future.
Of course it is. Xiao Chen scratched his head, and then, under Mu Changlei's guidance, his arm injury was assessed.
He was cut on the arm yesterday, with a wound about 5 centimeters long, which required 7 stitches. The injury assessment only classified it as a minor injury.
However, even minor injuries still warrant criminal liability.
If Xiao Chen can forgive him, he might be treated leniently. But Xiao Chen would never forgive him.
The doctor changed Xiao Chen's arm dressing and bandaged it. Since the area on his hand couldn't bend, there was no need for a cast. Mu Changlei said, all right, the 2 criminals confessed to their crimes last night. I will inform you of the follow-up results by phone.
Of course, you can also come to our station at any time to check the results.
Xiao Chen nodded after hearing this. Thank you, Officer Mu. Thank you for your help. No trouble at all. He smiled and said, this is what we police officers should do. I won't take up any more of your time.
I have some things to do back at the station, so I'll be going now.
Chen Liwei immediately said, then I'll have the driver take you. Mu Changlei shook his head, no need to send me. Riding in a Bentley is a bit too high profile.
I'll just take a taxi home myself. Chen Liwei, then I'll transfer the taxi fare to you.
It's only a dozen yuan, no need, I'm leaving now. Soon, Mu Changlei left. Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. Should he go back now? Brother Chen, I should head back now.
He chuckled and said, I still have a baby at home to breastfeed.
Chen Liwei was taken aback. Do you need me to find you a wet nurse? Xiao Chen was completely bewildered. Wait, what is this?
He shook his head repeatedly. No need, no need. My wife has breast milk now, and she needs me to go back and take care of her.
Leave me your phone number. If you really want to visit, I will definitely give you a warm welcome. All right. Chen Liwei was clearly a straight man, the kind who said what he meant.
They exchanged phone numbers, and Chen Liwei sent a driver to take Xiao Chen to the entrance of the residential area.
Xiao Chen felt incredibly sophisticated. Had he landed a rich guy on his wish list?
When Suji got home, she was pacing back and forth in the living room while packing her 2 babies. She had heard after getting up that Xiao Chen had been taken away by the police.
Seeing Xiao Chen return, she asked, "So, darling, did you see the old man from yesterday?" Xiao Chen nodded. "Yes, not only did I meet him, but I also recognized him as my grandfather." Suji looked bewildered. She asked, "What did you say? You've recognized her as your grandfather?" "Yes."
Xiao Chen scratched his head. "The old man wanted to give me a bank card, but money is just an external thing, so I didn't accept it. He proposed that I become his grandson and he become my grandfather." The old man agreed immediately.
"Oh, this?" Suji asked, "Isn't this a bit too casual?"
Xiao Chen shook his head. "No, this old man is no ordinary person.
His family's assets are at least A10.
This is also what Xiao Chen was thinking, and it might even be higher than A10. What puzzled him was why such a capable old man would go to the square alone for a stroll.
Xiao Chen was completely baffled.
I decided to stop thinking about it and started playing with the baby instead.
Evening arrived quickly, and Xiao Chen asked his mother, "Mom, didn't you say Dad was coming over tonight?"
He had some urgent business at the company and won't be able to come for a few days.
Yuan Yuqin had no choice.
Xiao Guoshang had promised to come today, and he had already arrived at the high-speed rail station when his boss called him out.
All right.
Xiao Chen was really looking forward to seeing his dad's reaction to the baby, but that day would come soon. After dinner, Xiao Chen and his mother played with the baby, while Suji sat alone on the sofa watching TV. Just then, he received a message on WeChat. Suji initially thought it was Lu Weiwei, but upon seeing it was her father.
That's right, although he blocked Su Jinghua's phone number, he didn't block him on WeChat. Suji clicked in, and Su Jinghua said the following: "I'm in Jiangcheng now. I agree to you being with that young man, but I need to meet him."
After seeing this WeChat message, Suji still felt uneasy. Su Jinghua might say something after meeting Xiao Chen, so it's best not to let him see him. After a while, Su Jinghua saw that Suji hadn't replied, and he said, "Do you think I can't find you just because you don't reply to my messages?"
"Daughter, I won't make things difficult for you, nor for your boyfriend.
If we sit down together today and talk things out, it will be better for everyone.
I've explained it to you. Your household registration can be transferred out. In the Su family, there will be no Su Ji."
Su Jinghua had already decided to send Su Ji out of the family home, and after seeing this, Suji felt she should thank her father for doing so. Without his constraints, her life will definitely get better and better. However, she was still a little worried. They were afraid that Su Jinghua might cause some trouble.
"Honey, what are you doing?" Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly appeared. He glanced at Suji's phone screen, but couldn't see who it was. "Who are you chatting with? Why aren't you replying?" "It's my dad."
Suji pursed her lips, then showed her phone. Xiao Chen's heart sank when he saw the news about Suji's father.
"Senior, what are your plans?" Chapter 37, Meeting Suji's father.
Suji shook her head slightly. "I don't want to see him.
My dad might take me away."
My dad has been working at Sunrise Capital for over 20 years, but now he doesn't even have the same position as a college graduate who has only been working for a few years.
The reason is that he lacks education and ability. That's why he would resort to such underhanded means to get promoted." Suji really didn't want to go back to that home.
Because Suji did not reply for a long time, another message from Su Jinghua was received on WeChat.
"Suji, what's the meaning of not replying to your messages? Can't daddy even talk to you properly? Do you believe I'll go to your school and find your teacher?"
Upon seeing the message on her phone, Suji's expression turned grim. At that moment, Xiao Chen took the phone and typed rapidly with both hands. "Tomorrow at 2:30 p.m., Longkai Hotel, I'll be waiting for you." After replying with a few simple words, Xiao Chen turned off his phone. "We'll go together tomorrow, and Mom and Auntie can stay home and take care of the baby." Suji nodded slightly upon hearing this, but she was still very worried. "What if my dad makes demands that we can't meet, or tries to take me away by force? Then I'll have Officer Mu arrest him. Forcibly restricting freedom is highly undesirable."
Since Xiao Chen had already sent the message, Suji naturally couldn't say anything more. "Good." Xiao Chen gently ruffled her hair. "Don't worry, I will definitely protect you."
Suji leaned against Xiao Chen's chest, but she was still worried about their meeting tomorrow.
The next day, early morning. Xiao Chen got up very early and immediately took the baby to Suji's side.
Suji smelled a milky fragrance, opened her eyes, and saw the baby lying on her body playing.
Xiao Chen wasn't there.
I have to say, Xiao Chen is really carefree.
Isn't he afraid that the baby might fall or something?
Suji quickly hugged Xiao Ming into her arms, then slowly asked, "Baby, are you hungry?
Want some milk?"
At this moment, Xiao Ming's face was round, and Yuan Yuqin and Aunt Yang were taking very good care of the baby.
The baby has gained a lot of weight in the past few days.
She lifted her clothes to breastfeed her baby, but the older child wouldn't eat at all.
It is clear that Yuan Yuqin has already breastfed the baby. Just then, the bedroom door clicked open.
Xiao Chen, holding a steamed egg custard in his hand, said, "Wife, get up and eat."
Suji pouted, "You're so carefree, putting the baby on me. Aren't you afraid he'll fall off? Will it?"
Although Xiao Chen was scolded, he was secretly pleased.
"I just put it on for less than a minute. That won't work either."
Suji looked at the smiling De Bao in her arms, "Not even half a minute. If you fall and get hurt, I'll bite you to death."
"I was wrong, honey. I forgive you." Suji wasn't an unreasonable person. He looked at the steamed egg custard in Xiao Chen's hand and asked, "Is this for me?" "You're overthinking it."
Xiao Chen scooped up a spoonful of steamed egg custard and put it in his mouth. "This is what I'm eating."
"Oh." Suji sounded slightly disappointed.
Xiao Chen continued, "Your portion is on the dining table."
"Mom went out to the morning market, and Aunt Yang is watching over Erbao."
"Okay, I'll get up right away." Suji was also a little hungry. She gently put De Bao on the bed and then went to brush her teeth and rinse her mouth. Xiao Chen picked up the baby with one hand, looked into his big eyes, and said, "It's a pity you're too small to eat egg custard yet.
Dad will make it for you later."
When they finished eating, Xiao Chen looked Suji up and down. He felt that since he was meeting his father today, he should show a different side of himself than usual.
"Honey, when you meet your dad this afternoon, I feel you could dress up a bit." Suji stopped eating and then nodded.
Xiao Chen continued, "It's about showing a completely different side of yourself than usual. Whether it's your temperament or your personality, there has to be a qualitative change."
Xiao Chen recently bought her a lot of clothes.
Suji was naturally beautiful, and with a little dressing up, she became a top-notch beauty.
Good.
Suji also wanted to prove that she could live a better life without her father. At the same time, Suji was also mentally prepared to make Su Jinghua regret it later. At 1:30 p.m., Suji changed into a white dress, Valentino stockings, and a gold necklace that Yuan Yuqin had bought for her. She also wore light makeup, making her look exceptionally beautiful and sexy.
"Put this bag on your shoulder as well." Xiao Chen took her bag from the entrance and Suji put it on her back.
Seeing Suji dressed so beautifully, Yuan Yuqin couldn't help but ask, "Son, where are you planning to go this afternoon? Gigi is dressed so pretty." She was very satisfied to have such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Xiao Chen replied with a smile, "Mom, we're going out for a walk, so we won't take the baby with us."
Yuan Yuqin naturally had no objections.
He looked at Xiao Chen's bandaged arm and said, "Be careful with your wound.
Don't get it wet, and don't forget to go to the hospital to change the dressing."
"Don't worry, Mom, I'm not a 3-year-old anymore." Xiao Chen had always put her at ease since childhood, and Yuan Yuqin also believed that Xiao Chen wouldn't mess around outside.
"Are you coming back for dinner?" "No, thank you."
It was the weekend, and around noon, Su Kuan called him and said that dormitory 448 wanted to have a get-together. Xiao Chen agreed without hesitation.
Then, Su Kuan said he would bring his girlfriend, and also asked Su Ji to bring her.
"I'm having dinner with my roommates tonight, and we'll be back around 9:30 or 10 o'clock. Yuan Yuqin nodded, "Okay, but Xiao Chen, your arm is injured, so don't drink."
"I know, Mom." Soon, Xiao Chen took Suji's hand and left home. We arrived at the underground parking garage.
After getting into the car, Suji's heart began to race, and her eyes revealed nervousness. Seeing her unease, Xiao Chen reassured her.
"No matter what your dad says, I will not let him hurt you. And didn't your dad say that this time he just wants to have a proper talk with you?"
Suji pursed her lips. She couldn't believe 90% of what her father said.
What if he was just trying to trick her into coming? I see. Because of his arm injury, Xiao Chen drove slowly and carefully.
At 2:15 p.m., he parked his car at the Longkai Hotel. Xiao Chen had already ordered food at the hotel. Even though it wasn't mealtime, these things would help Suji maintain appearances. This also shows that he has a certain level of ability. In the parking lot, Suji saw her father, Su Jinghua's car.
Chapter 38, A Dowry of 1 million. Noticing Suji's gaze, Xiao Chen also turned his attention to the older Audi A6L. This car.
Before Xiao Chen could speak, Suji said, "This is my dad's car."
Xiao Chen didn't say much.
Being able to drive this car certainly showed that he had some ability.
Go in.
Xiao Chen led Suji into the Longkai Hotel. At a table, Suji's father, Su Jinghua, was drinking a glass of red wine. After Xiao Chen entered, he explained his purpose, and soon a waiter led Xiao Chen and Suji to a table. A man who looked to be in his early 40s was sitting at the table. He was wearing a black suit, had slicked back hair, and was leaning back in his chair, holding a bottle of red wine worth less than 1,000 yuan.
Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Driving while drinking?
When you leave later, please call the traffic police. Hearing the sounds around him, Su Jinghua looked up and was immediately struck by the sight of Suji. Judging from her clothes and appearance, Suji seems to be living a very good life. The moment Su Jinghua looked up, Xiao Chen also sized him up and down.
Su Jinghua doesn't seem friendly. He's the kind of person who thinks he's great and is very arrogant.
However, his attire was very proper, and his suit was clearly custom-made.
"Suji, you're here."
He gave a professional smile, focused his gaze on Xiao Chen, and slowly said, "This must be the child's father."
"I am."
Xiao Chen had no smile on his face. He glanced at Suji, whose eyes seemed to show great fear of this man. He sat on the inside of the chair, and Suji followed suit, sitting down next to Xiao Chen.
The waiter approached Xiao Chen. "Mr. Xiao, would you like to change seats?" "No need."
Xiao Chen shook his head, "Just serve the dishes directly."
"Okay." The waiter left quickly. The spot was quiet and was a window seat. Through the glass, you can see the street scene outside.
Su Jinghua saw everything when Xiao Chen got out of the car. Su Jinghua smiled slightly and said softly, "Suji, it seems you've been doing well lately." He is a very good person at understanding people, and he also scores people based on their clothing and appearance. People with different scores hold different places in his heart. At least for now, he thinks Suji scores at least 60 points. Suji raised her head, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Su Jinghua. "I'm doing well, and that's not thanks to you."
"Goodness."
The two men's words were laced with hostility.
Su Jinghua wasn't angry.
Looking at Suji now, he thought that the supervisor's son would definitely like her.
"Even if we find out she's pregnant, what can we do?" Su Jinghua was already somewhat reluctant to give this precious treasure to Xiao Chen. "You're right, it's Dad who mistreated you before."
Upon hearing this, both Xiao Chen and Suji were taken aback.
What is Su Jinghua up to now? Suji looked at her father, whom she knew all too well, and asked, "What does that mean?" "It doesn't mean anything. I just want to hear your honest thoughts, like, have you thought about your future?"
In Su Jinghua's view, being with Xiao Chen would definitely lead to a lot of problems in the future. She is only 20 years old, still very young. Life ahead will be filled with many trivial matters. As for myself, I can directly introduce her to Rixing Capital, where she can easily earn over 10,000 yuan a month.
Moreover, young people have many opportunities.
But this daughter just wouldn't listen.
Suji nodded seriously. "Yes, I've thought it through."
"Dad, please grant us your wish."
"I already have children, and I will be a good mother in the future."
"Oh." Su Jinghua suddenly chuckled dryly, then crossed his legs, revealing his shiny leather shoes.
"You want me to grant your wish?"
"Sure. Since ancient times, our great Xia tradition has been to have a formal, arranged marriage, therefore."
He fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen. "Young man, you need to pay the bride price." Xiao Chen already knew he would ask for money, so he wasn't surprised. "Well, uncle, how much dowry would be appropriate?"
"Humph." Su Jinghua chuckled again, and then slowly extended a
10,000? Impossible. Xiao Chen felt that Su Jinghua wouldn't do that. 100,000? That's unlikely. Xiao Chen felt that the number was very likely to be 1 million. 1 million? Su Jinghua smiled and then nodded.
"After all, she is my daughter whom I have raised for almost 20 years.
Right? Xiao Chen could afford this amount.
He hadn't been communicating with Starry Sky Mac recently. If all else failed, he could become the top composer, write a few more songs, and sell them. Suji's face darkened when she heard the amount of 1 million, and she cursed her father as a bastard in her heart. But Xiaochen calmly replied, "If I give you this million, then I will kick her out of our Su family. There is no such person in our family." Su Jinghua deliberately emphasized the word kick out, which infuriated Xiaochen.
In his eyes, Suji seemed to be less than human. How can you see such an outstanding girl like this?
Suji looked extremely sad. This word was a huge blow to her.
Give me a bank account number.
I will transfer the 1 million yuan dowry to you within 10 days.
Upon hearing this, Su Jinghua was slightly taken aback. He thought to himself, am I asking for too little?
However, after thinking about it, he realized that he had never given Su Jinghua 100,000 yuan in his life, so he was content with receiving a dowry of 1 million yuan. At least, buying my son a Mercedes S-Class shouldn't be a problem.
Upon hearing Xiaochen's words, Suji raised her head in disbelief.
It's as if that million can be earned easily.
Readily. Su Jinghua was very satisfied with Xiaochen's answer.
He asked the waiter for a piece of paper and wrote down his bank card number. This is the card number. Transfer it to me within 10 days, or I'm taking Suji away. After saying that, he took another sip of red wine before striding away.
The whole process was surprisingly elegant.
Only after Su Jinghua had walked a distance did Suji turn her worried gaze to Xiaochen. Xiaochen, 1 million, 10 days, you.
Don't worry. Xiaochen nodded confidently, now your husband is a human ATM, 1 million is very easy for me.
However, don't tell my parents about this.
Just the two of us should know.
From now on, you're either a member of the Su family or a member of the Xiao family.
Upon hearing this, Suji nodded emphatically.
She hugged Xiaochen, I want a kiss.
Now is not the time to get intimate.
Xiaochen took out his phone and dialed the traffic police. I want to report someone driving under the influence of alcohol near the Longkai Hotel.
It's an Audi A6, and the license plate number is. Chapter 39. Do you think I can catch up with Senior Weiwei? Suji was stunned. He hadn't expected Xiaochen to call the police. This is simply. Tie pants are hot.
On the other side, Su Jinghua was driving leisurely. Suddenly, a police car appeared behind him and started following him.
Moreover, they kept honking their horns and flashing their lights. Su Jinghua's face darkened. What was going on? Why are they checking for drunk driving in broad daylight?
He was quickly forced to stop by a police car.
Hello, routine check, please blow into the air.
The traffic police officer turned on his body camera and held a breathalyzer to Su Jinghua's mouth, causing Su Jinghua to pause slightly. He twitched his lips. Officer.
I haven't been drinking.
The policeman was getting impatient. You're bragging if you haven't been drinking. Helpless, he blew on it gently. The breathalyzer showed a reading of 108. That is, every 100 milliliters of blood contains 108 milligrams of alcohol.
This fully meets the criteria for drunk driving.
After seeing the numbers on the breathalyzer, the traffic police officer exclaimed in surprise.
Goodness, 108. This is a big order.
Driving under the influence of alcohol will result in immediate revocation of the driver's license, and the driver will be prohibited from retaking the test for 5 years. They will also face 3 months of detention. In addition, there will be a fine of around 2,000 yuan.
How much, officer?
Su Jinghua, somewhat unsure of himself, asked, and the traffic policeman showed him the numbers on the testing device. Come on, read out these numbers.
108.
Please cooperate with us and get out of the car to go to the hospital for a blood test. Sir, all the food you ordered has been served.
Please pack it up for me.
Inside the Longkai Hotel, after waiting a short while, the dishes and rice were served. Now he's starting to regret it, even going so far as to prepare meals for himself.
People like that don't deserve it at all.
Left with no other option, he had to pack up the food. Then he drove away from the hotel. I don't know if your dad was stopped by the traffic police. Just then, Xiaochen suddenly saw an Audi S6 with its hazard lights on by the roadside.
Isn't this car Suji's father's?
However, there was no one left in the car, and a traffic policeman was taking pictures of it. It seems he has indeed been arrested.
As the provincial capital, Jiangqing's traffic police response speed is quite good.
Suji chuckled when he saw it. He deserved to be caught by the traffic police.
Is it really okay to have so much money?
Suji thought about it and realized that not giving his father that much money wouldn't be a problem.
No problem, senior, don't worry.
One day, he'll regret it. Xiao Chen's eyes were firm.
Suji nodded slightly. Xiao Chen did not go home, but drove directly into Jiangcheng University.
The parking lot inside Jiangcheng University was quite spacious, so after explaining his purpose, the security guard naturally wouldn't give him any trouble.
There are quite a few people who drive to school these days.
However, he thoughtfully added that he should ask the counselor to record the license plate number.
Xiao Chen parked the car directly in front of the boys' dormitory and asked, "Senior, do you want to go back to your dorm and chat with your classmates?"
Upon hearing this, Suji shook her head.
Forget it. I'm not going. The relationships between girls are particularly complicated, and he was only close to Lu Weiwei. The other roommates only show a good relationship on the surface. Because Suji is the school beauty, her roommates would whisper behind her back, saying things like, "What's so great about the school beauty?"
A 4-person dorm room might have several small groups.
Well,
I'll go upstairs for a bit.
You wait here for a moment, I'll be right back. Aha! Suji nodded and took out her phone. I can use my phone. It won't take long. Xiao Chen left the keys in the car and then went upstairs.
Xiao Chen thought they would be playing games in their dorm at this time of the weekend, but when he entered the dorm, he found that Xian Tiancheng and Liang Qian were surprisingly not playing games.
Instead, she kept changing clothes. Su Koan isn't in the dorm, he's probably out on a date. Wait, gentlemen, what are you doing? Xiao Chen looked at the clothes on the bed.
Xian Tiancheng was wearing a white shirt and suit pants, with a big belly, just like a second-hand house salesman.
Xian Tiancheng was stunned when he saw Xiao Chen. "Damn, Brother Chen, what brings you here?" "I've come to pick you up." Xiao Chen asked, "Did Su Koan go out?" "Right." Liang Qian said, "Su Koan went out with his girlfriend early this morning." Xiao Chen, "So what are you doing?" "Us." Jenda chuckled, "Didn't you say you were taking your senior out to dinner with us today? Shouldn't I dress up a bit more handsomely?" Looking at Genta's large belly, Xiao Chen twitched his lips. "No, look at yourself, is he handsome? A white shirt doesn't suit you, you look like a real estate agent dressed like this." Jenda believed he was dressed very beautifully. "Am I not handsome?" Xiao Chen shook his head. Liang Qian also shook his head. "You'd better be serious and change into your usual clothes." Oh. After changing his clothes, Jenda even sprayed himself with cheap perfume. "Let's go downstairs." During the trip, Liang Qian said that Su Koan was probably shopping in the university town with his girlfriend.
She would send him his location when they had dinner that night. After going downstairs, Xiao Chen suddenly saw a familiar figure.
Senior Vivi? Lu Weiwei was walking towards him. Could it be that Suji called her? Xiao Chen? Lu Weiwei turned her head and looked him up and down. "Why did you go back to school? Aren't you going to take a break from school?"
"My roommate came to pick me up so we could go out to eat together."
Oh. Lu Weiwei immediately became a little unhappy, crossing her arms. "Why didn't you call me?"
Xiao Chen was stunned.
He said, "Isn't it because I was worried about interrupting Senior Weiwei's date with your boyfriend?" "Dating?" Lu Weiwei said nonchalantly, "I broke up with my boyfriend." "What?"
Upon hearing this, Xian Tiansheng, who was standing behind Xiao Chen, was overjoyed.
She broke up with her boyfriend, so wouldn't these younger students have an opportunity to take advantage of her? What's wrong? What's so surprising? Isn't it normal for couples to break up and get back together? Weiwei?
At this moment, Suji saw Xiao Chen and got out of the car.
Lu Weiwei was surprised to hear the voice. "Wait, aren't you in postpartum confinement? Why are you out here?
And why are you dressed up so beautifully today?
Gigi, why aren't you resting properly after childbirth? Why are you out here?" Lu Weiwei asked as she approached. Suji replied, "I have something to do today.
I'll be going out with Xiao Chen's roommate later."
"Then why didn't you call me?" Lu Weiwei pouted, looking aggrieved.
Seeing her adorable appearance, Xian Tianqing gently patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. "Hee, Brother Chen.
Do you think I have a chance to catch up with Senior Vivi?" Xiao Chen was taken aback. Thinking back to what he had said to Lu Weiwei before, he shook his head. "You and her are not a good match. Chapter 40 Jenda is as timid as a mouse." "Why?" Upon hearing this, Jenda was the first to disagree. Jenda is a typical member of the Looks Matter Club. He likes anyone who is beautiful. Although Lu Weiwei is not as pretty as Su Ji, she is still a top-tier beauty at Zheng University. She has a lot of experience, and with your personality, it would be difficult for you to control her. It's difficult, but it's not hopeless. Jenda has a strange self-confidence, as if all boys are like that. Then good luck. Xiao Chen could only say this much. Xian Tiancheng looked at him pitifully and said, "Brother Chen, you have to create some opportunities for me too. When you get in the car, have her sit next to you." Only now did Jenda notice the titanium-colored Xiaomi YU7 next to Su Ji. "Is that car yours?" "Definitely." Xiao Chen nodded. "How is it? Isn't it handsome?" "Damn, how come you're driving a YU7 now?" "My dad bought it for me." "All right." Now that Jenda has started school and has a wife and baby, he'll definitely need a car to go out in the future. The Xiaomi YU7 is indeed very good. I'm so envious I could grind my teeth to dust. It's okay, you'll be driving a BMW, Mercedes-Benz, or Audi from now on. I like hearing that. Soon, Xiao Chen got Lu Weiwei, Xian Tiancheng, and Liang Chen into the car. Su Ji sat in the passenger seat, Lu Weiwei sat in the right window seat, and Xian Tiancheng sat in the middle of her. Jenda was rather chubby, and he deliberately squeezed closer to Lu Weiwei, secretly inhaling her body fragrance. "By the way, Brother Nan, where are we going later? It's still early, we can't go eat right now." Xiao Chen thought for a moment. "How about we go to a karaoke bar and sing some songs? And then go shoot some arrows or something." Xiao Chen usually enjoys sports, such as archery, bowling, and ice skating. At the same time, there are many such sports fields in Jiangcheng. After hearing this, Su Ji shook her head. "No, you still have an injury on your arm, you can't shoot arrows." "Injured?" Jenda, clinging to the seat in front of him, asked, "What injury? How was it collected? What happened?" "Oh, it's nothing." Xiao Chen waved his hand, then said seriously, "It was just two thugs bullying your sister-in-law. She got a minor injury during the fight." "What the hell?" Upon hearing this, both Xian Tiancheng and Liang Qian were extremely shocked. "When did this happen? Why didn't you call me?" Hearing what the two said, Xiao Chen was satisfied. "If I call you, can you teleport over here? And it's just a minor injury, but Jenda, please don't touch my right arm." Okay. Since Xiao Chen can drive, his wounds must not be too big. Xiao Chen was wearing a coat today because he didn't really want them to know. But what could Xiao Chen do when his naive senior sister said it? He said, "Since we're not going to do archery, how about we go play an escape room game?" Jenda said he wanted to create some opportunities for him first, as there were quite a few opportunities inside the secret room. Lu Weiwei is probably just like all girls, afraid of the dark, and maybe in the escape room, she won't be able to resist holding Jenda's hand. When Xiao Chen thought of this, he felt it was very feasible. Su Ji thought for a moment and agreed, "Sure, then. Weiwei, what do you think?" "I'm fine with either." Lu Weiwei watched the scenery outside the window flash by quickly, mainly because she felt there wasn't much to do in the escape room. Her boyfriend used to take her to escape rooms and would touch her inappropriately, so she gradually got used to it. She even took the initiative and forcibly kissed her boyfriend. It's fair to say she's become immune to enclosed spaces. When Jenda heard Xiao Chen's suggestion, he felt that Xiao Chen was really a good friend. "If I just take the initiative in the locked room, wouldn't that be enough?" Thinking of this, Jenda swallowed hard, then secretly glanced at Lu Weiwei's chest. Yes, he started fantasizing. Since Xiao Chen couldn't look at his phone while driving, he said, "Then you guys can check on your phones and see which escape rooms are fun and have good reviews. Just have Su Ji buy the tickets." After Xiao Chen bought the bag for 200,000 yuan last time, he directly transferred 50,000 yuan to her. Although Su Ji didn't want it, Xiao Chen still forced the money into her bank card. In this day and age, having some money in hand gives you confidence. "Wow, Brother Chen, you've already let your wife manage the money so quickly." Xiao Chen nodded. "That's right, but let me just say, I'm not henpecked." "Ha, I think you look just like it." The people in the car started joking around, but Xiao Chen wasn't angry. So what if they were? In the end, Jenda found an escape room called Fuji Hospital on his phone. Just hearing the name is terrifying. Xiao AI, head to Wuyue Plaza. Okay, planning your route. More than half an hour later, Xiao Chen and the others parked their car in the parking garage of Wuyue Plaza. Afterwards, everyone went up to the third floor. Xian Tianqing didn't let Su Ji buy the tickets, he bought them himself. Upon arriving on the third floor, after placing my phone in the cabinet, the young woman began to explain the background of Fuji Hospital. The game is set in Fuji Hospital in an island nation. It is a hospital with very advanced technology, but some doctors take advantage of the situation after performing surgery to remove people's fresh internal organs and sell them after soaking them in chemicals. Then these people's bodies did not die, but they were wailing inside the barrels. This young lady was very good at creating a lively atmosphere while speaking. She also led everyone into the secret room. This is a hospital room with several single beds. The entire environment was extremely dark, to the point that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Jenda immediately wilted upon arriving here. He was terrified of the dark, especially with the terrifying music playing from the surrounding speakers. He was also extremely frightened by the slightest sound. However, there were no NPCs in the first level. Xian Tiancheng was hunched over and holding Xiao Chun, not acting like a man at all. Chen, brother Chen, it's so dark here. Do you have a flashlight? For you. They were only given one flashlight among the 5 people, and the glass of the flashlight had been specially treated so that the light it emitted was particularly faint. What use would I have for this? He then asked Xiao Chun, what should we do next? Of course, we need to find a way out. Xiao Chen shook off his hand, and Xian Tiancheng immediately hugged Liang Qian. Liang Qian looked completely bewildered. Wait, buddy, what are you doing? How did things turn out like this after we entered the secret room? Jenda spoke tremulously, who knew it would be so dark in here? Moreover, the music in this is too. Get out! Get out! Get out! Liang Qian rolled her eyes and shook off Xian Tiancheng as well. Jenda looked at the dark figure in front of him, not caring who it was, and hugged it. The next moment, 2 crisp slaps rang out. Slap! Slap! Chapter 41 Godfather, so magnanimous. That's right, the slap was from Lu Weiwei to Xian Tiancheng. Hiss! Ah! Jenda covered his burning face, thinking to himself that the NPCs here really had no sense of martial ethics. However, just now his hand seemed to have been placed on something soft. It feels really good in the hand. Jenda, are you crazy? Lu Weiwei couldn't help but exclaim, how can this guy be so perverted? Ah! Senior Vivi, it's you. Lu Weiwei's tone was full of threat, if you touch me again, it won't be as simple as just 2 slaps. Jenda thought to himself, this woman is really fierce. I still don't like you anymore. However, Jenda was still particularly afraid in this dark environment. He simply grabbed Liang Qian's hand and said in a pitiful voice, what, brother Qian, please protect your little Shang, okay? People are scared. Upon hearing this, Liang Qian felt goosebumps instantly. He kicked Jenda in the butt, get the hell out of here. Wa'ada. Throughout the entire escape room experience, Jenda was timid and hesitant, even hiding behind Xiao Chan on several occasions. Most ridiculously, he was even scared unconscious by an NPC once. It was only by pinching his philtrum that Xiao Chen managed to wake him up. After emerging from the escape room, Jenda was still in shock, panting heavily, holy crap, I'm never playing escape rooms again. Damn, that scared me to death. Look at you. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes, where do we go next? Jenda pointed to the massage chair not far away, could I rest for a while? Running around in there, I'm exhausted. Okay, go and rest for a while. Xiao Chen nodded, I'll go buy you guys a drink. I want lemonade. Jenda raised his arm. Yes, young Master Xian. We can go buy it together. At this moment, Lu Weiwei came over and took Suji's hand. Xiao Chen was taken aback. It seemed that Lu Weiwei had something she wanted to say to Suji. He would certainly give them a chance to be alone, and nodded, okay, then you go and buy it. Liang Qian and I wandered around. Aha! The milk tea shop was on the first floor. Suji and Lu Weiwei quickly left. After they had gone some distance, Lu Weiwei asked, how are things, Gigi? How have you been getting along with Xiao Chun lately? How do you feel? Suji smiled. Compared to when she was pregnant, Suji was in much better spirits now, and Xiao Chen's cooking was so delicious. She felt that Suji must be very happy. To be honest, I'm envious of you. Lu Weiwei pouted, having a boyfriend who cooks so well is truly a blessing. By the way, your leave of absence should be ending soon, right? Are you coming back to class? Suji nodded. Okay, let's go back. But I should be assigned to Xiao Chen's class. Ah.
Upon hearing this, Lu Weiwei was taken aback, but considering that she had wasted a year, it was indeed necessary to do so.
All right. It's okay.
Suji said with a smile, I should still be in the same dormitory.
We can still be classmates for 2 more years. Lu Weiwei sighed. I'll be a senior next year. Time really flies. Sigh, that's true.
Youth is fleeting, so we should cherish our student years even more.
Seeing Suji living a happy life made Lu Weiwei satisfied.
They bought several cups of milk tea, a jasmine milk tea on the first floor, and then went to Snow King to buy Jenda a cup of lemonade. Upon going upstairs, they discovered that Xiao Chen and Liang Qian were not there. Only Xin Tiancheng was lying on a massage chair, thoroughly enjoying the massage.
Where are Xin Tiancheng, Xiao Chen, and Liang Qian? Lu Weiwei asked, and Jenda opened his eyes. I don't know. By the way, Senior Weiwei, didn't you break up? What kind of boyfriend are you looking for? Jenda hasn't given up yet. Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes when she heard this. He must be over 185 centimeters tall, thin-skinned, and dark-skinned physical education student. Well, Jenda does not meet any of these 3 criteria. Suji frowned slightly. Weiwei, you broke up?
I'm used to getting a small portion every 2 days and a large portion every 5 days.
Besides, I won't marry him. And by the way, there are plenty of people who like me.
Lu Weiwei is very confident in herself, and she will not fall to the point where no one wants her.
All right. After a while, Xiao Chen and Liang Qian returned.
Instead of going anywhere else, they went to scratch lottery tickets. I spent 200 yuan, but only 170.
When he returned, Genta's massage chair had just stopped.
He stretched and checked the time.
It's already 5 o'clock. It's almost time for dinner. What would you like to eat? Look around. Genta licked his lips. Why eat an egg here? We definitely need to go outside for skewers and beer. Xiao Chen, I can't drink with you.
Xiao Chen pointed to the wound on his arm. I'm injured, I can't drink any.
It's okay, you can watch me drink it.
Finally, Xiao Chen and the others arrived at a barbecue restaurant called Zhenjiang Shrimp King. Because it was the weekend, the barbecue restaurant was packed with people. It's already the end of the barbecue season, but there are many universities around, and students still enjoy these open-air barbecues. Upon arriving here, Xiao Chen immediately sent Su Koan his location, and Su Koan said he would arrive in 20 minutes at most. Just then, Xiao Chen remembered that the food he had packed from the Longkai Hotel earlier that day was still in the trunk of his car. This kind of barbecue restaurant doesn't allow you to bring your own drinks, but it doesn't say you can't bring your own food.
So Xiao Chen asked, "Hello, may I bring my own food?" One of the waiters was slightly taken aback. He had seen people bring their own drinks before, but what was this about bringing their own food? If you bring your own food, why not eat at home? He thought about it and figured the customer probably meant that they had brought food and wanted them to cook it for them. That should be the case. So the waiter said, "Okay, but there will be a processing fee." No processing is required, right? Xiao Chen patted Xin Tiancheng and Liang Qian's arms. Come on, brothers, let's go get something from the trunk. You have good wine? Jenda was immediately intrigued. The 3 of them went to the trunk of the car, and after opening it, Jenda was completely stunned. No, what are all these? Xiao Chen, this was packed from Longkai Hotel at noon today. Su Ji and I were waiting for someone, but we were stood up and didn't eat any. Holy crap! Shen Tiancheng and Liang Qian immediately took the food out of the container. Longkai Hotel isn't cheap, Brother Chen, you're really something. We bring our own side dishes when we go out to eat, that's awesome. Just then, Jenda suddenly saw a bottle of flying grass. Is this Mutai? Take it. Holy crap! Jenda said directly, Godfather, you're so generous. Chapter 42. Mom wants to buy a house in Zhengcheng. Seeing that Jenda was practically kneeling before him, Xiao Chen smiled and said, all right, no need for formalities. Everyone took the food they had packed for lunch back, and the waiter who had been there earlier looked at it and thought, isn't that right? What's going on? Is this what you mean by bringing your own food? So you're here to take my seat? Of course, Xiao Chen would definitely order more food. He ordered a supersized lobster and then a keg of draft beer. Although he can't drink beer today. However, in order to ensure that his roommates could drink to their heart's content, there had to be plenty of beer and such. About 15 minutes later, Su Kuan came over with his girlfriend Shen Xin.
Shen Xian was still dressed as a cute little girl, wearing white stockings and pigtails, looking playful and adorable.
However, Xiao Chen didn't like this one.
"You're here, please have a seat."
"Wait, what's going on?" Su Kuan pointed to the takeout boxes on the table. "Didn't you buy these here?"
Jenda nodded. "This was packed by Brother Chen at the Longkai Hotel.
"Please have a seat." As he spoke, Xian Tianqing pulled out a small stool, and Su Kuan, being a true gentleman, first let Shen Xian sit down. Good heavens, even the latrine has been brought up. Su Kuan couldn't help but ask, looking at Xiao Chen, "Did you win the lottery during your summer vacation?"
Xiao Chen smiled and said, "No, it's just that I have a baby now. When my dad found out, he gave me a reward of tens of thousands of yuan.
So I had to think about my brothers." "Wow. Godfather. From now on, Brother Chen will be our godfather."
Su Kuan was particularly good at stirring up emotions, and Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Okay, then you'll be my baby's peers from now on."
Upon hearing this, Lu Weiwei chuckled. "By the way, who is this?" Su Kuan pointed at Lu Weiwei, and Xiao Chen said, "This is your senior, Weiwei. Don't you remember her?"
Su Kuan thought for a moment, and realized that this seemed to be Su Ji's best friend.
I remember now. Is she the senior who sang the U of that time at last year's freshman welcome party?" Lu Weiwei nodded. "I didn't expect you to remember." "Of course." Su Kuan scratched his head. After all, Senior Weiwei is so beautiful. Just then, Shen Xian suddenly pinched Su Kuan's flesh. "Then let me ask you, is the senior prettier, or am I prettier?"
Without hesitation, Su Kuan exclaimed, "Of course my baby is prettier.
Come here for a kiss and a moi." As he spoke, Su Kuan kissed Shen Xian on the lips in front of everyone. Moi.
Jenda stood up, publicly displaying affection like this. May they die a horrible death.
Su Kuan became even more smug. "If you're so capable, why don't you go find one yourself?" "Damn it. You deserve to die."
Jenda was so envious that he gritted his teeth. He really didn't know what kissing felt like. "All right, the food is served, let's eat." Upon hearing this, Su Kuan picked up a crayfish with chopsticks, put on disposable gloves, and began to peel it.
It was obvious that he was peeling it for Shen Xian.
Xiao Chen also put on gloves and peeled the skin for Su Ji. Seeing the two couples, Jenta moved his stool closer to Lu Weiwei, shamelessly saying, "Senior, let me peel the shrimp for you."
"Okay." Lu Weiwei did not refuse. Why not use free tools when there are them available?
She also found it troublesome. In Xian Tianqing's eyes, Lu Weiwei's agreement was equivalent to sending it back to him directly.
Okay, I love peeling shrimp the most."
The meal lasted until 10 p.m., and there were many beer bottles on the ground around them, but Xiao Chen didn't drink a single drop. Xian Tianqing and Liang Qian were both drunk, but Su Kuan was alright with his girlfriend keeping an eye on him. He was noticeably more restrained.
Lu Weiwei drank quite a bit, but surprisingly she didn't get drunk. Xiao Chen felt that Lu Weiwei must drink frequently or go to bars often.
They had originally planned to go to a karaoke bar after drinking, but since both of them were already unconscious, they decided against it.
"Senior Vivi, let me take you back."
Tonight, Su Kuan took Shen Xian directly to the hotel, while Xiao Chen felt he should still send the rest of them back to school.
At this moment, Lu Weiwei shook her head. "No need, I've already made the arrangements. I'll just take your two classmates back with me. I won't take up any more of your time."
The car has arrived.
Xiao Chen didn't expect it to be so fast.
He quickly paid on his phone, then carried Xian Tianqing and Liang Qian into the ride-hailing car. Although they had drunk quite a bit, they weren't so drunk that they couldn't walk.
"You should be able to find a dormitory," Lu Weiwei said. "Don't worry, Xiao Chen, I'll take them to their dormitory."
"Then I'll have to trouble you, Senior Vivi."
"It doesn't matter." The taxi left quickly. Su Kuan, with a mischievous smile, took Shen Xian's hand and said, "Well, Brother Chen, I'll take Xian back first. You and your wife, drive carefully on your way back." "Okay, let's go."
Xiao Chen waved his hand.
Su Ji watched the two figures gradually disappear into the distance and took a deep breath. Aren't they developing their relationship too fast? Aren't you going back to school?
Xiao Chen felt it was indeed fast, but Su Kuan was definitely not a scumbag. We can't control others, we just need to control ourselves. Su Ji felt that Xiao Chen's words made sense. "Then let's go home too."
Okay. Xiao Chen drove home with Su Ji.
When they got home, the babies were already asleep, so Xiao Chen opened his laptop and started writing songs. Seeing that Xiao Chen was busy with important matters, Suji did not disturb him, but went into the bedroom to keep the baby company.
Xiao Chen.
At this moment, my mother, Yuan Yuqin, came over.
Mom. Xiao Chen stopped what he was doing and asked, "What's wrong, Mom?" "I'm going back to Jinghai tomorrow. I've been here for several days and I need to go back and hold a meeting with the employees." Since there's still a shop to run at home, Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. "No problem, when will you be back?"
"I'll be back for 3 days. I'm planning to transfer ownership of the shop."
Ah. In Xiao Chen's memory, his family's Hanfu store was quite profitable.
Yuan Yuqin smiled and said, "I'm planning to open a similar store in Jiangcheng, so it won't interfere with taking care of the baby."
"Didn't you say you were going back to school next month?" "This is fine." Xiao Chen nodded.
Jiangcheng is more developed than Jinghai, and there are many universities here.
Most importantly, there is an ancient town nearby.
During holidays, many college students go shopping in the ancient town. Although there are already many Hanfu shops there, opening another one should also be profitable. Xiao Chen said, "Then I'll help you look around and see if there are any suitable shops."
Okay. Yuan Yuqin had already made plans for the future.
After thinking for a moment, she said, "Xiao Chen, let's stop renting and buy a house in Jiangcheng."
Chapter 43. This daughter-in-law is really beautiful. Buy a house? Xiao Chen swallowed hard. "Mom, I feel it's not necessary right now, is it? The main concern is, what if I go back to my hometown after graduating from university?"
Xiao Chen has no reason to say that the house belongs to him.
That's just too unreasonable. But Mom thinks it's better to buy a house. "I checked, this place isn't cheap, is it?" "It's okay, Mom, you don't need to worry about it. Who knows, maybe I'll be able to earn tens of millions by writing songs in the future." Yuan Yuqin rolled her eyes. Was her son being too unrealistic? "Alright, there's no point in talking to you. I'll talk to your dad instead." Xiao Chen thought about it.
Although his mother had this idea, it was impossible for her to take out so much money all at once.
"We can talk about it in a few days." Xiao Chen wrote 3 songs, took a shower, and went to sleep.
The next day, he drove his mother to the high-speed rail station. Nothing happened for the next 3 days. Aunt Yang continued to take very good care of the baby.
At 2:30 p.m. on the 4th day,
Xiao Chen and Su Ji were playing in the neighborhood pushing a stroller when his cell phone started buzzing in his pocket.
Xiao Chen took it out and looked at it.
It was his mother.
"Hello, Mom."
After answering the call, Xiao Chen held the phone to his ear. He could hear announcements from the high-speed rail station on the other end, so it seemed his mother was at the high-speed rail station. "Son, your dad and I are on the high-speed train in Jinghai right now.
We'll be in Jiangcheng in 2 hours."
"Okay," Xiao Chen said, "then I'll come pick you up later." "Oh, your parents aren't without legs, you don't need to pick us up, we can just take a taxi."
And
Yuan Yuqin hesitated before continuing, "When I got home, I told your dad that you cook exceptionally well, but he didn't believe me."
"Tonight, you'll cook and prove him wrong, okay?"
Xiao Chen chuckled after hearing the voice on the phone. "Of course, no problem.
Su Ji and I are walking the kids in the park outside the community right now.
I'll go to the supermarket to buy some groceries later." Xiao Chen chatted with his mother for a couple of minutes before hanging up.
Su Ji, who was standing next to him, asked, "Was that Mom?"
Xiao Chen put his phone in his pocket and then said, "My parents just got on the high-speed train and will be here in a bit. I'm going to the supermarket to buy some groceries and cook a meal later."
"Good," Su Ji said, then. "I'll go back first." "Good."
Su Ji pushed the stroller upstairs, while Xiao Chen headed towards the supermarket outside the residential complex. Before he even reached the supermarket, his cell phone rang again.
However, this time it was an unfamiliar number. He pressed the call button and casually put the phone to his ear. "Hello, may I ask who this is?" "Hee, Xiao Chen, you can recognize my voice, right?" Hearing the kind voice on the other end, Xiao Chen was taken aback.
The voice was very clear. It belonged to old Chen, the grandfather he recognized at the hospital.
Xiao Chen spoke up decisively, "Grandpa, it's you." He didn't add the character Chen, adding it would make the writing feel a bit awkward.
It would be better to just call him Grandpa, that would sound more intimate. Hearing the voice on the phone, Chen Daoshang laughed. "Ha, I didn't expect you to actually recognize me, Xiao Chen.
That's right, after all, you're my only grandfather now. Chen Daosheng answered decisively, I called you to ask if you have time today? I would like to visit you in person. Xiao Chen was taken aback. No. They actually came. Chen Daosheng continued on the phone, I'm leaving Jiangcheng soon. I'm here to discuss cooperation. I'm leaving tomorrow. You can't refuse Grandpa, because he might not be back for a while next time.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen felt he should give him that face. They're a big shot, and I still want to come and thank them in person. It wouldn't be good to refuse.
Xiao Chen agreed, sure, my home is in Guantang Yuejing, the address is.
Xiao Chen gave his address, and Chen Daosheng across from him chuckled and said, okay, then.
I'll be there around 6:30, is that alright?
Okay, ha ha ha. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen went straight to the supermarket and started preparing ingredients as soon as he got home. Seeing that Xiao Chen had bought a lot of vegetables and fruits, and even 2 bottles of wine, Suji asked, what's wrong?
Is there a discount at the supermarket today? Why did you buy so much?
Xiao Chen didn't stop what he was doing and said, no, I just received a call from old Chen on my way to the supermarket. He said he's leaving Jiangcheng tomorrow and wants to come to our house today to express his gratitude. Suji asked, but today is Dad's first day here.
It should be fine.
Xiao Chen smiled and said, Dad might be happy to hear that I saved someone outside.
Besides, old Chen shouldn't bother us for long, but we'll definitely have to invite him to stay for a meal, right?
Suji nodded, then I'll help you too.
If you help me, what will happen to the baby? Aunt Yang took the day off today.
Suji turned her head and glanced at the baby in the stroller. I just finished feeding them and changing their diapers.
They'll definitely be very well behaved in a bit.
Honey, you're working so hard all by yourself, so let me help you. Hearing her words, Xiao Chen felt a warmth in his heart, then help me wash and chop the vegetables.
Good.
Suji was very happy to help, and soon the two of them were busy in the kitchen. Xiao Chen felt that with old Chen and his son back, there would be a total of 6 people, so Xiao Chen planned to cook 6 dishes and 2 soups. He just upgraded his cooking skills to intermediate level yesterday, so his cooking should taste even better than before. By 6 o'clock, Xiao Chen had already prepared 4 dishes, and the other 2 were almost ready as well.
The soup is also simmering in the pot over low heat.
Just then, the voice of the mother, Yuan Yuqin, came from outside the front door. Old Xiao, slow down. Hearing the sound, Xiao Chen came out of the kitchen with a spatula in his hand.
Honey, my parents seem to have arrived.
I heard you.
Suji obediently stood up from the sofa.
She pursed her lips, looking a little nervous.
Don't be nervous. Xiao Chen walked over with a smile and then opened the door.
At this moment, Dad was wearing a black t-shirt, dress pants, and white sneakers, with a buzz cut, looking very energetic.
This is my dad's usual attire, and right now he's holding up Ultraman Zeta toy.
Xiao Chen twitched his lips. Dad, what's wrong with you?
This was bought by the child. Oh, come in quickly.
The moment Xiao Chen walked away, Xiao Guoxing's gaze fell on Suji. Their eyes met, and Suji stammered, Dad, Dad. Xiao Guoxing's eyes widened, this daughter-in-law is so beautiful.
Chapter 44 You dug up your grandfather? Right?
Xiao Chen spoke up decisively, Dad, this is the campus bell of our Jiangcheng University. Let me tell you, in our university, the boys who like Suji could line up all the way to our doorstep.
Good heavens!
Xiao Guosheng asked, Gigi, how did you come to fall for this ugly guy, Xiao Chen?
Xiao Chen? What did you say?
I'm saying you're a deformed melon or a crack date.
Get out! Get out! Get out!
Xiao Chen said he was going out, but he had already closed the front door.
My dad is a joker, he loves to make jokes like this. The father smilingly and said, just kidding. Of course my son takes after me.
I have to say, you've become even more handsome in the past 10 days.
Right?
Xiao Chen tossed his hair with a very narcissistic air, I also feel like I'm more handsome now.
My dad's genes are really good.
Where's the baby?
Dad stopped arguing with Xiao Chen. Grandparent-grandchild bonding is all the rage these days. He wanted to come over a few days ago, but the company ruthlessly blocked him.
I'm only starting to take the annual leave I hadn't taken before today. I pushed the baby into the bedroom while I was cooking, with the kitchen door open. Xiao Chen pointed to the bedroom, and Xiao Guosheng hurriedly walked into the room. After entering, he saw the 2 babies in the stroller and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
Ouch.
For a moment he didn't know which baby to pick up, so he simply picked up both children and held them in his arms. Then he walked out with a smile. Look, they didn't cry after I held the babies.
Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Dad, do you want your grandchildren to cry? No, not at all.
Since it was the first time Xiao Guosheng had seen the two babies, he was very curious and stayed with them the whole time. Before long, Xiao Chen brought 6 dishes and 2 soups to the table.
At this moment, Xiao Guosheng couldn't help but walk over.
No, you really are just like your mom said, you can cook now. He twitched his nostrils and sniffed the air, and it tastes pretty good.
Xiao Chen nodded. That's right, don't you know whose son I am? Just then, Xiao Guosheng paused slightly, realizing something was amiss.
There were only 4 of them, so how did Xiao Chen manage to prepare 6 dishes and 2 soups?
Xiao Chen, are any guests coming to your house today?
Xiao Chen hummed in agreement. To be precise, it was my grandfather who came, and your father.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Guosheng was completely bewildered. No, you dug up your grandfather's grave, you little brat, I'll beat you to death.
If he hadn't been holding the baby in his arms, Xiao Guosheng would have really given Xiao Chen a couple of slaps with 7 Wolf cigarettes.
Xiao Chen said, Dad, don't worry. Didn't your mom tell you the story of how your son saved an old man? You saved an old man? Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Yes, that's right.
Before old Chen arrived, Xiao Chen recounted the events of the past few days to his father.
Upon hearing this, his father exclaimed in surprise, What? You said he gave you a gold card, and you didn't take it? Dad, where are you focusing your attention?
Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. His father hurriedly said, a gold card would be at least 2 million.
I don't care. Xiao Chen waved his hand. I've already recognized him as my grandfather. He'll be here in a bit. Maybe you can even have a drink with him.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Guosheng was greatly alarmed.
What? You've acknowledged him as your grandfather? Xiao Chen nodded. Yeah, what's up? Son, you're awesome. Xiao Guosheng knew how important power was in today's society.
Since they had a life or death friendship, he was sure that the old man Xiao Chen mentioned would become a close friend of Xiao Chen in the future. They might even become benefactors in Xiao Chen's life.
Just average, I guess. But Dad, when he comes later, shouldn't you call him Dad? Xiao Guosheng really wanted to slap Xiao Chen twice. That's definitely impossible. Xiao Chen smiled, and just then, a voice suddenly came from the doorway.
Then, there was a knock on the door.
They're here, they're here. Xiao Chen opened the door, and the first thing he saw was old Chen. And his son, Chen Liwei. Oh, my good grandson, ha ha ha.
Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Chen Daosheng couldn't help but step forward and hug him.
Xiao Chen, seeing that Chen Daosheng looked very well, was also very happy.
Xiao Guosheng was completely stunned when he saw old Chen arrive.
Why does this person seem so familiar?
He had a bold guess in his mind, but he was also somewhat uncertain.
Grandpa, please come in. Chen Liwei behind him was carrying some gifts, some of which Xiao Chen didn't even recognize. It doesn't look cheap at all. Grandpa, you've come all this way, why did you bring anything?
Ha, of course I'll bring it when I come to my grandson's house. Chen Liwei put the things on the ground, and at the same time, Xiao Chen introduced, Grandpa, this is my dad.
Dad, this is the Grandpa Chen I was telling you about.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Guosheng became somewhat nervous.
He extended his hand and slowly said, Then should I call him Dad?
If Chen Daosheng were an ordinary person, Xiao Guosheng might not have spoken up.
But the more I look at Chen Daosheng, the more familiar he seems. Chen Daosheng was immediately amused by Xiao Guosheng. You, ha ha ha. Let's each do our own thing. Good.
At this moment, Xiao Guosheng, the father, asked somewhat hesitantly, Are you from Rishin capital? Xiao Guosheng didn't say it aloud, but Chen Daosheng understood what his father meant. He hummed in agreement, then nodded. Upon hearing this, Xiao Guosheng was shocked, thinking to himself, Son, you're really amazing.
You saved such a big shot. My son has a very bright future ahead of him. What, Dad?
Xiao Chen was puzzled when he saw that he only said half of what he wanted to say.
Children shouldn't pry into adults' affairs. He quickly gestured for Chen Daosheng to sit down. Mr. Chen, please sit down. Oh, you don't need to treat me like that. Although Chen Daosheng was a big shot, he didn't put on airs. After they sat down, Suji came over and poured a cup of tea for Chen Daosheng and Chen Liwei. Grandpa Chen, please have some water. Upon seeing Suji, Chen Daosheng asked, you must be Xiao Chen's girlfriend?
Suji nodded, and Chen Daosheng continued, it's really beautiful.
Thank you, Grandpa.
After pouring the water, Suji went to the kitchen to get the bowls and chopsticks. It has to be said that he is very sensible. At this point, the family started chatting.
Chen Daosheng asked, Xiao Chen's father, right?
Where do you work?
I work at Mushu Technology. Our company is involved in the system, and it seems we have some technical exchanges with your company.
Right.
Chen Daosheng nodded. Any plans to switch jobs? Chapter 45. What is old Chen's identity?
What did you say?
Xiao Guosheng was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. No way? Does this mean they're bringing him directly under their wing?
Of course, Xiao Guosheng would not easily resign at this moment. His position in the company was good, and he was quite satisfied with his income. To be fair, business has been tough these past few years, and several of his former business partners have been fired. But Xiao Guosheng is currently in a relatively stable position. He knew that Chen Daosheng wanted to help him, but Xiao Guosheng felt it was best not to use this favor casually. Rixing Capital does have a branch in Jinghai, but he's getting old, and if he were to join Rixing now, he probably wouldn't be able to keep up with the pace, unless he were to work on his original projects.
No need, Mr. Chen.
My job is quite stable now, and my expenses are enough for my family, Xiao Guosheng replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Daosheng did not press the matter further.
He smiled and said, ha ha ha, okay. Xiao Chen stood up. Dad, I'll go open a bottle of wine for you.
You're keeping my Grandpa Chen company today, so have a few more drinks.
Okay, do you have any wine at home?
I have some thatch, I'll go get it. Xiao Chen bought 2 bottles of Feitian Mutai this afternoon. For Chen Daosheng, this wine was just so-so, but Xiao Chen felt it was perfectly adequate for entertaining guests.
After taking the wine, Xiao Chen opened it and went to Chen Daosheng's side. Grandpa, let me pour you some first.
Haha, okay.
After Xiao Chen poured the wine, Chen Daosheng asked, aren't you going to have a drink with your grandfather?
Xiao Chen pointed to the wound on his arm. The stitches on my arm haven't been removed yet.
Once I'm fully healed, I'll definitely be there for you, Grandpa.
Upon hearing this, Chen Daosheng's eyes turned somewhat cold.
He asked with a serious expression, how are those 2 prisoners?
2 days ago, Mu Chanlei called Xiao Chen, who said, the Public Security Bureau has already filed a lawsuit against them. We'll know the outcome after the trial.
Chen Daosheng nodded slightly.
If it was possible to do something behind the scenes, he would actually like to help Xiao Chen.
At this moment, the father couldn't help but ask, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand a single word?
Xiao Chen didn't tell his father about his injury. As the saying goes, it's best to report good news and not bad. If he told him, he would only worry unnecessarily.
Xiao Chen smiled and shook his head, it's nothing. Grandpa Chen, please try the dishes on the table. I made them all myself. Did you make this yourself?
Chen Daosheng nodded with a smile, then picked up his chopsticks and took a dish. Okay, then I'd like to try your cooking and see how it tastes. After putting a dish into his mouth, Chen Daosheng chewed it lightly, then frowned slightly. He originally thought the food would taste like ordinary home-cooked dishes, but after tasting it, he found it to be completely different from what he had imagined. Although his cooking skills are not as good as those of the top chefs in the country, the taste is still top-notch. This taste.
How about it?
Marvelous.
Chen Daosheng nodded with satisfaction.
In fact, Xiao Chen could already guess his evaluation.
Grandpa, if you think it's great, eat more. If you want to eat it again, you can call me and I'll come over and cook for you.
Haha, really?
Xiao Chen, of course it's true. I'm your grandson. What grandson would lie to his grandfather? Xiao Guosheng couldn't help but give Xiao Chen a thumbs up.
This son is really great. He felt that Xiao Chen had no problem with his mouth. He spoke eloquently and logically, and was sure to achieve great things in the future. Soon, Mom and Suji also sat down, and everyone chatted idly, mostly about Xiao Chen, studies, and random things. Of course, Xiao Chen also started to brag. They were just saying random, irrelevant things. It quickly came to 8:30 p.m., and Chen Daosheng asked Xiao Chen, what are your plans after you graduate? That's right, Chen Daosheng already wanted to bring him into Rixing Capital ahead of schedule. Their company places great emphasis on developing young people, and he felt that Xiao Chen was someone who could be given special attention and training. If Xiao Chen were at Rixing, he would definitely shine. However, graduation seemed a bit far off for him. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen said, I still have 3 years before graduation, so it feels like there's plenty of time. As for future plans, I haven't really thought about them in detail. Haha, okay. Chen Daosheng realized that he was indeed being a bit too hasty. He mainly felt that owing favors was a bad thing. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that no amount of money or effort I could give Xiao Chen to save my life could ever repay him. He simply gave up on thinking about it. Anyway, they've already taken Xiao Chen as their grandson. They can keep in touch regularly from now on. After finishing his meal, Chen Daosheng did not leave immediately, but went to the bedroom to look at Xiao Chen's baby. The babies were still very young. When Chen Daosheng saw the babies, he couldn't help but kick his son. Look at you, you're 30 years old and you still haven't given me a child. You've already changed 800 partners. Xiao Chen is only 19 years old and he is already a father of 2. After being kicked like that, Chen Liwei looked aggrieved. Dad, how can this be the same? How are they different? Aren't they all living, breathing people? Chen Liwei said helplessly, besides, my older brother already has a child. You. Chen Daosheng grabbed his ear directly. Big brother is big brother, and you are you. All you do is talk nonsense. I don't care. You have to let me hold my grandson next year, you understand? Oh. Chen Liwei agreed he was already 30 years old, which was indeed quite old. It's time to find a woman to marry. After sitting at home for a while, Chen Daosheng held the baby. Chen Daosheng checked the time and felt that it was getting late, so they should go back. Xiao Chen, it's getting late, I won't bother you any longer. If anything comes up in the future, just give me a call. This is my personal number, I'm sure I can answer, ha. Grandpa, won't you sit for a while longer? Chen Daosheng shook his head. No, I still have work to do. Then I'll take you there. All right. Soon, Xiao Chen and Xiao Guoshang saw Chen Daosheng out. At that moment, the Bentley that Xiao Chen had ridden in earlier was parked downstairs in the residential area. There was a driver in the car. He should have been waiting there the whole time. After Chen Daosheng came downstairs, the driver got out of the car and opened the door. After Chen Daosheng got in, he rolled down the window and said, Xiao Chen, you should go back now. You don't need to see me off. Don't hesitate to call me if you need anything. I understand, Grandpa. Xiao Chen nodded, and Chen Daosheng waved his hand. Then I'll be going now. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye. As the Bentley drove away, Xiao Chen couldn't help but look up at his father. Dad, what is the identity of this old Chen? I have a feeling you definitely know. Chapter 46. Are you sure the child is your biological child? Instead of answering his question immediately, his father, Xiao Guosheng, asked, Let's not talk about that for now. What's wrong with your arm? My arm? Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. It seemed his father still remembered his injured arm. He said softly, It was a few days ago when your daughter-in-law and I went to see a movie, and on our way back we ran into 2 thugs. The thug was carrying a knife and accidentally injured your daughter-in-law while protecting her. Hearing this, Xiao Guoshang was somewhat helpless. He asked, You fought 2 people at once? And you won? Xiao Chen nodded, Of course. What kind of man are you if you can't even protect your son's girlfriend? Xiao Guoshang asked again, Just injured? How serious is it? Xiao Chen shook his head. Shouldn't I be lying in the hospital if it's serious? The wound isn't deep, it's just a bit long. The doctor stitched it up a few times to speed up the healing, and I can't feel anything now. You're pretty good, kid. I can win even if I'm fighting 2 opponents. Xiao Chen tossed his head with a rather narcissistic air. It's wrapped up. He pulled a 95 cigarette out of his pocket, and Xiao Chen was taken aback. Dad, you've started smoking this kind of cigarette. These cigarettes cost 100 yuan a pack, or 5 yuan a stick. Is it that extravagant? You bought a thatch too. Dad handed him a cigarette. Have you learned how to smoke one yet? I'm not learning this. He shook his head. My dad didn't force me. Drinking a little alcohol in moderation is fine, and not smoking is definitely good. Come on, let's go for a walk with Dad. Okay. Xiao Chen and Xiao Guosheng did not go upstairs, but instead went to the park in the center of the community. There's a lake here with beautiful scenery, and a few children are swinging on swings not far away. Hey kid, what's going on? This child, it can't be yours, can it? Xiao Chen looked completely bewildered. Dad, what are you talking about? I've never heard you mention it before. I asked you if you had a girlfriend, and you said, what, and now you're pregnant.
I feel.
Xiaochen said with certainty, Dad, this is my child.
Did you do a paternity test? No.
Xiao Guosheng covered his face, thinking to himself that his son was too naive. No, he's going to the hospital tomorrow to secretly get a paternity test done.
That?
Xiaochen knew what his father wanted to say, so he said, oh, it's just that last October I accidentally had a relationship with my senior. I lured her to a hotel and slept with her all of a sudden.
Dad, how could you be so stupid? One shot, one kill? When I was trying to conceive you, it took me a whole year to get pregnant. You were really amazing to conceive so easily. You bet I am. I also feel that I'm amazing.
Xiao Chen asked, Dad, who exactly is old Chen?
Do you know about Sunrise Capital? Dad asked. Xiao Chen nodded.
When old Chen came earlier, his father seemed to have mentioned Rixing Capital.
However, he didn't think much of it at the time. Suji suddenly realized that Suji's father worked at Rixing Capital. I know, so what?
He is the chairman of Sunrise Capital.
What? Xiao Chen was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! Chairman Dong. Really, Dad? You're not lying to me.
Why would I lie to you?
Silly son, you can find all this information online. Oh my god.
Xiao Chen quickly pulled out his pear-shaped phone from his pocket and checked.
Then I looked, and it really was true.
Chen Daosheng, chairman of Sunrise Capital.
I saved such an awesome big shot? You've really hit the jackpot.
You learned a little bit from your grandfather and ended up saving a billionaire. Because Xiao Chen had a very good relationship with his grandfather since childhood, he instinctively believed that it was the medical knowledge that Xiao Chen learned from his grandfather that triggered the effect. It's a pity that the old man, who dedicated his life to saving lives, fell seriously ill himself and passed away.
Then Dad, I'd better get along well with Grandpa Chen.
Suji's father works at Rixing Capital. If he were to depose Suji, her incompetent father, Suji would be overjoyed. It's not that he's unfilial or causing trouble.
Suji's father failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a father at all. Xiao Chen gets angry just seeing him. What kind of relationship can you possibly have with him? Are you going to save him a second time? That's hard to say. Stop dreaming. Just then, his father suddenly put his arm around his shoulder and asked, when can I meet Suji's parents? You too, are you married? What the heck? Xiao Chen sensed his father had a fever. Dad, don't you know that the legal marriage age in our country is 22? I know. But I haven't arrived yet. You don't have to get a marriage certificate. Xiao Chen felt that the wedding wasn't that important. Moreover, he plans to get married after graduating from university. Things that progress too quickly are definitely not good. Let's talk about it later. Ha, I was just kidding. Dad laughed and said, but now that we have a child, shouldn't we make time to meet with Suji's parents?
Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Dad, you were just doubting whether the child was your biological son.
Xiao Guosheng didn't say anything.
Xiao Chen rested his elbow on the railing in front of him and sighed. Suji's parents seem to have treated her badly since she was little, and now they've broken ties with her family. Dad, don't mention your daughter-in-law's parents in front of her.
This.
Xiao Guosheng could hardly believe it.
Because Su Jiming is very beautiful. How could I possibly have broken ties with my family? Son, you're not kidding me, are you? No matter how he looked at Su Ji, he couldn't tell that she came from that kind of family. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes again. Dad, do you think I have any reason to lie to you? I can't chat with you here anymore, I need to go back to see my baby.
After saying that, Xiao Chen picked a foxtail grass from the side and put it in his mouth. Then, shouting foxtail grass, he walked towards the apartment building. Xiao Guosheng was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he smoked another cigarette before going back. He smokes frequently because of his work. I feel terrible if I don't smoke for a day now. Even after get off work, I would sit in my car for a while, have a smoke, and then go upstairs. Although his family is doing well now, he is under a lot of pressure. Job competition is getting fiercer, and without good performance, he could even lose his job. Shaking his head and stubbing out his cigarette, Xiao Guosheng went upstairs. At the same time, Xiao Chen has already entered the house. Suji's mother, Yuan Yuqin, had already washed the dishes and bowls.
Suji was lying in the master bedroom, looking at the baby.
the baby has visibly gained weight. Even the small clothes I bought for them before no longer fit. Seeing Xiaochen return, Suji said softly, "My counselor called me today and asked me to go to school tomorrow to complete the procedures for resuming my studies."
Chapter 47. I choose a pretty face. Tomorrow? Sure. Xiaochen smiled and said, "Do you need me to go with you?" Okay. Suji nodded slightly. She was really looking forward to it. She's about to return to school, but she's also a little worried that the baby might cry without her. But you can come back after class. She also believed in Xiaochen's parents and that there was nothing wrong with them. The next day, Xiao Guosheng took 2 strands of hair from Xiaochen and the baby, and then went out. He was terrified that the child wasn't his biological son. Xiaochen also agreed to let his father do a paternity test, because if he didn't, he might always have a knot in his heart. Once you've done it, you'll untie this knot, and you'll love your baby even more. At 9:30, Xiaochen and Suji changed their clothes and prepared to go out. "Mom, Suji and I are going back to school." To complete some formalities, Yuan Yuqin was holding 2 babies, one on each side. She wasn't tired at all, and after hearing Xiaochen's words, she nodded, "Okay, go ahead." "But where did your dad go?" "He didn't tell Yuan Yuqin about the paternity test for the baby. Moreover, if I tell her, I might get scolded by Yuan Yuqin." Xiaochen already knew that his father was henpecked. "I don't know, maybe it was the first time I saw the baby and I went out to buy things for the baby." Yuan Yuqin didn't think much of it. Xiao Guosheng will only be in Jiangqing for a few days before heading back. The two left home quickly. The weather was nice today, with a temperature of around 20 degrees Celsius, which was particularly cool. Xiaochen was about to drive there, but Suji said it would be a bit troublesome. "It's better to walk there, that way you can take a walk." The two of them came to Jiangcheng University together. Although there were classes today, many students still didn't have classes. With the temperature gradually decreasing and the heat of the past subsiding, many students are now willing to go out and exercise. Suji linked arms with him as usual, and every classmate who saw Suji couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. "By the way, you actually went on that forum I mentioned last time." Xiaochen still remembered that a few days ago, those classmates went up to chat with Suji. Suji was slightly taken aback. "Really? Didn't you join our school's confession wall?" Suji shook her head. "No, I'm not particularly interested in these things." "Soga. What if someone confesses their feelings to you, and that guy happens to be really handsome?" Suji thought for a moment and replied, "A beautiful appearance is a dime a dozen, but an interesting soul is 1 in a million." "That's absolutely right." Suji asked him, "So, would you choose a beautiful appearance or an interesting soul?" Without thinking, Xiaochen replied, "A beautiful appearance." He scratched his head. The main point is that if you don't have a physical attraction to a girl, then no matter how much common ground you have with her, Xiaochen feels he won't be with her. "Don't tell me it's all the same with the lights off." Suji went into the office to find the counselor, and Xiaochen did not follow. He sat bored under the parasol downstairs in the teaching building. After playing 2 rounds of Dodiju, a popular Chinese card game, Xiaochen felt extremely bored. Just as he was about to start his 3rd round of Dodiju, a popular Chinese card game, his phone vibrated. "They are from Starry Sky MCN." Xiaochen frowned slightly. He hasn't agreed to be their top composer yet. "Are you already impatient?" He pressed the call button, and on the other end of the line came Lu Jing's voice, announcing that she wanted to meet him. "Little Chen, how have you been lately?" Her voice was very pleasant, definitely that of a mature and sophisticated woman. Xiaochen looked at the fallen leaves on the ground. "I've been doing well lately." "Sister Jing, what's up?" "Certainly. Didn't you sign a revenue sharing agreement for your songs before?" "The day before yesterday, one of our company's singers performed them. This song has already generated 200,000 yuan in revenue for the company." Xiaochen was somewhat surprised after hearing this. Had the profits been so high in just a few days? Xiaochen asked, "Then should I have my share transferred to you?" Lu Jing chuckled. Is this young man really that greedy for money? With his abilities, he shouldn't be short of money. Or perhaps he really just started writing a song. And then, actually, there wasn't much money. Sure. However, what about the thing you promised me you'd consider last time? How's that going? Do you know that I've been waiting for your call for days? But you didn't look for me. Upon hearing this, Xiaochen said, "I was just about to look for you today, Real?
Xiao Chen thought of the 1 million he had promised Suji's father. I'm short of money right now, I need 1 million.
I promise you I'll be your company's top composer, but could you at least transfer me 1 million first?
Sure. Lu Jing agreed without hesitation. She wanted to seize the opportunity with a big shot like Xiao Chen.
You agreed so easily?
Otherwise, you're one of our company's key contract signing targets.
Do you have time this afternoon?
Come to our company, sign the contract, and you'll be a member of our Starry Sky team. Xiao Chen felt that Suji could definitely finish processing the materials in one morning, or even less. At noon, he could take Suji to relive the taste of the cafeteria, and then in the afternoon, he could take Suji to see the stars.
Sure, I'll bring my girlfriend along. Good. I'll send you the location on WeChat.
Call me when you're almost there, and I'll come down to meet you.
Good. The two didn't say much.
Xiao Chen's idea was simple, to transfer the 1 million to Su Jinghua as soon as possible.
Then, Suji was free. Of course, this matter will not end so quickly. Su Jinghua will definitely pay the price in the future.
At the same time, Xiao Chen was also a little curious. He wanted to know if Su Jinghua had been convicted of drunk driving last time.
And where are they now?
Xiao Chen did not run around.
Suji didn't appear downstairs in the teaching building until about 11:30.
She jogged towards Xiao Chen.
Darling, have you been waiting for me here all this time?
Xiao Chen had a cup of little deer coffee in his hand, which he bought at a nearby coffee shop. The temperature isn't high today, and I haven't been out for a long time, so it's quite nice to bask in the sun outside.
Hee, that's true. Shall we go back now?
Xiao Chen glanced at the location of the cafeteria and then said, why don't we eat there? Jiangcheng University's cafeteria has a wide variety of delicious food, and Xiao Chen really enjoyed eating there last semester. Most importantly, the food in the cafeteria is not expensive at all.
The school provides subsidies, and a meal only costs 7 or 8 yuan. Sushi said, the crab roe noodles in the number 2 canteen are especially delicious. Oh, I feel the same way. Then let's go. Suji happily took his hand. Chapter 48 What to do?
I'm tempted, I want to sign her. It's a bit of a distance from here to the number 2 canteen.
Xiao Chen didn't ask Suji how the data was going. Now he asked, how's it going? Have you finished preparing all the data?
Aha!
Suji nodded heavily, everything is ready. The counselor said I will be assigned to a class in the same major, which might be your class. Xiao Chen nodded. He and Suji studied computer information technology. It's considered a science and engineering major. This major only has 2 classes. That means there's a 50% chance she'll end up in his class.
Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, how about this, I'll call my counselor later and see if she can help.
If she can. I can just give her a gift. Is this okay? Suji lacked confidence.
The main point is that not every university counselor is bribed.
Xiao Chen said, then let me ask you, do you want to be in the same class as your husband? Would you like to study together with your husband? Suji nodded with unwavering determination, yes, I want to so much. Okay, I'll call the counselor now. Xiao Chen took out his phone, found his counselor Meng Shueru, and dialed her number.
The call was answered quickly, and Meng Shueru asked, hello, Xiao Chen, why are you calling me all of a sudden?
No one comes to the temple without a reason. Speak, what is it?
Xiao Chen chuckled, surprised that Meng Shueru had seen through him. He began, Suji's counselor contacted her today and asked her to return to school to complete the procedures for repeating a year.
I was just thinking, counselor, could you do something behind the scenes and assign Suji to our class? That way, I can take better care of the baby in the future, right? When Xiao Chen called her, Meng Shueru could actually guess what was going on.
For her, this was a minor issue. She has a very good relationship with the class advisor, which is just a matter of a word. However, Meng Shueru said in a somewhat embarrassed tone, I can't say for sure about this.
I'll ask for you.
I'll go find our college's dean later.
Oh, thank you, counselor. It's nothing, just minor issues. How is Suji's health now? Very good, everything is fine now. Okay, after the National Day holiday in October, you can come back to study. I will have your professor give you the course materials. In your spare time, remember to study it and catch up on your lessons. I will try my best not to let it affect my grades when I take the final exam. Good. Missing a month of classes wasn't a big problem for Xiao Chun.
Because the major he studied wasn't very difficult.
Xiao Chun quickly hung up the phone with Meng Shueru, and Suji asked, "How did it go?" "There shouldn't be any problem.
When I ask to borrow Meng Shueru's car later, she will definitely give me the car keys."
Then, I put some gifts in his trunk. After all, I'm a good student, and I can't let Meng Shueru do things for us for nothing, right? Have no idea.
Suji shook her head.
Xiao Chun smiled. Suji at this moment. She's still so innocent. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Chen and Suji arrived at the second canteen.
Suji and Xiao Chen wandered around the cafeteria for a long time. I didn't see the crab roe noodles that Suji mentioned.
I asked the cafeteria staff and found out that the noodle shop had closed down. In an instant, Suji's world collapsed.
During her freshman year of college, she often ate noodles from their restaurant, at least 4 or 5 times a month. At the time, many students developed crab roe allergies after eating his crab roe noodles.
Suji was a little unhappy at the moment,
and Xiao Chen gently stroked her hair. "Don't be sad, you still have me, the chef, by your side.
If you want crab roe noodles, just ask me. I'll make them for you tonight." "Huh? Zun do is fake do?" Suji looked up, somewhat disbelieving. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. "Dear senior, when have I ever lied to you?" "That's true." Suji nodded slightly. "Thank you, honey. It's so good to have you. The chicken hot pot over there is also quite good.
Let's have chicken hot pot for lunch."
"Good."
The two ordered a large portion of chicken hot pot and sat on chairs in the cafeteria to wait. At this moment, Xiao Chen spoke up. "By the way, I'm going to take you somewhere this afternoon."
"Where is it?" Suji asked. "Starry Sky MCN. I've already decided to join them and become their contracted composer."
"Only then can your father give him the 1 million yuan dowry he wants."
Suji was somewhat displeased upon hearing this. "Actually, you don't have to give it to him."
Xiao Chen shook his head. "But what if he comes to the school and causes trouble?"
"Do you think your father would do something like this?" Suji fell silent.
Xiao Chen was right, his father was indeed capable of doing such a thing. Seeing Suji's somewhat sorrowful expression, Xiao Chen said softly, "It's all right, he won't bother us anymore.
Don't worry."
After finishing his meal, Xiao Chen called his mother and told her that he had some errands to run in the afternoon. "My mother said that my father has returned, and that they can go without worry." So the two of them didn't go upstairs, but drove directly to the Starry Sky Mac that Lu Jing had mentioned.
Starry Sky Mac is located in the high-tech zone of Zhangcheng. Zhangcheng is developing eastward as a whole, so it is quite far away. It took Xiao Chen more than an hour to drive there.
This place is full of skyscrapers, with many buildings over 100 stories high.
Compared to the old town, it's like two completely different cities.
However, there is a real traffic jam here. When they were almost there, Xiao Chen called Lu Jing. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Xiao Chen discovered that Lu Jing was already waiting for them. Because Lu Jing had seen Xiao Chen's Xiaomi YU7 before, she walked straight over after seeing this car.
"I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly."
After Xiao Chen got out of the car, Lu Jing greeted him warmly. Xiao Chen stretched and said, "My girlfriend and I just finished eating at the school cafeteria and came straight here.
However, the distance is indeed far.
It makes me feel uncomfortable all over." Upon hearing this, Lu Jing smiled and said, "Then when you go back later, I'll call a designated driver for you."
"No need, I can use Smart Home. Xiao Chen has not tried Xiaomi's Smart Home yet. I'll try it when I get back." Just then, Suji, who was in the passenger seat, got out of the car. When Lu Jing saw Suji, she was slightly taken aback. This person is much better looking than the streamers they've signed.
Lu Jing even felt that as long as Suji received training from their company, she would definitely become a social media influencer with millions of followers in the future.
What should I do? I'm smitten and want to sign her. Chapter 49, Signing a Contract with the Stars.
However, Lu Jing did not reveal her true thoughts at this moment.
What she was thinking was, "I'll contact her again when the time is right." After a brief introduction, Lu Jing led everyone upstairs. Starry Sky MCN Company owns an entire building, and it's said that they have already signed hundreds of thousands of streamers.
Lu Jing showed Xiao Chen around the company. The company had a wide range of businesses and had all kinds of live streamers. It's not just about attractive live streamers, there are also those who create short videos and then sell products. There are also some live streams that perform scripts specifically to rip off parents' generation. Xiao Chen remembered that his mother was a loyal fan of Lao Gu on the Manjiao platform and often bought things in the live broadcast room. It can be said that Xiao Chen has broadened his horizons since arriving in the starry sky. Soon, Lu Jing led the two into a relatively private office. Lu Jing first poured them a cup of coffee, and then said softly, "Please wait a moment, I'll go get the contract now."
"I'll be right back." "Good." Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Lu Jing got up and left the room. Suji looked inside the room and said, "I never imagined the starry sky would be so vast." Xiao Chen nodded, "It's probably on par with worry-free media."
Xiao Chen didn't know much about the influencer company, and it took about 10 minutes for Lu Jing to bring over the contract. Before coming, Suji said that the contents of the contract must be carefully reviewed again, because it was possible that the contract given to him before was different from the contract signed today. Many companies like to use dual contracts or similar practices. The same applies to large companies like this. Xiao Chen knew it was better to be cautious, so after receiving the contract, he didn't sign it directly. Instead, he looked at each page one by one, and then had Suji check it again. Lu Jing also expressed her understanding of the two people's thoughtfulness.
"It's this day and time. The contract is definitely normal."
After checking for about 20 minutes, Xiao Chen finally put the contract down with peace of mind. There's no way around it, there's just too much content inside. Lu Jing smiled and said, "You guys really take this inspection seriously."
"It's from so far away, there must be no problems with the contract, right?"
Xiao Chen looked at Suji, and Suji nodded slightly.
"No problem." Xiao Chen smiled and signed the contract.
If the company needs songs in the future, we'll have to ask him to write them. Of course, this was incredibly easy for Xiao Chen. After signing the papers, Lu Jing said, "Give me your bank card number. We will transfer the 1 million to you within 3 days.
Lu Jing added, "Is that okay?"
"Sure." Xiao Chen nodded, and Lu Jing took out a work badge from her pocket and gently placed it on the table. Xiao Chen picked it up and saw that his 2-inch photo was still inside the work badge.
Name, Xiao Chen. Department, Creative Department. Position, Gold Medal Composer.
Xiao Chen held the work badge, and then Lu Jing said, "Although you don't usually come to the company, you can swipe your access card when you need to come over.
And, if the company has any important meetings, we might need you to come too." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback. Why did he feel like he had been tricked? He asked, "My department doesn't have meetings very often, does it?"
Lu Jing smiled and shook her head, "No, I only drive it 2 or 3 times a day."
What? Xiao Chen's eyes widened, completely dumbfounded. "You call having 2 or 3 meetings a day infrequent meetings?"
Seeing Xiao Chen's surprised expression, Lu Jing covered her mouth and smiled.
"I was just kidding. I said you only need to come to important meetings. If you really can't come, you can participate in online meetings. That's fine then."
Xiao Chen was afraid that he would suddenly receive a phone call while he was in class, asking him to attend a meeting.
"Should he go or not? Would you like me to introduce you to your department members? Now, you're quite the star in our company."
Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head.
"I'm not going. Since you say I'm a star in the company, I should be even more elusive to maintain my mystique, right? This is actually not wrong."
Lu Jing didn't say much about Xiao Chen's unwillingness to get to know him.
"Then let us go back."
Xiao Chen turned his gaze to Suji.
Suji nodded as well. "Then let's go back." "Okay."
Lu Jing quickly stood up and saw Xiao Chen and Suji out of the company. She didn't go back until Xiao Chen left. In the car, Xiao Chen was driving home when Suji, holding 2 copies of the contract, asked him, "The contract clearly states that you will be given 500,000 yuan in one lump sum, so why were you given 1 million yuan?" Xiao Chen said, "Those who ask him verbally are probably fewer than those like me."
"It must bring huge profits to their company, right?" Suji fell silent.
Xiao Chen is usually carefree and irresponsible, but when it really matters, he actually has some skill.
"Once the money arrives, will you transfer it to my dad?" Xiao Chen nodded slightly.
"I hope he is a person who keeps his promises."
At the same time, Jiancheng Detention Center.
At this moment, Suji's father, Su Jinghua, is squatting inside. He's been squatting here for several days now. Their cell phones were confiscated, making it impossible for them to contact the outside world. Of course, he did contact Suji through his mobile phone quite often. However, Suji had already blocked his number, so she couldn't contact him. However, his wife, Su Meili, was already on her way to Jiangchang. It is highly likely that Su Jingguo will be released on bail pending trial. But there's definitely a problem right now. He hasn't been to work for several days. His concern was whether being found guilty of unexcused absence would negatively impact his career.
Moreover, he has many clients.
If these clients lose contact with him, it's not just a minor issue that other colleagues in the company might poach them. The most important thing is that he might be fired by the company.
Su Jingguo became increasingly anxious.
He furiously pounded on the iron bars of the detention center.
It let out a beast-like roar. Ah! At that moment, a policeman walked over. What are you yelling about? You better behave yourself. Depend on.
He slammed his fist on the railing again. After returning home, Xiaochen changed the baby's diapers as usual, and then fed them with a bottle.
Ding! Father's love is as solid as a mountain.
Your painting skills have been automatically upgraded.
Xiaochen was taken aback. Since acquiring his painting skills, he hasn't painted at all.
This time, he really wanted to test his painting skills.
Just as he was lost in thought,
the cell phone, which was placed not far away, rang.
Honey, could you please bring me my phone? Good.
Suji's face turned pale as she looked at the word grandpa flashing on her phone screen.
Xiaochen asked, What's wrong? Who called? Your grandfather has come back to life? Chapter 50 Old Chen's Birthday Banquet Invitation. Upon hearing this, Xiaochen was completely dumbfounded. What the heck? Suji immediately showed his phone screen. Seeing his grandfather on the screen, Xiaochen rolled his eyes. Wife, this is Chen Daosheng. Oh, this. All right.
Suji glanced at Xiaochen furtively, wondering if he would be angry with her for speaking like that.
Xiaochen took the phone, wondering why Chen Daosheng wanted to talk to him. We met yesterday. The phone rang today.
With these questions in mind, Xiaochen pressed the call button. He also gave Chen Daosheng a lot of face, addressing him as grandpa right away.
Grandfather. You've only been gone a day, and you already miss me? Chen Daosheng across from him chuckled. Ha, that's right, grandpa can't sleep a wink if he doesn't see you for a day. Really?
Xiaochen joked, then send me your location, and I'll warm your bed right now.
Ha 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 ha. This remark immediately made Chen Daosheng laugh.
Xiaochen then added, however, Grandpa, there's definitely no place for me on your bed.
People who want to warm your bed will have to line up. What nonsense are you spouting, you brat?
Chen Daosheng wasn't angry. In fact, he liked this kind of humorous child.
Getting back to the point, there's something I forgot to tell you yesterday.
Chen Daosheng said, on September 30th, your grandfather will be turning 75 this year.
You brought your parents, your girlfriend, and your baby to this dinner party. Do you even know that? Xiaochen was slightly taken aback. Was he asking his whole family to come over? Grandpa, isn't this a bit inappropriate?
Xiaochen felt that Chen Daosheng must be surrounded by many powerful and influential people, and that he would definitely have a grand celebration for his 75th birthday.
Xiaochen's family was only at a moderately well-off level. Xiaochen felt that the two families were fundamentally from different social classes. So if you go, something feels off. Chen Daosheng immediately became displeased upon hearing Xiaochen's words. What's inappropriate about it, Xiaochen? Are you looking down on your grandfather? Ha? No, no. Xiaochen quickly spoke up. Then I'll come over then. Chen Daosheng's idea was very simple. By attending this birthday party, Xiaochen can expand his network of contacts. Moreover, in front of everyone, he would definitely praise his grandson. After all, it saved his life. This was something he could do. Okay, I'll definitely go. Ha ha ha.
Xiaochen chatted with Chen Daosheng for a few more minutes before Chen Daosheng hung up the phone.
Suji, who was standing nearby, asked, Why did Grandpa Chen call you?
He will be turning 75 at the end of the month, so we're all going over.
Suji frowned slightly. Our family? Yes. Xiaochen answered casually, you, me, my parents, and our two babies.
They are all people whom Elder Chen has invited very carefully. Hearing this, Suji felt a warmth in her heart. She and Xiaochen have become family.
She asked again, then, shall we go? I'll definitely go. I've already promised old Chen. If I don't go, wouldn't that be disrespectful to him? Suji nodded slightly. Xiao Chen's words make a lot of sense.
At this moment, Xiao Chen added, besides, Mr. Chen is the chairman of Rixing Capital.
Doesn't your father work at Rixing Capital? Do you think you might run into your dad at this birthday party? What will your dad do after he sees you? Xiao Chen told Suji last night that old Chen is now the chairman of Rixing Capital.
But an employee of his father's level certainly hadn't spoken to the chairman.
They may not even have met. Without thinking, Suji said, his position is so low, how could he possibly attend the chairman's birthday banquet? Only senior company executives or shareholders should participate. Really? I'm back.
Just then, Xiao Guoxing's voice came from the living room outside. I went to get a paternity test done for my baby early this morning. Paternity tests usually take 15 working days to get results, but Dad just used his money.
The time has been reduced from 15 working days to 1.5 hours.
The results of the test were certainly satisfactory to him. Xiao Chen is the child's father, and naturally, he is also the child's grandfather. Of course, after seeing the results of the paternity test, the huge weight that had been hanging over my heart was lifted. In the afternoon, I went out to eat, and after dinner, I bought some clothes for the children before coming back.
Dad came into the bedroom with the clothes he bought for the babies. Babies, do you want to try on the new clothes Grandpa bought for you? Dad walked in with a smile.
When Xiao Chen saw the pink clothes, he wondered why they seemed a little big.
Dad, are these clothes for the baby?
Xiao Chen uttered a pointless remark, and Xiao Guosheng rolled his eyes. Did you think it was bought for you?
That's true.
While Xiao Guosheng was trying on clothes for the baby, Xiao Chen directly told him about the phone call Chen Daosheng had just made to him.
Dad, Chen Daosheng just called me. What did you say?
Xiao Chen, he said his birthday is at the end of the month, and then he invited our family to a banquet.
What the heck?
Upon hearing this, Xiao Guosheng immediately stopped what he was doing. She turned her head sharply and looked at Xiao Chen.
What did you say?
Dad could roughly guess what Chen Daosheng meant. He probably wanted to help Xiao Chen expand his network of contacts. After all, the people who attend such events are all big names in the industry.
Xiao Chen replied casually, Dad, since they've already invited us, wouldn't it be disrespectful to them if we didn't go? That's true. Let's go there then. However, since it's a birthday celebration, we definitely need to prepare some gifts. To be honest, Xiao Chen really didn't know what gift to give to a big shot like Chen Daosheng. Cheap ones are definitely not good enough for most people, and expensive ones. He doesn't seem to like it either.
Xiao Chen was speechless.
Dad, since we're going, do you think we should bring a gift? Xiao Chen suddenly thought of a scene, just like in the novel. Go to a big shot's birthday party and give all sorts of gifts.
He gave away something very cheaply, and then he was ridiculed by everyone around him.
Of course, that's unlikely to happen in reality. Moreover, Xiao Chen has no grudges against those big shots, so he is less likely to be ridiculed.
When Xiao Chen asked this question, Xiao Guosheng was stumped.
This problem. I have no idea. He invited you, think about it.
Xiao Guosheng simply passed the question to Xiao Chen, and then happily dressed the baby in the clothes he had just bought. The clothes were indeed a bit too big, and didn't even fit properly. However, Xiao Guosheng plans to leave it for now. We'll let our grandchildren wear it when they're a bit older. At that moment, Xiao Chen suddenly thought of what gift to give Chen Daosheng.
Chapter 51 Chen Family Manor.
That's right, Xiao Chen was thinking about the jade seal worth 100,000 that the system had rewarded him with last time.
Xiao Chen kept the jade seal in a box.
The jade seal was not big, only the size of a palm. It is entirely green. Xiao Chen couldn't understand the characters on the jade seal. They must be from a certain dynasty.
He was too lazy to search online.
If Chen Daosheng asks, just come up with a reason to brush him off.
Time flies.
Before we knew it, it was the end of September.
During this time, Xiao Chen tried to transfer money to Su Jinghua.
However, when I tried to transfer the money, I was stopped by the cyber police. They said they suspected there was a risk involved in spending the money. Tell him to contact the recipient.
Xiao Chen also tried calling Su Jinghua.
But the phone call went unanswered for a long time.
So I simply gave up. I reckon he's still in detention and hasn't been released yet. September 30th.
Xiao Chen, Su Ji, and Xiao Guosheng boarded the Xiaomi Yu-7. Because he had signed a contract with Starry Sky Mac, Xiao Chen told his parents that he would buy the car directly.
It was brand new when it was rented. I simply bought it outright.
The parents were surprised by this reason, but they didn't think much of it.
Because the baby is still young, Yuan Yuqin didn't plan to go today.
Instead, she stays at home to take care of the baby. A while ago, my dad returned to Jinghai after his annual leave, and today, he came to Jiangcheng specifically to attend Chen Daoxing's birthday.
Coincidentally, Chen Daoxing's birthday celebration was in Jiangcheng, which surprised Xiao Chen.
After inquiring, he learned that the headquarters of Rixing Capital was located in Jiangcheng. However, the venue for Chen Dao's birthday celebration was not a hotel.
But it was at his home. Chen Family Manor. The Chen Family Manor is located on the southeast side of Jiangcheng, in the southern mountainous area of Jiangcheng. The surrounding scenery is beautiful, and the residential area is not densely populated.
In places far from the city, there is always the sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers.
Xiao Chen drove quickly to the outside of the Chen Family Manor.
At this moment, the place is already filled with all kinds of luxury cars. Like the Rolls-Royce Fantasy, Ferrari, Nike, Bentley, etc.
A multitude of luxury cars, countless in number.
Walking inside, you can clearly see a large plaque above the entrance door.
The plaque reads Chen Family Manor in large characters. Xiao Chen had only ever seen such a top scholar in TV dramas. He couldn't believe that such a place still existed in the 21st century.
The Chen Family Manor is filled with antique-style buildings, as if it has been transported from ancient times.
The tallest building inside has only 3 floors.
Coming here has truly broadened my horizons. Xiao Chen, Su Ji, and their father walked towards Zhuang Yuan's gate. At that moment, a child who looked about 15 or 16 years old was guarding the gate. Arriving here felt like stepping out of the mundane world.
Upon seeing the 3 people approach, the child respectfully inquired, "Excuse me, are you from Xiao Chen's family?"
Chen Daoxing had clearly spoken to the child, and Xiao Chen nodded slightly. "Yes, I am Xiao Chen." Upon hearing this, the child's expression became more serious, and he said repeatedly, "Grandpa told me that after you arrive, I should invite you to his home.
Please come with me."
As he spoke, the child led the way.
Xiao Chen muttered to himself, "Your Majesty. That's a really nice name."
Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen wanted to establish a Xiao family manor from now on.
"Dad, what do you think about us building a Xiao family manor in the future?"
Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxing couldn't help but let out a whoosh. "Wow, son, you really have wild ideas.
Do you know how much it costs to buy a piece of land and then build a manor like this?"
Xiao Chen scratched his head. To be honest, he really didn't have any idea about these things.
"But it certainly won't be cheap. Hundreds of millions?
That's for sure." Xiao Guoshang also had little concept of these things, but 100 million was definitely not enough.
Xiao Chen only thought about it, none of them delved into the issue.
Soon, the child led Xiao Chen and the others into the so-called mansion.
This is a villa.
Although the exterior is an antique-style building, once inside, Xiao Chen discovered that the scene before him was quite different. From the outside, it's ancient times, but once you step inside the villa, the scene instantly transforms into modern times. The floor is paved with marble throughout. The coffee table is made from a single piece of Phoebe Jinan wood.
Various murals are hanging on the walls.
The contents of this villa are probably worth hundreds of millions.
Xiao Chen felt like he had entered a vault. It's only 9 in the morning.
Actually, Xiao Chen didn't want to come so early, but it was Chen Daoxing who specifically requested it.
As for why, they really didn't know.
Upon entering the living room, the child cupped his hands and said, "Please rest here for a while, my grandfather will be down shortly."
Thank you." Xiao Chen nodded slightly.
The child pointed to the sofa next to him. "Please sit down, all 3 of you. I still have guests to entertain outside, so I won't stay here any longer."
Okay.
After the child left, Xiao Chen began to speculate.
Could this child be Chen Daoxing's grandson? But why did he let his grandson greet guests outside?
Just as Xiao Chen was lost in thought, a kind laugh came from the corner of the stairs.
He.
Chen Daoxing, dressed in a silver training uniform printed with Tai Chi Bagua, came down from upstairs. Upon seeing him, Xiao Chen and the others quickly stood up.
"Grandfather!"
He shouted it very loudly.
Hearing Xiao Chen's grandfather's voice made Chen Daoxing even happier. He. "Xiao Chen. Welcome to Grandpa's house." He walked down enthusiastically, then turned his gaze to Xiao Guosheng and Su Ji. At this moment, Chen Daosheng frowned slightly. What, didn't your mother come? No.
Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled slightly. After all, my 2 babies have just turned 1 month old. The child is too young, so my mother stays at home to take care of the child and hasn't come over.
Chen Daosheng nodded slightly. Actually, what he wanted to say was that their manor had professional nannies. But Xiao Chen definitely won't pick up his mother again. So they didn't say anything more. Xiao Chen looked at Chen Daosheng's Tai Chi Bagua training uniform and asked, Grandpa, were you practicing Tai Chi this morning? Ah, yes.
Chen Daosheng gestured for them to sit down, and then poured them tea.
Now that I'm older, it's good to exercise more. Xiao Chen nodded slightly.
If you have a heart attack, you do need to exercise more, but you shouldn't exercise too frequently.
Just keep your blood pressure at a normal level. Grandpa, you look much better than you did a few days ago. Really? Certainly.
Xiao Chen pointed to the cake on the coffee table next to him.
Grandpa, this is a birthday cake I made for you myself. I have a small gift for you. Oh? Chen Daosheng looked at him curiously. What gift? He. Chapter 52 Acquisition of a Company. It is an imperial seal.
As he spoke, Xiao Chen carefully took the jade seal out of a delicate little box. When Chen Daosheng saw the palm-sized jade seal, he was first stunned, then his face lit up with surprise. He felt that the imperial seal was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite put his finger on where he had seen it before.
This is?
Xiao Chen shook his head. Grandpa, I bought this when I was a child at an antique stall at a market with you.
My grandfather said this thing was worth a lot of money, so I kept it. Whether it's true or not, and what dynasty it belongs to, I really don't know.
Chen Daosheng usually enjoys collecting antiques, and he was slightly taken aback when he saw this jade seal.
Because he couldn't recognize which dynasty it belonged to. But Chen Daosheng's intuition told him that this thing was probably not fake.
The sheen on it is very difficult to achieve with current antiquing techniques.
Grandpa, how is it? Do you like it? People like Chen Daosheng have absolutely nothing to lack. If he wants something, there's probably nothing he can't get.
Therefore, Xiao Chen would consider whether Chen Daosheng would like the gift he gave him.
I really like it.
Chen Daosheng accepted Xiao Chen's gift without hesitation.
Then, he spoke softly, getting back to the point. Actually, the reason I called you all here so early is because I have a favor to ask of you, Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked completely bewildered. Is there something I need to ask him? Grandpa, I'm your grandson, what's with all this please stuff? You say. Chen Daosheng smiled and said, it's just. Grandpa wants to eat your braised pork. Today is Grandpa's birthday. How about letting him try your braised pork? What?
Xiao Chen was shocked upon hearing this.
No? You asked me to come over so early just because you wanted to eat my braised pork? Are you kidding me? This. Chen Daosheng asked, what's wrong? Is it not allowed? Of course. Xiao Chen asked, Grandpa, are the ingredients ready? Everything is ready. The kitchen is over there. You can go straight there. Okay, I'll finish quickly. Xiao Chen got up and walked towards the cafeteria.
It was at this moment that Chen Daosheng turned his attention to Su Ji.
Granddaughter, why don't you go help your boyfriend? Ah, okay. Su Ji happily skipped towards the kitchen.
At this moment, only Chen Daosheng and Xiao Guosheng remained.
In the kitchen, Xiao Chen saw Su Ji running over excitedly, and he was a little puzzled. Honey, what brings you here? Xiao Chen asked. Su Ji shrugged, Grandpa Chen sent me here. Xiao Chen couldn't help but glance into the living room. Then he understood.
Chen Daosheng didn't actually want to eat braised pork, he just wanted to find an excuse to get him out of the way.
Perhaps there's something she wants to tell her father? I understand. What do you know?
Su Ji looked at him curiously.
Xiao Chen said softly, Grandpa Chen doesn't want to eat braised pork. He just wants to get us out of the way. Look, he's chatting with Dad right now. Su Ji nodded. Then let's make braised pork. You wanted to learn how to make it, didn't you? Here's how. Okay.
While Xiao Chen and Su Ji were busy in the kitchen, Chen Daosheng was watching Xiao Guosheng with a smile. Xiao Guosheng felt a little nervous being stared at by Chen Daosheng.
He could also tell that Chen Daosheng was just deliberately sending Xiao Chen away. People like Chen Daosheng can eat whatever they want.
There was absolutely no need for Xiao Chen to deliver it to him. Chen Daosheng began, "My old life was given to me by Xiao Chen. After I came back, I felt something was off. I don't know why, but I felt guilty if I didn't do something for you.
What I fear is that I might die one day, and then when you want to use me again, you won't be able to." Xiao Guosheng was taken aback. He said, "Old Chen, what are you saying? Your body is perfectly healthy." "No."
He shook his head, "I know my physical condition better than anyone else. I may really not live for more than a few years.
75 years old is enough."
"Xiao Guosheng, today is your 75th birthday, don't talk nonsense."
Chen Daosheng didn't care about any of that. He said, "I've acquired your current wood tree technology company, do you know that?" Xiao Guosheng was completely bewildered upon hearing this. "No? No wonder the other day, the company's senior management said that the company had been acquired."
At the time, he was a little afraid of being laid off or something. But to everyone's surprise, the company was actually acquired by Chen Daosheng.
"Old Chen, what's wrong?"
With a smile, Old Chen said, "I've already verified your abilities, and I believe you can manage this company well.
I will give you 51% of the company as shares. I believe in you, you can run Mushu technology well in the future."
At this moment, Xiao Guosheng could hardly believe his ears.
Judging from what Mr. Chen said, it seems he has become the chairman of Mushu Technology? Just a few days ago I was living in fear of losing my job, and today, I'm a beautiful and successful chairperson? Isn't that a bit too big of a leap? Mr. Xiao, is there a problem? No. Xiao Guosheng's heart was pounding. Mushu Technology has undertaken many projects for companies in Jinghai.
For example, the servers of the Jinghai municipal government use their company's servers, and their company also provides the services. Now that the case had been transferred to his hands, Xiao Guosheng suddenly felt a great deal of pressure. It was as if an invisible burden had been placed on his shoulders, making it hard for him to breathe.
Since there are no problems, I'll go check on how my grandson's braised pork is going. Xiao Chen. Chen Daosheng shouted.
Upon hearing the sound, Xiao Chen immediately put down his work. He just finished the step of caramelizing the sugar.
"What's wrong, Grandpa?" Xiao Chen walked over respectfully and asked. Chen Daosheng patted his stomach. "How did it go?" "I'm starving."
"I must say, the braised pork you made is really making Grandpa's mouth water."
"Grandpa, wait a moment. There's a saying, haste makes waste." You're right."
Seeing that Xiao Chen was still working, Chen Daosheng asked, "Do you need Grandpa's help?"
No need."
Xiao Chen shook his head, "With my wife helping me, Grandpa, you can just sit back and wait to start eating." Actually, while Chen Daosheng was chatting with his father, Xiao Chen had been secretly watching.
Suji's father frowned deeply and was even lost in thought.
He was very curious about what Chen Daosheng had said to him that could make his father act this way.
Chapter 53. I'm not transferring this money.
20 minutes later, Xiao Chen finished cooking the freshly made braised pork.
However, Chen Daosheng did not hesitate and took a few bites.
The ratings remain very high.
"Yes, it tastes just like that." Ha.
Xiao Chen glanced at his father, who had a serious expression, and felt very puzzled.
How come Dad changed so much in the time it takes to cook a meal? "Dad, what's wrong?" Xiao Chen asked.
Xiao Guosheng was taken aback, then shook his head.
I'm fine."
Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly.
Are you sure everything is alright? However, Xiao Chen didn't interfere much.
Chen Daosheng didn't eat much, and soon led the three of them to a large hall. In the middle of the hall was a dining table, and at the end of the central aisle, surprisingly,
there is a dragon throne. Xiao Chen was taken aback when he saw it. Therefore, this situation is just like attending court in a TV drama. These ministers stood to the side, while the emperor sat on the dragon throne. Then say, "Long live the emperor." It must be said that the design is extremely exaggerated. Do all rich people play like this?
There were already quite a few people here, most of them wearing suits and ties.
One look and you can tell he's a big shot in the industry. Besides Chen Daosheng's friends, there are also many of his business partners here.
Xiao Chen and Xiao Guosheng immediately felt out of place in this kind of setting.
Xiao Chen, his father, and Su Ji were brought here personally by Chen Daoshang.
When everyone saw them, they all whispered among themselves. Because they had never met Xiao Chun, let alone Xiao Guoshang. So at this moment, everyone is guessing who this person who came here is.
Old Chen. Old Chen.
After arriving, many people came forward to greet him. Among the crowd were many unfamiliar faces, including many company executives or business partners, all of whom were attending the birthday party. The goal is simply to become a familiar face.
This can bring great benefits.
For example, when seeking cooperation, they might say things like, "I saw you at your birthday party last year, and you seem to have an even better demeanor than before."
Ha ha ha, you must be Xiaolu?
Chen Daosheng greeted him warmly, and the young man called Xiaolu nodded repeatedly, his expression excited. That's right, it's me, old Chen, I didn't expect you to recognize me."
Of course I know you.
You and my son are colleagues.
How's business lately?
Sigh.
I'm just barely scraping by.
Xiaolu acted very modestly, and old Chen smiled and nodded before entering the crowd.
He spoke to each of the people he knew.
Xiao Chen, holding Su Ji's hand, naturally stopped in his tracks.
After a few minutes, Chen Daosheng, having finished his greetings, ascended the dragon throne.
The previously noisy scene fell silent.
Xiao Chen was taken aback. Why did it really feel like a minister meeting the emperor?
Although it wasn't that outrageous, Xiao Chen still felt something was off. Chen Daosheng smiled and said, "Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend my birthday party.
Today I am 75 years old."
Chen Daosheng began to speak, and Xiao Chen could tell that he must really enjoy holding meetings when he was at the company. They even go a long time before they get a chance to breathe. Just then, a well-dressed young man in a suit and glasses, who looked quite refined, quietly approached Xiao Chen. He was over 1.9 meters tall, so Xiao Chen had to look up slightly to see him.
"Is this your first time attending Mr. Chen's birthday party?" The man spoke in a cold tone, and Xiao Chen nodded slightly, "Yes." "Who are you?"
Xiao Chen wasn't bothered when someone suddenly approached him, but the person's tone was very aloof.
Xiao Chen felt something was off. "I am Chen Daosheng's eldest son."
Xiao Chen looked at the man in front of him, who looked to be around 30 years old, with some surprise. He didn't know how old Chen Daosheng's son was, but the man looked very young.
"I feel he's similar to Chen Liwei."
"Oh, so you're old Chen's son?"
"That. I am old Chen's grandson." "Grandson?"
Just then, Chen Lijian frowned slightly, and he immediately understood.
"Are you Xiao Chen, the one who saved my father?" "Yes, it's me."
Chen Daosheng did not tell his eldest son about this. It was his half-brother, Chen Liwei, who told him.
"So it was you."
He abandoned his previous aloof demeanor, extended his hand, and said, "I am Chen Daosheng's eldest son, Chen Lijian."
"Nice to meet you."
Xiao Chen quickly reached out and clasped his hands together. Then, "Does that mean I have to call you Dad?"
Xiao Chen was a funny guy, and just then, Chen Lijian chuckled and said, No, you can call me Big Brother from now on."
Calling him Dad, that feels so awkward.
Xiao Chen smiled and nodded, then introduced, "Brother Chen, this is my dad, and this is my girlfriend." At that moment, Chen Lijian turned his attention to Su Ji. He adjusted his glasses and asked, "Young lady, have we met somewhere before?"
When Chen Lijian saw Su Ji for the first time, he felt like he had seen her somewhere before, but he just couldn't remember where. Su Ji looked up at Chen Lijian, searched her memory, but couldn't recall who he was.
"Have we met before?"
Su Ji shook her head, and Chen Lijian frowned and clicked his tongue.
"I've definitely seen it before, but I can't remember where. Let me think about it."
Chen Lijian began to recall, and Su Ji also tried to recall, but she really couldn't remember where she had seen him before.
Just then, the phone Xiao Chen was talking about rang.
He paused slightly after seeing the phone number on the screen.
"Wife, Dad, you two stay here for now. I'm going out to take this call, I'll be right back." "Good." Xiao Chen quickly arrived outside the hall and pressed the call button.
On the phone came Su Ji's father, Su Jinghua's voice, "You brat, how much time has passed?
Why hasn't my million arrived yet?" Xiao Chen said coldly, "That's what I'd like to ask you. You didn't answer my call earlier. When you transfer the money, it says it's suspected of fraud and you need to confirm." "You?" Su Jinghua's face darkened.
After his wife arrived at the detention center, the police refused to release her no matter what they did. More than 10 days passed before he finally managed to get out.
"Oh shit. Transfer the money to me quickly, I need it urgently."
Su Jinghua has angered his superiors, who said that he can only keep his job if he transfers 500,000 yuan to them. He used all the money he earned from his work to raise his son. Now, let alone 500,000, he can't even come up with 200,000. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on Xiao Chen. At this moment, Xiao Chen calmly said, "I won't transfer this money."
Chapter 54 Su Ji's father is my subordinate.
What did you say?
Su Jinghua broke down immediately upon hearing Xiao Chen's words. Do you believe me or not? I'll spread Su Ji's scandals. Xiao Chen, this is your own daughter, never mine. Xiao Chen felt that reasoning with him was pointless. Spread it if you want. You.
Just as Su Jinghua was about to say something, Xiao Chen interrupted him directly. As far as I know, the chairman of Rixing who feels inferior is old Chen, right?
How did you know?
Just then, Chen Daosheng suddenly remembered something. Just 20 days ago, Mr. Chen suddenly suffered a heart attack and was saved by a young man in the square.
Could this young man be Xiao Chen?
He thought about it carefully and felt it was unlikely.
How could there be such a coincidence in this world? What do you mean?
Su Jinghua seemed somewhat unsure of himself, and Xiao Chen showed no intention of explaining.
It's nothing, I just said it offhand.
If you do something particularly outrageous, be careful you don't lose your job. After saying that, Xiao Chen hung up the phone.
No way.
Now that Xiao Chen's backing has gradually strengthened, he has no choice but to become arrogant. I believe that if I tell old Chen about Su Jinghua's rotten behavior, old Chen will definitely fire him from the company.
As for Su Jinghua's revenge on Su Ji, even if he makes some inappropriate remarks, so what? The public has discerning eyes at worst, they can expose what he did to Su Ji. This way, Su Ji's innocence can definitely be cleared.
Su Jinghua called again, but Xiao Chen did not answer.
I immediately turned on mute and then re-entered the lobby.
Inside the hall, Chen Daosheng was still talking animatedly, but when he saw Xiao Chen enter, he smiled and said, "By the way, I have some news to tell everyone." Chen Daosheng recently gained a grandson.
Upon hearing this, the people in the audience were taken aback. Then everyone was surprised. What the heck? You've taken in a grandson?
Chen Daosheng continued, "I suffered a sudden heart attack some time ago, and a young man discovered it in time and took emergency measures. I was saved, otherwise you wouldn't be seeing me all alive and kicking today." Chen Daosheng beckoned to Xiao Chen. "Come here, Xiao Chen, say a few words."
Xiao Chen was taken aback.
"No, let me tell you."
"What can I say?" Xiao Chen walked over with a bewildered look on his face.
He stood next to Chen Daosheng, who was much taller than him. Upon seeing Xiao Chen approach, Chen Daosheng said with great pride, "This little guy is called Xiao Chen.
He's the one who saved my life.
My mother gave me my first life, and Xiao Chen gave me my second life." Chen Daosheng became more and more excited as he spoke, and Xiao Chen swallowed hard. Actually, it's just that I have a special connection with old Chen.
It's nothing.
I feel that no one would stand by and watch someone die.
That's all."
Seeing so many eyes staring at him, Xiao Chen felt strange.
Chen Daosheng chuckled and said, "Ha, you kid, are you nervous going on stage? This isn't like being in school where an old person makes you memorize a text." Xiao Chen scratched his head. "Grandpa, I'd rather you let me memorize the texts." Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Xiao Chen couldn't say anything, they let him go. When he returned to Chen Lijian's side, Chen Lijian finally remembered where he had seen Su Ji before. "Su Ji, is your father named Su Jinghua?"
Su Ji raised her head, then pursed her lips and nodded.
Chen Liwei clapped his hands. "That's right.
When you were a child, your father didn't take any documents with him to work, so you went to deliver them to him a few times.
I happened to see you once when I was in a meeting in the conference room. Do you remember?" Su Ji's thoughts drifted back to the summer vacation after her second year of junior high school.
That day, she was doing her homework at home when Su Jinghua suddenly called her and asked her to take a document from the table to the company. She listened to her father and hurried over. But when her father returned home that evening, he took a small leather whip and started whipping her, saying that he was annoyed that she was too slow in delivering the goods. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears after recalling these painful memories.
Tears were almost streaming down my face.
Chen Lijian had no idea what had happened. Looking at Su Ji's aggrieved expression, "I don't understand why she suddenly acted this way.
What's wrong with you?" "Without."
Su Ji shook her head, forcing herself not to cry. Xiao Guoshang was also completely bewildered.
Wait, why did his daughter-in-law suddenly become like this? What's wrong? What's going on? Xiao Chen quickly stepped forward to comfort him. It's all right. Don't be sad. Su Ji nodded slightly.
Seeing Su Ji's strong reaction upon hearing her father's name, Chen Lijian concluded that the problem must lie with Su Ji's father.
Chen Lijian was curious about Su Ji's family situation and even wanted to investigate it.
Soon, it was time for everyone to prepare gifts for Mr. Chen. Old Chen, this is a 100-pound axe, which should be the weapon of General Pan Feng from the Three Kingdoms period.
Xiao Chen stared blankly at the enormous axe. Seriously, are all gift-giving traditions these days so extreme? Mr. Chen, what I'm giving you is a piece of Hutyan jade worth $1 million. This is... blah blah blah. This person said a lot in one breath.
Chen Daosheng nodded with a smile throughout.
Xiao Chen really doesn't understand the world of the rich. Sending gifts, but not privately? About an hour later, everyone sat down at the dining table, just like at a banquet. Just then, old Chen came to Xiao Chen's side with a smile. Xiao Chen, come with me to a private room. Your arm is all better now, right? You have to have a few drinks with Grandpa today. And you, the future chairman. Chen Daosheng was referring to Su Jinghua.
He quickly became the chairman of Mushu Technology.
Chairman? Xiao Chen looked at his father. What's going on? I'll tell you later. My dad's being all mysterious. Soon.
Chen Daosheng then led them into a small private room. Inside the private room were Chen Daosheng, Chen Liwei, Chen Lijian, and two other people Xiao Chen didn't recognize.
Just then, one of the two strangers suddenly spotted Su Ji. Su Ji? Uncle Lu. The man addressed as Uncle Lu glanced at Xiao Chen, then asked, "Is this Xiao Chen's?" "This is my girlfriend."
Xiao Chen spoke up decisively.
Lu Tianfu looked surprised.
He felt as if he had done something very serious wrong. Now it was Xiao Chen's turn to be dumbfounded.
"Honey, you two know each other?"
Lu Tianfu began by saying, let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Tianfu, and I am the project manager of Rongqing Rixing Technology.
Su Ji's father is one of my men. Chapter 55. Su Ji's father has arrived. Lu Tianfu is the regional head of Rongqing Financial Capital. Although nominally just a manager, in reality, he wields considerable power. Su Jinghua hadn't been to work for a while and we couldn't get in touch with him, but we only managed to get back in touch with him today. Because he was absent from work without cause for several days, his employment contract has been terminated by the company. He was the first to sign the termination notice. However, now that Su Ji is Xiao Chen's girlfriend, and Xiao Chen is Chen Daosheng's savior. At this moment, Lu Tianfu suddenly panicked. He didn't know Su Ji's family situation because Su Jinghua had hardly mentioned his daughter at the company, only sending her to the company a few times to deliver documents. The company's employees all believe that Su Jinghua lives a particularly happy life. After all, his daughter was just too beautiful. Such a beautiful girl, her family will definitely raise her to be a little princess. Upon hearing Lu Tianfu's words, Xiao Chen remained unfazed. He couldn't help but marvel at how small the world really is. I'm going out to take this call. At this moment, Lu Tianfu stood up. He felt. Let's not fire Su Jinghua. If it causes any misunderstandings, it will be troublesome. After leaving the private room, Lu Tianfu quickly took out his phone and searched through his contacts for a long time before finally finding Su Jinghua's contact information. As the head of Rongqing Rixing Capital, he often met with Su Jinghua, but he did not usually assign Su Jinghua any work directly. Instead, it was arranged by his superiors. Su Jinghua answered the phone quickly, his face lighting up with delight. "President Lu?" Lu Tianfu asked, "Are you in Jiangcheng right now?" Su Jinghua has just been released from the detention center, and he is currently in Jiangcheng. "I'm here, Mr. Lu. Is there anything I can help you with?" "Come to the Chen family manor first, right away, then come to the banquet hall. I'll be waiting for you here." "When will you arrive?" Su Jinghua on the phone was taken aback. He knew it was Old Chen's birthday today, and he also knew that Lu Tianfu would be going to celebrate Old Chen's birthday. Someone like him, a nobody in the company, certainly wouldn't be qualified to attend Mr. Chen's birthday banquet. Why let him go? Although Su Jinghua had some doubts, he immediately agreed. Yes, I'll be there right away. Su Jinghua quickly agreed, and Lu Tianfu said, "No need to rush, be careful on the road. I just came over for a meal since I have nothing else to do." Okay, I understand.
After hanging up the phone, Lu Tianfu returned to the private room, where Xiao Chen was already pouring drinks for everyone. He was the youngest at the scene, so it was indeed Xiao Chen's job to pour the drinks.
Upon seeing Lu Tianfu return, Chen Daoshang asked with a smile, "Tianfu, whose phone call was it? Since Su Ji is here, why don't you invite her father to join us for a meal?"
Upon hearing this, both Xiao Chen and Su Ji were taken aback. They were unaware of the relationship between Su Ji and Su Jinghua. If they had known, they definitely wouldn't have let Su Ji's father come. But since things had already come to this point, neither Xiao Chen nor Su Ji could show it.
Not bad. By the way, how is Su Ji's father performing at the company?
Even if his work isn't great, he wouldn't say it in front of so many people. That's great, his performance has been particularly outstanding lately, Lu Tianfu said with a smile, and Chen Daoshang nodded. He then stated bluntly, "Take good care of him at the company."
Yes. Lu Tianfu nodded repeatedly.
At this moment, Chen Daoshang raised his glass. "Come on, enough talk, let's have a drink first."
Xiao Chen also raised his glass.
After taking a sip of baijiu, the people around started chatting. Since they all work for the same company, they would take this opportunity to report their work to Chen Daoshang and the work plan for the future. My father, Xiao Guosheng, rarely comes into contact with such dinner parties. In fact, he can learn some knowledge from what the people around him say.
Xiao Chen also perked up his ears. However, Xiao Chen couldn't understand what they were saying at all. About 20 minutes later,
suddenly there was a knock on the door.
Knock, knock, knock. Please come in, Chen Daoshang said.
The door opened, and Xiao Chen turned his head to see that the person who came in was Su Jinghua. The moment he entered, he happened to make eye contact with Xiao Chen. At that moment, Su Jinghua understood everything.
"Old Chen."
Su Jinghua called out, and Chen Daoshang nodded, then quickly greeted him warmly. "You must be Su Jinghua, Su Ji's father."
Come, please sit down." "Good. You sit next to Su Ji."
Su Jinghua glanced at his daughter, while Su Ji quickly pulled out a chair to make room for her father. Seeing that Su Ji kept a cold face and didn't say a word even after meeting her father, Chen Daoshang was very puzzled.
What's going on?
The atmosphere was a bit strange. Xiao Guosheng looked at Su Jinghua. Xiao Chen had said before that Su Ji and her father had a very bad relationship.
Two people can understand each other without saying a word when they meet. Xiao Chen, Su Ji, you two come out for a moment and chat with Grandpa.
Chen Daoshang wanted to find out the truth, so he called Xiao Chen and Su Ji out. The two followed Chen Daoshang and left the private room. Chen Daoshang led the way, and they arrived at a pond in the manor. The scenery here was particularly beautiful, with birds singing and flowers blooming, and many dragonflies swaying on the water.
Chen Daoshang, with his hands behind his back, turned his head and asked, "What's going on? Why is the atmosphere so strange after I called your girlfriend's father over?" Su Ji kept her head down, looking somewhat sullen.
Xiao Chen glanced at her, then slowly said, "Grandpa, Su Ji's relationship with her father is somewhat special.
Could you tell Grandpa so he can hear it and see if he can communicate with you?"
Xiao Chen glanced at Su Ji, feeling that it was better for Su Ji to say some things. Su Ji thought for a moment, and to be honest, she really didn't know how to bring up these questions.
Seeing Su Ji's hesitant expression, Chen Daoshang waved his hand. "It's okay, if you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to." Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked up.
"You two go back and call Su Jinghua and Lu Tianfu over."
"Good."
Su Ji immediately followed behind Xiao Chen as they left the lake area.
Xiao Chen then asked Su Ji a question. "Wife. No matter what, I support you and respect your choice." "Good."
The two returned to the private room.
At this moment, Lu Tianfu was scolding Su Jinghua without any curiosity.
Su Jinghua, however, had long lost his previous arrogance.
When he saw the two people return, Lu Tianfu was slightly taken aback.
He really didn't expect them to come back so quickly.
"Uncle Lu, old Chen wants you and Su Jinghua to come over for a moment. Over there in the lake area." Chapter 56. Daughter, please forgive your father. "Okay, we'll head over now. Su Jinghua, come with me now." Lu Tianfu exerted power over Su Jinghua. Su Jinghua dared not refute and quickly walked out. Chen Family Manor Lake Area. Lu Tianfu and Su Jinghua came to Chen Daoshang's side. "Old Chen." Lu Tianfu called out as he watched Chen Daoshang's retreating figure.
Olchen slowly turned his head with his hands behind his back and asked Su Jinghua, "Tell me, what exactly happened?"
Your relationship with your daughter.
Su Jinghua pursed his lips. He felt that this might be the only chance he could keep his job.
Good performance may keep your job and lead to a promotion and a raise.
If things don't go well, not only will his family break apart, but he really won't be able to stay at Rixing anymore.
Well, Mr. Chen, there's been a misunderstanding between my daughter and me, Su Jinghua said simply.
At this time, you must not slander your daughter, nor can you slander yourself.
It seems there really is no way out for him. Misunderstanding? Chen Daoshang said expressionlessly, what misunderstanding? Tell me. Su Jinghua was in a bit of a dilemma.
He knew that he had never really looked at Su Ji properly since they were children. If you reveal that he used to beat and scold Su Ji, he'll definitely be fired.
Su Jinghua thought about it and felt that nothing he said would make a difference. Chairman Chen, I will definitely handle my family matters personally. Don't worry. Lu Tianfu was not satisfied with Su Jinghua's answer.
He asked, Su Jinghua, just answer whatever Chairman Chen asks you.
Now is a good opportunity for you to make amends. Think it over carefully.
Oh?
Chen Daoshang asked, has he done anything wrong recently?
He hasn't been to work for more than 10 days, and we haven't been able to contact him.
He doesn't answer his phone. Several of his clients have stopped cooperating with Rixing. Chen Daoshang nodded slightly.
Originally, he just wanted to invite Xiao Chen to his birthday banquet and also inform Xiao Guosheng of his plans to become chairman.
I never expected things to develop in this way. This is getting more and more interesting. Su Jinghua, Xiao Chen, and Su Ji didn't say anything just now. If you don't say anything either, then I will have to arrange for someone to investigate. Do you think I can find out about your relationship with your daughter?
Upon hearing this, Su Jinghua's expression changed slightly. Chen Daosheng is a big shot who has connections in both the legitimate and underworld circles.
It would be very easy to find out about his family. Chairman Chen,
It was all my fault before, and I will apologize to my daughter later.
Su Jinghua was starting to panic. Chen Daosheng shook his head, I'm not satisfied with your answer. You can go back now.
Lu Tianfu added from the side, Chairman Chen, Su Jinghua has been dismissed for violating the employee handbook and committing a serious offense.
All right. Su Jinghua, you should go back. I will personally investigate your matter with Su Ji. Su Jinghua was stunned. He repeatedly said, No, Chairman Chen. I'm a bit sexist, I've wronged Su Ji since childhood, and that's why I'm targeting her. I was wrong, please don't fire me. I will definitely find a way to get my daughter's forgiveness. You favor sons over daughters? At this moment, Lu Tianfu couldn't help but speak up, Su Jinghua, do you think I don't know that you have another daughter outside?
That daughter's name is Su Lingling, and she seems to be only 5 years old this year. Upon hearing this, a bolt of lightning seemed to strike Su Jinghua's mind like a thunderbolt. He believed he had concealed this matter perfectly.
But, how did his boss find out? Impossible. Only my supervisor and I know about this. How did you find out? Your supervisor? Lu Tianfu couldn't help but laugh. Isn't your supervisor one of my people? Lu Tianfu only believed that Su Jinghua had a mistress, but that he was also very family-oriented. Moreover, once people reach this age and achieve a certain status, they might start having affairs outside of marriage.
He was not surprised. I learned about this today and originally wanted to give Su Jinghua a chance. As for his dirty deeds, he certainly wouldn't talk about them, but things were completely beyond his imagination.
Chen Daoshang and Lu Tianfu had already left. Su Jinghua looked ashen-faced, unsure of what to do next.
After returning to the private room, Chen Daosheng did not mention anything about Su Ji again. In fact, he learned that Su Ji's father was Su Jinghua, and that Su Jinghua worked at their company.
We wanted to promote him and give him some opportunities. But since that's the case, let's just leave it at that. Xiao Chen wasn't particularly surprised that Su Jinghua hadn't returned. That's normal.
Su Ji. Chen Daosheng suddenly spoke up at this moment.
Su Ji raised her head. Xiao Chen will be my grandson in the future, so you will be my granddaughter in the future. And your children are my great-grandchildren. Do you understand? This is Grandpa's house.
You can come here to find Grandpa if you need anything.
If I'm not here, just call me. Suji nodded slightly after hearing this. Okay. Grandfather. She added a thank you. Come on, let's eat. Don't just stand there. The dinner ended an hour later.
Xiao Chen and his father had been drinking with the guests, so they drank quite a bit. However, Dad was already used to it, and he wasn't drunk at the moment. Xiao Chen wasn't so good he couldn't hold his liquor and felt dizzy. Suji has a driver's license, so we can let her drive. After leaving the private room, Mr. Chen, having drunk too much, was taken directly to his room by his two sons.
Lu Tianfu wasn't drunk.
He stood at the door and stopped Xiao Chen and the others, saying, "Xiao Chen, leave me your phone number. You can contact me if anything comes up in the future."
Also, Suji's father was sent back by old Chen. "If he causes trouble for you, you can come to me."
Thank you, Uncle Lu."
"Thank you, Uncle Lu."
Xiao Chen and Suji spoke at the same time.
"You're welcome. Would you like me to give you a ride?" No.
Xiao Chen shook his head. "Suji has a driver's license.
We drove here, so let her drive back."
"Okay, drive carefully on the way back."
Aha!
After saying goodbye to everyone, Xiao Chen and his two companions left,
heading towards the exit of the Chen family manor. Suji remained silent on the way.
Lu Tianfu just said that he kicked her father out. She did not feel sorry for her father.
Hearing those words even made me feel incredibly happy.
This is the man's just deserts. When Xiao Chen and Suji's father arrived outside the Chen family manor, to their surprise, Su Jingguo was leaning rather awkwardly against the front tire of the car next to the Xiaomi YU7. He looked just like a beggar.
Xiao Chen frowned slightly. When the three came out, he scrambled over as fast as he could. He grabbed Suji's leg. Chapter 57. I don't want to forgive you. Gigi.
Su Jingguo rubbed his legs together and hugged her, looking up at Suji. "Gigi, Daddy was wrong. What Dad did to you before was all Dad's fault. Please forgive your father, please forgive your father. Dad will treat you sincerely from now on, and I'll pay for your college tuition, okay?"
"Okay?"
Suji looked at her father, who was both familiar and unfamiliar, clinging to her leg, and felt no emotion whatsoever. She didn't want to say another word to him.
"Don't want."
Two cold words escaped Suji's lips. "Get out of my way.
We are no longer father and daughter."
As she spoke, Suji moved her legs without hesitation, but Su Jingguo gripped them even tighter. "No, don't. Gigi, it was all Dad's fault before, you must forgive me."
"You've always had your father in your heart, haven't you?"
Suji was utterly speechless.
She really wanted to say, "What the hell do I care about you? Get out of my way."
Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen, Xiao Guosheng, and Su Jingguo all felt a tremor in their hearts.
That statement is incredibly damaging.
It's easy to imagine what Su Jingguo had done to Suji to make her say those words.
Seeing Suji's angry expression, Su Jingguo's hand gradually loosened.
He felt that no matter what he said, Suji would not forgive him. His harm to Suji was deeply ingrained. Memories flooded his mind. Suji had always been an excellent student and very obedient, but he stopped liking her after they had a son. Then they started targeting him in various ways, even bullying his daughter at home. "She takes care of all the housework. My brother's clothes are always new." They wouldn't pay her tuition either.
Suji's university tuition was covered by student loans. I understand.
Su Jingguo released Suji's leg. "Daughter, in the next life, I will definitely be a good father.
I'm so sorry for what I've done in this life."
Su Jingguo stood up dejectedly, dusted off his knees, and then took out a cigarette from his pocket.
I lit it with trembling hands and took a deep breath.
Suji did not change her opinion of Su Jingguo because of his words. She's lucky now, she knows Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng. If she remains the same as before.
Otherwise, things wouldn't be like this now. Honey, let's go.
Suji grabbed Xiao Chen's hand, went to the passenger side, and opened the car door for him.
Xiao Chen sat down.
Then, she opened the car door for Xiao Guosheng.
Dad, you get in the car too.
Good. Although I don't know what happened to Suji before. But she also respected Suji's choice.
At most, future children won't have maternal grandparents.
But he felt that Suji's father was that kind of person, and it would be better if she didn't have her maternal grandparents. After getting in the car, Suji started the vehicle and did not linger there for even a moment. With a whoosh, the car was driven off.
She didn't even glance at Su Jinghua through the rearview mirror for half a second. For the first few minutes, no one spoke. When they reached a traffic light, Xiao Chen finally spoke. "Dad, can you tell me now? Did old Chen say anything to you?"
He still remembers that after his father finished making braised pork, he stood there dumbfounded for a long time. Xiao Guosheng didn't mince words. "Old Chen told me that he directly acquired Mushu technology. Then, they gave me 51% of the shares."
"What?"
Xiao Chen was shocked when he heard the news. "No, Elder Chen is really too powerful. Dad, I remember that Mushu Technology is a very powerful company in Jinghai. Of course, after all, our company has cooperation with the government. Although it is a private enterprise, its status in Jinghai is not low." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen grinned and said, "Dad, are you sure you can handle this?
If that doesn't work, I can reluctantly let your son be the chairman of the board." "Wei." Xiao Chen wore a gloating smile.
Of course, he was joking when he said that.
He's just an innocent-looking guy. What does he know about managing a company? However, now that Dad has jumped to the position of chairman, shouldn't he also manage the company's internal affairs? Xiao Chen didn't say much. He left these things to his father. "Dad, shall we go back to Jinghai tomorrow?" "Let's go back tonight. Tomorrow is October 1st, the start of the National Day holiday."
However, this National Day holiday is destined to have nothing to do with Xiao Guosheng.
He will probably go to the company to handle all sorts of things. Do some handover work? Good. Suji didn't say a word the whole way. It was already 3:30 in the afternoon when I got home.
Because she was going back to Jinghai tomorrow, Yuan Yuqin let Aunt Yang go home for the National Day holiday first, and she would come back to take care of the children after the holiday. I usually take time off work, and there are still 3 or 4 days when I haven't taken care of the child.
So we need to make up for it. Upon seeing De Xiao, Lao Xiao, and Suji return, Yuan Yuqin asked, "How was lunch? Did you eat well?" "Honey, what are you saying? Are you asking us to eat?" Xiao Guosheng naturally took the sleeping baby from Yuan Yuqin and said, "Today we're going to meet people, you know? Hey, you watch the kids for a bit. I'm sleepy, I'm going to take a nap." At 9 o'clock in the evening, we set off on time to return to Jinghai. Yuan Yuqin rolled her eyes. She hadn't even held the child for 2 minutes before handing her back.
Dad didn't hesitate at all and quickly returned to his bedroom, where he lay down on the bed and fell fast asleep. Xiao Chen, having drunk alcohol, was also feeling dizzy while sitting on the sofa. Suji poured a cup of yogurt from the refrigerator and gently placed it on the table. "Honey, drink some yogurt to help you sober up." Suji had already forgotten her father. Xiao Chen whispered a thank you and then drank the yogurt in one gulp.
"I feel much better now. You should get some sleep too. I'm a little afraid to drive at night. I've never been on the highway before." Seeing Suji's expression, Xiao Chen nodded. The Xiao family has an exceptionally strong ability to cure hangovers. A good night's sleep and they're practically fine. Moreover, the Xiaomi YU7 also has autonomous driving capabilities, allowing you to drive in navigation mode on the highway. "Okay, I'll take a nap then."
Xiao Chen entered the master bedroom, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep almost immediately.
He wasn't woken up by Suji until 7:30 p.m. "Husband. Wake up, dinner's ready."
Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes. "My head hurts a little, but I'm no longer drunk."
He looked out the window. It was already dark. "What time is it?" "It's already 7:30. Mom has finished cooking. She said we'll leave after we eat." "Good." Xiao Chen quickly got up.
In the living room, Dad had just woken up.
"How are you, Dad? Are you sober now?" "No problem."
Xiao Guosheng said with a smile, "Come on, let's eat.
After we eat, we'll go back to Jinghai." Chapter 58. Returning to Jinghai. Everyone began to eat. After finishing their meal, Xiao Chen and Suji packed their luggage.
"It's not that cold now, so you only need to bring a jacket."
After fully dressing the baby, Xiao Chen pushed the pure gold stroller downstairs.
The stroller has a folding function, so after getting in the car, you can fold it up and put it in the trunk.
Since the journey isn't very far, it only takes a little over 2 hours to drive to Jinghai. My dad drove first this time.
They can stop at a service area along the way and switch. Mother Yuan Yuqin and Suji each held a child and sat in the back seat, while Xiao Chen served as the passenger.
The car started up shortly after and drove away from the residential area.
At this moment, Yuan Yuqin from the back row spoke up. Old Xiao Chen's grandma called me today and asked if we're going back for the National Day holiday. Upon hearing this, Xiao Guoshang looked embarrassed. If the company's affairs are transferred starting tomorrow, he definitely won't have time.
But tomorrow is uncertain.
Perhaps it will be after the October 1st holiday. They usually visit Xiao Chen's grandmother in the countryside between October 3rd and 5th. Xiao Chen's grandmother was used to living in the countryside, and he did bring her to the city. But Xiao Chen's grandmother wasn't used to it when she arrived here.
Moreover, in the countryside, there are many elderly women who can keep her company and chat with her. Grandma loves playing mahjong. Almost every day after lunch, around 1:30 p.m., she goes to play mahjong.
They played for an entire afternoon.
Xiao Chen was already used to it.
The car quickly entered the highway, and the baby in Suji's arms had already fallen asleep.
Xiao Chen often fell asleep while traveling by car. After leaving Jiangcheng, the surrounding area turned into farmland.
Because it was the National Day holiday, there were more cars on the road even though it wasn't yet the time for toll-free highways.
But this highway has 4 lanes, so there isn't much traffic congestion. My dad drives very steadily.
He doesn't like to overtake, he always follows the car in front.
There's no rush anyway.
After driving for more than 70 kilometers, they used the restroom at a service area, and then Xiao Chen took over driving. Xiao Chen's driving isn't as steady as his dad's. He kept overtaking other cars.
However, Dad didn't say anything. They didn't get off the highway until almost 11 o'clock. Xiao Chen's home is more than 20 minutes away from the highway exit.
Seeing the familiar streets, Xiao Chen felt a very special feeling.
The last time I was here was about a month ago.
At that time, I only had was junior brother in my heart.
He's always calling people mom in the game.
A month has passed, and the baby is already a month old.
That's absolutely outrageous.
At 11:30, the car finally arrived outside his residential compound. Seeing the 4 large characters Wanyuelanting at the entrance of the residential complex, Xiao Chen did not hesitate and drove the car directly to the entrance of the underground parking garage.
Unauthorized.
The parking garage railings were not open, and just then, a security guard walked over.
No outside vehicles are allowed. Where are you from? Who are you looking for?
The security guard knew Xiao Chen, he was his neighbor.
His surname is Wang. That's right, it's old Wang from next door. Uncle Wang. Xiao Chen rolled down the car window and called out.
When Grandpa Wang saw it was Xiao Chen, he was taken aback for a moment, then greeted him with a smile. Oh, it's Xiao Chen.
You bought a new car?
Dad took a cigarette out of his pocket and handed it to him. Old Wang, could you please lift the barrier? We'll go to the property management office to handle the system again tomorrow.
Okay. Grandpa Wan lifted the pole without hesitation.
Xiao Guoshang added, I'll treat you to drinks another day.
No problem, it's getting late, let's go back. Xiao Chen's current residential complex does not require the purchase of parking spaces. Instead, parking is charged annually.
It costs 300 yuan a month, which is 3,600 yuan a year. Compared to spending tens of thousands of yuan to buy a parking space, the price is actually about the same. After parking the car, Xiao Chen took out the stroller from the trunk and carefully placed the 2 babies on it.
Dad, is Wangkai still at home?
Xiao Chen has a corgi at home, which is now 7 years old. It was a gift from Xiao Chen's father after he was admitted to junior high school.
The name should be Wangkai. Back then, the Xiao Chen family's imperial throne was structured like this. Yuan Yuqin Wangkai Xiao Guosheng Xiao Chen.
That's right, they live worse than dogs at home.
My dad is henpecked.
The reason it's not showing up now is entirely because Suji is by my side. Perhaps in the future, Yuan Yuqin will reveal her true colors.
Oh, okay, then I'll bring Wangkai over tomorrow. Mother Yuan Yuqin asked, won't the puppy bite the baby or something? It should be fine. Yuan Yuqin shook her head. No, let's wait until we get back to Jiangqing to bring the puppy back. They had already entered the elevator while they were talking. The apartment building has 26 floors, and Xiao Chen's family lives in the middle, on the 15th floor. 15 isn't very high, but it's not very low either. The building has 1 apartment per floor, so you can see the shoe cabinet as soon as you open the elevator door. My parents are both very clean, and their house is always very tidy. Of course, this place is one too. Gigi, make yourself at home here. No need to change your shoes. Good. Suji nodded slightly. Upon opening the door, a small living room comes into view.
This house is only a little over 120 square meters, with 3 bedrooms, and the layout isn't particularly good. The furniture is a bit old, but the room feels especially cozy. After entering, Xiaochen introduced, "This is my home where I have lived for almost 10 years.
Let me show you the bedroom." Xiaochen led Suji into his bedroom.
His bedroom was small, located on the shady side, and contained only a wardrobe, a bed, and a desk used for doing homework in high school. The walls were covered with posters about conflicting emotions.
Xiaochen usually enjoys listening to Jay Chou's songs and is considered a big fan. However, there were no blankets on the bed at the moment.
Because this family hasn't been back for a long time, there are no fruits or vegetables in the house.
My mom glanced at the boxed milk in the house and thankfully it hadn't expired yet.
Gigi, this milk is not expired. There's not much fruit at home right now, but Mom will go buy some for you tomorrow.
It's okay, Mom.
Suji took the milk and shook her head slightly.
Xiaochen pointed to his bed. "Mom, where are my bedding?"
"I washed it clean and put it in a sealed bag the day after you returned to school."
"Oh." Xiaochen nodded, "Then I'll take it out.
I still need to sleep soundly with my wife tonight." Upon hearing this, Yuan Yuqin rolled her eyes.
"That's such a greasy way of speaking. It's in your closet."
"Wait a moment, we'll make the bed together later."
"Mom, Xiaochen and I can go," Suji said. "Oh dear, now that your second daughter-in-law is here, you can't do any chores. Mom will cook something delicious for you tomorrow." Yuan Yuqin left the room quickly.
Upon entering the living room, Xiao Guosheng suddenly thought of a question. In Jinghai, there is a local tradition that a full moon feast is held when a child reaches 1 month old.
But Xiaochen and Suji aren't married, so should we eat it? Chapter 59, Deposing Su Jinghua.
Xiao Guosheng thought about it and ultimately decided against it. Only their family knows they have a child.
Nobody else knows. It's best not to make this public.
Xiao Guosheng ultimately decided not to attend the banquet for the time being.
The next day, October 1st, National Day. Early in the morning, Ms. Yuan Yuqin went out to the supermarket to do some shopping.
They made up for everything that was missing from the house.
Xiaochen's room.
Xiaochen looked at Suji, who was lying on the bed breathing evenly, and stretched. Compared to the soft, large bed in Jiangcheng, the small bed in his room seemed rather shabby, and Suji now habitually hooked her thigh around him when she slept at night. Of course, Xiaochen was not averse to it.
He often touches things inappropriately.
At first, Suji would pinch his flesh to tell him not to act like a hooligan. But gradually, Suji got used to it.
Knock, knock, knock.
Outside the room, Yuan Yuqin gently knocked on the door and then opened it a crack.
Is Suji awake? No. Xiaochen got out of bed and put on his slippers. "Mom, why do you keep asking about Suji and not about me? What's the point of asking? What I really want now is my daughter-in-law."
"Oh." Xiaochen looked at him with disdain. "It's true that once you have a daughter-in-law, you forget how good your son was.
But that's normal.
Having a daughter-in-law will definitely make him cherish her for a longer period of time."
Yuan Yuqin said softly, "I'm already cooking.
Let Suji sleep for another half hour."
"Where's the baby?"
"Your dad is watching, so don't worry."
"Good."
Xiaochen's father is usually very meticulous about everything, so he would definitely take better care of the baby than Xiaochen himself. When he arrived in the living room, he found his father holding the baby.
To make them laugh, Xiaochen asked, "Dad, why didn't you go to the company?"
Taking over Mushu technology is the most important thing right now.
Has Dad forgotten about it? I've already asked, and the company is still operating normally. Last night I called Mr. Chen and told him that I would take over again after the National Day holiday.
He will come to Jinghai then, and we made a promise to have a drink together then.
Oh.
Xiaochen nodded with a smile, "But I'll be starting school then, so I won't be able to drink with you guys anymore."
It's alright, I can handle it by myself.
The father said with a smile that if he were just an employee of Mushu, he would feel a little awkward sitting at the same table as Chen Daoshang. But becoming the chairman of Mushu Technology felt different.
But he's the one who gave me the chairman's position. Xiao Guosheng used to find Xiaochen utterly unpleasant. But now, let's not talk about it. No matter how you look at him, he's pleasing to the eye. Xiaochen asked, "Dad, should we find some time to go to Grandma's house?" Dad nodded. Same as before, we'll go to Grandma's house on the morning of October 3rd and come back on the afternoon of the 5th. Good.
Xiaochen held the baby for a while longer before returning to his room. At this moment, Suji had already opened her sleepy eyes.
Xiaochen quickly went over.
Baby, how did you sleep?
Suji looked sleepy and was clearly not fully awake yet.
She said, it smells delicious. That's strange, you don't seem to have trouble sleeping in different beds.
Xiaochen is sensitive to different beds.
For example, when he was in college last year, he couldn't sleep for the first few days after moving into the dormitory.
Because I recognize people. Recognize people? Xiaochen looked completely bewildered. What does this mean?
Suji smiled faintly. I can only sleep soundly when my husband is by my side.
Good heavens. Xiaochen admitted that he was indeed charmed. Me too.
Xiaochen blushed, then kissed Suji on the lips. Get up quickly, Mom has already prepared dinner.
After we finish eating, I'll take you for a walk around the area and show you the city I've lived in since I was a child.
Also, we're going to Grandma's house the day after tomorrow, and I'll take you there to meet my grandma.
Okay. Suji nodded obediently. At the same time, Jiangcheng, Chen Family Manor.
In the living room where I last received Xiaochen.
Chen Daoxing's two sons stood solemnly in front of him.
The eldest son, Chen Lijian, spoke up. Dad, the matter of Suji's family that you asked me to investigate has been found out.
Oh?
Chen Daoxing asked curiously. Come on, tell me.
Su Jinghua has two wives.
His first wife is named Su Meili, who is Su Jinghua's legal wife. And behind the scenes, he had a lover named Yang Hui. Su Meili has two children. Her eldest daughter is Su Ji, and she also has a son. Ever since his son was born, Su Jinghua has frequently beaten and scolded Su Ji when he was at home. Yesterday afternoon, Chen Lijian sent people to investigate. They went to Su Jinghua's house and learned some information from the neighbors. This information was then compiled together. Chen Daosheng was slightly taken aback after hearing this. I didn't expect Su Jinghua to be so vicious. They treat their own biological daughter like this.
Yes.
At this moment, the second son, Chen Liwei, spoke up.
Yesterday afternoon, when Xiaochen's family returned home, Su Jinghua even knelt down to apologize to Su Ji. However, Su Ji did not forgive him. Chen Lijian, father, I have another message. However, it would be inappropriate to say it out loud.
Upon hearing this, Chen Daosheng immediately became angry. Tell me everything you know, now.
Good.
Chen Lijian said, Su Jinghua's supervisor, Yu Baoxiong, had previously promised that if Su Ji spent one night with his son, he would promote Su Jinghua and give him a raise.
What? Chen Daosheng was shocked upon hearing this.
Yu Baoxiong is a key figure at Rixing Capital.
He actually did such a thing. Cut them off. Our company doesn't need this kind of scum. Good father. I'll take care of it right away. Chen Lijian was just about to leave.
At this moment, he was stopped by Chen Daosheng.
Etc.
Chen Lijian stopped in his tracks, and Chen Daosheng continued, the company's performance is now basically stable.
There are still quite a few people like Yu Baoxiong in the company. Both of you go and investigate. If there is any bribery or embezzlement, eliminate all people like Yu Baoxiong. Whoever works more efficiently will get a 2% share from me.
Upon hearing this, the two brothers exchanged a glance. His meaning was quite clear. Whoever gains that extra 2% will become the future chairman of Sunrise Capital. The chairmanship will definitely go to one of them. I understand, father. Step down. At this moment, Chen Lijian asked another question.
Dad, what about Su Jinghua?
He'll probably go to one of our competitors after leaving Risen, but I'm not worried. Inform the other companies not to hire Su Jinghua.
Good. Chapter 60 A surprise for Grandma. Sunrise Capital now has the power to ruin someone's future.
The employee's personnel file can be appropriately optimized upon departure.
The first and second passed by very quickly.
On the first, Xiaochen took Su Ji for a stroll around Jinghai. We went to the old factory street where Gao Qixiang sold fish in the TV series. He took her to try the braised pork knuckle noodles that Gao Qixiang loved.
Then he took Su Ji to Olabao Amusement Park.
She had a lot of fun these past 2 days.
October 3rd. Early morning. Xiaochen, there are a lot of mosquitoes in the countryside. Did you bring baby-specific mosquito repellent? Old Xiao, didn't I tell you not to bring mosquito coils? Why are you still stuffing them into your suitcase? Looking at the contents of the suitcase, the mother, Yuan Yuqin, couldn't help but complain. For some reason, De Bao started crying loudly this morning. Xiao Chen patted his little bottom and said, "Mom, I've put everything away. I put out the mosquito coil. This type is suitable for babies." Now Xiao Chen understands what it means to have a special bond with one's grandparents. My mom has a lot to worry about, and the things she uses for the baby are basically all the best. She said that children's things should be like this. But Xiao Chen remembered his childhood. There weren't even diapers back then. Instead, they used a ring or simply made him sleep in the sand. These things have completely disappeared in this day and age. Therefore, Xiao Chen felt that children nowadays are being overemphasized by their parents. Does that mean we can't raise children the way we did when we were kids? Another half hour passed before they left their home and entered the elevator. Wang Kai has not been brought back yet, and Dad said he plans to bring the dog to the company in the future. Let the employees raise it together. Xiao Chen did not object to this. My mom will go back to Jiangcheng with him from now on. Dad will probably devote most of his energy to his career. So in the future, it's really possible that I won't have time to take care of my dog. However, Xiao Chen was also willing to bring the dog to Jiangcheng. On the road, Xiao Guoshang was driving a Xiaomi YU7 when he said, "By the way, Xiao Chen, you and Suji should go to Jiangcheng another day and see if there are any suitable properties. Now that your dad has the means, I'll just buy it for you in full." Xiao Chen looked completely bewildered upon hearing this. "No, Dad. How did we end up talking about houses again?" Xiao Chen simply said, "Dad, I like the house I live in now. Give me 3 million, and we'll just buy it outright." "That's okay." Xiao Guoshang had seen the house's floor plan before. That apartment layout is indeed quite good, and the surrounding amenities are also excellent. Most importantly, it's just across the street from Jiangcheng University. Although it's not considered a school district property, the surrounding houses are acceptable. By the way, the baby's household registration. Xiao Chen realized that they hadn't registered the baby's birth yet. "Dad, let's register the baby's household registration in Jiangcheng. From now on, the 2 babies will be residents of Jiangcheng." "That's fine too." Xiao Guoshang certainly had no objections, and Xiao Chen, seeing that he agreed, didn't say anything more. Xiao Chen was secretly delighted. It seems he made 3 million directly. However, making a few million after Dad takes over Mushu technology should be a piece of cake. Just consider. This is a red envelope for the baby. Looking at the baby in his arms, Xiao Chen thought to himself, "Daddy will save this money for you for now. I'll give it to you when you turn 18 and get into university. When I get to school, I'll definitely try to fool a few girls." Of course, Suji couldn't hear this. Xiao Chen's grandmother's home is in Linhai City, Jinghai. That's a small fishing village. There are no farmlands by the sea, and the villagers make a living by fishing year-round. Of course, Xiao Chen's grandmother was too old to fish. However, because my grandfather was a doctor, my grandparents had a very high reputation in the village at that time. It can be said that villagers of all ages would seek medical treatment from the village elders first. Therefore, nowadays, some fishermen will bring some seafood to Xiao Chen's grandmother after they go out to sea to catch fish. Grandma cooks whatever she feels like. If you don't want to cook, just go to the old lady's house in the village to eat. She didn't seem to mind. The car traveled on the highway for an hour before arriving in Linhai City. My grandmother lived in a village called Xiao Family Village. That's right, most of the people in the village share the surname Xiao. As the car approached Xiaojia village, a faint fishy smell filled the air. This smell is unavoidable at the seaside. Xiao Chen looked at Su Ji. "Wife, are you not used to this smell?" "I am fine." Su Ji shook her head slightly. To be honest, the smell really made her feel nauseous. Xiao Chen didn't know what to do either, because he had grown up in this kind of environment since he was a child. "So I got used to the smell." At this moment, the dad in the front row said, "Don't worry, I've already bought an air purifier for your grandma. I don't know how effective it will be, but it will definitely be effective." "That's good." Xiao Chen glanced at the babies in his arms. Thankfully, they didn't cry. Or perhaps, it's in their blood, immune to this smell. However, the smell here is not very strong, and Grandma's house is several hundred meters away from the coastline.
When Xiao Chen arrived at his grandmother's house, he could no longer even smell the food.
The father, who was in the driver's seat, said, "Son, when you get out of the car later, wait a bit before carrying the baby out. Give your grandma a surprise." "Good." Xiao Chen gave an okay sign. Now, Grandma was already waiting for Xiao Chen and the others outside.
However, when Xiaomi came this year, she didn't recognize whose car it was at first.
"Honey, you'll get off the bus later too." "Good." Suji nodded slightly.
Xiao Chen's father, Xiao Guosheng, got out of the car first. He walked over and said, "Mom, I'm here." "Oh, you've changed cars."
Wang Xiangling immediately came forward and said, "Son, you finally listened to your mother." "Mom, what does that mean?" "I didn't bring any gifts for Mom."
"Let me tell you, you don't need to buy anything since you're here.
I have everything at home. I don't lack anything." In the past, Xiao Guosheng would bring some tonics every year when he visited his grandmother. That's how it should be.
So every year, Grandma would tell Xiao Guosheng that he didn't need to bring these things. This year, they finally listened. "Mom, there's actually an even bigger surprise this year, let me tell you."
"What surprise? Did Xiao Chen find a girlfriend?"
Grandma desperately wanted Xiao Chen to find a girlfriend, and she even hoped to see Xiao Chen's child before she passed away.
"I just don't know if I'll ever see it.
After all, Xiao Chen is still young."
"Xiao Chen, get out of the car."
Upon hearing their father's words, Xiao Chen and Su Ji each carried one child and got out of the car.
Grandma was stunned when she saw this. She asked, What is this?" Chapter 61. You're a great-grandma.
Xiao Guosheng said with a smile, "Mom, you're a great-grandmother now."
"What did you say?"
Upon hearing this, Wang Xiangling could hardly believe her ears. She had seen Xiao Chen a while ago. Back then, she didn't even have a girlfriend.
How did she become an old lady now? "Grandmother."
At this moment, Xiao Chen and Su Ji walked over. Upon seeing Xiao Chen's grandmother, Su Ji immediately felt a special sense of warmth and affection, so without hesitation, she greeted Wang Xiangling warmly as grandma.
Wang Xiangling couldn't help but turn her gaze to Su Ji.
Seeing such a beautiful young girl, she exclaimed repeatedly, "Oh, how wonderful, my granddaughter-in-law."
"This is..."
Looking at the baby who was almost a month old, the grandmother stretched out her hands with trembling hands.
Xiao Guosheng said with a smile, "Mom, you don't need to doubt it, you are the great-grandmother of these two babies. It's a long story. Let's go inside and I'll explain it to you."
Sigh, okay. Grandma warmly wanted to invite everyone into the house, but Xiao Chen stopped in his tracks. "Grandma, we haven't taken the things out of the car yet."
"Let me take them out now." "What is that?" she asked.
"Xiao Chen, of course, it's all sorts of gifts I brought for you."
Wang Xiangling was slightly taken aback. "Didn't you leave without bringing anything?" "How could that be, Grandma?
We only see each other a few times a year."
"If I don't bring you something, wouldn't I be an unfilial grandson?" This. For some reason, Wang Xiangling felt that what Xiao Chen said actually made sense.
After bringing all the gifts for Grandma into the house, what caught my eye were the banners hanging on the wall. These banners were given to my grandfather by patients when he went to see a doctor.
A whole wall full of it. Even after Grandpa passed away, Grandma couldn't bear to take these banners down.
These banners represent the honors my grandfather received and his superb medical skills. Su Ji couldn't help but look up at the wall full of banners, and Xiao Chen said with a smile, "These are all honors that my grandfather received when he was young." Su Ji nodded with a serious expression. She has always had great respect for doctors since she was a child, feeling that doctors are white-clad angels who save lives. Grandma brought a chair for Su Ji to sit down, holding De Bao in her arms. De Bao was now staring at Wang Xiangling with his big eyes wide open.
It's as if he's asking, "Huh? How come I've never seen this person before? Who is Daddy?" De Bao didn't cry or fuss.
When Wang Xiangling saw that De Bao in her arms wasn't crying or fussing, she couldn't stop smiling.
She asked, "Xiao Chen, what exactly happened?" "Grandma, this is what happened."
Xiao Chen didn't say that the two of them were an accident, but changed it to that they hit it off at first sight when they were in school last year, became boyfriend and girlfriend, and then fell in love at first sight. Abortion is extremely harmful to a pregnant woman's body these days, so Xiao Chen didn't let them have an abortion.
After hearing this, Grandma couldn't help but punch Xiao Chen in the chest. "You brat, why didn't you tell Grandma about your girlfriend? Grandma can also help you take care of your granddaughter-in-law." Like Dad, Grandma now finds Suji pleasing to the eye no matter what. Grandma, you're not used to living in an apartment building. What you said makes sense. Grandma smiled awkwardly, then asked Suji, right? Our Xiao-Chen didn't bully you, did he? If she bullies you, remember to tell Grandma, and Grandma will teach her a lesson for you. Xiao-Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Grandma, what are you talking about? Am I really that kind of person? Ha ha ha.
Next, Xiao-Chen didn't look after the child, but instead planned to cook. Grandma had never tasted his cooking before, but seeing that Xiao-Chen wanted to cook, Wang Xiangling instinctively wanted to refuse. In her eyes, Xiao-Chen will always be a child who never grows up. How could you possibly let a little kid cook? Xiao-Chen, go and be with your girlfriend. I'll cook. At this moment, Dad Xiao Guosheng walked over and said, Mom, don't worry about Xiao-Chen, let him cook. This kid's cooking is delicious. Now when I eat his food, I can eat several more steamed buns. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiangling glanced at Xiao Guosheng a few more times. You haven't gained weight either. If I ate Xiao-Chen's cooking every meal, I would really get fat. Xiao Guosheng said with a smile, and Xiao-Chen nodded, That's right, Grandma, you've never tasted my cooking before. This time, I'll let you try it. It'll definitely amaze you. Okay, I'll try my grandson's cooking later. Just then, Suji handed the baby in her arms to Yuan Yuqin, and then happily came to Xiao-Chen's side. Darling, let me help you too. Good. Suji was willing to come and help him, and Xiao-Chen was naturally willing to do so as well. And to be honest, cooking for one person is indeed quite tiring. However, he was willing to make contributions for his family. The seaside village doesn't use natural gas. Grandma uses coal gas now. The kitchen in the countryside is certainly not as clean as upstairs, but Grandma is very hygienic. She always wipes the countertop clean after cooking. So overall, it looks pretty good. He opened the refrigerator and checked the ingredients. He had everything he needed for the house. Honey, let's just make a few simple dishes. There's a beach not far from Jiazhuang, and you can go beachcombing at night. Let us go there together this afternoon. Okay. Suji nodded heavily. As the saying goes, teamwork makes the dream work, and Xiao-Chen's collaboration with him was seamless. Xiao-Chen quickly prepared 2 dishes. Both of these dishes are seafood. One dish is fried shrimp. The other dish was steamed sea bass. Then, Xiao-Chen planned to cook 2 more home-style dishes. 4 dishes are enough for their family. If that's not enough, they can have a fish soup too. The 2 babies are not yet allowed to eat solid food and can only drink formula. The fish pond is here. Xiao-Chen carried the fish soup into the room and then placed the dishes on it. Wang Xiangling was stunned when she saw the dishes that looked and smelled delicious. Oh my goodness, Xiao-Chen, when did your cooking skills become so good? Xiao-Chen glanced at Suji, scratched his head, and said, Grandma, it's because my wife trained me well. I didn't know how to cook before, but I was forced to learn by taking care of her. Ha ha. This remark genuinely made Wang Xiangling laugh. It was at this moment that suddenly, a voice came from outside. Mom, I've come to see you. Upon hearing the voice, Xiao-Chen's expression changed. He looked at Xiao Guosheng. Dad, it looks like my uncle has arrived. Xiao Guosheng nodded solemnly. Yes, it is indeed them. Xiao-Chen was completely bewildered. What were they doing here? Chapter 62 Uncle's Secret. That's right, Dad has an older brother. However, their 2 families did not have a good relationship and only met once a year during holidays. And even if they meet once, they basically won't say anything. Xiao-Chen's uncle has a son who is the same age as him. His aunt was a snob, and according to her, his grandmother could only take care of her son. Unable to take care of Xiao-Chen. It's the same piece of candy. If you give it to her child first, nothing will happen. But if Xiao-Chen is given to her first, then this aunt will say that grandma is biased. So from a young age, my aunt and grandmother had a very, very bad relationship. Then the uncle will definitely side with his wife. The relationship between the 2 families became somewhat strained. Despite his doubts, Xiao Guosheng stood up to greet his brother. Xiao-Chen's uncle is named Xiao Guogong, and Xiao Guogong's son is named Xiao Tianze. My aunt and grandmother don't get along, so they didn't come today. It was Xiao Guogong who brought Xiao Tianze over. When they came in, they were taken aback to see that Xiao-Chen's parents were there. Then, Xiao Guogong suddenly turned his gaze to Suji and the 2 babies. Xiao Guogong twitched his lips and couldn't help but ask,
this is? Hello, uncle.
Xiao Chen respectfully addressed Xiao Guogong as uncle, and then introduced, Uncle, this is my girlfriend, no, I should say my wife.
Your girlfriend? That child is.
Xiao Guogong couldn't help but point to the golden baby carriage next to him.
Xiao Chen, that's my child inside. Yes, I'm a father now. What the heck?
Xiao Guogong felt a pang of envy. His silly son has been in college for a year now. But he's never even held a girl's hand.
And Xiao Chen, he even has a child? It must be fake. No. No, what's going on? You're saying Xiao Chen has a girlfriend? Fine.
My girlfriend is so beautiful.
Even if my girlfriend is pretty, that's fine. You told me you already have children.
Xiao Guogong, who had come to show off, suddenly felt immense pressure. He knew Xiao Guosheng would come today. Last month, he was promoted to deputy manager at Link Company. His annual salary reached 500,000. So today he brought a lot of expensive supplements to see his mother. Incidentally, he could also show off a bit while standing next to Xiao Guosheng. But to his utter surprise, Xiao Chen was so unethical that he was already pregnant. Xiao Chen casually replied, Of course it's because your nephew is handsome and capable, and that's why he caught the eye of our school's most beautiful girl.
Uncle, please sit down. I just finished cooking. Come and have some.
There are more people now, Dad, I'll go get 2 more dishes.
Now is the time for Xiao Chen and Su Ji to make Xiao Guogong proud.
Xiao Guosheng said softly, Yes, but son, you don't need to do much.
Just make a couple more dishes. I know.
At this moment, Xiao Chen turned his attention to the present.
Wife, come here and help me with the work. Good. Su Ji obediently followed him into the kitchen. And in the instant he turned his head. Xiao Chen's face darkened. Because the way Xiao Tianzi looked at Su Ji just now. That's incredibly outrageous.
Xiao Chen even felt that if Xiao Tianzi were to look at Su Ji a few more times, it would be even more dangerous. This guy was drooling, and even his nose was bleeding.
After entering the kitchen,
Su Ji couldn't help but ask, Honey, why do I feel like there's something strange about the relationship between our family and your uncle's family?
You're right.
Xiao Chen said in a low voice, Every family has its own problems.
Our family's relationship with my uncle's family is just so-so. It's good that you know. You still have to maintain appearances. Yes, I understand. Su Ji nodded obediently. That's just how the world is.
There are many interpersonal relationships that need to be maintained.
Xiao Chen casually added 2 more dishes and brought them to the table.
At that moment, Dad and Uncle had already started drinking.
Xiao Chen, I must say, your cooking is really delicious. What did you major in at university again? Xiao Chen, Uncle, I studied computer science. Xiao Guogong waved his hand and said, What era are we living in? You're still studying computers? Let me tell you, studying this stuff is useless. You cook so well, why don't you become a chef? People need to eat.
I heard that skilled chefs can earn more than 10,000 yuan a month these days. College graduates are now facing unemployment, so.
Xiao Chen ignored everything Xiao Guogong said. He knows nothing about this.
Therefore, they have no right to criticize Xiao Chen's major. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill hacking techniques, advanced level. You can use the system at any time to hack into the other party's digital devices, limited to twice a day. The sudden system voice startled Xiao Chen.
But this hacking skill is truly amazing. It can be directly compromised using the system. Of course, you can also use a laptop. That's really awesome. Xiao Chen began to retort, Uncle, don't underestimate computers. Computer technology is amazing now.
As Xiao Chen spoke, he used the system to hack his phone. Then, to his surprise, he discovered that Xiao Guogong's photo album contained many videos that he had found Gogeta to film.
Holy crap, that's some serious fancy stuff. Awesome my foot, computers.
For example, I once saw a news report about a person who frequently visited the Hong Piao Liang Hotel for prostitution. Then his phone was hacked by someone.
That's right.
Xiao Guogong was soliciting prostitutes at the Hong Piao Liang Hotel. Upon hearing this, Xiao Guogong was completely stunned.
I was even a little scared afterwards. The main problem is that Xiao Chen didn't take out his phone just now, so how did he know all this?
Xiao Guosheng found it somewhat strange.
Just now, Xiao Guogong was spouting grand principles. Why are you suddenly not talking? Xiao Chen, I feel this major is excellent, you should work hard. What do you mean by becoming a chef? That was just my uncle joking. Xiao Chen smiled and nodded, yes, I know. But I'm not kidding, this really happened before. You must delete the photo album from now on, and delete any videos that shouldn't be kept. Xiao Guogong clenched his fist. Damn it, Xiao Chen almost blurted that out. That's enough. However, he could only nod with a smile. After finishing his meal, Xiao Guogong chatted briefly before leaving. However, he still mentioned that he had been promoted and received a raise. Tell Xiao Guosheng to contact him if he needs anything in the future. Xiao Guosheng would certainly have agreed readily. They readily agreed. After seeing them off, Xiao Chen went to find his mother. Mom, you and Grandma stay at home. Su Ji and I want to go to the beach for a while. Mom nodded, okay, you can go. But come back early tonight. Good. Chapter 63 Pregnancy Makes You Stupid for 3 Years. Xiao Chen and Su Ji won't stay out for long, they'll definitely go home for dinner in the evening. The two walked hand in hand through the fishing village, and the closer they got to the shore, the stronger the fishy smell became. At the same time, you can see a lot of fishing boats. Su Ji had never seen such a scene before. There are many vendors selling fresh agricultural products around here, and there is a small town not far away. This is the only place in the vicinity for fishing. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. When I was a child, my father had his own fishing boat, and I even went out to sea with him when I was young. I clearly remember one time when there was a strong wind and the waves were surging, a wave splashed me directly into the sea. Upon hearing this, Su Ji was slightly taken aback and asked, then, are you alright? Did your dad rescue you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. No. If my dad hadn't pulled me up here, I probably wouldn't be here with you right now, would I? Xiao Chen looked at the simple-minded Su Ji and asked, excuse me, Su Ji, if I hadn't been rescued, who would be standing next to you? Su Ji immediately realized what was happening. I don't know why. My brain just doesn't work properly lately. Xiao Chen chuckled. They say pregnancy makes you stupid for 3 years, and it seems that this saying is absolutely true. Why are you laughing? At this moment, Su Ji asked. Xiao Chen shook his head, it's nothing, I just thought of a word. What word? Pregnancy makes you stupid for 3 years. Su Ji pouted. Xiao Chen, you stinky guy. She gently punched his chest with her small pink fist, and Xiao Chen dodged it and wrapped his arms around his slender waist. With a soft muah, he kissed her on the lips. Because they kiss so often, Su Ji is no longer shy. He felt that Su Ji's body was completely fine. So they? Wouldn't that be? Can we go further? Omega? What are you grinning about again? Su Ji noticed that Xiao Chen was staring lecherously at her chest. Xiao Chen wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. No, it's nothing. That? Let me take you to the beach, it's not very fun here. Okay, sure. Su Ji readily agreed. Xiao Chen is currently located in a location surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. They were like a raised area. You can get to the beach by car without having to drive very far. Moreover, today is the National Day holiday. Although this area is relatively unpopular, there are still some tourists coming to the Bohai Sea area to enjoy the sea breeze and the beach. After browsing around the market, Xiao Chen bought Su Ji a few mini sea fish and then returned to his grandmother's house. Grandma and Dad are sitting in the yard, basking in the sun and picking chives. Seeing that Xiao Chen and Su Ji had returned so quickly, she couldn't help but ask, Xiao Chen, why are you back so soon? Xiao Chen, Mom, I'll drive Su Ji around the area and show her the environment where I grew up. Okay, but Xiao Chen, you must drive slowly. I understand, Mom. Xiao Chen and Su Ji got into the car and drove towards the beach not far away. While driving, Xiao Chen shared stories about his childhood. His mouth kept chattering away, but Su Ji didn't disturb him, she just listened quietly. When he was a child, Xiao Chen was a notorious troublemaker in town. This can be understood as follows: whenever the town is vandalized, someone will go to Xiao family village to find Xiao Chen. That's just how outrageous it is. Alright, it was when I was a kid that a few of us threw firecrackers into cow dung. Just then, an old lady walked around the corner. Then, with a loud bang, cow dung splattered all over the old lady.
The old lady even said, "Wow, that cannon was so loud."
Suji. I almost died laughing at the time.
Xiaochen just stood there grinning like an idiot, and Suji couldn't help but roll her eyes after hearing that.
You're bullying an old person.
No, I didn't know that old lady would come out. Anyway, I was a notorious troublemaker in town back then. About 10 minutes later, Xiaochen had parked the car not far from the sea. There aren't many tourists on this side of the coast. The population density is not high at all. Moreover, the sea breeze here is particularly strong. As soon as Xiaochen got out of the car, his clothes began to flutter in the wind. Feeling the cool sea breeze, Suji exclaimed, "Wow, the breeze here is so comfortable."
Right?
Xiaochen nodded happily. "I love coming here in the summer, but I went to Jinghai to study after I started junior high school.
My parents also settled down there at that time."
Whoa. Suji responded with a soft "oh," but then she thought of her terrible childhood and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Xiaochen had a lot to share with her, but she had nothing to share with him.
Let's just wander around.
Good. Xiaochen and Suji took off their shoes and went wading in the sea.
As their toes dipped into the icy seawater, Xiaochen took Suji's hand and asked, "Do you dare to go deeper?"
Suji was slightly taken aback, then shook her head. I
don't dare. Is the sea here very deep?"
Looking at the simple-minded Suji, Xiaochen said, "Don't you know how deep the Bohai Sea is?"
Of course I know. More than 10 meters, right?
Aha! Xiaochen nodded, and there's a long distance from the shore to the depths.
You don't need to be afraid.
All right. Suji bent down and helped Suji roll up her trouser legs. "Hold my hand tight, be careful later."
Good. Suji nodded slightly.
But I'm still a little scared.
Of course, Xiaochen wouldn't lead Suji to court disaster.
When the water was about knee-deep, Xiaochen dared not take Suji any further.
Suji chuckled. "What, are you chickening out?" Xiaochen was taken aback.
Actually, Suji was a little scared at first, but as she went deeper, she didn't feel anything. Besides, she can swim. I really enjoyed sports when I was a freshman, and my school had a sports hall and a swimming pool. Even if she falls into the sea right now, she'll be fine. Xiaochen chuckled and said, "Wife, I was afraid you wouldn't dare." "I dare, please let me go."
"Let go of you?"
Xiaochen shook his head. He would never do something so foolish.
"No way.
You're my precious little darling, I couldn't bear to part with you." "Your words are so greasy." Suji pursed her lips. "However, I quite like it."
"I like you too."
Xiaochen felt that he had indeed gone quite deep.
"Let's go back."
Aha! Just then, Xiaochen suddenly felt as if he had stepped on something. A sharp pain came from the soles of my feet.
Xiaochen's expression changed. Daughter-in-law. I think I stepped on glass.
Chapter 64. You're worried about yourself.
What did you say?
Although there are no management personnel cleaning up the garbage in this sea area.
Because usually, very few people come here. Are you all right?
Suji quickly helped Xiaochen up, and Xiaochen nodded. "It's nothing, it just hurts a little." "Idiot, of course it hurts when your foot is cut by glass." The two arrived at the shore, and Xiaochen plopped down on the bank. Looking at the soles of my feet, I could see that there was indeed a long cut. His arm had just healed, and the wound moved to the sole of his foot. Seeing the bright red blood flowing down Xiaochen's feet, Suji was at a loss.
What should we do? What should we do?
She was terrified of bleeding, even though the wound was small, because the seawater was definitely not clean.
What should I do if I get infected? Xiaochen, it's okay, you can drive me to the clinic in town later. Is there still a clinic in town?
Fool, of course there is. Xiaochen answered with a smile, seemingly unaffected by the wound on his foot. "Actually, my grandfather wanted to pass on his medical skills to my father, but my father went to university and didn't choose to study medicine. He then passed on his medical skills to an uncle in the village.
Because there are few people in the village, this uncle opened his clinic in the town."
Hearing Xiaochen's words, Suji felt that Xiaochen had gone mad.
His foot is still bleeding, why is he still talking about this? How stupid.
Suji quickly helped Xiaochen into the car. During the process, Suji used some kind of superhuman strength to lift him up in a princess carry.
That's right, it's a princess carry. Moreover, his steps were remarkably steady. Honey, are you really that strong? In just over 10 seconds, Suji carried Xiaochen to the parking lot. Then he was gently put down.
Only now did Xiao Chen see Su Ji's face.
She actually cried? No. 2 hot tears did indeed stream down Su Ji's cheeks. Xiao Chen joked, "Wife, why are you crying?
This little injury will heal on its own, no problem."
Is that so?
Su Ji's cheeks were flushed, and her beautiful eyelashes were still glistening with tears.
Fool. She pouted and then asked for directions to the infirmary. To prevent Su Ji from worrying further, Xiao Chen quickly told her.
The car quickly entered the town and arrived at the clinic that Xiao Chen had mentioned.
Su Ji was too weak to carry Xiao Chen inside any further.
He rushed into Yiwu City and shouted to a doctor who looked to be in his 40s, "Uncle, could you please help me out and support my boyfriend? We were playing at the beach just now, and his foot got cut by glass. A lot of blood was lost."
Brilliant.
Lu Chuncheng immediately came out after hearing Su Ji's words, while Xiao Chen had already opened the car door and gotten out. The injured foot was airborne, and blood was still dripping from the wound.
Xiao Chen? Uncle Lu. Xiao Chen smiled.
Li Chunqing was exactly the same as he had been a few years ago, without any change. Upon seeing that it was Xiao Chen, Lu Chunqing quickly walked over.
She glanced at Su Ji and asked, "This is your girlfriend?" Xiao Chen nodded, "Yes, I just met him at university." Lu Chunqing didn't delay and quickly helped Xiao Chen into the infirmary, asking along the way, "Are you already in university?" "Uncle Lu, I'm already a sophomore in college this year." "Oh dear, yes, look at my memory."
"You should be 19 years old this year."
"Yes."
After entering the infirmary, Lu Chuncheng had Xiao Chen sit down in a chair. He then examined the wound on Xiao Chen's foot, which still contained a lot of fine sand.
"What's wrong with you?"
"I'm visiting my grandma's house today, and I'm thinking of taking my girlfriend to the beach for a while.
After I went in barefoot, I got scratched."
Upon hearing this, Lu Chuncheng sighed.
Sigh, people these days have no manners at all.
"Throw all the broken and shattered glass bottles in there." As he spoke, he took out a bottle of alcohol.
"This thing is incredibly effective at disinfecting." He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, just bear with it, it'll be over soon."
No sooner had Xiao Chen finished speaking than Lu Chuncheng poured alcohol onto his wound without hesitation. Suddenly, the wound made a sizzling sound.
Xiao Chen's body also trembled. This feeling is so damn awesome. Pain. It would be strange if it didn't hurt.
"I need to disinfect a large area of your body with iodine. Then in a little while, we'll bandage your wound. When you get back, you can just go to any infirmary to get your dressing changed."
Xiao Chen nodded, "Okay, then I'll trouble Uncle Lu." "What's the trouble?"
Lu Chunqing shook his head, "I learned all these skills from your grandfather. When I was a child, I was even more mischievous than you. I even threw stones at your grandfather's clinic. Your grandfather was not angry at all. Instead, he taught me his skills. Without your grandfather, I wouldn't be where I am today.
In fact, the town's clinic is very profitable.
People don't go to the hospital for checkups unless they have a serious illness, so they come to the nearby clinic to buy medicine."
"Oh well, some things are just destined." Ha ha ha. Lu Chunqing quickly treated Xiao Chen's foot wound.
He applied some medicine, then wrapped it with white gauze, and wrapped it very, very tightly.
Avoid getting it wet at night, and it's best to change the dressing once a day. "When are you going back?" "Leaving on the afternoon of the 5th. Then remember to change the dressing twice." "Good." Xiao Chen smiled and nodded. At this moment, Lu Chunqing asked again, "By the way, your dad came back with you too, right?" "Aha. Uncle Lu, are you going to have a drink with my dad?" "No, no."
Lu Chunqing smiled and shook his head, "I won't go, I still need to look after the shop here. Moreover, I have to go home at night to help my child with their homework."
"Good." Xiao Chen took out his phone, ready to pay. They are very close, and Lu Chunqing definitely doesn't want them. However, there is a special saying in the local area.
That is, if the doctor doesn't charge for the consultation, the patient's condition will worsen. For someone like Xiao Chen, he could just casually accept a few dollars.
"Give me 2 yuan." "Good. I'll pay." At this moment, Su Ji, who had been standing to the side, paid the 2 yuan. Then, she helped Xiao Chen into the car. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xiao Chen looked at Su Ji. "Honey, why were you crying just now?" Su Ji pouted, "Do you know how worried I was about you? And you're still there, laughing and talking. Xiao Chen, are you afraid our baby won't have a father? What nonsense are you talking about? Su Ji's face turned fierce. Hurry up and spit it out. Chapter 65, Want to have two more? Tui. 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 Xiao Chen quickly spat out a curse. Su Ji looked at him and said, I don't want anything to happen to you. You are my treasure. You are my treasure too. Xiao Chen suddenly felt that the words were a bit cheesy, but they were the heartfelt words of the two of them. Because Xiao Chen was injured, Su Ji decided not to continue playing outside. The coastline here is rather monotonous and there's really nothing fun to do. Su Ji said that if they want to go to the beach in the future, they can go to Qin Island. Qingdao is right next to Jinghai. This area is the leading economic city in Shandong province and is much more developed than Jinghai. Qingdao is first, Jiangcheng is second, and Jinghai is third. Of course, compared to the river and sea, the housing prices in Qingdao are also particularly high. After returning to her grandmother's house, Yuan Yuqin saw that Xiao Chen's foot was wrapped in a tight bandage. She couldn't help but come over and ask, Xiao Chen, what happened to you? How long have you been out? How did your foot get like this? Xiao Chen waved his hand, it's nothing. I just took Su Ji to the beach, and damn it, when we were waiting in the water, some rude person threw a glass bottle into the sea. You cut your precious son's foot. Wah, mommy, I want a hug. Seeing Xiao Chen's smug look, Yuan Yuqi knew his son was alright. If there were something wrong, I wouldn't speak to him in this tone. Grandma is making dumplings tonight to give you a good nourishing meal. Hee, okay. Grandma's dumplings are especially delicious, and Xiao Chen has been wanting to eat them for a long time. Su Ji saw that her grandmother had already kneaded the dough and was preparing to roll out the wrappers. She quickly went to Wang Xiangling's side. She said, Grandma, let me help you. Wang Xiangling was quite surprised to hear this. She asked Su Ji, Ji, do you know how to roll out dough? No problem. Su Ji nodded firmly. She can do almost anything, she's an expert at everything from laundry to cooking. Looking at Su Ji's determined expression, Grandma smiled very kindly. Soon, Su Ji started rolling out the dough. Xiao Chen then started wrapping the dumplings with his mother. This is incredibly fast. As for me, I'm just a babysitter. Good times always pass too quickly. At 4:30 p.m. on October 5th, Xiao Chen and his family prepared to return home. School starts on October 8th, and Xiao Chen needs to be at school before 5 p.m. tomorrow. Grandma, we're going back now. If you miss us, my dad can take you to Jiangcheng. Su Ji and I still have to go back to class. Well. Grandma waved goodbye to them reluctantly, saying, Xiao Chen, take care on your way back, and remember to come back and see Grandma when you miss her. I understand, Grandma, don't worry. Even though he missed his grandmother, Xiao Chen felt he didn't have much time to come back and see her. I guess the next time we meet will be during the Chinese New Year. After getting into the car, Xiao Chen looked at the hunched figure leaning against the passenger side and felt a pang of reluctance. My dad doesn't want my grandma to stay here any longer. She's an elderly woman living alone with no one to take care of her. If she gets hurt, there's no way to find out immediately. Xiao Guosheng, who was holding his child in the back row, couldn't help but say, Mom, if it really doesn't work, you can come back with me. Xiao Chen's mother doesn't live at home anymore, she went to Jiangcheng. It will be easier for me to take care of you over there. Moreover, a new mahjong parlor has recently opened downstairs in the community, and there are many elderly people playing mahjong there. You can play with them. Hearing this, Grandma Wang Xiangling remained unmoved. She shook her head and said, I don't want to. Okay, you should go back now. There will definitely be traffic jams on the road during the National Day holiday. You should leave early and get home early. Well. Xiao Guosheng let out a long sigh. He had tried to persuade his mother before, but she was stubborn and rebellious, and wouldn't listen to anything he said. Even now that Xiao Chen has a child, she still won't listen to him. However, my mother is still in good health, so there shouldn't be any problems. Xiao Chen quickly started the car. Through the rearview mirror, he could see his grandmother's figure slowly getting smaller until she disappeared from sight at the corner. Xiao Chen sighed and asked his father, Dad, why didn't you be more assertive and just take Grandma with you in the car? Don't you understand your grandma? Do you think she'll come with me if I force her into the car? Xiao Chen was stunned. Damn, that makes a lot of sense. Really? Dad spoke up again. It's all right, your grandma's doing well now.
She's been living in this village ever since she married into the family.
Everyone has their own way of life, and we should respect grandma's choice.
If one day she really needs someone to take care of her health, I will immediately bring her to our home.
Aha! Xiao Chen nodded.
Because today is the last day of the National Day holiday, many people are already on their way to and from the holiday. The roads were still congested as usual, and I didn't get home until 6 p.m. Now that the days are getting shorter, Xiao Chen started breastfeeding his baby after returning home.
Dad, how about we go live in Jiangqing together? Xiao Chen said that on purpose. Mushu technology cannot relocate it while some core businesses can only operate locally. He shook his head. I'm not going.
Your mom can take care of you there.
And you must study hard when you get to school, you know? Don't worry, I understand.
After dinner, Xiao Chen and Suji returned to the bedroom, where Suji sat on the bed packing her suitcase. She didn't bring much back home this time, but as the weather gets colder, she plans to leave the clothes she wore in the summer at home.
Anyway, I'll be coming back for Chinese New Year. Looking at the pink and tender underwear, Xiao Chen took a deep breath.
A feeling of intense heat shot straight to the top of my head. He pursed his lips slightly.
Wife. What's wrong?
Suji turned her head and asked. She didn't notice Xiao Chen's change at all. Unable to resist, Xiao Chen pushed Suji's chest directly.
He just pushed her onto the bed. What are you doing?
At this moment, Suji finally noticed that something was wrong with Xiao Chen. Her heart began to race, and her face flushed slightly. Xiao Chen knew, of course, that he couldn't do that kind of thing at home, but he wanted to test Suji's attitude.
If she doesn't resist, it means that day will come very soon.
Although I've already done that kind of thing by uploading it once. But Xiao Chen was completely drunk at the time and had completely forgotten what he felt. I just saw her current clothes again, and her body odor. That's why he felt like he was burning with desire.
I think. Suji's eyes widened, then she slowly spoke, you want to? I think. You should say it.
Suji looked so cute that Xiao Chen felt he had a chance.
At that moment, Yuan Yuqin opened the door without hesitation. Xiao Chen. Seeing this, Yuan Yuqin wondered, could it be that they want to have 2 more children? Chapter 66 Suji already has a boyfriend. Oh my god, no way.
I can barely take care of these 2 babies.
If I have 2 more, the sky will fall.
At this moment, Xiao Chen's face was almost touching Suji's.
Yuan Yuqin didn't say anything more and quickly slammed the door shut.
Xiao Chen and Suji were both completely bewildered.
It feels like Mom might have misunderstood something.
After this incident, Xiao Chen's previously burning body lost all feeling, and he rolled over and lay down on the bed.
At the same time, in the living room, Yuan Yuqin immediately found Xiao Chen's father, Xiao Guosheng, and said, what should we do, Lao Xiao? This kid Xiao Chen is never going to stop. Xiao Guosheng was slightly taken aback, looking completely bewildered. What do you mean it's never ending? Your son seems to want 2 more babies? Chen Daosheng was taken aback. No, my son has so much energy. Great, then we'll have 4 kids. Yuan Yuqin kicked Xiao Guosheng in the butt. Xiao Guosheng, what are you saying? Look at the newborn child.
Xiao Guosheng felt that he would be extremely busy in the next few years.
Taking care of the baby? He had absolutely no energy for it. I think I'd better give up. I can't control what happens to the children. Yuan Yuqin nodded. All I can do is pray silently in my heart. Xiao Chen, don't mess around. If we have 2 more children, we can't afford to raise them. The next day.
At 2:30 p.m., Xiao Chen drove away from home.
My dad has no regrets whatsoever.
His career is thriving, and he's still quite young.
Now is the best time to build your career. At 5:30 p.m., Xiao Chen had packed his things and returned to Jiangqing University. Since their apartment complex is right across from Jiangqing University, they definitely won't be living on campus anymore. However, you can go back to the dormitory during lunch break or if you have something to do. So Xiao Chen decided to go back and pack up first. Given the condition of his dormitory,
Xiao Chen believed it when someone told him that mushrooms had grown on his bed.
Dormitory 448.
As soon as Xiao Chen arrived at the door, he heard the sound of someone playing a game inside.
This is so 448. Sons, look who's back.
Xiao Chen kicked the door open, and at that moment, Xian Tiancheng was calling out to his mother via voice message. Hearing the door open, Zhenda glanced at Xiao Chen and quickly turned back to continue playing his game. The same applies to Liang Qian.
I didn't have time to pay any attention to him at all.
Xiao Chen was no exception. That's how it was for them. 448.
Su Cohen hasn't come back yet. Needless to say, he's probably on a date with his girlfriend. He had asked Su Cohen in advance if he was going home for the National Day holiday. He said decisively, "Go home? Go home what?"
Of course, I took my girlfriend out to have fun and booked a hotel room for the night. Xiao Chen didn't disturb their game and packed up his things. Xian Tiancheng and Liang Qian didn't have time to talk to Xiao Chen until they finished a game of tile.
"Brother Chen, why are you back?" Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. "Isn't that obvious? My vacation is over, of course I have to come back. We can't just stay at home all day, can we?" "What you said makes sense."
Zhenda chuckled, then pulled out his phone and started replying to messages rapidly. Xiao Chen couldn't help but steal a glance at his phone screen, while Xian Tiancheng immediately dodged it.
He asked, "Who are you chatting with so mysteriously?" Zhenda smiled and said, "Of course it's with Senior Lu Weiwei." "What the hell?" Xiao Chen was taken aback. Could it be that they had been chatting ever since they added each other on WeChat? "No, you two are really having an affair?"
Xiao Chen looked incredulous, while Xian Tiancheng shook his head. "No," she said, "I'm her backup plan now."
"What?" Xiao Chen was stunned after hearing those words. Is this a perfectly legitimate backup plan? Seeing Xiao Chen's strong reaction, Zhenda frowned slightly. "Why are you reacting so strongly?" "I'm just a backup option."
She has reconciled with her boyfriend, but she says their relationship isn't as good as it used to be.
"So I'll just keep chatting for now, as a backup option. What if I actually get the job, right?"
Xiao Chen twitched his lips. It was impressive that Xian Tiancheng could think like that. At this point, Liang Qian added, "So she's afraid that you're not the only one she has as a backup plan." Zhenda was immediately displeased upon hearing this. "You, don't talk nonsense." It was at this moment that Xiao Chen, Xian Tiancheng, and Liang Qian's phones all rang.
Ding ding ding. It was a message posted by the counselor, Meng Shueru, in the class group chat.
"Meng Shueru at everyone, meet in classroom F601 at 6:30 tonight.
Please reply upon receipt."
At this moment, all the classmates in the group replied that they had received the message. The screen was flooded with comments.
Just then, Meng Shueru suddenly sent him a private message. "Xiao Chen, add Suji to the class group chat.
Don't forget to remind her to come to our class meeting at 6:30.
Good.
Xiao Chen found Suji's WeChat, told her, and then added her to the group.
A comment appeared in the class group chat. Xiao Chen invited Suji to join the group.
Suji's WeChat name is her real name because she has very few friends on WeChat.
I'm too lazy to think of any other names.
Just then, a boy in the class sent a string of question marks.
Shen Hao, what's going on? Li Haoyang, Suji? Wang Tianlong, is this Suji, our school's former school beauty? Chen Hao, I don't know. Chen Hao at Xiao Chen, what's going on?
Xiao Chen did not reply to the message that popped up in the group. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not reply, Chen Hao directly tagged the counselor.
Chen Hao at Counselor Meng Shueru, do you know what's going on here? Meng Shueru replied in the group, I will tell you the specifics at the meeting tonight. Just then, Chen Hao pushed open the door to the boys' dormitory with a bang. Holy crap! Xiao Chen, what exactly is going on? His classmates know nothing about his recent relationship with Su Ji. This also includes Chen Hao. Xiao Chen said casually, What's going on? The person you brought in, is it Su Ji? Our senior? The former school beauty? Xiao Chen nodded, that's right. Why did you add her to our class group chat? Wait, how did you get Su Ji's WeChat? Like many boys, Chen Hao had a special crush on Su Ji. Xiao Chen, she had taken a leave of absence from school before, but she returned to school this year. Because the course was delayed by a year, it was postponed to our class. Chen Hao was delighted to hear this. Su Ji came to study in their class. Then wouldn't he have a chance?
Seeing Chen Hao gradually smile, Xian Tiancheng immediately poured cold water on his enthusiasm.
Don't even think about it, Su Ji already has a boyfriend. Chapter 67 Su Ji is a new classmate.
Upon hearing this, Chen Hao was completely stunned.
He looked at Xian Tiancheng with some disbelief and asked, "Who was Suji's boyfriend? Is it from our school?"
That's right, at this moment Chen Hao is still thinking about poaching people from other companies. He had a strange confidence that if Suji's boyfriend weren't at Jiangcheng University, he might actually be able to win her over if he tried. After all, the worst thing about long-distance relationships is that the other person might try to steal your partner away.
Zhenda gave Xiao Chen a wink. "Look, her girlfriend is right next to you."
Chen Hao turned his gaze to Xiao Chen. Then, startled, she asked, "Don't tell me that Xiao Chen is Suji's boyfriend."
Believe it or not, that's actually quite possible. After all, it was Xiao Chen who invited Suji to the group. Chen Hao felt a surge of resentment. Why is this happening? Xiao Chen was shorter than him, and his appearance. Chen Hao thought he was the most handsome in the class. So, what gives you the right to do this?
Noticing Chen Hao's gaze, Xiao Chen smiled slightly. "Yes, I am Suji's boyfriend."
Holy crap! Chen Hao's face darkened. Although Suji's boyfriend was Xiao Chen, so what? He will definitely win Suji's heart. A seed had been planted in Chen Hao's heart. One seed, which I am determined to obtain, Suji. Chen Hao left the dormitory quickly. At this moment, Xian Tiancheng walked over and said, "Brother Chen, did you see Chen Hao's eyes just now? I have a feeling he's up to something." Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. "Of course I can see that. If he wants to cause trouble, then let him." Xiao Chen seemed indifferent. He was the type of person who wouldn't deliberately cause trouble.
Of course, he's not afraid of trouble either.
Time quickly came to 6:15 p.m. Xiao Chen sent Suji a message on his phone, arranging to meet downstairs at the dormitory.
Su Koan has just returned, but he looks rather listless and his lips are bloodless.
It's obvious that the 7-day National Day holiday was quite eventful.
They must have lost billions of elite troops.
When he arrived at the dormitory building, Suji was already waiting for him. There were clearly other clothes of hers in the dormitory.
At this moment, Suji had changed into a thin white sweater and a pair of light-colored wide-leg jeans. It makes her legs appear long and slender.
The temperature is indeed a bit low today.
Upon seeing Xiao Chen, she ran over excitedly. She suddenly hugged Xiao Chen tightly. "Honey, I missed you so much." Looking at Suji's big, adorable eyes, Xiao Chen couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke her hair. Then she said, "It's only been a short time since we last met, and you already miss your husband."
"I miss you even if I don't see you for a minute."
At this moment, Xian Tiancheng and Liang Xian next to him both had expressions of utter despair.
Damn, this is such a display of affection. How awful.
At this moment, Xiao Chen also noticed that the actions were too ambiguous, and he quickly said, "All right, let's go upstairs quickly.
We have a meeting later. You can cook when we get home later," Suji said.
Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Mom will definitely have dinner ready when we get back, but I already miss the baby a little."
Suji, so you were thinking about the baby, not me. Silly boy, you're my baby.
As he spoke, Xiao Chen put his arm around Suji's waist.
Xian Tiancheng and Liang Qian were even more envious.
"I'm so envious I'm practically grinding my back teeth to powder." Once upstairs, Xiao Chen felt it wasn't appropriate to hold Suji's waist, so he followed behind her.
The two entered the classroom one after the other.
Only then did Xiao Chen realize that most of the boys in the class had already arrived. Moreover, they were all extremely shocked when they saw Suji. They never expected that the person who came would actually be Suji, the former class beauty who had made all the boys in the school excited. Everyone knew that Suji dropped out of school last year, but her sudden return really shocked many people. Surprised, so surprised. The students in the class started whispering among themselves. At this moment, Suji turned her head and looked at Xiao Chen, asking him a question.
"Where should we sit?"
Xiao Chen pointed to the first row, a seat that was always empty. "Just sit in the first row."
"Good." Suji nodded, and then Suji, Xiao Chen, and their roommate sat together in the first row.
After seeing this, many of the boys in the class were eager to try it. I wanted to sit further forward, closer to Suji.
Just then, Meng Shuaru walked in, dressed in a business suit, holding a folder, and wearing high heels.
Upon seeing Suji and Xiao Chen, she smiled with satisfaction. She came to Suji's side and said softly, "It seems you've recovered quite well." Suji was as beautiful as ever. It seemed that Xiao Chen had been taking very good care of her recently.
"Yes, thank you for your concern, teacher." Upon hearing this, the surrounding classmates were taken aback. "What's going on?" The teacher said Suji is recovering very well. Could it be that she was sick and hospitalized before?
The students stared at each other, but because the counselor was there, they didn't whisper among themselves. Counselor Meng Shuaru stood on the podium, clapped her hands, and said, "Everyone, please be quiet.
I have some news to share with you. I believe you have all seen Suji.
Suji took a year off from school due to health reasons, so she was transferred to our class.
From now on, we'll be classmates. I hope we can learn from each other and keep each other in check. Blah blah blah." Meng Shuaru spoke at length, most of which were related to safety.
They had already lived at Jiangcheng University for a year and knew the school's rules. Have fun when you don't have classes, and study hard when you do have classes.
This is what Meng Shuaru requested. The meeting only lasted half an hour and ended quickly.
In other words, Xiaochen can go home with Suji.
As long as it doesn't interfere with their classes, they don't have to go back to their dormitories. "Brother Chen, are you going back to the dorm or home?" Xian Tian asked.
Xiaochen said, "Suji and I went home.
My mom is home alone now.
I don't know if the housekeeper has returned yet. I need to take care of the baby tonight."
Soga. Jenda said, "By the way, you haven't shown us the baby yet. Now that your baby is a month old, could you please let us have some time to meet him her?"
Xiaochen nodded, "Of course, no problem.
Don't bother finding a time, let's do it this weekend.
I'll cook, and you guys can come over.
I can see the baby and have a drink with him."
Yes, yes.
At this moment, Jenda couldn't help but turn his gaze to Suji. "Sister-in-law, I have another favor to ask of you."
"What?"
Suji asked. Jenda said hesitantly, "It's this weekend, why don't you invite Lu Weiwei too?"
This.
Suji glanced at Shen Tiansheng, then nodded, "Of course." Chapter 68 Jenda's Love.
Okay.
Jenda was particularly pleased to hear this. He was Lu Weiwei's backup plan.
But he had one thing in mind, the desire to become a full-fledged employee.
Xiao Qin didn't linger and soon left the school with Suji. "I'm back home."
Just as Xiao Chen had expected, when he got home, his mother had already prepared dinner and was waiting for him. My mother also inquired about the situation at the school. After hearing what Xiao Chen and Suji had said, she simply told them to focus on their studies and that he could take care of the children at home. Xiao Chen also knew that it was tiring for his mother to take care of the child alone.
He is also considering whether to renew the nanny's contract. The next day, 2:30 p.m. Xiao Chen lay on the bed with one leg dangling, waiting for Xian Tiansheng to tidy up his appearance. After the National Day holiday, student clubs at Jiangcheng University began recruiting new members. Because the freshmen at Jiangcheng University underwent a full month of military training. Before the holiday, we were all in military training. Of course, Xiao Chen went through the same process. So the freshmen have just started classes. The club has just started recruiting new members. Actively participating in clubs can increase your academic credits.
Lu Weiwei told Xian Tiansheng that she wanted to actively participate in clubs to find a boyfriend, and Xian Tiansheng said without hesitation that he would accompany her.
This guy is a total simp.
And they even made Xiao Chen go with them. Lu Weiwei said that Suji would also accompany him, and Xiao Chen, wanting to take care of his wife, naturally agreed to stay with her. Therefore, Xiao Chen is waiting for him at this moment. Jenda sprayed hairspray onto his head with a hissing sound before looking up at Xiao Chen with satisfaction.
"I'm all packed, Brother Chen, let's go. You're finally all better." Xiao Chen jumped off the bed with a bang.
Liang Qian had no interest in the club. He had recently become obsessed with the Naruto mobile game.
"I'm playing Naruto right now."
Su Koan also went out with his girlfriend to visit clubs and such.
Xiao Chen and Xian Tiansheng left the dormitory.
At that moment, Suji and Lu Weiwei were waiting for him downstairs in the boys' dormitory.
"Weiwei, you're already a junior in college, why are you still joining clubs?"
Suji was puzzled, but Lu Weiwei casually said, "I had another fight with my boyfriend, and I was thinking of going to the club to see if I could trick a junior or something. I've noticed that this year's freshmen are all quite handsome."
Suji didn't know what to say for a moment.
Just then, Xiao Chen and Xian Tiansheng walked over together.
Lu Weiwei quickly shut up. "What are you talking about? You seem to be laughing and chatting." Xian Tian asked. Lu Weiwei said, "It's nothing, I just saw a really handsome freshman, and I think he's my type." Jenda's expression was as ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. Her affection for Lu Weiwei was genuine.
although some of these cases involve lust. But after spending some time together, he seems to have really fallen for her. Seeing that Jenda's expression froze on the spot, Lu Weiwei said, "Don't just stand there, come on, let's go to the playground and see what clubs are in place this year." The four of them walked together toward the school playground. Once there, they saw rows of small tents. Xiao Chenshu glanced at it briefly and saw that there were martial arts clubs, anime clubs, roller skating clubs.
Anime, Lolita fashion, Hanfu, you name it, they have it. There are even novelists and photographers.
Most of the people who came to watch were freshmen, and they were the only ones who still had a vague longing for university.
Wow, that dark-skinned PE student is so handsome. At this moment, Lu Weiwei pointed at a physical education student and said to Xian Tianshang, "How about you go and get my WeChat?" Forehead.
Jenda looked at the physical education student who was about 1.9 meters tall not far away, and then nodded.
Okay. Then go ahead.
Lu Weiwei crossed her arms and smiled.
To the surprise of the three of them, Jenda actually went there.
He scurried over to the dark-skinned PE student, and we talked about something.
At this moment, Suji couldn't hold back any longer. Weiwei, aren't you going a bit too far?
Huh?
Lu Weiwei was taken aback, then asked Suji, "What do you mean by this?"
Suji hesitated for a moment, then said, "I think Xian Tianshang also genuinely likes you.
If you don't like him, just reject him."
Lu Weiwei shrugged, "I've said I refuse him 100 times already.
But he just won't listen to me, what can I do? Last time I told him to be my backup plan, I didn't expect Jenda to actually agree."
Upon hearing this, Suji couldn't help but roll her eyes.
This Jenda is one of them. I feel like my brain is a bit off. During the conversation, Jenda is back. WeChat is indeed coming back. But he's definitely not happy.
Help your crush get other guys' WeChat contacts.
It's really strange. Weiwei, this is that boy's WeChat ID. Take out your phone, and I'll tell you the number. 35. Jenda was just about to give his WeChat ID.
At this moment, Lu Weiwei suddenly told him to shut up.
"I'm not adding him anymore."
Ah?
Jenda raised his head. Lu Weiwei pursed her lips.
Although Xian Tiansheng was a bit chubby and looked somewhat dull, he was still a bit slow-witted.
But he's a really nice person.
Recently, she has been harassing Jenda with various questions, and Jenda's emotions have remained remarkably stable. Although its appearance is not up to par, its internal qualities are truly top-notch.
She's a million times more reliable than her ex-boyfriend. "Let's be together," Lu Weiwei said.
At that moment, the air seemed to freeze.
Jenda's eyes widened, completely bewildered. "Weiwei, what did you say?"
"I said, let's be together." Lu Weiwei decisively grabbed Xian Tianxing's hand. "Actually, I haven't gotten back together with my ex-boyfriend."
"I never have. I was lying to you."
"I want to know if you're just attracted to me because of my looks, or if you really like me."
"Now I know the result.
But after you're with me, you have to lose weight and learn how to dress. I'll give you 6 months. Lu Weiwei looked directly into Xian Tianxing's eyes as she spoke, her expression extremely serious and earnest.
Jenda couldn't believe his ears. "Good. I will definitely lose weight." Xiao Chen and Su Ji, who were standing to the side, were also surprised that Lu Weiwei would suddenly confirm her relationship with Xian Tiansheng. Both of them were a little confused. But I can understand it. After all, in today's society, it's incredibly difficult to find normal love. Nowadays, relationships are like fast food. Many guys will secretly go on dates with her.
Therefore, Lu Weiwei feels very insecure. She has already paid back all the money she owed her ex-boyfriend.
We have completely severed ties. Now, she can openly and honestly be with Jenda. Hearing what Jenda said, Lu Weiwei smiled and nodded. "Yes, I believe you. However, you now have to run 3 laps around the track. After we finish the run, you'll be my boyfriend." Chapter 69 Infant Care Society. Xian Tianshang was taken aback upon hearing Lu Weiwei's words.
Then, without the slightest hesitation, he started running around the playground. The track and field at Jiangcheng University is 500 meters per lap, so 3 laps would be 1.5 kilometers.
That's not a lot.
But given Jenda's current condition, it would take him at least 15 minutes to run. An average person would take more than half an hour to run 5 kilometers. His physique speaks for itself. Only after watching Xian Tiancheng get further and further away did Lu Weiwei reveal a satisfied look.
Suji asked, "What you just said?" "Actually, I don't dislike Jenda at all.
Although she's a bit chubby, she's a really nice person. At least, she's much better than my ex-boyfriend."
"You're right." Suji was absolutely certain of what Lu Weiwei said. It's clear that Jenda is indeed a very affectionate person.
Jenda was drenched in sweat after running one lap, but he did not stop. If he runs just 2 more laps, he can be with Lu Weiwei. The thought of finding sweet love like Xiao Chen and Su Kuan filled him with excitement. The three of them chatted idly, and just like Xiao Chen, Xian Tiancheng really did finish running 1.5 kilometers in 15 minutes.
This speed is really not fast.
When he returned to them, his clothes were soaked with sweat. His chest was soaked with sweat, and large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead.
"Weiwei, I finished running," he said, panting heavily.
If it were a physical education class, and you asked Jenta to run 3 laps, he definitely wouldn't be able to keep going. However, the person in front of her was Lu Weiwei. Let alone 3 laps, he could even run 10 laps.
This is the power of love.
Lu Weiwei took out a pack of Qingfeng tissues from her pocket and gently wiped the sweat from Xian Tiancheng's forehead. This scene made Jenta's face turn red instantly, and he even had a nosebleed coming out.
"How are you feeling? Are you tired?"
Lu Weiwei said in a gentle voice that she had a lot of emotional experience and that handling Xian Tiancheng was no problem at all.
"No. I'm not tired." Jenda couldn't help but stare at Lu Weiwei's chest.
He swallowed hard.
"Wow, it's so big."
Noticing Jenda's gaze, Lu Weiwei smiled faintly, "Then starting tomorrow, you'll have to run 5 laps around the track every day."
"What?" Jenda withdrew his gaze. He stared wide-eyed at Lu Weiwei. Lu Weiwei crossed her arms and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?"
Her gaze was particularly sharp, and when Jenda saw that look, he immediately turned into a docile little lamb.
"Of course, no problem. With you running with me, there won't be any problems." "That's more like it."
Despite the strong smell of sweat emanating from Jenda, Lu Weiwei showed no disgust. She took Jenda's arm and walked towards the surrounding tents.
"You probably haven't earned any club credits yet, right? Come on, let's check out what clubs are around here."
"I'm waiting for us to be able to attend classes together in the club."
Okay. Jenda couldn't help but twitch his nostrils.
Lu Weiwei smelled wonderful, very fragrant.
Seeing the two walk away, Xiao Chen and Suji quickly followed. Sometimes, feelings aren't attracted by appearance, they might be based on perseverance.
The 4 of them strolled around together, with Lu Weiwei holding Xian Tiancheng's arm the whole time.
Although Lu Weiwei wasn't the school beauty, her looks were top-notch even at Jiangcheng University. Many classmates even looked at him with disdain after seeing it.
They believe that one is after looks, and the other is after money. The two are completely mismatched in appearance.
Etc.
Just then, Suji suddenly stopped in her tracks. Xiao Chen, who was holding Suji's hand, felt Suji stop and turned to look at her. Then, following Suji's gaze, he looked in that direction. There, at this moment, was a particularly peculiar club.
Named Infant Care Center. What the heck?
Xiao Chen was completely bewildered, while Suji seemed particularly interested in this club.
"Let's go take a look."
Xiao Chen was stunned. Suji considers herself a complete novice when it comes to childcare. "Now that I have a baby, maybe I can learn some knowledge about childcare after joining the club."
"What do you mean, Suji said seriously, "I don't know how to take care of a baby now." "All right." Xiao Chen went over there, wanting to see what this gang was up to.
The two arrived at the tent of the orphanage. This club is relatively niche, many students just come to check it out, since nobody has the time or inclination to learn about childcare.
"Hello, you must be Suji." That's what the young lady said. Suji nodded slightly. "Yes, that's me." "Senior, you're back to school again."
The head of the childcare center is in the same grade as Xiao Chen. Her mother is a top-notch childcare worker who earns 50,000 yuan a month. Her mother would usually teach her some knowledge about childcare, and that's when she decided to establish such a community.
The club currently has 10 members. They were all girls. "I'm back." Suji glanced at the banner and asked softly, "Excuse me, can we learn about childcare in this club?" "Yes, senior." He Li Jie smiled and said, "My mother is a top-notch nanny."
Although I am only a bronze level nanny, I have learned a lot of practical knowledge from my mother. If you join our club, you might be able to get some freelance work on weekends.
And if you are capable, I can also ask my mother to help you get orders. Suji was very tempted upon hearing this.
She doesn't care about making money, what she mainly wants to do is learn how to take care of a baby.
She will definitely be a very good mother in the future. Moreover, this would also reduce the burden on Xiao Chen's mother. Suji asked, "Is there a registration fee?"
Upon hearing this, Li Jie nodded.
But it's very cheap.
Each person only needs to pay a registration fee of 500 yuan, and you can come to study as long as you are in school in the future. I teach in a classroom every Tuesday and Thursday evening, and I teach a different subject each time.
500 is nothing to Xiao Chen right now.
Suji turned her head and glanced at Xiao Chen, her eyes seeming to say, "I want to sign up." Looking into Suji's bright, sparkling eyes, he smiled and said, "Sure, you can sign up if you want."
"Then I want to sign up." "Okay, I'll write it down for you."
Li Jie wrote Suji's information on the form, and Suji took out her phone to pay.
Li Jie shook her head. "You can pay next time you attend class."
"Good."
Suji nodded.
Li Jie added, "Class starts on time next Tuesday. I'll add you on WeChat and add you to our club's group." Chapter 70 I, Agenda, have also made something of myself.
"Okay."
Suji responded softly.
After joining the group, the two left. Not far away, Jenda and Lu Weiwei had already signed up for the badminton club. Jenda is currently lacking exercise, so playing badminton regularly will definitely do him no harm.
Seeing Xiao Chen and Suji approach, Xin Tiancheng beamed with delight and asked Xiao Chen, "So, have you signed up for any clubs yet?"
Xiao Chen nodded. "Suji is signed up for the childcare center."
"What the heck?"
Upon hearing this strange name, Jenda was completely bewildered. "No? How can there be such a club?" he asked. "A baby care center? Did you report it?"
Xiao Chen shook his head. "I didn't." Although Xiao Chen and Suji were still deeply in love, he felt that there was no need to be together all the time. We should give each other our own space and enjoy life at our own pace. From now on, when Suji takes her class, I'll be playing tile making with you.
Ding Tian, Ding Lei? Jenda shook his head. "I promised my girlfriend I would quit gaming from now on." Xiao Chen looked at Xin Tiancheng with disbelief, who was calling for their mother in Wali yesterday. Lu Weiwei, who occasionally plays the game, said, "What? You even called your mom in the game?" Forehead. Jenda scratched his head. "Isn't this a game? And isn't it normal for someone to call for their mother in Wali?"
Upon hearing this, Lu Weiwei immediately shook off Xin Tiancheng's hand. "Then you have to call me mom from now on."
Xiao Chen was taken aback. "Wait, Lu Weiwei, do you have this kind of fetish?" Jenda didn't hesitate at all and said directly, "Mom." "Why?" Lu Weiwei readily agreed, then added, "Good boy, he. Jenda's face flushed red. Calling out mom is practically his forte.
Xiao Chen looked at him with disdain. They strolled around the playground for a while, and then Lu Weiwei insisted that Suji accompany her back to the dormitory so that Suji could help her write her application to join the Communist Party. Suji's calligraphy is very beautiful. It is a standard running script.
Compared to Suji, Lu Weiwei's handwriting is much uglier.
Since Suji was going back to her dormitory, Xiao Chen also planned to go back and stay for a while. Aunt Yang came over today to finish catching up on the last few days. They said goodbye to each other at the fork in the road. After Lu Weiwei had walked away, Xian Tiancheng suddenly reached out and pinched the flesh on Xiao Chen's arm.
Xiao Chen hissed. "Fuck your sister, are you crazy?" Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Jenda said, "Brother Chen, I feel like I'm dreaming. I never imagined that Lu Weiwei and I would actually become a couple. I can arrange flowers now too." Flower arrangement? Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. What did this mean? Seeing Xiao Chen's bewildered expression, Xian Tiancheng explained, "Don't you understand?
It means you're in charge of being beautiful, and I'm in charge of flower arranging."
Where did you learn such slang? Xiao Chen had never heard of this phrase before.
It has to be said that Jenda's brain is full of lewd nonsense.
This is absolutely ridiculous. Oh my, I've made something of myself. Brother Chen, stop talking nonsense.
I'll give your child 2 red envelopes later.
What does this mean? Xiao Chen didn't quite understand Xian Tiancheng's actions.
Xian Tianqing said, "You see, without you and your child, I would never have met Lu Weiwei.
I've found girlfriends who aren't so pretty. So, all of this is thanks to you." Good heavens! Xiao Chen was genuinely surprised that Xian Tianqing would think that way.
He nodded with satisfaction, but decided to forego the red envelope.
He is not short of money now. Forget about the red envelope. Now, what should you call me? Godfather. Genda spoke without hesitation. Good heavens!
Xiao Chen was particularly satisfied with Xian Tianqing's performance. "Alright, hurry back and tell your roommates the good news. Now, Liang Qian is the only single guy left in the dorm."
Yes. The two went up to the dormitory building together. Genda kicked open the door of room 448 with a bang and said, I, Genda, have finally made something of myself." Liang Qian, who was playing Naruto, was stunned. Wait, what the heck? Are you fucking crazy? Su Koan also returned.
He was video chatting with his girlfriend on WeChat when he heard Xian Tianqing's words.
He couldn't help but complain, "Damn it, Xian Tianqing, can you please keep your voice down? Can't you see that my baby and I are video chatting?" Forehead. Genda's face darkened. "Aren't you going to ask me why I'm successful?" Neither Liang Qian nor Su Koan seemed to care about this. Could it be that Xian Tianqing has found a girlfriend? Could it be that his girlfriend is still Lu Weiwei? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if the sky falls, Genda Isamu will never find a girlfriend. Su Koan said nonchalantly, "What, did you find money on the street? Something that's a million times happier than finding money." He spoke. "I, Genda, am finally out of single life." Ha 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 ha. What? Upon hearing this news, Su Koan couldn't help but ask, "You're no longer single, huh? Don't be ridiculous. Are you going to tell me that your girlfriend is Lu Weiwei? How did you know?" Genda was slightly taken aback, and Su Kuanrin couldn't help but walk over and place his hand on Genda's forehead.
He muttered to himself, "Strange.
I don't have a fever. What happened?"
Seeing Su Kuan's disbelieving look, Xian Tianqing quickly turned his gaze to Xiao Chen. "Brother Chen, please prove it for me."
Xiao Chen said, "Xian Tianqing has indeed found a girlfriend, and it was Lu Weiwei who asked them to be together." Xiao Chen rarely lies in the dormitory. When Su Koan saw Xiao Chen's serious expression, he was stunned. What? Is he really no longer single? Xiao Chen nodded. "That's right, Xian Tianqing probably moved Lu Weiwei." After Lu Weiwei's tests, Xian Tianqing was successfully promoted to a permanent position. Wipe. At this moment, Liang Qian, who was lying on the bed playing Naruto, suddenly turned pale. "So, does that mean I'm the only single dog in our dorm 448? That's right." Genda smiled mischievously. "So, brother Liang Qian, you should find a boyfriend soon too. Otherwise, your little brother will really suffer a lot if he follows you." Liang Qian thought about it and decided against it. Having a girlfriend is such a hassle. It costs money, is useless, and might even help someone else support their wife for a few years. Playing video games is still more fun. Forget it, I wouldn't even date a dog. Chapter 71 Baby Has Gas. Hearing Liang Qian's grand ambitions, Xiao Chen had no particular thoughts. Everyone has a different lifestyle, and no one says you have to date in school. After Xian Tianqing returned, he ordered fried chicken for delivery and then lay on the bed telling Lu Weiwei about his weight loss plan. Xiao Chen was only somewhat disdainful when he heard this. "After all, you're trying to lose weight by eating fried chicken. Is it really possible to lose weight this way?" Xiao Chen couldn't interfere in other people's affairs, and of course, he didn't want to. There was another class in the afternoon. Although Xiao Chen hadn't attended class for a month, the teacher would usually send him the course materials. And even if his major is delayed for a month, it won't have a big impact. Half an hour later, Suji had already written Lu Weiwei's application to join the party on her phone, and they were getting ready to go to class. Just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, his phone suddenly rang. When I opened it, it was my mom. He quickly answered the phone, and his mother's voice was anxious. Xiao Chen. "What's wrong, Mom?" Xiao Chen asked, and Yuan Yuqin across from him said, "I don't know what's wrong, but Debao keeps crying, he keeps kicking his legs, and his face is really red." Xiao Chen could clearly hear Xiao Ming crying over the phone, and he quickly said, "Mom, don't worry, I'll be right back." Good. Xiao Chen threw down the book in his hand and rushed out of the dormitory.
Before leaving, he asked Xian Tianqing to tell the teacher for him to ask for leave. Xiao Chen ran very fast on the way, but it still took him almost 10 minutes to get from his dormitory to his apartment complex. His phone kept ringing in his pocket. It must be Suji calling him. But Xiao Chen did not reply. When he got home, he quickly opened the door, and there was De Bao still lying in the stroller crying loudly. Just as his mother described, De Bao's face was flushed red, and he was frequently twisting his body and kicking his legs.
Moreover, his abdomen was bulging. Son, what's going on? Should I call 120?
She would feel extremely guilty if her baby got a serious illness.
Xiao Chen immediately realized that the baby had gas. He said, "It's okay, Mom. It looks like the baby has gas.
Look how big his little belly is, it's full of gas."
Then, what should we do?
Yuan Yuqin thought to herself, Xiao Chen didn't act like this when he was a child, so what's going on?
It's okay, I'll do it. Xiao Chen started doing gas-relieving exercises for the baby.
He lay flat on his back with his knees bent, gently pressing his knees towards his abdomen to help the baby expel gas from his intestines. A short while later, Xiao Chen heard the baby poop.
Puff, puff, puff.
While doing the gas-relieving exercises, Xiao Chen explained, "Mom, the baby swallowed too much air while breastfeeding and is lactose intolerant in breast milk or formula, so the gut flora hasn't been established yet."
That's when this happens.
Yuan Yuqin suddenly realized that his son knew so much. Xiao Chen then had the baby lie on his arm, supporting his abdomen with his palm, and gently patted his back to relieve the baby's gas using gravity. After farting a few more times, the redness on De Bao's face gradually faded, and he stopped crying.
Son, you know so much. Yuan Yuqin was particularly surprised.
Xiao Chen continued, "Mom, these are all common sense about raising children.
If you have nothing to do at home, you can watch parenting videos on TV. Suji just signed up for the childcare club at our school." Upon hearing this, Yuan Yuqin was slightly taken aback. She cautiously asked, "Does your school still have a childcare center?" "Right." Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile. "This is something I didn't expect either." "Okay, Mom, De Bao is fine now. If this happens again, don't panic.
Just do some gas-relieving exercises and the airplane hug for him."
Yuan Yuqin nodded. He never imagined that one day he would be lectured by his own son. But this feeling is also quite wonderful.
It has to be said that Xiao Chen has indeed grown up.
"By the way, don't you have classes this afternoon?"
Xiao Chen shrugged, "I was just about to go to class when you called, so I rushed back."
"Fine, I'll skip this class.
I want to take a shower. I've sweated a lot on this trip."
"Good."
The mother put the baby back in the stroller. What had just happened had truly terrified him.
"Xiao Chen, I'm taking the baby out for a walk.
There's hot water in the water heater, so you can just go and take a shower."
Aha! After his mother left home, Xiao Chen plopped down on the sofa and then took out his phone to open WeChat.
There were several messages from Suji on WeChat. She initially said she would wait for him in the teaching building. Then you hear that you've run into Jenda, and you rush out to ask what happened. Seeing that Xiao Chen hadn't replied, Suji made 2 more calls, but he didn't answer either.
Xiao Chen's hands flew across the phone screen. "It's nothing. My mom just told me to come back because the baby has been crying a lot.
When I got back, I saw that I had gas, but it was fine now. I've taken care of it."
Suji, who was on the other end of the line, was relieved to see Xiao Chen's message. She asked, "Are you still coming back to class?" "No."
Since he hadn't gone to class, Xiao Chen felt there was no point in going there halfway through.
"Instead, take a shower and get some rest."
Xiao Chen felt that going to university would lead to a good future. Now he had met Chen Daosheng, signed a contract with Starry Sky, and even had the daddy system.
Education level is no longer important to him.
Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly remembered that the system hadn't been active for a long time.
Could it be that the system has crashed? Ding! Father's love is as steadfast as a mountain.
At that moment, the system's voice suddenly came through. The host has been detected helping the baby deal with gas.
Baby nurturing mode has been activated. Xiao Chen was completely dumbfounded. What is this baby raising mode? Just then, information about 2 babies came into his view. De Bao's name, Xiao Ming. IQ, 120. Talent, none. Second child's name, Xiao Ziqing. IQ, 129.
talents, excellent drawing and singing skills, and maximum artistic talent.
Xiao Chen was completely dumbfounded. Wait, is Debao really that stupid? He doesn't even have any talent. Moreover, Erbao not only has painting skills, but also singing skills. What does max artistic talent mean? Does it mean they're going to make the second child a celebrity?
Xiao Chen scratched his head, and just then, the system's voice came again.
Host, your baby is now a month old.
The system will then plan your life.
You will receive rewards for completing different life tasks.
At the same time, after completing the task, there is a chance to improve the baby's IQ, physical fitness, talents, etc.
Xiao Chen immediately understood and asked, are there any life missions now? Chapter 72 Industry Development.
After Xiao Chen finished speaking, the system's voice came through. Currently, the host owns a job, a car, and a house, but you do not own any property.
Life mission has been announced. Complete the industry setup within 15 days. Reward the dad with 1,000 points and a random gift pack to enhance the baby's abilities. Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback after hearing the system's voice.
The system's intention is to encourage him to start his own business. However, starting a business is extremely difficult in this era.
However, whether or not it makes money doesn't matter. Does opening a food cart mean you're your own boss?
When Xiao Chen thought of this, he grinned and felt that his idea was correct. The system stopped responding and must have crashed again. Xiao Chen shook his head without thinking much about it, got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After he finished showering, Suji had already returned from class. The afternoon classes weren't major related, and they were particularly short. She was slightly taken aback when she saw that her mother wasn't home.
Huh? Where's Mom?
The clown, drying his hair with a towel, came out of the bathroom. Mom just took the baby out for a walk in the stroller.
Didn't you see her when you came back?
No. Suji shook her head and then asked, by the way, what about the baby's gas you mentioned earlier? Xiao Chen looked relieved. It's nothing, it's just that there might be some lactose intolerance when feeding formula or breast milk.
I've already solved it.
Okay. Suji put her school bag on the table. The teacher assigned homework, which I need to hand in before class next week.
You write it for me. Xiao Chen said casually. I don't want to.
Suji pouted. Xiao Chen, how can you be so lazy?
Wait.
Xiao Chen knew that although Suji verbally refused, she would definitely help him write it. Since her mother wasn't home and didn't need to look after the baby, Suji went into the bedroom and started doing her homework at the table. And 2 copies have to be written.
That jerk Xiao Chen, he's so annoying.
While Suji was doing her homework, Xiao Chen lay on the sofa and watched some videos about entrepreneurship.
There are tons of videos like this on TikTok.
For example, some people who have failed in their business ventures seek help online, and then people who work in the catering industry will select products based on the surrounding business district, foot traffic, and what kind of shops are needed. Sometimes the protagonists in these videos are indeed not very smart.
However, you can indeed learn a lot from these videos.
Xiao Chen watched for an hour and felt he had benefited greatly. Just then, Suji opened the bedroom door and walked out of the room with a pout.
Judging from the looks of it, they've probably finished the homework for both of them. What are you doing? Suji asked.
Xiao Chen quickly sat up straight. I was just scrolling through Douyin.
Oh.
You're scrolling through TikTok while I'm doing my homework.
Come on. Xiao Chen quickly made way for Suji, then said softly, my dear, you've worked so hard.
Please sit down, let me massage your shoulders.
That's more like it.
While massaging Suji's shoulders, Xiao Chen asked her what she wanted to eat for dinner. She didn't make things difficult for him and said she wanted to eat shredded pork with garlic sauce and stir-fried loofah with eggs. These 2 dishes were no challenge for him. The next day, after finishing half of his morning classes, Xiao Chen wandered around the school. Perhaps due to the unfavorable economic climate, he discovered that even some shops within the school were closing down.
What kind of shop should I open? Xiao Chen was struggling with this question. Since we're opening a shop, we definitely need to look in a direction that will make money.
Mishui Ice Cream has several branches near Jiangcheng University, and the market is already saturated.
The same goes for Luckin Coffee.
Although Cuddy didn't have it, he felt that Cuddy was no match for Luckin Coffee at all.
And there are already people like Wallace at the school. Tustin. The area isn't enough either.
Xiao Chen wandered around the school for a long time but couldn't find a suitable shop. Jiangcheng University has more than 10,000 students, so its market potential is still very large. It was at this moment that he discovered that the location inside the villa, which was the only way to the third residential area, seemed to be for rent. There used to be a Daico's of fast food chain here, and next door there was a convenience store. However, the prices at convenience stores were slightly higher, so the students simply didn't buy them.
Daico's market share isn't that high anymore.
The owner of both the convenience store and Daico's is the same person, and now both stores are shutting down.
That's a good location. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. I just don't know what to do. He can't just open another convenience store and then add a burger shop or something, can he?
Xiao Chen walked over and looked at the crowd nearby. It is well known that female college students nowadays have very strong spending power.
Open a nail salon? Or a beauty salon? Still, he was at a loss for what to do. Just then, Xiao Chen remembered the video he had seen on Douyin recommending opening a store. For example, a live stream?
I opened WeChat on my phone and found that Brother Lin's restaurant site selection service was indeed being live streamed.
However, if you want to connect via live stream, you need to send some gifts.
Without hesitation, Xiao Chen gifted a hot air balloon, and a dozen minutes later, he successfully connected with Brother Lin via microphone.
What's wrong, bro?
Lin asked, and Xiao Chen pointed to a villa not far away. There's a villa over here that's for rent, and I'd like to take it over.
Looking at the phone screen, Brother Lin asked, what kind of business district is this? How much is the rent? What's the foot traffic like on a typical day? Xiao Chen, I'm currently at Jiangcheng University.
This area is quite spacious, with only one villa.
This is the only way to the third residential area. At this point, Brother Lin became interested and asked, Jiangcheng University? If I remember correctly, Jiangcheng University has more than 10,000 students, right?
Yes.
Xiao Chen nodded. Are there many students living in the third residential area? Xiao Chen thought for a moment.
Although he didn't have exact data, he knew the distribution of the school's residential areas.
Currently, the school has 3 living areas.
Xiao Chen is in the first living area, which has 3 male dormitory buildings and 3 female dormitory buildings, with about 2,000 people living in the first living area. The second living area is for boys, and the third living area is for girls. Jiangcheng University has a relatively even male-to-female ratio, so about 4,000 people pass through this living area every day.
They're all girls, about 4,000 people a day. Good heavens! Upon hearing this news, Brother Lin immediately became interested.
After all, she knew that girls nowadays have particularly strong spending power. Without hesitation, he said, Brother, this location is great, but how much is the rent per month, and how big is the area?
Xiao Chen, I checked, the rent is 5,000 yuan per month.
It has 2 floors, the first floor is 130 square meters, and the second floor is only 80 square meters.
Chapter 73 Preparing to open the shop. Brother Lin said, so, this villa has 2 floors and a total area of 210 square meters, right?
Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's face darkened.
Wasn't that obvious? Is it not 210 square meters, or is it 250 square meters?
But even though he thought about it, he certainly couldn't say it out loud.
Brother Lin then asked, are there any shops nearby? Xiao Chen shook his head, there are no shops within 300 meters. The location of this villa is quite special. Are there any convenience stores near the girls' dormitory?
There must be supermarkets of all sizes over there, and countless print shops and the like.
In that case,
Lin, who was watching the live stream on his phone, thought for a moment and noticed that there was a terrace on the perimeter of the villa.
Is it permissible to set up outdoor seating on that terrace?
The terrace is next to an artificial lake on campus, and the scenery there is particularly beautiful.
Unfortunately, the terrace has been in disrepair for many years, and much of the wood has completely rotted away.
There's also a lot of trash there, and only couples who secretly have sex at night would sneak off to that area.
Otherwise, nobody would go there normally. I don't know about that. Xiao Chen has not yet contacted the landlord or asked about any details. Lin Ge looked somewhat helpless and said in the live stream, young man, you didn't even ask clearly before you started a live stream with me?
At this moment, many people in the live stream chat are saying that he is not good enough. They're saying he's another one who loses money. Some people from the same school were even watching the live stream and saying that the place had no commercial value whatsoever. However, Xiao Chen felt that his judgment was correct.
I'll practice then. Need not. Since Xiao Chen has already sent the gift, and Brother Lin is a reasonable person. Do you have a budget for starting a business? This is the problem that Lin Gu is most worried about. Since Xiao Chen is a pure and innocent young man, he naturally doesn't have much money. So, making money is tough. What Xiao Chen said next completely surprised Brother Lin. Xiao Chen spoke up decisively, I don't have a budget. What did you say? As soon as he said that, the comments section immediately filled with bragging. Some students even wanted to expose Xiao Chen's fraud. Of course, many people thought it was just for the sake of the show. Lin Gu was completely unaffected by the comments. No budget? Are you some rich kid? But now even rich young masters are starting their own businesses? Xiao Chen didn't respond. He was nothing but a rich young master. Wait a minute, believe it or not, it really is true now. Since my dad is the chairman of Mushu Technology, his family does indeed own a business. Moreover, he is the only son in his family, so his father might actually pass on the Mushu Technology business to him in the future. Of course, that day is still a long, long way off. I'm not. The clown smiled at the camera, not wanting to waste any more time, and asked, Brother Lin, what kind of projects do you think are good in this area? I think you could franchise a convenience store brand, and if the terrace here is suitable, you can open a milk tea shop. As you said, there are a lot of girls here, so you can divide one floor into a convenience store and a milk tea shop. If outdoor seating is allowed, you can renovate the outdoor area and buy some tables, chairs, and sunshades. As for the second floor, you said it yourself, this is a place where girls pass by. There must be beauty and nail salons on your campus, but this is definitely the closest to the dormitory. Just open a beauty and nail salon, and the nail technicians can find part-time jobs at the school. Your school must have art students in the art department. Brother Lin said a lot in one breath, and Xiao Chen, after hearing what he said, thought it actually sounded pretty good. Nowadays, girls are the main customers of milk tea, and on weekends, many boys also go out with their girlfriends and might buy a couple of cups on the way. The same goes for beauty and nail art. Girls love beauty, and they get their nails done almost every month. Moreover, the second floor has an area of 80 square meters, which is not small. As for convenience stores, Xiao Chen felt that opening a Mayijia or 7-Eleven would be fine. Such a special position shouldn't be difficult. Okay, thank you, Brother Lin, I understand. After Lin Gu said he would send him his personal WeChat ID via private message, Xiao Chen left the livestream. Xiao Chen didn't plan to add anyone on WeChat. His goal was simple, to get guidance on opening a store after adding them on WeChat, which would cost several thousand to tens of thousands of yuan. Xiao Chen decided not to waste money. His primary goal now is to explore the third residential area and see if what he mentioned in the livestream will work. He had just arrived downstairs in the third residential area when Suji called him via WeChat. Hello. Xiao Chen looked around at the shops while talking to Suji. Do you want to open a shop? Suji asked directly, and Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. No, Suji knew all this? How did you know? Xiao Chen was a little puzzled, as he hadn't told Suji about this. Silly boy. Suji on the other end spoke up, because I just saw you and Brother Lin on a livestream. Don't you know that friends who follow each other on TikTok can see each other's live streams? Well. Xiao Chen's face darkened. Douyin, I'll fuck your ass. Can't you at least pay attention to users' personal privacy? Xiao Chen has many followers on social media, including his relatives, friends, and even roommates. Many people probably already know that he wants to open a shop. Sure enough, before Suji had even hung up the WeChat call, Xian Tiancheng called him. Honey, I'll explain when we get back. My phone is ringing. Okay, sure. After hanging up with Suji, Xiao Chen answered Xian Tiancheng's call. Hey, holy crap, Brother Chen, you little rascal. They're actually opening a store. If you open a shop, can I get free milk tea? Can I get a free pack of instant noodles from your convenience store? Could we take Lu Weiwei to get a free manicure? Jenda immediately threw 3 questions at Xiao Chen, who rolled his eyes. I'll give you Durex for free then. Holy crap, this torture. Jenda felt a surge of excitement at the thought of going to a hotel with Lu Weiwei soon. But speaking of which, Brother Chen, why are you thinking of starting a business? Let me make this clear first, I don't have any money to lend you. Xiao Chen's expression was even worse than if he had swallowed a fly. No, who said they were borrowing money from you? I didn't say I wanted to borrow money from you. That's true, hee hee.
He said righteously, "But if you need my help to open the shop, Brother Chen, just ask. If you want to make it up to me later, just let me come to your shop for free."
Good. You can come work for me then, and I'll pay you a salary. That way, you'll have money to support your wife. Chapter 74. Do you have to support a wife while dating? Upon hearing this, Jenda was immediately displeased. No, you have to support a wife just to be in a relationship? I'm not raising an egg. No, aren't relationships usually mutual these days?
Xiao Chen felt there was nothing wrong with what he said, but nowadays, isn't the prevailing view on relationships that boys should spend a little more and girls a little less? For example, a guy might treat someone to dinner, while a girl might treat someone to a movie and bubble tea. When going out, the boys buy the tickets, and the girls book the hotels, etc.
Then you need to save some money too. You can't always split the bill with girls when you go out to eat. Really?
Xian Tianqing felt that Xiao Chen's words made sense. He spent a lot of money on games, and his monthly living expenses were only 2,000 yuan. I usually spend most of my money on clothes and meals out. Upon thinking of this, Xian Tianqing quickly said, "Then Brother Chen, you must reserve a spot for me. Also, please give me a higher salary for my part-time job."
Xiao Chen, how about I make you the store manager? Jenda was overjoyed. This is great.
I can become the manager of a nail salon and, when I have free time, I can also look at the girls from our school. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen rolled his eyes.
I recorded the call and will send it to Lu Weiwei later. No. Xian Tianqing didn't expect Xiao Chen to be so lacking in martial ethics.
Xiao Chen, you don't have to let me post it, just call me Dad, and I won't post it.
Father. Jenda called out Dad very naturally.
Xiao Chen was just joking with him. Okay, next time it won't be a problem that can be solved by calling me Dad 3 times.
Yes.
After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen discovered that there was only one nail salon in the area, but it was old and small, only able to accommodate 3 or 4 people at the same time. There's also a barbershop that offers nail services. This space is even smaller and can only accommodate 2 people. Xiao Chen didn't feel there was much competition here. An 80 square meter space on the 2nd floor was actually quite suitable for opening a nail salon. Of course, the main thing is to make it look beautiful, provide good service, and have exquisite decor. He wasn't familiar with this, so he needed to go back and ask Su Ji or Lu Weiwei. Xiao Chen felt that Lu Weiwei was knowledgeable and experienced, so he could ask her for her opinion. As for 7-Eleven convenience stores and milk tea shops, Xiao Chen was thinking of opening a milk tea brand that their school didn't have. This can avoid homogenization, and the special channels of universities, if they are franchised within the school, should face much less competition than in the outside market. Currently, the school has Hey Tea, Luckin Coffee, Mishue Ice Cream, Chabaideo, and Gumming. These are basically the hottest brands in the market. Although Xiao Chen hadn't paid attention to how much their stores sold, he always had to queue up when he went to buy them. Moreover, these were the same shops a year ago. It would be a lie to say they weren't making money. After much thought, Xiao Chen felt Jasmine Milk White is nice. Because there's no such store near their school, and many girls are willing to go even if it means taking the subway to the World Trade Center. Xiao Chen first called the landlord to ask if it was okay to set up a stall outside. The reply was yes. However, he wants to renovate the outdoor terrace. We need to order timber, as well as install and paint, etc. Moreover, the villa's exterior is not in good condition. The exterior walls are peeling, and in some places there are even serious cracks in peeling paint. So it seems he still needs to work on the exterior of the villa. This significantly increased the workload. However, Xiao Chen still transferred a deposit of 2,000 yuan immediately, just in case some competitors watched the livestream and rented the house. Because of its location, 5,000 yuan a month isn't too expensive. Of course, that's from his current perspective. If this had happened a year ago. Everyone knows what I mean. After paying the deposit, Xiao Chen returned home. He opened the door and paused for a moment. At that moment, Lu Weiwei was in the living room, playing with her second child, Xiao Ziqing. She looked at the baby, who smelled so sweet and milky, and gently pinched her little face. "Senior, what are you doing here?" Xiao Chen said. Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes. "What? Don't you welcome me? How could that be?" Xiao Chen sat down next to Su Ji. "Of course I welcome you, senior, but I'm a little puzzled. Shouldn't you be on a date with Genta at this time?" He felt that Lu Weiwei and Xian Tianshang were currently in the honeymoon phase, and that they should be spending all their free time together.
But they didn't.
Upon hearing this, Lu Weiwei pouted and said, "Compared to Genta, I still prefer a soft and sweet little baby. Besides, I've had quite a few boyfriends before.
I don't have that feeling of being in love with him anymore." What Lu Weiwei said makes sense, and it's possible that Lu Weiwei doesn't really like Genda Saki.
I just feel that he's a good person, the kind of person who'd be suitable for marriage.
Lu Weiwei turned her gaze to Xiao Chen. "By the way, I just heard Gigi say that you're thinking of starting a business by opening a shop?"
Xiao Chen nodded. "After all, I still need to earn money for my baby's milk powder.
And as for songwriting, I haven't had any inspiration lately."
Of course, this lack of inspiration was just an excuse Xiao Chen made up.
After acquiring the skill, he had a plethora of ideas in his mind, and he had no trouble writing songs.
But he can't exactly say that he's been bound to a system, and then the system issues him a task to start his own business.
Lu Weiwei and Su Ji would probably think he's mentally ill. This kind of person must have read too many novels and is completely immersed in the world of those novels. Lu Weiwei didn't know that Xiao Chen wrote songs. She asked, "You can write songs too?" "It's so. The song I wrote last time only sold for 200,000.
I'm planning to ask my dad for some money to start a business or something."
"Are you even speaking human language?"
Lu Weiwei felt that 200,000 was already the upper limit for many people. Even she, after working for 3 years after graduation, might not be able to save 200,000 yuan.
Xiao Chen stopped wasting words and said, "There is a villa on the only way to the 3rd residential area, and the price of that villa is not expensive. Senior Vivi, what do you think about opening a nail salon somewhere?" "A nail salon?" Lu Weiwei loves to look pretty, and right now she has sparkly manicured nails. She rolled her eyes around in her eye sockets and then said, "I think it looks good. There is only one nail salon in the 3rd living area. I have been to that salon.
The hygiene conditions are very poor, and the nails done are not good either.
Now I have to travel a long way to get my nails done."
However, if you want to open this kind of shop, you must find some skilled nail technicians, otherwise you're sure to fail.
"That's for sure." Xiao Chen's idea was simple: as long as he didn't lose money, it was fine.
If all else fails, losing some money in the early stages is acceptable. The key is to build up the store's popularity.
Xiao Chen then turned his gaze to Su Ji. "Honey, what do you think?" Chapter 75. The shop is about to open.
Su Ji knew absolutely nothing about this, but as Xiao Chen's good wife, she would definitely support Xiao Chen's business venture.
"I feel pretty good,"
Su Ji said softly, and Xiao Chen added, "I plan to open a nail salon on the 2nd floor.
The 1st floor is quite large, so I plan to open a Jasmine Milk White store and a 7-Eleven convenience store. The space should be used to its fullest potential.
Mainly, there is a terrace outside the villa, and I feel that location should be quite attractive."
Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes upon hearing this. "You want to open 3 stores at once?" "Right. You can't do 2 things at once, so what you're doing is doing 3 things at once, isn't it?" Xiao Chen lowered his head in silence. To be honest, what Lu Weiwei said really made sense.
He had never started a business before, and he estimated that blindly opening a store would lead to many pitfalls, but the system only gave him 15 days. Of course, opening one store every 15 days is also an option.
Ultimately, Xiao Chen decided to put the nail salon business on hold for now. "You guys chat, I'm going to the balcony to make a phone call." Xiao Chen got up and went to the balcony, then dialed 711's franchise hotline. Compared to milk tea, Xiao Chen wanted to open a convenience store first.
Milk tea required training, while a convenience store only required stocking the goods, installing the equipment, and hiring a cashier, so there were practically no barriers to entry.
A few seconds later, the call was connected, and a pleasant female voice came through the phone. "You need the 7-Eleven franchise hotline." Xiao Chen didn't beat around the bush, he went straight to the point. "Hello, how much is the franchise fee for 7-Eleven?
The young lady on the other end responded, "The 7-Eleven franchise fee is 100,000 yuan, and the contract is for 10 years, which is 10,000 yuan per year. However, the minimum contract is 10 years, and we collect the 100,000 yuan in one lump sum."
Xiao Chen pursed his lips. The price was indeed not low. He then asked, "What about renewing the visa later?"
"The same applies to subsequent renewals."
"Oh. The franchise fee alone is a considerable expense, but for him now, it's just a drop in the ocean." Xiao Chen then asked, "How much of the first batch of materials should I prepare?"
The young woman replied, "The cost of the first batch of materials is calculated based on the store's area, and it will cost approximately 100,000 to 150,000 yuan.
What about the area requirement?
The area is 7,120 square meters. Upon hearing this, Xiaochen felt it was just right. He thought a milk tea shop of 20 or 30 square meters would be enough. The convenience store will be 100 square meters, and the other 30 square meters will be used to open a jasmine milk white store.
Can. Xiaochen then asked, how much will the renovation cost? The renovation cost is between 100,000 and 200,000 yuan. Xiaochen was taken aback upon hearing this. No? Why is home renovation so expensive?
He recalled that when he renovated his 120 square meter house, he only spent 70,000 to 80,000 yuan.
Does it cost over 100,000 yuan to renovate a convenience store? The money comes from the customer. This company must be making a lot of money on renovations. Xiaochen asked, can I install it myself?
No, this requires a unified design and decoration by our company.
Oh. Xiaochen then asked, do I need to buy any equipment, like a radio, shelves, or something? These devices are all provided by our company. That's quite humane. Are there any other fees?
The young woman said, in addition, you need to pay a deposit of 100,000 yuan.
Of course, this deposit of 100,000 yuan is refundable. I see.
Having learned about the cost of setting up the store, the next step is to inquire about the gross profit margin.
What is the approximate gross profit margin of 7-Eleven convenience stores?
40%, which is much higher than Mayugia convenience stores, because we have our own factories, and some of the products we produce are delivered directly to the stores.
Xiaochen roughly understood. Is this all the cost of opening a shop?
No, there's also the opening fee of 21,000 and the training fee of 11,000 for 2 people.
Xiaochen took a deep breath. He roughly calculated that the initial cost of opening a 7-Eleven convenience store would be almost 700,000 to 800,000 yuan. This price is really not low.
Of course, the 7-Eleven brand is also there.
Xiaochen didn't hang up. I'm thinking of opening it at the school, and the costs will be about the same, right? Yes, the campus is the same as outside. Okay, I understand, thank you. Xiaochen hung up the phone and then took a deep breath. This also requires training. Looks like we need to hurry.
After finishing his call, Xiaochen returned to the living room. Seeing that Xiaochen had been on the phone for so long, Suji asked, who were you talking to just now?
Because Lu Weiwei had just joked with Suji that Xiaochen was making phone calls to other female classmates. Tell her to check Xiaochen's phone.
For some reason, Suji actually started to believe Lu Weiwei's words. I took a taxi for a 7-Eleven franchise. It takes more than 700,000 yuan to open a 7-Eleven.
That's so expensive. Suji pouted, and Xiaochen hummed in agreement. It's alright.
I plan to put the bubble tea shop and nail salon on hold for now and open a convenience store first.
Why not open a nail salon? Lu Weiwei pouted, that way I can also help you attract business.
Now I have tens of thousands of followers on Zaya Hanshu, and more than 1,000 of them are students from Jiangcheng University.
Well.
Xiaochen scratched his head, I don't really understand this aspect, and I also need to consult my dad about opening the shop.
All right.
Lu Weiwei also knew that opening a store was no small matter. If not handled properly, hundreds of thousands of yuan could be wasted. Xiaochen said with a grin, but when I open a nail salon in the future, I will definitely let you do your nails for free. I'd even make you the store manager if you can bring profits to my store.
Lu Weiwei chuckled, you said it yourself, don't give me empty promises. How could that be? What do you want to eat? I'll make it. Whatever, I'll eat anything you make. Lu Weiwei was very confident in Xiaochen's cooking skills.
Since he wasn't picky, Xiaochen planned to cook a couple of dishes. Just as the dishes were ready, Yuan Yuqin returned with her eldest child.
After finishing their meal, Lu Weiwei left their house.
Xiaochen cleaned up the dishes and went into the bedroom.
He looked at Suji and asked, have you paid back the money Lu Weiwei spent taking care of you before?
Suji can now be considered the head of the household.
Xiaochen entrusted most of his savings to Suji for safekeeping. Lu Weiwei had taken very hard to take care of her before, and Lu Weiwei had even asked her ex-boyfriend for money.
So all this money definitely needs to be paid back.
Don't worry, I've already returned it to her. That's good. Suji suddenly asked Xiaochen, darling, why did you suddenly decide to start a business? Well. Xiaochen thought for a moment and said, didn't I say that songwriting is inconsistent? So, wouldn't it be better to have a stable source of income from a business? That's true.
Sushi said, I can help you manage the shop in the future.
Chapter 76 Skills, Super Physique.
Okay, I feel relieved to hear that.
After chatting briefly, Xiao Chen went to take a shower.
Then, after finding some bricklayers and carpenters on the local platform and asking the landlord, I learned that they could renovate the villa and the terrace before ordering a batch of timber. In the following days, Xiao Chen devoted most of his energy to opening the 7-Eleven convenience store, aside from attending classes. As for the trainees, it was him and Genta who went to train them. Genta was in a relationship and knew that the expenses would be high, so he also took this matter very seriously. The training was short, only 3 days. It's all about etiquette and stuff, how to handle expired goods, all sorts of random things.
Upon returning, I faced a 10-day renovation period.
13 days later.
Only 1 day remains until the mission is completed.
Today, the shelves, cash registers, and other equipment have all been installed.
Xiao Chen also hired a senior female student as an employee.
Since she was a senior and had no classes, she did not go for an internship but planned to stay at school for a year.
Xiao Chen's salary wasn't very high, only 4,000 yuan a month.
Of course, like all capitalists, he didn't have weekends off. They only give 4 days of compensatory leave.
After class, Xiao Chen waited anxiously in the villa area. Of course, Xian Tiancheng, Liang Qian, and Su Koan are also among them. Xiao Chen checked the time. It was already past 3:30 in the afternoon. No, the delivery person, why don't you come? We delivered the goods today, so we can open for business tomorrow. Genda was completely listless.
He had finally gotten a break from class in the afternoon and wanted to go on a date with Lu Weiwei. Then Xiao Chen called me here.
Su Koan is similar.
He had a lot of classes in his first year of university, so his girlfriend only spent one afternoon a week with him when they didn't have classes. They would normally be out having fun by this time.
But today, there's no chance.
At this moment, only Liang Qian was playing the Naruto mobile game, and he even hoped that the delivery man wouldn't come.
How long will it take to move 100,000 worth of goods? Just then, a van came roaring from not far away. Immediately afterward, Xiao Chen's phone rang. After pressing the call button, Xiao Chen confirmed that the vehicle was indeed there to deliver goods to him.
Here. Xiao Chen waved to the truck, then kicked Liang Qian, who was playing on his phone.
Liang Qian, stop playing games, the goods have arrived.
Oh. He reluctantly gave an O, turned off his phone, and stood up. After the car came to a stop, a man who looked to be in his 50s got out of the car. He was still wearing a 7-Eleven convenience store uniform. Young man, this shop has a great location. On his way here, he saw countless beautifully dressed young women walking this way, which undoubtedly led to the girls' living area.
Uncle, you flatter me. Let's not delay. Please open the compartment door so we can start unloading.
Good. Xiao Chen, Xian Tiancheng, Liang Qian, and Su Kuan quickly began unloading the goods. Of course, during the process, Xiao Chen would give them some snacks and water.
Because Xian Tiancheng had received training, Xiao Chen and Xian Tiancheng were responsible for placing the goods on the shelves, while Liang Qian and Su Kuan put everything into the warehouse.
It took them more than 4 hours to finish organizing everything. Su Ji and Lu Weiwei had also been here, but since they were young girls, Xiao Chen didn't let them help out. After putting the last box of goods into the warehouse, Xiao Chen opened a box of alien electrolyte water, tossed it to the three of them, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking up at the 7-Eleven sign, he said, "All right, it looks like our store can open for business tomorrow."
It's really not easy. Thank you for your hard work, everyone.
Su Kuan rubbed his lower back. Brother Chen, I feel like I spend several minutes less in bed after doing this for 4 hours.
If my wife asks me, I'll just say I'm tired. If she's not happy, she can come to you.
Stop talking, come on, I'll order you 20 oysters right now to help you recover.
Goodness, let's go.
Upon hearing that Xiao Chen was going to treat him to oysters, Genta immediately went into the convenience store, turned off the power, and locked the door.
You're really proactive.
After working for 4 hours straight, they were exhausted and hungry. They left the school and went to a nearby food street, where they sat down at a small outdoor table. Xiao Chen ordered 30 oysters, a case of beer, and some other side dishes. After the oysters were served, Su Kuan and Xian Tiancheng started showing them off wildly.
Su Kongquan showed off his oysters. Xiao Chen knew he needed to use a kidney, but why did Xian Tiancheng show off so quickly? He asked, Xian Tiancheng, I can understand Su Kuan taking kidney tonics, but yours?
He and Lu Weiwei had only been in a relationship for half a month, and Lu Weiwei had said that she would never go to a hotel with him unless he lost weight to 140 pounds.
Jenda's current weight is estimated to be 180.
However, he has indeed been eating less lately, and he runs several laps around the track every day. But after half a month, he only lost 3 or 4 pounds.
I reckon after this meal, all the weight I've lost in the past 2 weeks will be gone. Me.
Jenda scratched his head awkwardly. I'm a little nervous. After all, I'm still a virgin, and I'm afraid I won't be able to perform.
Wouldn't Lu Weiwei look down on us if we did that? Good heavens. Su Cohen said, a man should never say he can't do it.
But you look so weak, you really should eat more.
As he spoke, Su Cohen put 2 more oysters into his bowl.
Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Xiao Chen's mind.
Ding, congratulations on completing your life mission.
You have received 1,000 dad points and a random gift pack to enhance your baby's abilities.
Xiao Chen was taken aback. Had the mission been completed before the shop even opened for business? What can you get from the baby ability enhancement gift pack? Open the gift pack.
Xiao Chen thought to himself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the following. The intelligence of both babies has increased by 2, and the activity talent of the eldest baby Xiaoming is super physique. Super physique, after the baby grows up, his height will be fixed at 185 centimeters, he will be masculine and strong, with a robust body and 8-pack abs. Xiao Chen was stunned when he saw this talent.
Damn, I'm not even 185 centimeters tall. This cheat is too awesome. At least, his baby will grow up to be a strong man. He asked, what special effects does Erbao's talent have?
At this point, the system also listed Erbao's information. Drawing skills, your child has amazing drawing abilities from the age of 2.
Singing skills, your baby has amazing singing abilities from the age of 2. Artistic talent max, with an artistic soul, the baby has her own unique insights.
When performing, she can captivate the entire audience and increase the judges and audience's liking for her by 1,000%.
Moreover, when the baby learns art, she has a 1,000% learning ability bonus.
Seeing Erbao's talent, Xiao Chen was completely stunned.
No way, that's amazing. Chapter 77 Erbao also pooped. My liking level has increased by 1,000%. My second child is definitely aiming for a career in the entertainment industry. However, Xiao Chen suddenly realized that developing a career in the entertainment industry might not necessarily be a good thing.
I used to see all sorts of unspoken rules and such, but as long as you have the ability, these are not problems. Moreover, he can compose music for Erbao in the future and then find a professional music team.
Making Erbao a star shouldn't be a problem.
Seeing these talents, Xiao Chen was in a very good mood. He shook his head and swayed his body. Seeing Xiao Chen's twitching appearance, Xian Tiancheng couldn't help but wave his hand in front of him.
Hey Chen, you're probably having some kind of brain fart. What are you thinking about?
Xiao Chen said, I'm thinking about what profession my future children should have.
What's your profession? Jenda chuckled, you're thinking too early.
Besides, the world will definitely be very different in 20 years. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen actually felt that what Xian Tiancheng said made sense.
I never knew you had such insights. Jenda scratched his head, hee, Lu Weiwei taught me all of this. Oh? Indeed, Lu Weiwei looks much more mature than Jenda.
In life, it can also guide Jenda to make great progress.
After dinner, Su Cohen, Xian Tiancheng, and Liang Qian returned to school, while Xiao Chen went straight home. When he got home, he saw his mother holding a baby in each arm. There was a sizzling sound coming from the kitchen. Xiao Chen glanced inside and saw that Su Ji was cooking. Normally, Yuan Yuqin would never let Su Ji cook. He asked, Mom, didn't you forbid Su Ji from cooking? What's going on today? Su Ji's cooking is also exceptionally good, he really enjoys eating it. However, when they are at home, either Yuan Yuqin or he does it. Yuan Yuqin turned her head and glanced at Su Ji, who was busy in the kitchen. What are you saying? I don't want my daughter-in-law to cook either, but she insists on doing it, so what can I do? She said your 7-Eleven is opening tomorrow, and she's been working really hard these past few days, so she wants to cook you a meal herself. I'll treat you to a nice meal. Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Hee, look how good my wife is to me. Yuan Yuqin agreed with what Xiao Chen said. In fact, she had never imagined that Xiao Chen could find such a good daughter-in-law. Seeing Xiao Chen standing there in a daze, Yuan Yuqin couldn't help but complain, what are you standing there for? Go help your wife.
Xiao Chen's face darkened, mainly because he had already eaten. He and his roommate ate very quickly today, which clearly shows that Suji went to a club class today.
She thought Xiao Chen hadn't eaten. Xiao Chen didn't tell her that he and his roommates went to eat grilled oysters. I've already eaten, but I'd like to have a little more. He didn't eat much just now. Xiao Chen is a tough guy, so he definitely doesn't need oysters. After quietly entering the kitchen, Suji turned her head back. A faint smile played on her lips. You're back. How are the preparations at the convenience store going?
All the goods have been delivered, and I've arranged them all. If nothing unexpected happens, we can officially open for business tomorrow.
Sushi hummed in agreement, stirring the vegetables in her hands. Is there a ribbon-cutting ceremony tomorrow?
I have no classes tomorrow morning, so a ribbon-cutting ceremony is a must. In addition, convenience stores usually hold opening events in the days leading up to their opening to attract a certain amount of traffic.
Let's go together tomorrow. Good. Go and rest in the living room. Leave the rest to me.
Xiao Chen wanted to take the spatula from Suji's hand, but she shook her head. No, you must be very tired from carrying the goods.
Go take a shower and get some rest first.
As she spoke, she sniffed the scent around Xiao Chen, and there was a body odor.
I hate it.
Okay, I'll go take a shower first. Xiao Chen left the room, threw his sweat-smelling clothes into the laundry basket, and then took a shower. Just as he was wiping his hair, the system's voice came through.
Ding, your life mission has been updated.
Continuously expanding your business will help you gain a more stable foothold in the future. Over the next 2 weeks, you will gain 1 random talent for your baby for each physical business you acquire.
The system was down for so long before. Why are there so many bubbles appearing now?
Looks like I need to open the Jasmine Milk White and Nail Salon soon. Xiao Chen wouldn't give up the opportunity for the system to reward talent. The more talents his baby has, the more outstanding he will definitely be in the future. After he finished showering and drying his hair, Suji had already placed the dishes she had prepared on the dining table.
Yuan Yuqin put the 2 babies into the stroller. Suji cooked 2 dishes tonight, braised eggplant and king oyster mushrooms.
Xiao Chen especially liked both of these dishes. After putting a piece of braised eggplant in his mouth, Xiao Chen asked Suji, "Wife, what do you think our baby will do in the future?"
In other words, in what direction are you planning to train them? Since having the baby, Xiao Chen has not discussed this issue with Suji.
Because now the system has revealed the baby's talents. Therefore, he felt that De Bao would become a sports student with black skin, and perhaps be trained to become a national athlete. As for Erbao, needless to say, he's definitely an artist. However, the term art is quite broad, encompassing music, fine arts, and acting. All of these are possibilities. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Suji thought for a moment and said,
I feel that De Bao will be an artist in the future.
Xiao Chen was stunned.
Suji's answer was also reasonable and well-founded. Isn't it said that sons resemble their fathers?
Look at you, you can write songs and even sign a contract with Starry Sky, so our eldest son must have inherited your excellent genes.
As for Erbao,
I feel like she could dance, but I don't know about work. I won't put too much pressure on my babies.
As long as they can grow up happily and safely, that's enough.
That's true. Xiao Chen turned his head and glanced at De Bao in the crib.
Just then, De Bao let out a fart.
Then, she started crying loudly.
Xiao Chen was taken aback. Wait, what's going on? Yuan Yuqin had gotten used to it.
There was a distinct stench in the air, and Suji quickly stood up. De Bao is pooped.
So that's how it is.
Xiao Chen quickly carried the baby into the bathroom and rinsed the poop off his bottom with water. During the process, De Bao was quite cooperative with Xiao Chen. Suji also came in and gave him a nice bath with shower gel. After washing the baby clean, Xiao Chen even put his hand to the baby's bottom and smelled it.
It doesn't smell bad.
It smells very good.
It's a sweet and soft little baby.
It was at this moment that Yuan Yuqin opened the door and walked in, carrying her second child whose bottom was covered in poop.
Erbao also had diarrhea. Chapter 78 The Bet. If Jenda loses, he'll wear a skirt.
With no other option, Xiao Chen had to change the water and wash Erbao's bottom clean again. Xiao Chen and Suji slept with the baby at night, being very careful not to roll over onto the baby.
The next day, early morning. Buzzing. At 7 o'clock, my phone started buzzing. Good morning, today is
He groggily turned off his phone and glanced to the side. Suji and Bao Bao are both gone. He glanced at the time again. It was only 7 in the morning. Why did you get up so early? He got up and went to the living room, where he found Suji making him breakfast. Suji used to often stay in bed late. But recently, miraculously, it hasn't happened. After school started, my biological clock returned to normal. After all, they have 8 a.m. Seeing Xiao Chen staring at her from under the doorframe, Suji smiled and asked, "What are you looking at?" "Because you're good looking." Although the words were incredibly corny, Suji loved hearing them. She loves to hear anything said by someone she likes. "Stop being silly, the sandwiches will be ready soon. Go wash up and then come over for breakfast." As she spoke, she opened the refrigerator and poured the milk into a glass. Xiao Chen quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face. When he came to the living room, there was already a sandwich on the clean white plate. The sandwich contains fried beef, lettuce, cheese, and an egg. One bite, and the flavor is rich and delicious. "Honey, I've noticed that your cooking skills are getting better and better." He looked around. "By the way, where's Mom?" She took the baby out to play, saying she wanted the baby to get some fresh air. "So that's how it is. Then eat quickly, we'll go together later." "Good." After finishing their meal, Xiao Chen and Suji entered Jiangchun University. Then, I went straight to the 7-Eleven convenience store. On the way there, Xiao Chen called Xian Tiancheng and the others, asking them to come and participate in the ribbon-cutting ceremony as well. After eating oysters yesterday, the three of us started playing Valorant back in the dorm. Su Koen's girlfriend also likes to play Valorant, and when she teamed up with Su Koen, many people even called her mom. This angered Su Koen. But the game still has to be played. The three of them were especially sleepy this morning, but when they heard it was a ribbon-cutting ceremony, they were sure to come and show their support, and maybe they could even get a free breakfast from Xiao Chen. 7:50 is the time when many college students start their morning commute. Therefore, there are many college students rushing along this road at this time. Upon arriving at the convenience store, Xiao Chen took out the air pump, arched air door, and banner that he had prepared in advance. Because of the rush, Xiao Chen did not invite a host, nor did he invite the manager of 7-Eleven. At this moment, only Xiao Chen, Suji, Su Koen, Xian Tiancheng, Liang Qian, and Lu Weiwei were present. That's right, after Suji told Lu Weiwei last night that there was a ribbon-cutting ceremony, she was going to come too. As for the new shop assistant Xiao Chen hired, he was late on his first day of work. After the arched inflatable banner was hung up, a little girl with light makeup, about 165 centimeters tall, and braided hair ran over from a distance. No, to be precise, she should be my senior. This is the saleswoman Xiao Chen found, named Su Tongyu. She is the kind of well-behaved and quiet girl who is not flashy and gives people a reliable and stable feeling. "I'm sorry, boss. I'm late." She came running up, panting heavily. Xiao Chen checked the time. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet. "I was only less than half an hour late, so it's not a big problem." He set Su Tongyu's work start time at 7:30 every morning, so that students who arrive at 8 o'clock would be able to buy some things. Generally, you need to open 10 minutes in advance. It's okay, just remember to get up earlier next time. Aha! Su Tongyu looked around at the large number of people, including several classmates, who were watching nearby. A girl said, "Hey bro, I didn't expect you to actually open a shop here. I was in the live stream when you consulted Brother Lin a while ago. You're moving way too fast." Xiao Chen smiled, mainly because I feel the location here is quite good. "So you've vacated a room, are you going to open a bubble tea shop in it?" He nodded again. "Yes, that's right." The girl couldn't wait to ask, "So, have you decided what brand you want to open?" "Jasmine Milk White." Xiao Chen spoke up. Upon hearing this, the girl became particularly excited. "That's great. I love jasmine milk tea. I used to have to go to Mixi Mall to drink it, but now I can drink it at our school. I'm so happy." Seeing her so excited, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. "No, is it really necessary to go to such lengths?" More and more students gathered around, and quite a few even went into the shop to buy things. As for the ribbon-cutting ceremony, there wasn't much to note. Xiao Chen took scissors and cut the ribbons, while Xian Tianqing and Liang Qian spun 2 firecrackers on the side. Bang! Bang! Countless ribbons fell from the sky and landed on Suji's head. Xiao Chen gently cleaned them off for her. At this moment, Xian Tianqing suddenly spoke.
to cut out a vigorous and brilliant path of development. With the golden scissors in hand, wealth and glory will follow.
When the golden scissors cut, may you be blessed with wealth and prosperity. When the golden scissors fall, everything will be prosperous and thriving. I am thrilled to announce that 7-Eleven is now officially open today.
Good. Su Kuan and Liang Qian led the applause, even inspiring the surrounding crowd. Xiao Chen was stunned and looked at Xian Tiancheng with a blank expression. The lines you prepared are quite rhyming. Hee, right? Zhenda scratched his head. These are lines I spent a long time memorizing last night. Don't embarrass yourself. Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes at Xian Tiancheng, thinking, these lines, you can't just memorize them after watching them twice, can you? What do you mean? Is it embarrassing that I spent all night memorizing it?
Zhenda is a contrarian, and his relationship with Lu Weiwei has warmed up recently, so he's become increasingly outspoken.
It's really embarrassing. Lu Weiwei crossed her arms and said, you only said it once, right? I've already memorized it. I don't believe it. Zhenda had memorized it for several hours. She'd never believe it. What if I memorize it? What if you don't memorize it? These two were both very loud and assertive. Lu Weiwei spoke first. If I don't memorize it, I'll wear black stockings for you every day. Upon hearing this, Zhenda was immediately overjoyed. He thought to himself, if you want to wear black stockings to show me, just wear them. Why do you have to go through all this formality and make this bet? Lu Weiwei added, if I memorize it, you can wear a pink dress to class this afternoon. No problem, definitely no problem.
Zhenda crossed his arms and said, then you carry it.
Lu Weiwei, cutting out a vigorous and brilliant path of development. With the golden scissors in hand, wealth and glory will follow.
When the golden scissors cut, may you be blessed with wealth and prosperity.
Chapter 79. Xian Tiancheng wants to dress as a woman? Lu Weiwei recited Xian Tiancheng's lines verbatim. Zhenda's face darkened after hearing this. No way, are you even human? How can you have such a good memory?
In Zhenda's view, this was just a fleeting memory. She might forget it all in half an hour.
Lu Weiwei crossed her arms, adopting a condescending attitude. So, Zhenda, you'd better honor your bet. Zhenda shook his head. This doesn't count. Lu Weiwei hummed in agreement, her tone full of threat. Upon noticing Lu Weiwei at this moment, Xian Tiancheng instantly felt a surge of emotion. Don't worry, honey, I'll definitely honor my bet. But I don't have a skirt either, maybe next time. It's okay, I'll give it to you. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Weiwei interrupted him. Zhenda glanced at Lu Weiwei's slender waist, but I can't wear yours either. Lu Weiwei said seriously, then I'll go to the women's clothing store outside the school to buy it for you later. Anyway, we made a bet, so you have to keep it no matter what. Hiss. For some reason, Zhenda suddenly sensed the presence of the word danger. Lu Weiwei is indeed the rather assertive type. If the two of them were to actually get married in the future, wouldn't that be? Is he going to be a victim of domestic violence? Lu Weiwei saw Xian Tiancheng's lips twitching and couldn't help but lean closer and ask, what's wrong? You're not going to give it away, are you? Xian Tiancheng, are you even a man? Are you even a real man anymore? Zhenda spoke with unwavering confidence. Who's chickening out? Give me the clothes at noon, and I want to wear them this afternoon. Okay, it's a deal. I'll go buy it later.
Zhenda knew Lu Weiwei was serious, but since things had already gone this far, it seemed too late to back out.
He couldn't help but slap himself. Zhenda, why did you make that bet with her? Moreover, how come Lu Weiwei has such a good memory?
A moment later, the 7-Eleven convenience store opened for business.
Since there were no classes this morning, Xiao Chen sent Su Ji home first, while he, Xian Tiancheng, and employee Su Tongyu stayed at the store. Xiao Chen would definitely not be able to stay at the store indefinitely, so to be on the safe side, he needed to hire 2 more people. He had no hope for Zhenda, that guy was just there to coast along. Xiao Chen's idea was simple, he wanted to find an experienced auntie in society. Since he already had a business license, Xiao Chen registered on a recruitment app and then posted the job information on it. In this era of economic downturn, many people cannot find work. Xiao Chenbao's salary is 6,000 yuan, plus 4 days off. Even so, many people still seek him out. The reason for the 6,000 is that we wanted to hire her as the store manager. Xiao Chen directly invited a 35-year-old woman for an interview.
because she has several years of experience working in convenience stores. Furthermore, her resume states that she is married and that she and her husband are childless by choice.
Xiao Chen would definitely like this kind of employee. At 10 o'clock, the woman arrived at the store. Xiao Chen is working on making things work.
Opening a convenience store requires recording daily sales data, and for him, it's not just about handling cash registers, there are many other complex aspects involved. Since there was no office, Xiao Chen met and communicated with her directly on the outdoor terrace. Xiao Chen has completely replaced everything on the terrace, and the sunshade, waterproof table and chairs are all in place.
He also thoughtfully placed 2 trash cans next to the terrace so that students wouldn't litter. Sister Wang, please have a seat.
Xiao Chen had just taken a bottle of mineral water from the store and placed it on the dining table. The salary here is 6,000 yuan, with 4 days off per month.
We work in the morning and do layout.
Since we just opened today, if we get particularly busy in the future, I will hire 2 more people.
Is there anything you'd like to ask? Xiao Chen didn't want to waste other people's time, nor did he want to waste his own.
Wang Feng didn't expect Xiao Chen to be so decisive, but after thinking about it, she realized that they had indeed already made an agreement. The workday is 8 hours long, and although it doesn't have weekends off, the salary is high. Moreover, the novel also mentions that she became the store manager after she arrived.
A salary of 6,000 is not low for a convenience store. No problem. Then, shall I come to work tomorrow? Can.
Xiao Chen nodded. I need to plan my work schedule, I'll send it to you on WeChat tonight.
Good. After a brief meeting, Wang Feng left. It's not feasible for the convenience store to have only 3 people.
He had planned to operate 2 shifts, but Jiangcheng University only has a curfew at 10 p.m., so the store must stay open until at least 10 p.m. Therefore, he plans to hire 2 people full-time and 3 to 4 people part-time. Currently, Su Tongyu and Wang Feng are the full-time employees, and Xian Tiancheng is one of the part-time employees, meaning we still need to find 2 more. It's very easy to find part-time jobs at school, so he contacted the school's confession wall and asked them to post an ad for him. Of course, posting ads and using the confession wall also cost 50 yuan, but this small amount of money was nothing to Xiao Chen.
Xiao Chen directly assigned this task to Su Ji.
If she couldn't handle this matter well, then Su Ji would truly be considered a little fool.
At noon, Xiao Chen did not go home, but returned to his dormitory.
When I pushed open the door and went in, Jenda was holding up a plus-size dress.
No. Xiao Chen was completely bewildered. Lu Weiwei really bought it for you? Damn, yeah.
The temperature has dropped drastically lately.
Should I wear a skirt out? Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Xiao Chen, just say it's too cold to wear it.
She also bought this for me.
As he spoke, Jenda took out a pair of leg-bearing devices from the side. It's still flesh-colored.
Xiao Chen was completely dumbfounded when he saw this.
No, she wanted to kill Xian Tiancheng. If Jenda wears this out, Xiao Chen swears he'll be on the confession wall tomorrow. It wasn't a confession of love, but rather being teased.
In fact, anything is possible if you go on TikTok. Brother, you should think this through.
I don't want any classmates to go to my convenience store, see you, point at you, and call you that pervert who wears women's clothes. If all else fails, go buy a wig so your classmates won't recognize you.
Jenda's face was extremely ugly.
He felt really stupid for making a bet with Lu Weiwei when he had nothing better to do. Xiao Chen ignored him, but Xian Tiancheng actually put on the bare leggings. Because he was rather chubby, his leg hair peeked out from under the tights.
Xian Tiancheng, wearing a skirt, looked lewd.
He climbed up the ladder to Xiao Chen's bed and pouted as he spoke.
Gigi, isn't she pretty?
Seeing this, Xiao Chen kicked him in the face.
Get out of here. Chapter 80 Su Ji's detailed plan. Ouch.
Jenda gripped the bed tightly, not giving up despite Xiao Chen's kick.
Instead, he moved even closer to Xiao Chen, saying, "No, brother, what are you doing? Am I not your little darling? What the hell?"
Jenda said with a lecherous grin, "Have you forgotten? We used to play the penguin racing mobile game together.
And then, we even got married. Omega? Question mark.
Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly remembered that there really was such a thing. When I first started school last year, Jenta asked me to register for a mobile game called Penguin Racing.
This show-off chose a female character when he registered his account.
Then there's a marriage system in the game, so after Xiao Chen registered as a male player, the two got married in the game. However, this game was not interesting at all, so Xiao Chen naturally chose to hit the tiles and call for his mother from inside the tiles. "Get out of my way, I'm coming down right now to divorce you."
Genta Isamu doesn't play this game anymore, he played it in high school. No. This is a testament to our love.
"Get out of here, stop disgusting me." Xiao Chen rolled his eyes, and Xian Tiancheng felt that this was indeed not a good idea, so he stopped bothering Xiao Chen. Instead, he went to entangle Liang Qian.
"Brother Liang Qian, do you think I'm beautiful? Don't you feel the urge to pounce on me? Liang Qian? Damn it, get out of here. You disgusted Xiao Chen and now you're trying to disgust me, huh?"
After disgusting Liang Qian, Xian Tiancheng then disgusted Su Kuan for a while, his main goal being to leave no one untouched. She then sent photos of herself in women's clothing to Lu Weiwei, who couldn't stop laughing when she saw them.
No. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Weiwei held up her phone screen in front of Su Ji. "Don't you think Xin Tiancheng is exceptionally handsome?"
Su Ji knew that Lu Weiwei had really gone to buy women's clothing for Xian Tiancheng, but she never expected that Xian Tiancheng would actually wear the women's clothing.
No. She was very surprised, Genda really wore it. So, is he really going to wear women's clothes to class this afternoon?
Su Ji felt uncomfortable just thinking about that cringeworthy scene.
Lu Weiwei nodded and said, "Of course, Jiju, don't you want to see the cross-dressing master for yourself?" "I don't want to."
Su Ji had absolutely no interest in this. Moreover, she felt that if Genda really went out dressed in women's clothing, he would be far too daring.
"Okay, then I won't let him wear it."
As the saying goes, one shouldn't go too far. If Genda wore this out, as his girlfriend, she would feel extremely embarrassed. Especially if we go out hand in hand and get recognized by our classmates, then we're really doomed. Lu Weiwei immediately sent a message to Xian Tiancheng, "Darling, you look absolutely stunning in women's clothing.
However, you'd better not spread this around this afternoon." To Lu Weiwei's surprise, Xian Tiancheng sent her a message asking why. Why? Upon seeing these three words, Lu Weiwei was taken aback. "No, Genda, do you really want to go out wearing this? Do you really want to?"
"Genda, you're my girlfriend, so as your boyfriend, I have to be a good boy and listen to you." Lu Weiwei had to admire Xian Tiancheng, this guy really liked her.
"Let's give in." "Really? Then don't wear it today. Wear this outfit next time you come home." Genda looked completely bewildered. "If you want him to wear it at school, that's fine, no problem. But what if he were to wear this thing home? Let's forget about it then."
If his mother saw him dressed like this, she would definitely think he had sex reassignment surgery, or that there was something wrong with his sexual orientation. Without hesitation, Lu Weiwei dialed the video call for him. She had to see Xian Tiancheng dressed as a woman in the video.
At the same time,
Su Ji has already received many messages on her phone from classmates who want to work part-time at 7-Eleven. She compiled the information of these students and sent it to Xiao Chen. "Honey, these are the students who want to work part-time. Take a look." When Xiao Chen saw that Su Ji had sent him a spreadsheet, he replied, "You can make the decision on this little thing, honey.
I trust you." But Su Ji had never done anything like this before, and she even lacked confidence in herself. What if I don't do it well?
She typed the message on the screen with her slender fingers, then thought better of it and decided not to send it.
Since her husband trusts her, she can't let him down. I understand.
Don't worry, I will choose carefully.
Aha!
Xiao Chen replied again, "I was planning to have everyone work in 2 shifts, but after thinking about it carefully, it seems a bit inappropriate.
Let's have 3 shifts instead. You can make up a work schedule and a work schedule. Everyone must have the same working hours, and secondly, the same work they do. It must be fair to everyone. I understand."
After replying with 4 words, Su Ji opened her laptop and began making detailed plans. At 1:40 p.m., after waking up from his afternoon nap, Xiao Chen discovered that Su Ji had already completed the task he had assigned her. Su Ji divided her work shifts into 3 shifts, the early shift from 6:30 to 14:30.
Middle shift 11:30-19:30. Night shift 18:30-2400 hours.
Because the dormitory access control only applies to first and second year students, second and third year students are not subject to access control. They can study at school for a long time before going back to their dorm to rest.
Xiao Chen didn't know this, but considering that Lu Weiwei was already a junior in college, perhaps he learned it from Lu Weiwei. "Oh, I see. You did a great job, honey.
It has to be said that Suji's planning was really good. Then, she sent Xiao Chen a list. She had found 2 more third-year students for part-time jobs, both of whom were girls. Suji made a detailed plan based on the school's morning and evening self-study schedules, weekends, holidays, and exam weeks. Xiao Chen was stunned when he saw it. There were many problems that he, a rough old man, hadn't thought of, but Suji's actions were flawless. In his plan, he also mentioned avoiding consecutive shifts and ensuring that employees can rest for more than 8 hours every day, for example, by rotating shifts in the form of early shifts, rest shifts, and late shifts. This can help avoid fatigue, which can negatively impact work efficiency. She even reserved an emergency position so that if someone takes leave or has something else to do, someone can fill in.
And the substitutes. It was none other than him and Suji.
At that moment, Suji sent a message.
How was it, honey? Wasn't I amazing? Omega? Chapter 81 Incredibly Awesome Talent.
This is fantastic. My Gigi is so wonderful, this store is yours from now on. Without saying a word, Xiao Chen made a big promise to Suji.
Upon seeing the message, Suji repeatedly refused, saying, "How can this be allowed? Can't." Xiao Chen, "Sure, sure."
Suji, "No, no, you can't. No, no, hurry up and get ready for the next session." Upon seeing this message, Suji realized that class was about to start.
Because she was the only sophomore in the dormitory. So my class times are different from my roommates.
I was only focused on store planning and forgot all about these things. She quickly turned off her laptop, got out of bed, and hurriedly left the dormitory. After finishing her afternoon classes, Suji arranged to interview classmates who were interested in part-time jobs. In the end, she didn't ask Xiao Chen's opinion and made the decision on her own. Of course, Xiao Chen didn't get involved in this matter.
Jenda went straight to work at the convenience store after class. Because Lu Weiwei said that she recently took a fancy to a small Charles Keith bag. Although she didn't say she wanted Jenda to buy it for her. However, Jenda, as Lu Weiwei's boyfriend, also wanted to do his part. So now I'm very enthusiastic about going to work. Xiao Chen was only given a token amount of extra pay.
Perhaps because there was number 7-Eleven at the school, business was exceptionally good on the first day of opening.
Next, Xiao Chen contacted the franchise hotline for Jasmine Milk White.
As for the nail salon, he directly asked Suji and Lu Weiwei to help out.
Lu Weiwei, who usually has nothing to do, is also very willing.
She and Suji run a nail salon in the nearby university town, and if there are any skilled nail technicians, they will recruit them. Nowadays, everyone is focused on making money, and if there's a high-paying job, people will definitely prefer to go to a place with higher salaries. Of course, since the store wasn't open yet, Lu Weiwei only briefly spoke to the nail technician. The nail technicians also said there were no problems.
This line is particularly special now. Business will definitely be better at universities.
In the next 2 weeks, Xiao Chen quickly renovated the premises and used his connections to obtain business licenses. In just 1 month, he had 3 companies under his name. Seeing that all 3 stores were already operational, Xiao Chen took a deep breath.
Finally, the task was completed while it was stuck.
I haven't been able to take good care of the baby lately, and I haven't even been able to attend classes properly. But graduation was something Xiao Chen could easily achieve, and teachers were unwilling to let their students fail their courses. That evening, Xiao Chen, Suji, Lu Weiwei, and Xian Tiancheng arrived at a very famous, and somewhat expensive, restaurant in the area.
Lu Kai. This restaurant costs over 400 yuan per person.
If you eat well, spending 4 or 5,000 yuan on a meal is like child's play. However, they have indeed been working very hard lately, and Xiao Chen has seen it all.
Especially Lu Weiwei, she traveled to many places before finding a nail technician who satisfied her. Currently, Xiao Chen's shop has 4 nail technicians working there. Jasmine Milk White's business is progressing very smoothly. On the opening day, sales exceeded 10,000 yuan.
From the moment we opened until we got off work in the evening, we were making milk tea non-stop.
The employees are almost exhausted.
Of course, Xiao Chen must have given them some rewards as well.
Only with sufficient rewards can employees be motivated to work. Lu Kai's signature Peking duck was served.
Since Xian Tiancheng had never been to this restaurant before, he looked at the unremarkable Peking duck in the background and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Chen, what's the difference between this Peking duck in the background and the one that costs 30 yuan outside?"
"This? I don't know either."
Although he had money, Xiao Chen had never been to this shop. This was also his first time here.
Seeing that Xiao Chen didn't know either, Jenda didn't ask any further questions. Instead, I simply tasted it. After a light chew, he found that this Peking duck seemed to be just ordinary. As for the taste, it was indeed quite fragrant. Perhaps because he wasn't used to eating good food, Jenda felt that this meal wasn't as good as Xiao Chen's cooking. Coming here has really cost a bit of money. I feel it's just so-so. Suji also took a bite. She was somewhat disappointed with the taste after trying it. Before coming here, she specifically checked the travel guides and found out that Lu Kai's chef was a Michelin-starred chef. Then, it would be better to stay at home and have Xiao Chen do it. Seeing that neither of them looked very happy, the gluttonous Lu Weiwei ate a different dish. It's not as good as what you did. It's not that the food here is bad. Rather, she felt that the food was not worth the price. Xiao Chen chuckled, "Let's eat today, and I'll cook for you at home next time. Don't forget, today is our victory celebration banquet." Aha! Just then, the system's voice came into Xiao Chen's mind. "Ding, congratulations on completing your life mission. You have added 2 industries, so you and your 2 children have each gained a talent. Dabao Xiaoming has acquired a talent, super learning ability. Super learning power, your baby's learning ability increases by 1000%, starting to show from the age of 1. Erbao Xiao Ziqing has acquired the talent, Angel's Face. An angel's face, the baby has an angel's face, with extremely high looks." Xiao Chen was stunned when he saw these 2 talents. No, this talent is just too amazing. Both super learning ability and an angelic face are crucial to one's entire life. When we were kids, everyone liked students who got good grades. Of course, strong learning ability is not only reflected in grades, but in all aspects. For example, if we let Dabao learn to play badminton in the future, he will definitely learn very quickly. And Erbao's angelic face goes without saying. In today's society, appearance is everything. Being good-looking makes life much smoother. Erbao's looks will definitely surpass Su Ji's. Do we really want her to pursue a career in the entertainment industry? Xiao Chen took a deep breath, feeling it was too early to think about this now, he'd deal with it later. Jenda ordered a few bottles of white beer and drank with Xiao Chen. They didn't eat for too long. Around 9 p.m., Xiao Chen and Su Ji left the restaurant. Since they didn't drink too much, they took a walk around the neighborhood after dinner. And since Xian Tianchang had been behaving quite well recently, Xiao Chen simply rewarded him with 5,000 yuan. However, he didn't give it to Lu Weiwei and Su Ji in front of them. Instead, it was in the toilet that I turned it around for him. When Jenda saw that Xiao Chen had transferred money to him, he was taken aback. Then, incredulously, he turned his head and asked, "Brother Chen, what are you doing?" "It's a reward for you. Lu Weiwei hasn't bought the Charles Keith bag she likes yet, has she? Take her to buy it later." Chapter 82. I was given a chance, but you didn't use it. Ah, no. Upon hearing this, Jenda instinctively wanted to refuse, but seeing Jenda's reaction, Xiao Chen couldn't help but kick him in the butt. "You rascal, do you still want to arrange flowers?" Jenda was slightly taken aback. No, these words actually came out of Xiao Chen's mouth. "That's pretty awesome. Why are you looking at me like that? Now that you're boyfriend and girlfriend, just give her more gifts to make her happy, and you can easily take her to a hotel." Hiss. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's remarks, Xian Tiancheng felt that what he said was absolutely right. "Brother Chen, you're awesome. Let's go buy it together later." Good. After leaving the restroom, Xiao Chen continued to stroll around Mixi Mall. As they passed the Charles Keith store, Jenda seized an opportunity to take Lu Weiwei's hand. "Weiwei, didn't you really want a bag? Brother Chen just paid me my salary, and I've also saved some money, so I can go buy it for you." Lu Weiwei was taken aback when she saw Jenda's honest and simple appearance. "You've only been working for half a month, and you're already getting paid?" "Yes," Xiao Chen said. "The part-time wages are paid every 2 weeks, and Xian Tiancheng has been performing well and has been working hard lately, so I gave him some commission." "Yes, let's go. Xian Tiancheng led Su Ji into the store, which had all kinds of bags. The one that Lu Weiwei liked was relatively affordable, costing only 2,999 yuan. This bag is priced in the affordable luxury category. It's black and exceptionally beautiful. "Weiwei, I remember this is the one you like, right?" Jenda pointed to the bag, and at the same time, a sales clerk came over. "Hello, this bag is a newly launched style. Would you like to try it on?"
Jenda shook his head boldly. No need, just give me a new one, we'll take it. Because of its affordable price, the store sells very well, especially among nearby university students who love the brand.
Okay, sir, please come with me to pay. Jenda blew Lu Weiwei a kiss and then followed the cashier to pay.
A short while later, Jenda came over with the brand new bag.
He didn't open the package, but left that opportunity to Lu Weiwei. Weiwei, you can open it yourself. Thank you, Jenda Isamu.
This was the umpteenth time Jenda had given him a gift, but of course, this was the most valuable one. It's really rare for a simp to get promoted to a legitimate partner.
Hee, you're welcome. Lu Weiwei opened the bag and then praised her.
Just then, Jenda subtly spoke up. Weiwei, I don't have the means to buy you LV or anything like that right now. But I swear, I will definitely study hard and learn a lot. When I make money in the future, I will buy you all the things you like. Jenda started making empty promises, which warmed Lu Weiwei's heart. Although Jenda was a bit slow and silly, he was a really good person.
Are you just making empty promises? Lu Weiwei spoke with a faint smile, and Xian Tiancheng curled his lip upon hearing this. Weiwei, do you think I'm that kind of person? I always do what I say I will do. Lu Weiwei then asked, what if you don't make a lot of money? Then I'll sell my kidney. Zhuan Tiancheng blurted out.
Of course, he was joking.
That won't work.
Lu Weiwei shook her head. You'll still need your kidney in the future, so I can't bear to sell it so easily.
Wei. Jenda Osamu then revealed a lewd smile. Use? How do I use it? I'm ignoring you.
Lu Weiwei was well aware of this, but she couldn't show it in front of Xian Tiancheng. The two of them haven't been dating for that long, so she can't just give herself away casually. If you do that, the boy won't cherish you.
I was wrong, Vivi.
Lu Weiwei stomped her feet and walked out of the shop.
Xian Tiancheng quickly followed, while Xiao Chen and Su Ji, who were standing to the side, couldn't help but smile. Xiao Chen, with a sly grin, asked Su Ji, honey, how do we use the kidneys?
Upon hearing this, Su Ji rolled her eyes at him as well.
I'm not talking to you anymore. Don't be like that, I want to use it tonight.
Su Ji did not respond.
Does this mean this is tacit agreement? Because it was getting late, at 10 o'clock, Su Ji drove Xian Tiancheng and Lu Weiwei back to Jiancheng University. After dropping off Xian Tiancheng and Lu Weiwei, Xiao Chen and Su Ji left.
As the two approached the main gate, the security guard yawned and came out of the small pavilion inside.
It's past 10 o'clock, you can't go in. Xian Tiancheng and Lu Wei were both taken aback. That's right, 10 o'clock is the time when entering the school is prohibited. But Jenda still wanted to salvage the situation. Sir, we went out to eat and came back quite late, could you please make an exception? No, this is a school requirement, I can't let you in. The gatekeeper wouldn't let them in no matter what he said. At this moment, Jenda turned his gaze to Lu Weiwei and then spoke, Weiwei. How about we get a hotel room?
He swallowed hard.
I thought to myself.
This is truly a stroke of luck. Even the gatekeeper was so savvy.
Tomorrow, I must properly offer the old man a cigarette.
After hearing Xian Tiancheng's words, Lu Weiwei knew what he was planning.
She said, okay, but we need to book 2 rooms. She held out a 2. Ah. Jenda slapped his thigh, revealing a smile that was more like a grimace. Weiwei, what are you thinking? Of course, we'd book 2 rooms. Are you the kind of person you're thinking of? But I didn't say anything more. Hee, let's go. There are many small hotels near the university.
It's not the weekend, so the nearby hotels shouldn't be fully booked. They entered a mid-range hotel, and after arriving at the front desk, Jenda said, 2 rooms.
2 rooms?
The staff on duty noticed that Jenda was accompanied by a very pretty young woman, and it seemed that they had just started dating. This is the time for her to make her appearance. I'm sorry, we only have 1 double room left today.
Are you 2 a couple? Is it okay if you share a room? Jenda was stunned. Holy crap. No way. Is your luck really that bad?
He turned his head and glanced at Lu Weiwei. Lu Weiwei didn't say much, but simply turned her head away, waiting for Xian Tiancheng to make a decision.
Actually, even if Lu Weiwei agreed at this point, she wouldn't say anything. The money's already paid, what else can I say? But Jenda said very decisively, Weiwei, this hotel is full. Let's find another hotel. The sales clerk was stunned when she saw Jenda leave with Lu Weiwei.
No, I gave you a chance, but you were useless.
Chapter 83. There is no medicine for regret in the world. Genta took Lu Weiwei directly away from the hotel.
Then, he got smarter and directly opened his phone and booked 2 rooms through Huazhu Club.
Lu Weiwei didn't expect that Xin Tiancheng would actually book 2 rooms. He really doesn't cherish the opportunity. However, Lu Weiwei was quite happy after this incident. At least, Genta didn't do anything reckless.
If it were any other guy, he would definitely only book 1 room and lure her in first.
But Genta did not do that. After taking 2 room keys, Genta and Lu Weiwei went upstairs together.
Their rooms were next to each other. Opening the door, he said to Lu Weiwei, "Weiwei, don't forget to wake me up tomorrow morning.
Would you like to come in and sit for a while?"
Lu Weiwei deliberately said this, and upon hearing it, Genta Sito was stunned on the spot.
He scratched his head, his face slightly flushed. This isn't quite right. Fine, don't come then.
After saying that, Lu Weiwei opened the door and went inside, leaving Xian Tiancheng standing there.
At this moment, Genta couldn't help but slap himself. Damn it, Genta, what are you agonizing over? They invited you, and you actually.
Despite his regret, Genta knew that there was no going back, so there was nothing he could do. Upon entering the room, Genta lay on the bed and spaced out for a while before suddenly realizing something was wrong. The hotel he just went to has a lot of rooms, and it's usually not full on weekends.
How come it's full today? Could it be? Was the hotel receptionist, like the school security guard, creating opportunities for him?
Thinking of this, Genta slapped himself across the face again.
Damn it, is there a pill for regret in this world? I want it.
Just as he was lost in thought and filled with regret. Just then, there was a knock on his door.
Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Genta never expected that the person knocking on the door would be Lu Weiwei.
He looked through the peephole and saw Lu Weiwei standing at the door.
He quickly opened the door. Weiwei? What do you need me for? I just checked, and the water heater in my room isn't on. Can I take a shower here? Yes, of course. Genta quickly opened the door.
Seeing that the water temperature from the water heater was 50 degrees Celsius, she forced a smile and said, "My water heater is on.
Go in and wash."
Lu Weiwei hummed in agreement and was about to go in, but then turned her head away again. Pointing his index finger at Genta, he said, "You sit still on the bed and don't peek. If you peek, I'll definitely crush your skull."
Lu Weiwei spoke to Xian Tiancheng in a threatening tone, and Xian Tiancheng immediately stood up straight and saluted Lu Weiwei. "Don't worry, wife, I definitely won't peek."
Lu Weiwei covered her mouth and smiled. She would definitely trust her boyfriend unconditionally.
Then I'm going to take a shower. With that, Lu Weiwei entered the bathroom. Genta sat on the bed.
It was at this moment that he discovered that from this angle, he could see the shadows inside the bathroom. What blocked his way was a glass roof. Lu Weiwei took off her clothes and began to shower. At the same time, Xian Tiancheng saw her graceful figure.
Lu Weiwei has a large collarbone, a slim waist, and a perky butt.
She can be perfectly described as having a large bust, long legs, and being young and beautiful.
Wow, it's so beautiful.
He couldn't help but swallow, thinking how happy he would be to be able to play cards with Lu Weiwei in bed one day. After a while, Lu Weiwei finished taking a shower. She wrapped herself in a bathrobe and came out. As Lu Weiwei came out, Xian Tiancheng twitched his nostrils.
You can clearly smell a pleasant fragrance. Are you going back? Genta definitely didn't want her to go back. But that's not something he can decide. Lu Weiwei shook her head. What are you standing there for? Come and help me blow dry my hair. Huh?
Oh, okay. Genta, who had never had a girlfriend, had absolutely no experience.
He went into the bathroom, grabbed a hairdryer, and then stood behind Lu Weiwei.
Looking at the stunningly beautiful Lu Weiwei in the mirror, Xian Tiancheng suddenly felt that he was truly unworthy of her. "Weiwei, I will definitely lose weight.
I trust you." At the same time,
Xiao Chen and Su Ji had already arrived at the underground parking garage. After dropping off Xian Tiancheng and Lu Weiwei, Xiao Chen's mother, Yuan Yuqin, said that they were out of diapers at home, so Xiao Chen went to a diaper store. Su Ji was a little anxious to go up, but Xiao Chen grabbed her wrist directly.
"Honey, why are you in such a hurry to go upstairs?" Su Ji was slightly taken aback. "Wait, didn't Mom say there were no diapers left at home? Why can't we go up?"
Xiao Chen looked mysterious and then said, "Xian Tiancheng gave Lu Weiwei a gift today."
"How can my girlfriend not receive a gift? Are you going to buy me another bag?"
Suji barely used the LV bag that Xiao Chen gave her last time, so she doesn't want it now. Xiao Chen shook his head. Of course not the baby, come on, I'll take you there. Xiao Chen held Suji's hand and turned left and right in the parking lot. Finally, he arrived at the Porsche 911 RS GT3 that the system had previously rewarded him with. Xiao Chen secretly applied a pink color changing film to the car without Suji's knowledge.
The content is Chikawa. Somewhat naive.
This is? Suji was slightly taken aback when she saw the car. Xiao Chen simply pulled the car keys out of his pocket.
This car is a gift for you. Ah?
Suji was completely bewildered. Her driving skills weren't great, and this car looked incredibly fast.
This isn't a good idea. What's wrong with it?
Xiao Chen said, this car isn't big at all, and it's very easy to drive. Don't be fooled by the exaggerated rear wing, it's nothing special. He forcefully shoved the car keys into Suji's hand. This car is yours from now on.
Good.
Suji didn't refuse, so she nodded, wanting to get back quickly. Thank you, darling, let's go upstairs.
Okay. Soon, Xiao Chen and Suji went upstairs.
Just as Xiao Chen got home, his phone suddenly rang.
The caller was Lu Jing from Starry Sky MCN.
They haven't been in contact for a long time, and during this time, Xiao Chen has only written 2 songs.
Sister Lu.
He placed his phone beside him and called out.
Lu Jing hummed in agreement. Xiao Chen, how have you been lately?
Great, I've been in school for a long time now, and I've been attending classes recently.
Aha.
Lu Jing didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Recently, one of my company's artists is going to participate in I Am a Singer. She is very talented, but she doesn't have any original songs.
Could you come to the company? We can discuss this in detail. Chapter 84, Customizing Songs for Artists. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback.
Good grief, he's actually going to participate in I Am a Singer.
This show is really amazing. Okay, then I'll go over this weekend?
The store has just opened, and the employees must have a lot of questions they don't understand, so they need to consult him.
You can't just open a shop and then the owner runs away and you can't find him. Lu Jing didn't make things difficult for Xiao Chen. Of course, then, 9 o'clock on a weekend morning, is that alright? Okay, no problem.
They didn't say much, and Xiao Chen quickly hung up the phone.
After hanging up the phone, Sue asked Xiao Chen, honey, who called you? It's Lu Jing. Lu Jing?
Suji then remembered that it was Xiao Chen's Mac company.
But since becoming a top composer, Xiao Chen seems to have never gone there.
Yes, I'll go there this weekend.
I guess they'll ask me to write a few songs.
Good. Suji nodded slightly, then looked at the baby in her arms and said, Baby, your dad is going to earn money for your milk powder again.
Quickly thank Dad.
The 2-month-old baby couldn't speak at all, only making new sounds. After playing with the baby for a while, Xiao Chen went to the bedroom to sleep. The next day, there was an early morning start. Xiao Chen and Suji arrived near the school and suddenly saw a familiar figure.
It's Jenda Isamu. Xiao Chen was taken aback. What was this guy doing here? Xin Tiansheng.
Xiao Chen shouted at him. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's voice, he quickly turned his head and looked at Xiao Chen with a shocked expression.
Brother Chen. Xiao Chen jogged over to Xin Tiansheng's side. What are you doing here? You don't usually get up this early.
At this point, Genta's face darkened. After you and your sister-in-law brought me here yesterday, the gatekeeper said it was too late and wouldn't let me in.
Well.
Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then revealed a mischievous smile.
If we didn't let you in, then doesn't that mean? Yes, we went to book a hotel room. Jenda got angry just thinking about it. He hadn't cherished such a good opportunity yesterday.
Yesterday, after I finished blow-drying Lu Weiwei's hair, I was thinking of letting her stay and play for a while.
Making games or something. But Lu Weiwei did not. She went straight back to her room and went to sleep. Finally, when there were no more tasks, Jenda shook the bed and finally fell asleep. Good heavens! Xiao Chen exclaimed, good heavens, and asked, time to eat? I need to eat an egg.
Jenda rolled his eyes. I booked 2 rooms.
What? Seeing Xiao Chen's shocked expression, Xian Tian felt like his life was hanging by a thread. It's the budget hotel I took Lu Weiwei to yesterday. The salesperson said that there was only 1 double room left. Xiao Chen, he's definitely creating an opportunity for you. Yes.
Jenda slapped his thigh.
guess what happened next? What's wrong? Seeing Xian Tianqing's miserable expression, he asked, You didn't just take Lu Weiwei away, did you? That's right. Awesome 666. Xiao Chen couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. This guy is really awesome.
I'm so impressed, I can't even stand up for myself.
Wa'ada.
Jenda felt that girls were all reserved, and if he was a little more assertive, there wouldn't be any problem, and he would be able to get what he wanted. But in the end, he chickened out.
If this gets out, people will definitely laugh at us. It's okay, you'll get to eat next time. Xiao Chen comforted him. He asked again, Wait a minute, where's Lu Weiwei? Why did you come back by yourself? We have 8 a.m., but she doesn't tea. She's still sleeping. Alright, go to class. Don't worry, I definitely won't tell anyone about this.
Xiao Chen spoke with great confidence, but by noon, Su Kuan and Liang Qian already knew about it.
The main problem is that Jenda didn't come back last night, which is extremely unusual. Since they've both gone out, they're bound to do something.
But the two of them did nothing at all.
Su Kuan even began to doubt whether Jenda was impotent. Time flies.
After a few days of settling in, the store's performance gradually stabilized. Now, after deducting all costs, convenience stores can make a profit of more than 10,000 yuan a month.
Xiao Chen simply let Su Ji and Lu Weiwei manage the nail salon entirely, and didn't really care about the specific sales figures. But since the rent is not expensive, it is definitely profitable. The most profitable one is jasmine milk tea.
Xiao Chen completely underestimated the spending power of contemporary female college students. In the past few days, he has been able to sell more than 20,000 yuan worth of goods every day.
That's absolutely outrageous. Saturday. Xiao Chen slept until 7 in the morning.
He opened his eyes, yawned, and found that Su Ji had gotten up.
Just then, she entered the room. Honey, you're awake.
Xiao Chen hummed softly, and Su Ji continued, Then hurry up and get up.
I've already made breakfast. Shouldn't you be leaving after you eat? Good.
Xiao Chen nodded with a grin, then got dressed and went to the living room. Xiao Chen wanted to eat, and Su Ji leaned closer, staring at him as she said,
Honey, go wash up first. Okay. Sometimes he's like that, he's a bit lazy and too lazy to wash up. They wanted to eat without even washing their hands. After washing up, Xiao Chen asked, Where's Mom?
She took the baby out to play.
The air quality in Jiangcheng is not bad. My mom usually gets up very early.
Sometimes after she finishes cooking, she eats a few bites and then takes the babies out to play.
Xiao Chen was already used to it. Letting the baby breathe in the morning air is really nice.
However, the temperature has dropped a lot recently, and after a while, I'm afraid I won't be able to take the baby out anymore.
After finishing his meal, Xiao Chen told Su Ji and went downstairs.
Then he drove his Xiaomi YU7 to Starry Sky Media Company. Traffic was heavy on the weekend, and Xiao Chen arrived 15 minutes later than expected. Upon arrival, he contacted Lu Jing beforehand and said, Sorry, there was some traffic on the way, so I'm a little late.
It's okay. Lu Jing wouldn't make things difficult for Xiao Chen over such a trivial matter.
As she led Xiao Chen inside, she said, Recently, our company has been cultivating a singer with exceptional potential. I'm going to participate in the semi-finals of I Am a Singer right now.
If we can advance this time, we might have a chance to compete in the finals.
However, once you enter the semi-finals, you will have to sing all your own original songs.
So?
Actually, Xiao Chen could already understand what was being said at this point. The song he wrote was sold directly to the singer. That song is his original work.
I understand what you mean. Xiao Chen nodded.
Lu Jing said, Then I'll arrange for you to meet first.
Good. Chapter 85 The Master Whose Hair Was Fully Grown.
Lu Jing led Xiao Chen to the 6th floor of the Starry Sky Hotel and gave a brief introduction to the singer along the way.
The singer's name is Su Lei.
He is only 26 years old and is a graduate of Huaxia Conservatory of Music. He has exceptional singing talent and is a singer who has garnered much attention. On the stage of I Am a Singer, he advanced through more than 10 rounds and made it to the semi-finals. However, his weakness is also very obvious. He has a strong singing talent, but he doesn't have any original works. To participate in the semi-finals of I Am a Singer, you need to have your own work. Even if you don't win an award in the semi-finals, as long as the song is well written, it can dominate the charts on various streaming platforms. In this way, the singer can quickly gain wider recognition.
Xiao Chen nodded slightly.
Lu Jing first led him into a recording studio, where several sound engineers were working. Through the glass in front of him, Xiao Chen also saw Su Lei, the genius Lu Jing had mentioned. He had dyed blonde hair, wore black-rimmed glasses, and a red plaid jacket. His expression was somewhat impatient. The sound from the recording engineer was also full of off-key notes and distorted sounds.
Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. No. Is this the musical genius you've been talking about?
Xiao Chen didn't say anything, but stared at Lu Jing with a questioning look. Lu Jing's face remained expressionless as she spoke.
Su Lei has been out of sorts lately. He is not very satisfied with the lyricists and composers in our company. Xiao Chen pursed his lips and simply nodded slightly. Since acquiring the skill of songwriting, Xiao Chen clearly felt that he had developed unique insights into music.
In any case, after hearing this terrible music, Xiao Chen felt that Su Lei's singing was not very good. A moment later, Su Lei finished singing, took off his monitoring headphones, and entered the recording studio with a dissatisfied look on his face.
Upon entering, he angrily exclaimed, "What kind of composers are you? Do you think I can advance to the semi-finals singing these lousy songs?"
Upon entering the recording studio, Su Lei launched into a tirade, complaining that he had an extremely volatile temper. After seeing him, Xiao Chen had absolutely no intention of writing a song for him.
With a temper like that, would you really want to work with him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. At this moment, Su Lei turned his attention to Lu Jing. "Didn't you say you were going to find me the best lyricist in your company? Where is he? Is he here or not? Is this some kind of trick to get me to sign a contract?" Lu Jing was definitely upset after being yelled at by Su Lei, but what could she do?
Su Lei is now a key person under their company's protection, and it is also a requirement from their superiors that the most professional team must be brought in to serve Su Lei. "Mr. Su, don't worry, I've already invited the lyricist you mentioned."
"You've been invited? Where are you?"
He looked around, instinctively ignoring Xiao Chen who was there.
This is...
Lu Jing also thought Su Lei was particularly impolite. No matter what, Xiao Chen is good-looking, and now he has a particularly elegant and artistic air about him.
They shouldn't be ignored.
Su Lei looked at the young man who looked several years younger than him and burst out laughing.
Then, staring at Lu Jing, he asked, "What did you say? Is this the master you were talking about? Can you stop trying to fool me? Is your company any good? If not, just terminate the contract. There are plenty of companies that want to poach me. If it weren't for your company making all those promises to me, I'm definitely not coming, okay?"
Seeing Su Lei getting more and more agitated, Lu Jing was speechless. But she couldn't get angry at Su Lei at that moment, so she could only say, "Don't let his youth fool you, this young man is very capable." Upon hearing this, Su Lei completely ignored what she was saying. "Please trouble you. Find all the famous lyricists and composers from your company for me. Don't find me that kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet." Su Lei showed no respect for others and thought he was exceptionally remarkable. Without saying a word, Xiao Chen left the recording studio. Saying such things in front of several people, Xiao Chen had no intention of staying there any longer.
Of course, he wasn't angry. Because he knew very well that it was completely unnecessary to get angry with this kind of person.
Seeing Xiao Chen storm off in a huff, Lu Jing was taken aback at first, then quickly caught up with him.
"Xiao Chen, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Sister Lu."
Xiao Chen said calmly, "But I don't want to write songs for him."
"You don't need to tell me anything else. My mind is made up. No matter how talented he is, looking down on people is of no use. This..."
Lu Jing looked embarrassed, and just as she was about to say something, the system's voice rang in Xiao Chen's mind again. "Ding, congratulations host for unlocking your life mission.
Please make your choice. Option 1, advise Lu Jing to give up on Su Lei and directly persuade the company to terminate Su Lei's contract.
Then help her find a singer who is even more talented than Su Lei. Reward, 1 random talent for each of De Bao and Air Bao. Option 2, take back what you just said, go into the recording studio and beg Su Lei to give you another chance.
Reward, coward title." Xiao Chen looked completely bewildered. "No. System, aren't you making things difficult for me?"
Xiao Chen felt that persuading Lu Jing to terminate her contract with Su Lei was not a problem.
The problem is, how do we find him a singer who was even more talented than Sule?
That's a bit difficult.
Do I have to choose one?
Xiaochen couldn't help but ask, and the system replied, yes, you have to choose one.
Add #%.
Adhering to the saying that there's always a way out, Xiaochen made his choice without hesitation. Option 1.
Ding, selection complete. Please proceed with persuasion immediately according to option 1.
Xiaochen rolled his eyes upon hearing this.
Would it kill him to wait a little longer?
He might think about it, but he was determined to speak up immediately.
Sister Lu, I feel that Sule is a particularly difficult person to deal with. If it really doesn't work out, you should terminate your contract with him. Terminate the contract?
Lu Jing had never thought about this issue before. She said, this is not a good idea. If we terminate the contract, our company will have to pay a lot of money in compensation. Also, although Sule has a bad temper, his ability is really not a problem. At this point, Xiaochen didn't know how to persuade her anymore.
Indeed, as she said, they would definitely have to pay a lot of money.
Xiaochen spoke again, Sister Lu, the I Am a Singer program has always been running, and there are always auditions. I am confident that I can help your company find a more outstanding singer. Xiaochen didn't believe it when he said those words, but just then, the system in his mind said that it would provide support. Hearing this, Xiaochen was no longer worried, and his tone became much more confident.
What did you say? Lu Jing was taken aback.
Xiaochen spoke again, I said I would find a better singer.
Look at what Sule just said. Aren't you angry? Chapter 86 Heading to Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. Lu Jing thought about it and agreed.
Ever since they signed the contract with Sule has indeed been making things difficult for them in every way. It's fair to say that all the lyricists and composers in his company wrote songs for him, but
Sule was never satisfied.
In Lu Jing's eyes, Xiaochen was her trump card, but after seeing Sule, this trump card showed no intention of being used.
This is a bit awkward. I'll think about it.
Good. Xiaochen didn't want to stay here any longer. Well then, give me a call after you've thought it over, I'll go home first. Anyway, I can't write songs for Sule. Seeing that Xiaochen was determined to leave, Lu Jing didn't know what to say. She could only nod and then see Xiaochen off from the company.
Xiaochen got home before 11 o'clock.
Suji was at home taking care of the baby. She was a little surprised to see Xiaochen come back so quickly.
Why are you back so soon? Suji asked. Xiaochen plopped down on the sofa, don't even mention it.
Lu Jing asked me to write a song for someone, but that guy was incredibly unreliable.
Unreliable?
Suji was slightly taken aback, and Xiaochen hummed in agreement. He's just someone who doesn't have much ability but thinks he's invincible.
Never mind, let's not talk about him. Xiaochen thought about it.
Since Sule was able to enter the semi-finals by covering songs, he must have some ability. But since he didn't have any original songs, he was basically finished. No matter which company he goes to, he will put on airs, and if he continues like this, no company will be able to cooperate with him.
As for his singing skills, well,
Xiaochen felt they were indeed quite average.
However, now there is another problem. How can he find a singer with even greater talent than Sule?
Just then, the system voice came, Host, you can go to nearby art schools to look for them.
Of course, you will have to spend some money on this.
Even the host, you can directly use the name of participating in the I Am a Singer Starry Sky Media audition to conduct personnel screening.
Xiaochen thought about it and had to admit that it really worked. I'll give it a try.
Since it's the weekend, he should be able to go directly to Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. However, before that, he needs to prepare a banner or something. There was an advertising company downstairs in the apartment complex. Xiaochen went to the advertising company to inquire and then printed out a copy of the I Am a Singer college audition event. To make the event more realistic, Xiaochen directly instructed the system to contact I Am a Singer and officially launch the event. At first, the system was unwilling, but, since it had previously said it would provide support, Xiaochen used that support as an excuse to get the system to do so. The system had no choice but to grant his request.
I have to say, the system is really powerful. After receiving the banner, Xiaochen threw it directly into the trunk of his car.
When he got home, he said to Suji, Wife, come with me somewhere this afternoon.
Where? Suji asked. Go to Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. Ah? Suji couldn't understand Xiaochen at all.
From recently starting my own business and opening 3 stores, to now suddenly having to go to Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. They had absolutely no idea what Xiaochen was up to.
Where are you going?
Xiaochen sighed. I promised Lu Jing that I would help her find someone with singing talent to participate in I Am a Singer. I feel that the chances of meeting him are better at Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. Xiaochen was also somewhat helpless. He glanced at the second baby in Suji's arms and thought, baby, if only you were a few years older.
You might just become a child star.
System, host, this system can help your baby grow rapidly, with 1 day's growth equaling a year's progress.
Do you want it? Omega? Upon hearing this, Xiaochen was completely bewildered. Not the leader? What the hell? Thank you, but I don't need it. Oh well. Suji nodded. Indeed, that's how it is at music academies if you're studying music. Shall we go together this afternoon? Aha!
Xiaochen told his mother that he was going out in the afternoon, and his mother naturally understood.
Xiaochen is very different now compared to before. He was like a completely different person.
In the afternoon, after lunch, Xiaochen and Suji went straight to the gate of Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. Compared to Jiangcheng University, there are so many female students in art colleges like this, the male-to-female ratio is probably a terrifying 2-to-8. Most importantly, the girls at the art school all dressed incredibly cool. It's already mid-November, but there's still no shortage of women wearing black stockings.
Some people even showed their belly buttons. Some even had their legs exposed. Xiaochen wanted to ask, aren't you really afraid of getting rheumatism in the future? What are you looking at?
Xiaochen's eyes were like they were looking at himself. After Suji caught his gaze, she pinched his ear hard.
Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. Even though Suji was also very beautiful, Xiaochen couldn't help but look at other people.
There's a saying that goes something like this, what belongs to others is always the best.
I'm looking at that tree. Xiaochen awkwardly pointed to the tree beside him. Wife, look at that tree, isn't it very thick and strong? He.
Suji rolled her eyes. Xiaochen is just lying through his teeth.
Okay, honey, I'm sorry. It's your fault for not wearing black stockings today.
Xiaochen muttered to himself, to be honest, I've been with Suji for over 2 months, and I've never seen her wear black stockings. No, I must make her wear it another day.
Black stockings are incredibly alluring to guys. I'll wear it next time.
Seeing so many different kinds of young ladies at the music academy, Suji was indeed a little scared that Xiaochen would be kidnapped.
Upon hearing this, Xiaochen was delighted. Okay. There was a gate access control at the entrance of Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music.
Xiaochen took the banner and went directly to the security guard at the gate, and even thoughtfully slipped him 2 boxes of cigarettes. The security guard at the school gate had never seen anything like this before. 2 boxes of cigarettes were their daily wage, so without saying a word, he let Xiaochen in.
Xiaochen drove a Xiaomi YU7, attracting just as many attention as he did at Jiangcheng University.
And it has to be said, the girls there were all incredibly beautiful.
How can she be so beautiful?
He felt that even if Suji came, she might not necessarily be the school beauty.
My wife is the most beautiful.
Xiaochen and Suji arrived at the school playground and found many girls playing guitar and doing live streams outdoors.
Are all the students at this school so thrifty and good at managing their households?
Xiaochen opened Douyin TikTok, and as soon as he opened the local area section, he saw a girl playing guitar not far away. When I looked at the number of followers, wow, over 1 million.
Sorry to bother you. Chapter 87 Live Stream Girl.
Xiaochen was about to give up, but he couldn't help but take another look at the girl playing the guitar on his phone screen. There are over 6,000 viewers in the live stream right now, and it has to be said that her live stream is quite successful.
Moreover, this girl plays the guitar quite well and sings very well.
Although the songs he sang and the melodies he talked about were different, he was definitely quite skilled.
What should I do? I want to go ask.
But it's really not good to disturb someone's live stream. Just as Xiaochen was hesitating, Suji walked over.
What's wrong, darling? She asked.
Xiaochen said, I think the girl doing the live stream up ahead is nice, but she's live streaming right now, so it wouldn't be good to just go over and disturb her. Suji nodded and then said, that's right, you can wait until her live stream ends, and then go and talk to her.
Xiaochen nodded slightly and then unfurled the banner.
At that moment, many students gathered around after seeing the banner. Because they are students at a music academy, many of them hope to become singers.
Now, Xiao Chen directly recorded the names of many classmates.
Xiao Chen just contacted Lu Jing and asked her to prepare a recording studio for the students when they go to audition. Lu Jing said there was no problem, but they had tried this method before. In this kind of campus, there are many students with very good skills, but that's all you can say.
Singers like Su Lei are extremely rare. Moreover, even if there are such students in the school, they may be blacklisted by the school. Of course, Xiao Chen still wanted to give it a try. After collecting the list of students, Xiao Chen waited for the female student who was live streaming to finish her broadcast. Time quickly passed to 6 o'clock in the evening, but she showed no sign of ending the broadcast. He just kept singing while holding his guitar. I'm not tired at all. No, aren't you tired at all? Xiao Chen was completely bewildered. He looked at Su Ji, who was already sleepy, and said, "Wife, if you're tired, you should go back first." Su Ji was slightly taken aback. To be honest, he was indeed a little tired after staying here for so long. But Xiao Chen is still here. Wouldn't it be too inappropriate for her to just leave?
Thinking of this, Su Ji shook her head. "It's okay, I'll wait with you." It was quite cold at night, and Xiao Chen was worried that she might catch a cold.
Then go sit in the car for a while. If you get hungry, go to the school cafeteria and get a meal.
Su Ji touched her lower abdomen. She was indeed a little hungry.
Then I'll go buy food. What do you want to eat? I'm fine with either.
Good. Su Ji knew that Xiao Chen wasn't a picky eater, so she went to the cafeteria. She didn't drive, but planned to stroll around the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music.
Xiao Chen then waited.
It has to be said that she really worked very hard. When she got tired, she would only drink a couple of sips of water to catch her breath before continuing to sing. About half an hour later, Su Ji returned carrying 2 portions of dumplings. She said, "I bought the cabbage and pork dumplings that you like."
Can. Xiao Chen was so hungry that his stomach was practically sticking to his back.
After finishing his dumplings, he continued to wait silently.
Su Ji sat in the car and started watching a TV series. And so it went, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours.
By 9:30, Su Ji was already asleep in the car.
And this young lady actually. It's still live streaming. Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. No, how much money could this make? Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Another hour and a half passed before the young woman finally spoke.
That concludes our live stream for today.
See you tomorrow at noon.
As she spoke, she bowed to her phone screen before turning off the live stream. Xiao Chen glanced inside the Xiaomi YU7 and saw that Su Ji had adjusted the passenger seat to 0 gravity and was still sleeping.
She was still sleeping soundly.
Xiao Chen didn't disturb her, but walked straight towards the young lady. It was really too late to just rush over there, but having already waited for so long, Xiao Chen had no choice but to bite the bullet and go.
He approached the female student and said, "Hello, this student."
Xiao Chen lacked confidence. After all, his appearance was indeed somewhat sleazy.
The
girl was putting the guitar into its case when she looked at Xiao Chen curiously. "I think I've seen you here since daytime, you are." Xiao Chen touched his nose. "You can think of me as a talent scout."
Talent scout?
The girl chuckled upon hearing this, then shook her head. "Sorry, I'm not interested in that. I'm going back to my dorm to rest now."
Don't be like that. Xiao Chen stepped in front of the girl and said, "I've noticed that you have pretty good singing skills. I wonder if you'd be interested in participating in the show I Am a Singer." Am I a singer? The girl thought for a moment, then asked, Are you the recruiter for me as a singer? You waited here for me for so long just to tell me this?
To be honest, Su Guogua noticed Xiao Chen when he first arrived, but she was a little surprised that he stayed here for so long.
Otherwise what?
Xiao Chen looked at the huge playground. "Look how big the playground is, you're all alone here."
That makes sense. Su Guogua looked at Xiao Chen. "Why did you choose me? And you even waited for me here for so long?"
"I feel you have a great talent for singing, and I am a lyricist myself." Xiao Chen touched his nose. "So, I feel you're quite suitable."
Then weren't the students you recruited this afternoon suitable?
She looked at him with her big, bright eyes, and Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. "It's a bit rushed, and I don't know everyone's strength, but your strength has already earned my recognition."
Xiao Chen asked, "But I'd like to ask, why are you streaming so late?"
Upon hearing this, Su Guogua slightly pursed her lips, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, but she quickly raised the corners of her mouth again. "Because I need to make money." I'm already a junior in college this year, and after graduation I want to travel to many, many places. These things all cost money, and I don't want to become a beast of burden. Hearing her words, Xiao Chen felt something was off, as if she was deliberately hiding something.
Xiao Chen asked, "So, how much can you earn from this live stream?" Although Su Guoguo was reluctant to answer the question, she still decided to tell Xiao Chen today's income was a little over 600. So little?
Xiao Chen thought she could earn several thousand yuan a day singing here. But to my surprise, there were only 600 plus.
Su Guoguo is already quite satisfied with this income, it's alright. The economic situation is not good right now.
If it weren't for these loyal fans, I would be starving.
Chapter 88 Su Guoguo. Are we all going to have to eat dirt? Her monthly income is about 20,000 yuan.
Xiao Chen doesn't understand how someone with such an income could be struggling to make ends meet. If I can't even make ends meet with an income of 20,000, and my monthly living expenses are only 2,000, then what am I?
Su Guoguo didn't reply. She yawned and then took out her phone. Do you need to add each other's contact information? It's too late today, I don't want to chat with you here anymore. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm going back to sleep. Okay. Xiao Chen nodded, and then added Su Guoguo on WeChat. She left the playground with her guitar bag on her back and went back to her dormitory.
After Xiao Chen returned to the car, Suji slowly opened her eyes upon hearing the noise.
She glanced out the car window and then asked, Honey, where's that girl? I've already gone back.
I added her on WeChat, and I'll talk to her again tomorrow.
Okay, then let's go home too.
She was so tired that Xiao Chen didn't disturb her.
He just nodded and drove home. The next day. Inside the Starry Sky Media office. What did you say? Your company wants to terminate my contract? Su Lei looked at Lu Jing sitting opposite him, completely bewildered. Yes.
Lu Jing spoke calmly, explaining that she had reported the recent situation to the company's senior management yesterday, and they were trying to salvage the situation. But all the lyricists and composers in the company had already worked for him, and he was still not satisfied with any of the songs. It's fair to say that such a large company simply couldn't accommodate someone as powerful as Su Lei. Although Starry Sky is not a top media company in Zhangcheng, it is still among the top 5. Su Lei is indeed capable, but he is extremely arrogant and refuses to listen to others' advice. Therefore, after discussions among senior management, the company ultimately decided not to cooperate with Su Lei. Su Lei can still participate in I Am a Singer, but he will need to find his own songs. Lu Jing also knew that once the budget was cut, Su Lei would collaborate with other companies. However, for someone like Su Lei, unless a top-tier team tailored songs specifically for him, otherwise,
he's going to lose badly. Upon hearing the news of his contract termination, Su Lei remained arrogant. Fine, terminate the contract then, how about the compensation?
We will calculate the compensation, and the total amount will not be less than 200,000 yuan. We'll find out the specifics when we sign the contract. Upon hearing this, Su Lei smiled even more broadly, saying that his company could afford a mere 200,000 yuan. Before participating in the auditions for I Am a Singer, his songs were all covers, so they wouldn't bring him much profit. Just as Su Lei was feeling smug, Lu Jing revealed a sly smile. However, the cost of training you that our company previously incurred will need to be deducted from the penalty for breach of contract. For example, the cost of using our recording studio, the service fee for our lyricists and composers, and all the expenses for your participation in the I Am a Singer stage. These are estimated to be worth over 100,000.
What did you say?
Upon hearing this, Su Lei's smile froze. Why should I pay so much in compensation? It is clearly your breach of contract that warrants termination of the contract.
Lu Jing, but you also bear some responsibility for this. Yesterday I invited a top-notch lyricist to your place, but what was your reaction? Su Lei thought of Xiao Chen, who hadn't even grown a full beard yesterday, and couldn't help but chuckle. Don't try to fool me with that kid. You guys?
Before Su Lei could finish speaking, Lu Jing interjected, but one of his songs has already been recognized by Shui Tianwang, and later Shui Tianwang's albums included songs he wrote.
Pa!
Su Lei looked incredulous.
Could Xiao Chen, with his carefree and irresponsible attitude, really write a song that would be recognized by Shui Tianwang? Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Su Lei stopped arguing with Lu Jing and decisively signed the contract.
He then left the company to find other partners.
Li Jing simply sighed silently. She thought to herself that there are so few normal people in this society now. It's not easy to meet a young man with such talent, but he has such a temper.
I'm speechless. She had nothing to say. I wonder how Xiao Chen is doing. At the same time,
Xiao Chen had just opened his eyes.
He slept straight until 9 in the morning.
There was nothing he could do after returning home last night. The baby was still crying at 1 in the morning, and he had been trying to soothe the baby the whole time. My mom looks much more haggard lately because of taking care of the children.
Xiao Chen even considered hiring a nanny again.
After waking up, Xiao Chen opened her phone and found that Su Guagua had sent her an animated emoji yesterday.
The expression is watery and bubbly.
Xiao Chen didn't reply, but instead curiously opened Su Guagua's moments. She told him her name last night, but the two of them didn't chat. His impression of Su Guagua was still very good. During her live stream yesterday, she was dressed in a cosplay outfit, cosplaying Daji from the game Honor of Kings, wearing white stockings, and she had a great figure. However, compared to Su Ji, she is far inferior.
Su Guagua's WeChat moments didn't show the world travels that Xiao Chen had imagined.
Instead, her moments often featured prayer messages, and a window frequently appeared in the photos. There are many such pictures, with many similar angles throughout the year.
There isn't even a single selfie of hers on her WeChat moments. This little girl is rather mysterious.
Xiao Chen continued scrolling down, and then he saw a post from 2 years ago on his WeChat moments. The post on social media showed a very young hand holding a somewhat weathered hand, marked by the passage of time, with needles stuck in the hand, and the bedsheet beneath the hands was white.
It looks like a hospital. Xiao Chen became even more curious.
There were no more posts on moments below that. Thinking back to Su Guagua's gaze yesterday, Xiao Chen felt that things might not be so simple.
Are you still live streaming today?
Xiao Chen sent a WeChat message to Su Guagua, who replied almost instantly, "Yeah, of course I'll be live streaming. I'll be live streaming on the school playground at 12 o'clock sharp.
You can also come to my live stream to listen to music."
Seeing these words, Xiao Chen could imagine how she would speak. She must be very optimistic.
Okay, I'll check. 2.5 minutes later, Xiao Chen sent her another WeChat message. Will you be streaming until 11 p.m. tonight too?
No, I'll end the broadcast at 6 o'clock today.
I have things to do tonight. What? You want to treat me to dinner? Aren't you afraid your girlfriend will be jealous?
She had clearly seen Xiao Chen's WeChat moments, or perhaps she had seen Su Ji yesterday. Upon seeing this message, Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile.
She won't be jealous, and I don't have any feelings for you. I want to discuss with you my career as a singer. Chapter 89 Super Composition Skills. Upon seeing Xiao Chen's message, Su Guagua replied, "I don't have time tomorrow afternoon, how about the day after tomorrow?" Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Chen replied, "Of course, I'll contact you then." Aha!
Seeing Su Guagua's reply, Xiao Chen could roughly tell that the matter was probably settled.
Otherwise, she probably wouldn't even bother with him. You lazy pig, you're finally awake.
At this moment, Su Ji came out of the living room carrying Erbao. She rolled her eyes and said, "You slept until after 9 o'clock.
You can really sleep." Xiao Chen couldn't help but complain, "Do you know what time I fell asleep?" "Su Ji, you probably went to sleep as soon as you got home last night." Xiao Chen then asked, "My dear wife Su Ji, do you remember how you got upstairs last night?"
Su Ji thought back carefully and vaguely remembered that Xiao Chen had woken her up after they arrived at the neighborhood yesterday.
But she simply didn't want to move.
In the end, Xiao Chen carried her home.
"It should be you holding me. Thank goodness you're not stupid, you still remember."
"Then your daughter kept crying and crying until almost 2 a.m. before I finally went to bed."
"Doesn't it seem understandable that I slept until 9 o'clock? Su Ji was slightly taken aback. After hearing what Xiao Chen said, well, it did make sense. "That's true,"
she muttered to herself. Xiao Chen pursed his lips. After getting up, brushing his teeth, and having breakfast, he let his mother rest for a while in the morning. He and Su Ji took the baby out for a walk. In the afternoon, Mom and Su Ji went shopping to buy clothes for the children, while Xiao Chen stayed home and wrote songs.
Xiao Chen felt that he was still lacking the skill of composing music. Just as she was thinking of this, the system suddenly appeared. "Congratulations, host, you are close to becoming an SSS level singer, Su Guagua. Please communicate with her in a friendly manner and do your best to help her win the championship of I Am a Singer. Save this unfortunate family."
Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, super composition.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was completely dumbfounded. What the heck is going on? SSS level singer, Su Guagua? Could it be that I made the right bet? But what is the situation with her unfortunate family?
Xiao Chen was completely baffled, but just as he was thinking about the skill of composing music, the system rewarded him with it.
This is absolutely so cool. Without hesitation, he bought a piano online.
Because of this skill, he felt he knew all kinds of musical instruments. There just happened to be an empty room, and Xiao Chen felt he could get a high-spec computer and some professional recording equipment.
But this is a residential house, so the effect will definitely not be good.
If only the system could give me a space similar to a recording studio. After saying this, Xiao Chen thought the system would give him something like a space without hesitation.
But the system didn't say anything at all. They just gave me a skill. What's wrong with giving me a recording studio space? All right. Xiao Chen eventually gave up.
Now, background music doesn't need to be recorded, it can be simulated using professional software.
However, it requires relatively high specifications.
Xiao Chen then found a professional computer assembler in the same city and got a complete set, including a 9950X3D and an RTX 5090. Including the piano, the total cost was 200,000 yuan.
By the afternoon, the piano and computer were set up. When Su Ji and her mother returned, the piano and computer had already been set up. Su Ji looked at the brand new ROG logo and asked curiously, "Did you buy this computer and piano? Honey, if you didn't buy it, did it grow out of the house?"
Upon hearing this, Su Ji lightly punched Xiao Chen with her little pink fist, pouting, "You're so annoying."
"But you bought the computer, are you going to play games?"
She had asked Xiao Chen what he was doing during his freshman year of college, and Xiao Chen's answer was very simple. He said he was calling for his mother in Wali. This answer almost made Su Ji furious, but thinking about it, it made sense. Nowadays, college students often play games on their phones when they don't have much free time. Xiao Chen doesn't smoke or drink much, so it seems quite normal for a guy to play games. Even when you get older, playing games becomes less interesting.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head. "What games?"
"I'm planning to record some backing tracks myself, which requires some professional software, so I bought a high-spec computer.
My previous computer couldn't handle these software programs at all. So that's how it is." At this moment, Yuan Yuqin, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but ask, "You bought this piano, can you play it?"
"Mom, you're underestimating me." Xiao Chen sat down at the piano and played two tigers for him. Hearing Xiao Chen play it quite well, Yuan Yuqin twitched her lips. "Although you played it well, son, this is too childish.
Can we go for something a little more intense?"
Xiao Chen felt that his mother's tone of voice was strange.
"Mom, spend less time on TikTok."
As he spoke, he played Joe Hisaishi's Castle in the Sky, a particularly beautiful piece of music. Upon hearing Xiao Chen play it, she couldn't help but give him a thumbs up.
"Son, when did you start learning piano? I never expected you to have such abilities."
Xiao Chen said jokingly, "Mom, I learned this from the womb."
Question mark. Get out of here. Jiju, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it for you.
Upon hearing this, Su Ji quickly said, "Oh dear, Mom, please don't do that."
Why don't I do it instead?
It's okay, I'll go.
Question mark.
Feeling somewhat superfluous, Xiao Chen spoke up, "How about
I go?"
Okay.
Upon hearing this, neither Su Ji nor Yuan Yuqin argued back. Xiao Chen's face darkened. "Damn it, you two are arguing here, waiting for me to speak, aren't you?"
He was speechless, but there was nothing he could do. Instead, he happily went to the kitchen and started cooking. It was already 6:30 p.m. when they finished cooking. Xiao Chen put a piece of braised pork into Su Ji's bowl and then said, "Wife, I'm going to meet Su Guogui tomorrow night.
Do you want to come along?" Xiao Chen knew Su Ji wouldn't come along, but he still asked anyway.
Upon hearing this, Su Ji shook her head, "I won't go. You should talk to her properly. Strive to get him participating in the competition as soon as possible."
"Don't worry, I will."
Xiao Chen nodded with a smile, while Yuan Yuqin did not ask who Su Guogua was. Anyway, if Xiao Chen does something to wrong Su Ji, she will definitely be the first to stand up and beat Xiao Chen's ass to a pulp. After dinner, Xiao Chen's mother, Yuan Yuqin, went to wash the dishes, while Xiao Chen turned on his computer and began to compose music for the lyrics according to his own understanding of music. At 10 o'clock, he finished the music for 2 songs.
Chapter 90 Conversation with Su Guagua. The following day, at 5:30 p.m. Xiaochen drove a Xiaomi YU7 to Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music is located near the university town. Their school is not far away, it only takes about 10 minutes to drive there. The main problem is that there are too many traffic lights on the road, which takes a long time. The car stopped at the school gate for more than 10 minutes. At the school gate, Su Guagua, wearing a white sweater, a cake skirt, and white boots, walked towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen rolled down the car window but didn't get out to open the door for him. Instead, he said to Su Guagua outside the car, "Just get in the car." Su Guagua stood outside the passenger seat, somewhat bewildered. Should I get in the passenger seat, or the back? Because there was a large photo of Su Ji on the passenger seat of Xiaochen's car, and next to it were the words "Princess's exclusive passenger seat." This may be Su Ji's way of asserting sovereignty. Since she had already posted it, Xiaochen would naturally comply with her wishes. The passenger seat is fine. Good. After getting on the bus, she couldn't help but rub her hands together. The temperature was a bit low today. That's how the temperature in Jiangcheng is, fluctuating up and down, which is quite annoying. Noticing her movement, Xiaochen asked, "Are you cold? Let me close the window first." "It's all right, it's not very cold." "Are you hungry?" Xiaochen asked. Su Guagua glanced at Xiaochen from the side and couldn't help but smile. "Are you really going to treat me to dinner?" Xiaochen had already started the car. "You're my future business partner, so I have to make a good impression and treat you to a meal. Just tell me what you'd like to eat." "Whatever. I just finished class and haven't eaten yet." "Xiaochen, senior, do you know how difficult it is to choose randomly?" "Senior?" Su Guagua never expected Xiaochen to call her that. Seeing Su Guagua's somewhat doubtful expression, Xiaochen said, "I'm a sophomore at Jiangcheng University, and you're a junior, so you should be my senior." "Oh, this." Su Guagua grinned because she saw that Xiaochen already had a child in his WeChat moments, and she thought that Xiaochen had already graduated, gotten married and had children. Unexpectedly, he was even younger than her. And she even has a child. "This. Is that correct?" Seeing Su Guagua's somewhat surprised look, he didn't offer much explanation. "I know a really good restaurant nearby, and it's also very quiet. We can discuss it. How about it?" "Good." Su Guagua gave the choice to Xiaochen, who then took her to a Chinese restaurant called Furong. This restaurant has a great atmosphere, and most importantly, each table has a small private booth, which provides a lot of privacy. It's a popular spot for couples to dine. Of course, Xiaochen brought her here for no other reason than to make it easier to communicate during meals. He would never do anything to betray Su Ji. Once inside, they found a particularly quiet spot by the window, and the two of them, one in front of the other, actually looked quite like a couple. "Please have a seat." Su Guagua looked around and felt something was really strange. She had never been in a relationship, and had almost never even gone out to eat alone with a boy. "What would you like to eat?" "Order for yourself." Xiaochen took out his phone and scanned the QR code on the table. He then handed the phone to Su Guagua, who considered it for a moment and ordered only stir-fried cabbage. She really didn't know what to eat. They are quite frugal when it comes to meals. Xiaochen casually ordered 2 dishes and spoke first. Well, recently I've been looking for a singer to collaborate with Starry Sky on, to participate in I Am a Singer." Su Guagua nodded slightly and asked softly, "Then you must be from the Starry Sky, right?" "Yes, I am the gold medal composer of Starry Sky." As he spoke, Xiaochen took out the ID card that Xingkong had given him. Upon hearing this, Su Guagua was slightly taken aback. She never imagined that Xiaochen would be a top-notch composer. Because she has been singing for 2 years and has some understanding of the Starry Sky, and previously, some people from the Starry Sky wanted to invite her to join them. However, Su Guagua's purpose in singing was very clear: to earn money to treat her mother's illness. Therefore, she did not join these so-called organizations and only wanted to monetize through live streaming. She doesn't care about anything else. Su Guagua's expression was full of surprise. Xiaochen continued, "Actually, my company signed a singer before. He was very talented and was about to participate in the semi-finals of I Am a Singer. However, during the training period, he was very dissatisfied with our company's compositions. Later, I discussed it with this colleague, and we eventually terminated the contract with the singer."
Then I will look for another singer with potential.
And then, you found me?
Su Guogui said, pointing to herself. Xiao Chen nodded and hummed in agreement. I've seen all your works, and I feel that your singing skills are particularly good.
Anyway, I feel like he's got the makings.
Xiao Chen naturally had to praise her highly.
This is the SSS level singer the system mentioned. Their strength should not be underestimated. You flatter me.
Xiao Chen was almost embarrassed by her praise.
Then he continued, No, I just feel that since you chose vocal music as your major, you probably want to become a singer in the future, right?
Xiao Chen's words struck a chord with Su Guogui.
He was right. Su Guogui was a big fan of TFBOIS when she was in junior high school. She would sing along with the songs on her phone every day. Her mother heard her sing once and thought it was really good. Then I felt that my daughter had the talent for this, so I asked her if she was interested in pursuing a career in music.
Su Guogui nodded emphatically at the time, indicating that she was willing. Later, in her second year of high school, she chose to pursue a music major. Her mother also enrolled her in many tutoring classes within 2 years, spending 50,000 to 60,000 yuan to let her specialize in music. After the college entrance examination results were released, she was successfully admitted to Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. However, just as she entered university, her mother suddenly developed uremia, and her condition was extremely serious.
Now, I need dialysis twice a week.
The cost of a kidney transplant is extremely high, and she is still short several 100,000 yuan. After my mother fell ill, my father ran away with the family's money, and my grandparents also neglected my mother. So only my elderly maternal grandmother stayed with my mother. She usually has to collect bottles and cardboard boxes to supplement her family's income.
However, a classmate later suggested that she sing on Douyin TikTok.
Because of her good singing skills and good looks, she gained 1 million followers in just 2 years. However, she never revealed her situation to her family. I just try my best to streaming until 11 p.m. every night. She wanted to save enough money for her mother's surgery as soon as possible.
May she recover.
Yes, Su Guogui nodded slightly, but becoming a singer is not that simple.
Isn't this an opportunity?
Xiao Chen patted his chest and said, Leave the lyrics and music to me. You just need to sing well on stage, and you'll have a chance.
Chapter 91 Lu Weiwei slapped Xiao Chen across the face.
Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Su Guogui was somewhat incredulous. In her eyes, she might be able to make it all the way to the semi-finals of I Am a Singer, but the semi-finals require her to sing her own songs, which is harder than climbing to heaven for an ordinary junior in college like her. Countless singers are swayed by their own original songs, and Xiao Chen, as a top-notch composer, certainly has the talent. But he will definitely charge me royalties or something.
And if he really becomes famous in the future, Xiao Chen might suddenly turn on him and threaten her, saying, What about our class?
Of course, she couldn't think of Xiao Chen as being so bad, but it's always good to be cautious. Seeing that Su Guogui's eyes were constantly shifting, Xiao Chen asked, What's wrong?
Is there a problem?
Su Guogui fell into thought. She now had two choices. One was to trust Xiao Chen, which might affect the efficiency of her live stream, but it could also make her famous.
However, the risks involved are also quite high.
The second option was to refuse his offer and continue live streaming. Although there was little risk involved, her income remained relatively stable, and she was still somewhat uncertain about her future prospects.
Let me think about it carefully.
Su Guogui fell into deep thought. Based on Xiao Chen's few words alone, she certainly couldn't have 100% trust in him.
However, wasn't this also an opportunity for her?
If she performs well, her Douyin followers may also increase. After all, the viewership of I Am a Singer is still very high. However, the high viewership was limited to the semi-finals and the finals. The preliminary rounds were recorded but not broadcast on television. In other words, she has to participate in several rounds of auditions. While Su Guogui was thinking, Xiao Chen took out his laptop from his backpack and opened it in front of her.
You can take a look at the song I wrote first. I finished composing it yesterday.
The two songs for which Xiao Chen provided the music are titled Quantum Rose and Hibernation Awakening, both with completely different styles.
Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen took out his listening headphones and connected them to his laptop via Bluetooth.
After Su Guogui put on the headphones, the melody of the music entered her eardrums. She could feel that the melody was not played by an instrument, because there was a strong electronic sound in it. But even with heavy electronic music, these melodies, when combined, actually create a particularly fervent atmosphere. That's right, Quantum Rose is a rock-style love song. Although there were no lyrics, it really made Su Guagua feel excited. The second song still features electronic music, but it's much gentler than the first, with a lingering and charming melody. It's fair to say that the background music for both songs is very pleasant to listen to. Xiaochen didn't know how Su Guagua felt after hearing this, so he asked, "How do you feel?" "I feel very good." Su Guagua's evaluation of him was quite high. Xiaochen smiled slightly after hearing this. "That's good. But is this your style?" Everyone has their own area of expertise. Su Guagua thought for a moment and decided to sing rock music. She wondered if she could ignite the entire audience. "I haven't tried it." During her live streams, she usually sings sweet little songs. Su Guagua didn't answer the question directly, but instead said, "These are all your original songs. If you want to license them to me, will there be a fee?" Seeing her hesitant manner, Xiaochen smiled and nodded. "You will sign a contract with Starry Sky, and Starry Sky will train you. As for the songs, the contract will clearly state that in most cases, you perform the song, and then the revenue from the song is shared based on your influence." After hearing Xiaochen's words, Su Guagua nodded. "Then, when you have time, take me to see the Starry Sky." "Good." Xiaochen sensed that Su Guagua was already interested. At that moment, the system's voice rang in Xiaochen's mind again. "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing an SSS level singer, Su Guagua. Reward, 1 ticket to the semi-finals of I Am a Singer. Upon hearing the system's words, Xiaochen was completely bewildered. What was going on? Is this my ticket to the semi-finals of I Am a Singer? There are still such things in the world. Moreover, it seems he hasn't signed with Su Guagua yet." The system responded, "When participating in the audition for I Am a Singer, the organizer has the right to directly send singers to the semi-finals. Of course, this requires the contestants to have a high level of skill." "So you mean, after using the admission ticket, the organizer will make an exception and send Su Guagua to the semi-finals? So that's how it is." Just as Xiaochen was in a daze, the food he ordered was delivered. "Come on, let's eat first." "Aha!" The two started chatting, but not about music instead, they talked about random things. Of course, Xiaochen didn't ask about her family situation. After finishing their meal, it was 7:30 p.m. The meal hadn't lasted very long, and seeing that Su Guagua had finished eating, the two of them went out together. "Then I'll take you to the Starry Sky on Saturday. I also need to report to my superiors. At that time, Starry Sky might ask you to audition, so you'd better prepare in advance." "Okay, sure." Su Guagua nodded slightly, and the two of them went to the cashier. Xiaochen took out his phone to pay the bill, and just then, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Brother Chen?" Xiaochen turned his head and saw that it was Xian Tiansheng, who was holding Lu Weiwei's hand. "Xian Tiansheng, you and Lu Weiwei are eating here too? Okay." Jenda smilingly, and at that moment, he glanced at Su Guagua next to Xiaochen. I thought to myself, holy crap, what's going on? Could it be that Brother Chen has started flirting with other girls behind Suji's back? That's awesome. Lu Weiwei also noticed Su Guagua, and without saying a word, she went straight to Xiaochen's side. A slap landed on Xiaochen's face. Smack! You scumbag! Lu Weiwei spoke up, and now it was Xiaochen's turn to be dumbfounded. No! Lu Weiwei, you've gone mad! Xiaochen stared at him with wide eyes, while Lu Weiwei crossed her arms and said, "Never mind whether I'm crazy or not, you're definitely the one who's crazy. Xiaochen, Suji has already given birth to 2 children for you, why are you still going on dates with other girls behind her back? What the heck?" Xiaochen understood. Damn it, Lu Weiwei had misunderstood him. "Lu Weiwei, do you think it's possible that we're discussing a collaboration?" Lu Weiwei suddenly realized something and thought, oh no, I was too hasty. Chapter 92 Wife, Lu Weiwei is bullying me. Lu Weiwei looked panicked, while Xiaochen rolled his eyes at her. I'm having such bad luck today, I ran into you guys even when I came out to discuss a collaboration. Lu Weiwei laughed awkwardly and said, oh, I see, that's how it is. Mainly. What's the main point? Xiaochen touched his throbbing face. When I get back, I'll tell Suji that her husband was bullied outside. I was wrong, I will never do it again. Lu Weiwei spoke with a wronged expression, and Xiaochen had no choice but to agree he couldn't very well slap her back. At this moment, Lu Weiwei realized that Xiaochen probably hadn't paid yet, so she quickly pinched Xian Tiansheng. Xian Tiansheng, what are you standing there for?
Hurry up and pay. Pay for Xiao Chen's too. Huh? Oh.
Gender realized what was happening and quickly paid the bill for both his table and Xiao Chen's table.
After leaving the shop, Xiao Chen glanced at Xian Tiancheng and asked, "How did you get here? Do you want to come back together?" "No need, Brother Chen." Genta shook his head. "Wei Wei and I have another round. Do you want to bring this little girl with you to the bar?" "I'm not going." Since they had another round, Xiao Chen didn't say anything more. After getting into the car, Su Guogua couldn't help but chuckle. That slap just now was really loud. Did it hurt? Xiao Chen curled his lip. "What do you think?"
Su Guogua smiled awkwardly. The sound was indeed quite loud. It must have hurt a lot.
"However, I didn't mean to laugh at you. I didn't mean anything by it." "Yes, I know." Xiao Chen nodded and then started the vehicle.
After dropping Su Guogua off at Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music, Xiao Chen drove home.
Back home, Suji was lying on the chaise lounge on the sofa watching TV. He was also holding a bag of Lay's potato chips. "Mom took the baby out again?" Xiao Chen looked bewildered, while Suji nodded and hummed in agreement. "Yeah, how come you're back so soon? Am I supposed to spend the night outside?"
Upon hearing this, Suji rolled her eyes.
"What kind of talk is this?"
Just then, Suji suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a large palm print on Xiao Chen's left cheek.
"You got beaten up?"
Suji saw the palm print and, judging by its size, it should belong to a girl.
"How did you know?" Xiao Chen couldn't help but get up and go to the bathroom to look in the mirror.
Then, his face darkened.
"Holy crap, there's such a clear handprint." Suji couldn't help but ask, "What exactly happened?"
Xiao Chen looked helpless. "When I was paying the bill after the meal, I saw Lu Weiwei. When she saw a strange girl next to me, she slapped me without saying a word."
Suji was taken aback. "Ah?
Oh no, your husband is in so much pain, sob. Xiao Chen pretended to cry and nestled in Suji's arms.
Seeing Xiao Chen's appearance, Suji asked softly, "Why did she hit you? Maybe she saw a girl with me and misunderstood? So that's how it is." Suji chuckled. "I didn't expect Lu Weiwei to be so protective of me. But she didn't protect me." Xiao Chen rolled his eyes, and Suji could only gently comfort him. "Oh well, I'll go beat up Lu Weiwei next time." "Good." Xiao Chen is like a little kid. Of course, it was fine after a while. Then, she told Suji about the current progress.
Xiao Chen had explained to her why they were hiring. Suji said that since Xiao Chen valued her so much, they should cooperate well.
That way, maybe we can actually win the championship?
Afterwards, Xiao Chen called Lu Jing and said that the personnel had been preliminarily determined.
That's Su Guogua. Lu Jing was particularly surprised by Xiao Chen's efficiency.
Of course, she did not underestimate Xiao Chen. She felt that this little boy might really be able to create a surprise for her. In the following days, the students who had previously registered with Xiao Chen went to Starry Sky Media for auditions, but 90% of them were eliminated, leaving only 2 people who could participate in the audition for I Am a Singer.
However, their talent is indeed average.
These students are much lighter than amateur singers, but on the stage of I Am a Singer, they are not very good. Saturday arrived quickly, and the weather wasn't great. A light drizzle was falling. Xiao Chen arrived at Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music at the agreed time, where Su Guogua had been waiting for him for more than 10 minutes with an umbrella. Su Guogua looked especially beautiful today. She wore a Korean-style shirt and a knitted vest, along with wide-leg jeans, making her look like a sweet girl. After parking the car, she quickly got in, but this time she didn't get into the passenger seat. Xiao Chen already has a wife, and there's a sticker on the passenger seat that's his wife's.
She always felt a little awkward sitting in it.
Therefore, Su Guogua chose to sit in the back row.
The audition is today. How's your preparation going these past few days? Xiao Chen followed Su Guogua on Douyin.
When she didn't have classes, she would still stand on the playground and sing live as usual.
I don't know if I'm prepared. Don't worry, I'm ready. Good.
Then let's go straight to the starry sky.
Aha!
Xiao Chen focused on driving, while Su Guogua, sitting in the back seat, touched her pounding heart, feeling inexplicably nervous. The roads were still packed with cars, and it took Xiao Chen more than an hour to get to Shinkong.
When he arrived, Lu Jing was already waiting for him.
She was still wearing a V-neck suit, and after Xiao Chen parked the car, she handed him an umbrella.
Thank you, Sister Lu.
Xiao Chen smiled faintly, and Lu Jing said, "Don't thank me.
Take the umbrella and don't get wet.
After getting off the bus, Su Guogua, who was in the back seat, also got off. She was slightly taken aback when she saw Lu Jing and thought to herself, wow, this girl has such a great presence.
Sister Lu, this is the Su Guogua I told you about.
Lu Jing turned her gaze to her, and then she suddenly felt that this Su Guogua looked somewhat familiar.
I've watched your live stream. Lu Jing said. Huh? Su Guogua was slightly taken aback. You watched my live stream? Yes, do you often do live streams on the school playground, and then you do them all day long? Yes, that's right.
Su Guogua was surprised that she knew so much. In fact, Lu Jing had wanted to sign her before, but Su Guogua hadn't replied to her private message at all. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. Seeing that the rain was getting heavier, Lu Jing quickly said, well, let's go inside and talk.
Xiao Chen, Guogua, come in with me quickly. Good. The two followed Lu Jing into the company. She led them into an office and thoughtfully made them a cup of coffee. Chapter 93 Su Guogua's amazing performance. Click clack.
The sound of a ceramic cup touching a glass tabletop reached her ears. Su Guogua sat up straight, her expression much more serious than before since entering the starry sky. She seemed a little nervous. Lu Jing could also see that Su Guogua seemed a little nervous, so she said softly, Guogua, right?
You don't need to be nervous. Did Xiao Chen tell you about our plans before?
Su Guogua looked up at Xiao Chen, then at Lu Jing, wondering what the plan was. Last time, Xiao Chen only briefly told her some things, but she knew nothing about the specific plan.
Seeing Su Guogua's innocent and naive appearance, Lu Jing couldn't help but smile.
She continued, it's like this, you can think of it as the company training you.
You are representing yourself in the competition. The songs for the semi-finals and the finals will be composed by our company's composers. Upon hearing this, Su Guogua asked, isn't this composer Xiao Chen?
After hearing Xiao Chen's 2 songs on Monday, she was very impressed with his abilities and hoped that he could personally take her to participate in I Am a Singer.
Xiao Chen.
Lu Jing didn't know what Xiao Chen had told her before. If Xiao Chen is willing, actually, that's also possible.
Xiao Chen, over here. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, no problem.
Just leave the song she chooses for the semi-finals and finals to me. I will prepare both the lyrics and the music.
Lu Jing was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Could Xiao Chen also compose music?
At this point, Xiao Chen added, furthermore, I will not charge a single penny for song licensing fees.
As for future revenue, let's determine it according to the contract.
Lu Jing was somewhat surprised after Xiao Chen said this, because the company would actually cover a large portion of the expenses.
Unless
Xiao Chen had high hopes for her.
Moreover, he is not short of money.
Lu Jing didn't know about Xiao Chen's family situation, but the fact that she could say such things was already quite remarkable.
Lu Jing, then, can we go and test the sound first?
Although Lu Jing had watched her live stream, the sound quality of the phone was not as good as that of a professional recording studio. Lu Jing also wanted to see how she performed on different songs.
Can.
Su Guogua nodded, and Lu Jing also stood up, then let's go upstairs together.
They went to a recording studio on the 6th floor. After entering, Lu Jing asked Su Guogua, Guogua, what songs can you sing?
I can sing all the popular songs these days.
You can sing them all?
This statement did surprise Lu Jing, but considering that she usually needs to do live broadcasts and sometimes needs to fulfill the requests of her viewers, she was also surprised.
This kind of streamer can indeed sing a lot of songs. Okay, you can sing Jay Chou's Sunny Day first. Can. Su Guogua nodded. The viewers in the live stream often requested the song Sunny Day.
Su Guogua entered the recording studio, put on her headphones, and stood next to the sound card. There was only one staff member in the recording studio, the same person who had entered the room last time. Lu Jing spoke to a young man wearing monitoring headphones, Old Chen, play the instrumental version of Sunny Day.
The uncle called Old Chen nodded, and then, half-track of Sunny Day began to play in the recording studio.
Both of them could see each other through the glass in front of them, and after hearing the accompaniment coming from their headphones, Su Guogua quickly got into the zone. After the prelude ended, Su Guogua's lips parted slightly, and beautiful music flowed from her mouth. The little yellow flower of the story has been drifting since the year I was born. Before hearing the music, Old Chen hadn't paid any attention to Su Guogua at all, and even felt a little sorry for Su Lei's departure.
Singers like him can't enjoy comfort for many years.
If he were Lu Jing, he would definitely try his best to keep Su Lei. Even if the other party was in a bad mood, as long as he adjusted his state, there might not be a problem. However, upon hearing Su Guoguo's voice, he immediately changed his mind. His fingers tapped lightly on the table to the rhythm of the music and the sound. He couldn't help but look up at Su Guoguo. She had her eyes closed, as if she had sunk into the ocean of music. Her voice was exceptionally natural, and every note was handled as if silk were wrapped around her finger. In fact, it sounds even better than the original singer's version. Xiao Chen and Lu Jing were also dumbfounded when they heard Su Guoguo singing. The way she sang in the live broadcast room was completely different from the person she was now. The system had previously said she was an SSS-level singer, and Xiao Chen didn't believe it at first, but now he truly believed it.
Old Chen, did you record it? Lu Jing couldn't help but ask.
She felt that if Su Guoguo posted the singing video on her Douyin, it might become a minor hit.
Don't worry, I recorded it.
The recording studio has cameras at various angles because many music lovers come here to record music videos.
Adjusting the cameras at different angles also makes video editing easier. That's good, that's good.
Lu Jing continued listening, and Su Guoguo soon sang the chorus. On this windy day, I tried to hold your hand, but then the rain gradually got so heavy that I couldn't see you anymore. How much longer until I can be by your side? Her voice suddenly became a little grainy, not like she was deliberately trying to be sentimental, but like she was speaking with a natural sob in her throat, and her breath control was surprisingly steady. At that moment, Lao Chen took off his headphones. Just a few days ago, he had a fight with Lu Jing because of Su Lei's contract termination. But Lu Jing said that Xiao Chen wanted to find a singer who was even more talented than Su Lei. Of course, he didn't take Xiao Chen seriously at all. Although Xiao Chen wrote good songs, there weren't many singers in Jiangcheng who were 1 in 1,000.
But Su Guoguo definitely counts. Xiao Chen, where did you find such a talented singer? When faced with Lao Chen's question, Xiao Chen did not answer directly, but instead asked, Brother Chen, what do you think of his singing skills compared to Su Lei? Much better than Su Lei.
Old Chen's evaluation was very high, and Xiao Chen nodded slightly after hearing it. She is a student of Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. I was attracted when I saw her live streaming on the playground. But I didn't expect her singing skills to be so high.
Is it that simple?
Old Chen was somewhat skeptical, and wondered how Xiao Chen had managed to lure such a high-level singer as her here.
Shouldn't people like this be highly sought after by various media companies?
It has to be said that Xiao Chen is indeed quite capable.
Su Guoguo finished singing Sunny Day quickly.
She took off her headphones, looked at the 3 people through the glass, and felt a little uneasy.
I don't know how well I sang.
After she came out, she asked hesitantly,
I did a sound check, did I pass?
Chapter 94. I'm sorry, I lied to you. Seeing Su Guoguo ask with some confidence,
Xiao Chen, Lao Chen, and Lu Jing were all taken aback. Don't you have any idea of your own abilities?
Lu Jing was particularly excited to meet a singer like Su Guoguo. Most importantly, Su Guoguo was very reliable and did not have an arrogant or domineering attitude. Lu Jing said, Guoguo, you sang very well.
Could you sing a few more songs of varying difficulty so we can hear them?
Good. Su Guoguo looked at Lu Jing's excited expression, glanced at her again, and then nodded slightly. Next, Lu Jing asked her to sing several songs of different styles, and Su Guoguo's performance was absolutely perfect. She handled both high and low notes exceptionally well. Xiao Chen even felt that Su Guoguo's high notes were higher than teacher Han's. If she sang rock music, she might actually ignite the whole venue. Even if she doesn't win the championship on I Am a Singer, as long as she gains popularity, she can still hold offline concerts. Of course, the most important things when holding a concert are copyright awareness and showing sincerity to the audience. Don't do concerts like Want Want X Joe's, where most of the songs are covers and the singers are all wearing masks. Even though Zhao doesn't have any original songs, he still spent 3 hours Zhao on stage during his concerts. Xiao Chen felt that with Su Guoguo's talent, she could easily earn at least tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan per offline concert. After several songs, Lao Chen and Lu Jing both gave her very high praise. When Su Guoguo came out again, Lu Jing excitedly grabbed her hand and said, Guoguo, you sang so well.
If you want to join us, just tell us what your conditions are.
The fact that Lu Jing was willing to say this shows that she really likes her.
This sentence completely baffled Su Guoguo. This isn't the place to talk. Let's find somewhere else.
Let's go.
Lu Jing pulled Su Guoguo out of the recording studio and asked her, Guoguo, have you eaten? Do you want to go get something to eat together? Lu Jing's unusual attitude left Su Guogui completely bewildered.
She suddenly had a feeling that she was about to be lured to northern Myanmar to work as a telecom fraudster. I came after I finished eating. Su Guogui stammered, turning her head to look at Xiao Chen as if to say, "Save me." Xiao Chen chuckled. That little look in his eyes was absolutely hilarious. After returning to the conference room, Su Guogui was warmly invited by Lu Jing to sit on the sofa. She hadn't even drunk her coffee yet, so Lu Jing poured another cup for the two of them.
Guogui, I am very satisfied with your performance. As for the songs, you can ask Xiao Chen for them from now on. Our company will do its best to take responsibility for the other training here.
Then we will also cover all the expenses for your registration for the I Am a Singer audition, such as travel expenses, food expenses, accommodation expenses, and all sorts of other miscellaneous things, and give them to you.
Su Guogui asked, then, is there a penalty fee? Upon hearing this, Lu Jing's expression froze. To be honest, yes. There are definitely some, and quite a few at that. Su Lei is a good example.
However, Lu Jing was willing to break the rules for Su Guogui.
Her personal abilities are simply outstanding.
With this level of skill, participating in I Am a Singer and getting into the top 3 shouldn't be a problem.
If it were someone else, yes. But Guogui, you are different. Lu Jing hadn't finished speaking when Su Guogui interrupted her.
Su Guogui felt that the other person really liked her.
So, could she offer her some advice? Do you have a problem, Guogui?
Su Guogui pursed her lips, unsure whether it was appropriate to bring this up at this moment.
But in order for her mother to recover as soon as possible, she still resolutely asked, "Can you give me 300,000 yuan as a signing fee?"
Upon hearing this, Lu Jing was taken aback at first, then glanced at Xiao Chen.
Xiao Chen wasn't too surprised.
The system had previously mentioned saving this unfortunate family, and when he saw this information, Xiao Chen already knew that this matter was not simple.
Seeing Su Guogui's current state, Lu Jing asked softly, "Have you encountered any difficulties?"
If Su Guogui is willing to cooperate with Xingkong for a long time, giving her 300,000 yuan first is not out of the question. Upon hearing this, Su Guogui glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "I'm sorry, I lied to you. Actually, the reason I worked so hard to earn money through live streaming wasn't to go out and have fun. My mother was diagnosed with uremia 2 years ago and has been relying on dialysis ever since. I want to earn more money to help her with her surgery." Upon hearing this, Lu Jing felt a lump in her throat. No wonder she always did such long live streams.
So that's why.
Su Guogui continued, "Although there is no suitable kidney donor yet, I don't want to have to find a way to raise money for medical expenses after a suitable kidney donor becomes available. Su Guogui's family has already borrowed from all the relatives they could, but they still need 300,000 yuan for the surgery and have a lot of other debts. Because they are relatives, she might not be in a hurry to repay the money. Her priority was to raise the surgery fees first." Seeing that Su Guogui was such a filial girl, Lu Jing agreed without hesitation, "Of course, but this money may be deducted after you generate revenue for the company in the future."
"Of course, it's possible that we can't deduct that much, is that okay?" Su Guogui nodded emphatically and agreed without hesitation. Okay, thank you, Sister Lu." "You're welcome."
Lu Jing immediately took out her phone and transferred 300,000 yuan to Su Guogui's card. This action completely baffled Xiao Chen. She wasn't afraid at all that Su Guogui would run away.
"Thank you, sister."
After receiving the 300,000 yuan, Su Guogui smiled and thought to herself, "Great.
My mother is finally saved."
Moreover, due to the long hours of live streaming, her body was exhausted, and she almost fell asleep during class many times.
"You're welcome."
Lu Jing thought for a moment and said, "Then, come over next week to sign the contract.
We need to confirm with our superiors this week. We've also recorded the video of you singing just now.
I'll send it to you after it's edited. You can just post it on Douyin."
"Okay, thank you, sister."
Su Guogui called her sister very affectionately. At this moment, Lu Jing turned her gaze to Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, if Guogui participates in the semi-finals, she will need to prepare more than 10 songs.
Do you think there is a problem with that? 10 songs?
Xiao Chen hadn't expected to need to prepare so much, but with the system at his disposal, what was there to fear? Patting his chest, Xiao Chen said confidently, "There's definitely no problem."
Chapter 95. Xiao Chen is Su Guogui's benefactor. Seeing Xiao Chen's confident expression, Lu Jing nodded in satisfaction.
They then discussed some other arrangements before allowing Xiao Chen to leave Starry Sky Media with Su Guogua. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier. Li Jing held an umbrella and saw them off to the car before standing in the wind and rain and waving to them. Guogua, go back and prepare well.
I know. After rolling up the car window, Su Guogua asked, Xiao Chen, could you take me to the high-speed rail station? What are you going to the high-speed rail station for? Does she intend to rush over there immediately after receiving the money? Today is Saturday. I go to the hospital to see my mother every weekend. It's raining heavily now, so I'm not planning to do a live stream today. I want to tell my mom this good news. Su Guogua thought of how her mother used to support her, and she said, my mother's biggest wish is to see me on television. I want to tell her this good news in person. Seeing Su Guogua's expression, Xiao Chen expressed his understanding. Alright, I'll take you there now. Thank you. You're welcome. On the way, Su Guogua transferred the 300,000 yuan that had just arrived to her mother, saying that the surgery fee had been raised and that her mother could wait for a kidney donor with peace of mind. When her mother asked her where all that money came from, Su Guogua didn't answer. Instead, she planned to tell him the good news in person. But Su Guogua's mother couldn't help but call. She was afraid that Su Guogua would do something bad in order to pay for the surgery. For example, online loans, or selling one's body. Of course, her mother was overthinking it. Over the phone, Su Guogua patiently explained that Xiao Chen had found her, then brought her to Xingcom audition, and that they would come over next week to sign the contract. She also said that her mother will be able to see her on the stage of I Am a Singer in the future. Xiao Chen did not interrupt the mother and daughter's conversation. After dropping her off at the high-speed rail station, he left. On the way back, the system's voice came from Xiao Chen's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing Su Guogua. Dabao has obtained the talent, super scientific research. Bao has acquired a talent, super fighting skills. Xiao Chen was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this. No? System, are you kidding me? Super fighting skills, wow. Could it be that my second child will grow up to be a little girl with a muscular body but a youthful and beautiful appearance? Tonic. The moment Xiao Chen had this thought in his mind, the system's voice came. Don't worry, host. It's just that your daughter's strength, explosiveness, and some really awesome fighting skills will not be affected. Her physique will not be affected. That's good, that's good. Xiao Chen felt that looks and physique were extremely important. If he was born with a handsome face, his life would indeed be very convenient. After returning home, Su Ji was looking at her baby in the bedroom. The baby, who was over 2 months old, was much bigger than when he was born, but he couldn't even crawl yet. It's still too small. They won't call me dad or anything like that. After Xiao Chen returned, Su Ji asked, how did Su Guogua's audition go? It went very smoothly. Xiao Chen replied with a smile, she performed exceptionally well. Lu Jing likes her very much, and she will go over next week to sign the contract. Whoa. Suji pursed her lips slightly and said, I don't know why you're doing this, but as your wife, I will definitely support you. I just did some things that I like opening a shop and writing songs. This makes me feel very accomplished. Moreover, I feel that I saved a family this time. Suji didn't quite understand what Xiao Chen meant. Xiao Chen briefly explained Su Guogua's family situation. When Su Ji heard that Su Guogua's mother suffered from uremia, her face turned pale. It turns out that Su Guogua was live streaming all day to save money for her mother's medical treatment. At this moment, Su Ji couldn't help but stroke Xiao Chen's cheek and say, my husband is such a good man. This has nothing to do with whether I'm a good person or not. It's just that Su Guogua is very capable, and then, she happened to run into me. Wife, does that mean I'm Su Guogua's benefactor? Su Ji thought about it and realized that there was some truth to it. In the afternoon, Xiao Chen went to a 7-Eleven convenience store, Jasmine Milk White store, and a nail salon. He had to admit that there were a lot of rich girls at Zhengcheng University. This morning, a super VIP entered the nail salon. On the opening day, she directly purchased a membership card worth 19,999 yuan at the nail salon, and in the morning, she spent 2,000 yuan to get her nails done. That is, each finger costs 200 yuan. This price is outrageous. Xiao Chen barely managed the store because Lu Weiwei's performance was so outstanding that he directly appointed her as the store manager. Although Lu Weiwei wasn't here today, her management was flawless.
Since Lu Weiwei was appointed store manager, Xian Tiancheng has stopped working at the supermarket cashier.
Instead, he became a gigolo. That's right. When he's short of money, Xian Tiancheng just asks Lu Weiwei for it.
The problem is, Lu Weiwei would give it to him without hesitation.
Xiao Chen never imagined that Xian Tiancheng would be so successful.
He used to be Lu Weiwei's simp, and it's one thing for a simp to become a real simp, but he never expected to be kept by the goddess.
Wipe.
When Su Koan and Liang Qian heard the news, they were so envious they almost ground their teeth to powder.
Su Koan's family is not poor.
Since he started dating a girlfriend, his living expenses have increased from 3,000 to 5,000. Even when it became 5,000, he still felt it wasn't enough to spend.
Because Shen Xian is a Lolita fashion enthusiast and loves all kinds of dresses, but she didn't have any money, she entrusted Su Koan with paying the final installment. Su Koan couldn't refuse, mainly because Shen Xian always acted coquettishly towards him. Seeing his girlfriend's adorable appearance, he simply said no.
Purchase. Since starting her relationship with Su Koan, Shen Xian has been wearing more and more dresses, and her skin has been getting better and better.
On the contrary, Su Koan sometimes doesn't eat dinner at all.
When he gets too hungry, he buys 2 steamed buns and eats them with Lao Gan Ma chili sauce.
On weekends, she would take Shen Xian out for fancy meals and stay in high-end hotels.
When they were really short of money, they would cash out some Alipay credit or something similar. It has to be said, this guy has almost ruined his life because of his pursuit of love.
It's true that you're having a great time, but are you sure this can last?
Xian Tiancheng, Liang Qian, and Xiao Chun were increasingly pessimistic about Su Koan, but blinded by love, he wouldn't listen to anything they said.
Sure enough, on Monday noon, Shen Xian came to Su Koan again, asking for a skirt. Chapter 96. Su Koan doesn't love her anymore.
On Monday, at noon, Xiao Chen didn't go home because he had class at 2 p.m. Instead, he rested in his dormitory for a while. It's almost December, and the weather is getting colder.
Luckily, there's heating in the dorm. He was lying in bed scrolling through Douyin when Su Koan suddenly spoke up. Brother Chen, could you lend me 2,500 yuan?
Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen, Liang Qian, and Xian Tiancheng all raised their heads.
Xiao Chen didn't directly say whether he would lend it or not.
He said, I don't remember that your monthly living expenses are 5,000.
You're still short of money?
Upon hearing Xiao Chen mention this, Su Koan looked distressed and said helplessly, Hey, Brother Chen, you know that I'm basically the one paying for everything when I'm with Shen Xian. Well, she said there's a Japanese brand dress in stock right now, and she wants to buy it.
She is still short of 2,500 yuan. I had no choice.
Upon hearing this, Genda said, No, it's one thing if you spent more money when you first started negotiating, but now that things have come to this, you need to learn to say no, you know? Genda believes that when pursuing a girl, you can spend more money, and even when you're dating, you can treat her a little better. But as the two people get to know each other better, it's appropriate to lower the price a bit.
Many couples are like this. Liang Qian nodded in agreement. Yeah, 2,500 yuan for a dress is too expensive.
If you buy it for her this time, she'll definitely buy it again next time.
Xiao Chen, I feel the same way. You've spoiled her rotten. Hearing his 3 roommates' words, Su Koan was ready to refuse, but he didn't know how to say it.
Last semester, he lived a very comfortable life with 3,000 yuan. They often went out to eat together, played games, and occasionally even recharged their game accounts to buy skins they liked. But ever since Shen Xian started dating, his quality of life seems to have dropped significantly. Su Koan said, but I don't know how to refuse.
What's there to not know?
Genda looked at him with disdain. Just say that you've already spent all your living expenses for this month and will buy more later.
Liang Qian, the recommendation was to simply not buy it.
Xiao Chen, talk to her properly. If she understands you, it means she's a decent girlfriend.
If she doesn't understand you and instead makes unreasonable demands,
I feel that there's no point in continuing this relationship.
Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Su Koan's heart began to waver slightly.
He felt that what Xiao Chen said made a lot of sense. After all, he was dating with the intention of getting married in the future. Well, at first, he was indeed a little lustful towards her body. But having already eaten, his appetite has been decreasing lately.
There's a saying that's true, once you have something, it just feels ordinary. Okay, I understand.
Su Koan had already made up his mind that he wouldn't buy her the dress. He typed on his phone screen with both hands, Sorry baby, I'm out of money this month.
Let's buy it next time.
Shen Xian replied to her message instantly, but baby, I've liked this dress for a very, very long time.
I really want it. Please, please.
She sent another very cute animated emoticon, and at this moment, Su Kuan didn't know how to refuse. Shen Xian was probably afraid that Su Kuan wouldn't buy it for her, so she sent another message, baby, this dress may not be sold again for the next 2 years, please. In the end, Su Kuan gritted his teeth and borrowed 2,000 yuan from an online loan. With the money he had left over from food expenses, he barely managed to save enough for the dress. Of course, he didn't tell his 3 roommates about this. If he had, he would have been met with their rave reviews. After transferring the money, Shen Xian immediately sent him a message saying thank you, husband, but seeing those 4 words made him unable to feel happy at all.
Su Kuan checked his WeChat wallet. There is also 12.69 inside.
Alipay, there's still 3.48 left. There are red envelopes I grabbed in the group in my QQ wallet, and there's still 4.24 left.
As for the bank card, there was only 6 yuan left in it.
In other words, he only has 26.41 yuan left in his pocket, barely enough for 2 meals. He still owes 2,000 yuan on Alipay and 2,000 yuan on online loans. There's still 1 week left in this month, and his living expenses are updated on the 1st of every month.
He's already made plans.
He'll live on 26 yuan a week, and as soon as his living expenses arrive next month, he'll pay off his Huabei and online loan debts. Then, living on 1,000 yuan a month shouldn't be a problem.
At this moment, Su Kuan poked his head out and asked Xiao Chun, Brother Chen, do you still need people at your convenience store? After thinking it over carefully, Su Kuan felt that with only 26 yuan, it was impossible to survive for a week. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on Xiao Chen. If I could work at his convenience store, I might be able to earn some money. Hang in there this week.
But Xiao Chen's answer was heartbreaking. I've already arranged staff at my convenience store, we don't need any more employees.
And even if you wanted to go, I wouldn't let you. Why?
Su Kuan was very puzzled, and even thought that Xiao Chen was a little selfish. But Xiao Chen's next answer left him somewhat helpless.
Because you're making money so you can buy Shen Xian a dress. I can't see you anymore, you've gone astray.
20 minutes later, Shen Xian sent a screenshot of her shopping experience, showing that she had successfully snagged the dress she had been longing for.
However, the price of the dress is not 2,500 yuan. Instead, it is 2,200. Su Kuan asked, isn't the skirt 2,200?
Why do you say it's 2,500? Shen Xian replied to his message instantly again, oh dear, I overreported by 300, honey, I'll take this as a reward for me, hee.
And my dear husband, he shouldn't be short of 300 yuan, right? Upon seeing the news, Su Kuan's expression turned extremely grim. His roommate was absolutely right. It seems there's really no point in continuing this relationship. Just then, Shen Xian sent another screenshot. It's a black dress, it's ugly, but the price is a whopping 8,800. Honey, I didn't expect Nakamura's fortune telling to be sold again. Holy crap, I want it so badly. Husband, buy it for me. Wronged.
Su Kuan's mind went blank for a moment, and he even felt that the scene in front of him was a little blurry. He took a deep breath, and a flame was quietly rising in his heart. But he suppressed the fire in his heart and calmed himself down.
I'm out of money, baby.
I just transferred 2,500 to you, which I borrowed from an online loan. I won't be able to buy you a dress this month or next month, and we won't be able to go out to eat together anymore.
I'll buy it for you next year, okay?
Upon seeing this message, Shen Xian on the other side did not feel that his behavior was excessive. On the contrary, my first feeling was that Su Kuan no longer loved her.
Chapter 97 Su Kuan broke up.
At this moment, Su Kuan had already made up his mind. If Shen Xian continued to pester him like this, he really felt that there was no need to continue this relationship.
Upon seeing Su Kuan's message, Shen Xian on the other side immediately pouted. I don't want to. Honey, I want it now.
Upon seeing these 2 cold words, Su Kuan's face immediately turned extremely ugly. If you ask him if he wants to break up, he definitely doesn't. Although they haven't been dating for long, there are still feelings involved.
Moreover, Shen Xian was also Su Kuan's first love.
Thinking about this made his heart ache, and he didn't want to break up at all. However, he really couldn't afford the price of over 8,000. Su Kuan tried to reason with Shen Xian, but, baby, I have no money left. I can't take out any more online loans. The interest rates on online loans are very high.
Shin Xin asked, then can't you ask your mom and dad for it? Su Cohen, you can also ask your parents for it. But you are my husband, you have to support me. Su Cohen discovered that no matter what he said, Shin Xin on the other side could refute him. Gradually, Su Cohen began to lose patience. He continued, we don't have any money now. Let's talk about it later. Don't want. Shin Xin persisted in pestering him, honey, buy it for me. Wa'ada.
She didn't say anything extreme, but Su Cohen felt uncomfortable no matter what he thought.
Finally, he typed a few words on the keyboard and sent them to the other party. I'm tired, let's break up.
Originally, Su Cohen thought that after Shin Xin saw this sentence, she would realize her mistake and might even tell her, I was wrong, husband, I don't want you anymore.
But Shin Xin only gave him a cold reply with a single word. Good. Just this one word.
When Su Cohen clicked into her moments again, he had already been deleted. At this moment, Su Cohen was on the verge of breaking down. He gripped his phone tightly, unsure whether he was doing the right thing or the wrong thing. Looking back on their life together, he felt that although life was ordinary, it was truly blissful.
Su Cohen didn't add Shin Xin again, and didn't even care about the 2,500 yuan he had just paid. But I feel a little sad.
At 1:45 p.m., Jenda jumped down from the upper bunk with a thud.
Hey brothers, get up, it's time for class, hurry up. He first patted the edge of Xiao Chen's bed, then patted Liang Qian, and finally looked at Su Cohen, who was curled up on the bed. This guy is acting weird.
Normally, when he calls him to get up, Su Cohen is the first one to jump up, but now he's still lying in bed.
Su Cohen, don't sleep. You can sleep when we get to the classroom.
Just then, Su Cohen wiped his nose with a tissue and then looked up. His eyes were bloodshot. When Xian Tian saw this, he was stunned for a moment, and then blurted out, holy crap, brother Cohen, what's wrong with you?
Su Cohen looked like he had just had a good cry. He shook his head slightly and said, It's nothing. Let's go to class. No, how can you attend class like this?
By this time, Xiao Chen and Liang Qian had already climbed down the stairs.
Seeing his red eyes, Xiao Chen asked, did you break up?
He felt that only a breakup could make a grown man cry like this.
Su Cohen nodded and hummed in agreement, yeah, we broke up.
I took out an online loan and transferred 2,500 yuan to her, and then she asked me to buy her a dress that cost more than 8,000 yuan.
Oh, this. Upon hearing this, Jenda was completely dumbfounded. No, he was treating Cohen Ge like an ATM. Wait, you're taking out online loans? Xian Tianshang was completely bewildered. Without saying a word, he transferred more than 2,500 yuan to Su Cohen from his phone. Brother Cohen, don't you know how high the interest rates are for online loans? You should pay them back right away.
Su Cohen didn't accept it immediately, but she felt a warm feeling in her heart.
No need, thank you, Mr. Tian. Su Cohen was in a very low mood, and Xian Tiansheng was at a loss. He could only force a smile and say, hey, it's just a breakup.
You have no idea how many pretty girls are around our university town.
And I heard that there are single girls in Lu Weiwei's dorm. I'll ask her later and see if she can introduce you to one. Despite what Xian Tiansheng said, Su Cohen remained unmoved.
Xiao Chen knew that this required time to settle, so he gently patted Xian Tiansheng's shoulder and said, all right, stop talking.
Let Su Cohen calm down. All right.
He put himself in Lu Weiwei's shoes and realized that he would have done the same if he and Lu Weiwei had broken up.
Su Cohen followed them to the classroom, and when Su Ji arrived, she also noticed Su Cohen's unusual behavior. She couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with Su Cohen? We broke up. Xiao Chen spoke calmly, and Su Ji was taken aback. Wait, hadn't Su Cohen only been dating for less than 3 months? Logically speaking, the first 3 months should be the honeymoon phase, so how could they break up during this honeymoon phase? What happened? Xiao Chen shook his head and didn't say anything more. He didn't like talking badly about others behind their backs. Although he wasn't familiar with Shin Xin, he didn't like him either. Seeing that Xiao Chen didn't say anything, Su Ji didn't ask any further questions. Su Cohen was still sullen after class in the afternoon.
When they arrived at the classroom door, Lu Weiwei was already waiting for them.
During class, Genta sent a message to Lu Weiwei, saying that his good friend Su Cohen had broken up with his girlfriend and asking Lu Weiwei if she had any ideas.
Lu Weiwei is a veteran actress when it comes to relationships. She knows exactly what men like. For example, if you break up with your girlfriend, and then a girl you used to have a crush on suddenly confesses her feelings to you, you might not be so sad. Or if you lost one phone but your parents found out and bought you the latest model, you wouldn't be as upset. Wife. Xian Tiancheng grinned and approached her. When he saw Su Kuan looking sullen, Lu Weiwei said, "Let's go to the karaoke bar together."
Jenda looked completely bewildered. What are we going to a karaoke bar for? Why ask so many questions? You'll know when you get there.
Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes, and Xian Tiancheng felt that what she said made a lot of sense.
Brother Kuan, my girlfriend is taking us to a karaoke bar. What are you going to do at the karaoke bar? Su Kuan shook his head, indicating that he did not want to go. He felt that.
But he didn't dare disobey his girlfriend's order. "Let's go, you don't have anything to do anyway, let's sing some songs and have some drinks."
Su Kuan did not answer, but nodded slightly.
Su Ji knew Xiao Chen was going, so she didn't pay attention to him and went home herself.
After Xiao Chen's wife walked away, Xian Tiancheng asked, "Wife, was there a girl in the KTV?" What a load of rubbish.
Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes, then crossed her arms and said, "You'll see when we get there."
Chapter 98: Lu Weiwei's methods of comforting others. Outside Jiangchun University, there is a Haleti KTV. Inside room 888.
There are already two girls here, one wearing black stockings and the other wearing white stockings.
That's right, this was arranged by Lu Weiwei.
When the door to the private room was opened, Xiao Chen, Xian Tiancheng, Liang Qian, and Su Kuan were all dumbfounded.
No? What's going on?
A girl wearing a black tight-fitting cheongsam, black stockings, and black shiny red-soled high heels was giving Su Kuan a flirtatious look.
Lu Weiwei ushered everyone in. "Su Kuan, these two younger sisters are for you." For me? Su Kuan pointed to himself, still not understanding what was going on. It's about drinking with you and comforting your wounded heart. This. Just as Su Kuan was hesitating, two girls came over and pulled him onto the sofa.
The girl in the black stockings and tight-fitting cheongsam said, "Brother, it's just a breakup, it's not a big deal."
Do you need me to introduce you to a girlfriend? Another girl chimed in, Yeah, it's just a breakup, don't be sad. I have lots of pretty girls around me too. How about I recommend a few to you?
Jenda stood there, looking on with envy.
Wait a minute. Can someone tell me what's going on here? Honey, where did you find these two girls?
These are all female customers of Xiao Chen's shop.
Xiao Chen turned his head in shock. What?
Lu Weiwei crossed her arms and calmly said, "I was at the store when Genta sent me the message, and I told him that a friend of mine had broken up and was in a bad mood. Whoever can comfort him will receive a membership card worth 2,000 yuan. Look, two girls have signed up."
Of course, pure green.
Lu Weiwei was also afraid that Xiao Chen would misunderstand, since she hadn't told him about this.
This is awesome. Xiao Chen couldn't help but give her a thumbs up.
It has to be said that after receiving such special comfort, Su Kuan's mood would definitely improve a lot.
At this moment, Liang Qian couldn't help but lean closer. "Senior Weiwei, aren't you going to comfort me? You haven't broken up, but you can go for a drink."
Lu Weiwei looked at Xian Tiancheng with a warning look. "You better sit quietly on the other side.
If I see you looking at them, I'll flip your skull off." Jenda pouted and nodded with a wronged expression.
At this moment, Su Kuan had already been plied with alcohol by the two young ladies, and he was gradually getting tipsy. However, he still held firm to his bottom line and did not make any advances towards the two girls.
Xiao Chen also joined the drinking party, though he didn't drink much. Now, if he drank even a little too much, his mother and Su Ji would scold him when he got home. Of course, this is just talk.
They won't stop him from drinking.
Before long, their singing could be heard from the KTV. Xian Tiancheng suddenly remembered something and asked Xiao Chen, "By the way, Brother Chen, does that Su Guogwei you mentioned last time have a boyfriend? What are you going to do?"
Xiao Chen looked puzzled.
Could it be that Jenda was trying to have his cake and eat it too?
You could introduce Su Guogwei to Su Kuan.
Su Guogwei is hundreds of times prettier than Shen Xian. I feel, they... Shut up. Lu Weiwei, who was drinking, pinched Xian Tiancheng's thigh. Jenda hissed, "Wife, what are you doing?
Su Guogwei is destined to be a big singer.
Your vision is too shallow. How could someone like that possibly be in a relationship?"
After Lu Weiwei slapped Xiao Chen last time, she later went to his door to apologize and then gossiped about Su Guogwa. Xiao Chen briefly told her about Su Guogwa and gave her a Douyin account.
This afternoon, Su Guagua updated her Douyin with a video of herself singing Sunny Day.
After hearing her beautiful singing voice, she concluded that Xiao Chen had not misjudged her and that Su Guagua would definitely be a very famous singer in the future.
Oh. Jenda looked completely innocent and didn't bring up the matter again.
Su Koan, having thoroughly enjoyed himself, had completely forgotten about the breakup earlier that day, thanks to the combined effects of the beautiful woman and alcohol. After finishing one bottle of wine, Xiao Chen stopped drinking and whispered something to Xian Tiancheng and Liang Qian before leaving. Although Liang Qian had no beautiful women to accompany him, he was already there, so he started drinking and singing. After leaving the KTV, Xiao Chen took a deep breath of the outside air and felt much better. Back home, Su Ji and her mother were taking care of the baby. It was still early, and it wasn't time to cook yet. Su Ji was somewhat surprised to see Xiao Chen return so early.
Why are you back so soon?
I don't really like the environment in KTVs. He didn't tell Su Ji about Lu Weiwei finding two young ladies to accompany Su Kuan, but thinking about it carefully, Lu Weiwei really went to a lot of trouble. To actually come up with this method is truly amazing.
Then you can watch the baby for a while, I need to do my homework. Xiao Chen chuckled. Seeing Xiao Chen's eyes, Su Ji knew what he wanted to say. I understand, I'll finish writing your copy.
Okay, sure. Xiao Chen took the baby from her arms, and the baby smiled slightly when he saw his father.
Bao, you smiled when you saw your dad. Do you miss your dad?
Bao made an ah sound, he must be missing his dad. For the next period of time, nothing much happened.
Xiao Chen usually just looked after the child and went to class.
The system does continue to issue life tasks, but the rewards are not very useful. As it's already the end of the year, the I Am a Singer stage will be entering the semi-finals and finals.
As for the upcoming auditions, they will be held next year, after the Chinese New Year.
After signing a contract with Xingkong and receiving the surgery fee, Su Guagui reduced her live streaming frequency and instead focused her time on improving herself.
Time quickly passed to January 15, 2026. Today is the day Jiangcheng University begins its winter break.
In dormitory 448, Xian Tiancheng, Liang Qian, and Su Koan had already packed their things and were ready to go home. After more than a month of reflection, Su Koan has recovered from the heartbreak of the breakup, and his living expenses are even better managed now. He didn't look for another girlfriend, but planned to wait until after graduation to find someone to marry.
That would be best. Jenda was wearing a thick down jacket.
Since he started dating Lu Weiwei, he hadn't lost a single pound. That's right, he didn't lose a single pound, but Lu Weiwei didn't look down on him. When he saw Lu Weiwei's message saying that she was already waiting for him downstairs in the boys' dormitory, he quickly stood up, pulling his suitcase along. Guys, I'm going on a date with my girlfriend now.
See you next year, guys. Chapter 99 Dad's Back. Watching him run off happily, Su Koan felt a little envious.
Xian Tiancheng said that he wanted to go out and have fun with Lu Weiwei for a while before going home for the Chinese New Year. Lu Weiwei hadn't let Xian Tiancheng touch her, but she guessed that this time, Xian Tiancheng could finally perform flower arranging. At this moment, Liang Qian, who had just finished a game, stood up.
He checked the time and said, I should probably go too.
Well, brothers, see you next year.
See you next year. Liang Qian also left 448 with his suitcase. Su Koan couldn't get a ticket for today, so he can only go back tomorrow. In other words, I'll be alone here tonight. Brother Chen, you're not going back, are you? Well, I'm not going back.
Xiao Chen smiled and shook his head. Since there was still some time before the new year, they planned to go back in half a month.
Then can you stay in my dorm and sleep with me tonight?
They're scared.
Seeing Su Koan's expression, Xiao Chen rolled his eyes.
What are you so afraid of?
Just then, Su Koan's eyes suddenly became somewhat vacant.
By the way, Brother Chen, you said, if I hadn't broken up with my ex-girlfriend, I probably would have gone out with her today, right? Su Koan couldn't help but daydream, while Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. If you hadn't broken up with Shen Xayan, you'd probably be owing hundreds of thousands in online loans by now. So you should be glad you broke up with her.
That's true.
Su Koan felt that Xiao Chen's words made a lot of sense, and he nodded slightly. That's true.
Just then, Xiao Chen's phone rang.
Seeing that the caller was Su Ji, Xiao Chen immediately answered the call.
Su Ji's voice came from the other end of the phone. Honey, are you still in the dorm?
Yes, I'm here.
I've packed my things, let's go home.
Okay, I'll be right downstairs.
When Su Koan heard Xiao Chen on the phone say that he would come downstairs immediately, his face fell. Did your wife contact you? Xiao Chen nodded. You can go out and have some fun if you have nothing to do. See you next year, Su Kuan. See you next year, Brother Chen. Su Kuan said helplessly. Xiao Chen nodded and left the dormitory.
His shops are currently closed for the holidays. Although he hasn't made much money during this period, he hasn't lost money either. However, to Xiao Chen's surprise, the nail salon was the most profitable. Under Lu Weiwei's careful management, he earned more than 30,000 yuan a month. Although 30,000 is not a lot, it is income after deducting all costs. That's already very good. As for Lu Weiwei's salary, Xiao Chen directly gave her 10,000 yuan. Since she received this sum of money, she has never let Genta spend any of it on meals or anything else, and Genta has become her gigolo. When Xiao Chen came downstairs, he saw Su Ji. She was wearing a white down jacket, dark blue jeans, black leather boots, and a red hat. There was also a pink suitcase next to her, which was the first time Xiao Chen had seen her suitcase.
The suitcase shows many signs of age, indicating it has been used for a long time.
Seeing Suji dressed like a ball, Xiao Chen couldn't help but ask, "Why are you dressed so warmly?
Are you cold?"
Suji said with a smile, "Don't you know that girls are all cold-blooded creatures?"
Okay, actually, there wasn't enough space in my suitcase, so I just wore it.
Well, you could actually buy 2 more suitcases. It's okay, these are all my old clothes, I didn't take them back.
From now on, I won't bring so many clothes to school. Xiao Chen nodded, then let's go home quickly.
Good.
Xiao Chen took Suji's suitcase and went home. At that moment, his parents were playing with the baby. Etc. Xiao Chen looked completely bewildered. Dad, what brings you here?
Hearing Xiao Chen's voice behind him, Xiao Guosheng, the father, turned around and said, "What, can't I come?" I hadn't seen my dad for several months, and he seemed like a completely different person. He was wearing a suit, a watch on his wrist, and even a Bentley key on the table in the entryway.
Xiao Chen was completely bewildered.
He picked up the key from the entryway, looked at it, and realized it wasn't a lighter.
Dad, you're driving a Bentley now? Ahem. Dad coughed lightly twice. Isn't this a work requirement?
When negotiating cooperation with some big companies, we need a car to save face.
Moreover, the company also needs to pick up people.
My driver also needs to drive this car to pick up clients and such. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. What he said was indeed true.
But the company probably hasn't given us a holiday yet, right? Dad, are you sure coming here won't interfere with your work? What work is being delayed?
Xiao Guosheng shook his head with a smile, because Sunrise Capital invested in our company. Mushu and Jinghai are now the top technology companies.
Son, you'd never guess.
Mushu Technology has now connected to the systems of all government departments in Beijing.
That's awesome? Xiao Chen asked, then won't this company be converted into a state-owned enterprise in the future? I don't know.
Xiao Guosheng was extremely satisfied with the current situation, because he had earned enough money that he could not spend it all in 3 lifetimes.
Of course, this is on the premise of not spending money recklessly.
Xiao Guosheng continued, I have already applied for a plot of land in Jinghai City, so Mushu Technology will have its own office space. I have also contacted the Bohai Sea jurisdiction so that the servers can be transported directly to the seabed.
Xiao Chen nodded slightly.
Since servers generate a lot of heat, it is indeed possible to place them on the seabed to cool them down.
Some tech companies, like Tencent, have moved their servers directly to Antarctica, which greatly reduces heat dissipation costs. Dad, I have to say you're awesome. I thought the company would go bankrupt after you took over Mushu Technology.
Xiao Guosheng rolled his eyes. You little brat, you really underestimate your dad. Xiao Chen continued, oh right, after all, your son already owns 3 companies.
Isn't that more impressive than you?
The 3 companies are a convenience store, a milk tea shop, and a nail salon. But no matter how small the shop is, it's still a company at least. Xiao Chen's abilities at his age are truly remarkable, and Xiao Guosheng was particularly gratified.
He said, a convenience store, a milk tea shop, and a nail salon, that's the company?
What you're saying is ridiculous.
At least your son didn't lose money.
He earns 50 or 60,000 a month now.
That's really impressive.
His dad gave him a thumbs up. At this moment, Dad spoke up, oh, right, there's one more thing.
Question mark. Chapter 100 The Unknown Poison.
What is it, Dad? Xiao Chen asked, and Xiao Guoshengjiu didn't hide anything. Your Grandpa Chen has been talking about you a lot lately. hoping to see you as soon as possible.
Isn't this a simple matter? Xiao Chen said in a calm tone, we can go to the Chen family manor again to see him, right?
That being said, Xiao Chen had indeed not met or contacted Chen Daoxing for a long time. As the chairman of Rixing Capital, although he had retired from the business world, he must still be very busy.
Okay, how about we go tomorrow?
Okay, Dad. Over the past few months, Xiao Guosheng and Chen Daoxing have met many times. Since Xiao Guosheng became the chairman of Mushu Technology, those who used to look down on him have all become his sycophants.
This is the power of authority and money.
His older brother, Xiao Guogong, was so envious of this news that he almost ground his teeth to powder. The main concern is that he's afraid his brothers are suffering, and even more afraid that they're driving Land Rovers. The two families used to have a very bad relationship, but now, Xiao Guogong calls Xiao Guosheng every few days to ask if he has time to have a drink, and even wants to quit his job and come to Mushu Technology. However, Xiao Guosheng politely declined all of these offers. Although they were brothers, they had rarely been in contact since they got married. Apart from seeing each other during the Chinese New Year, they had no contact at all.
Xiao Guosheng knew this would offend people, but he didn't care. He is now at the very top of the pyramid. That evening, Xiao Chen called Chen Daoxing to ask if he was home.
Of course, he found out that Chen was home. Xiao Chen said that he wanted to visit him since school was on holiday, and Chen readily agreed.
The next day, Xiao Chen saw his father's Bentley in the underground parking lot.
It was the first time he had ever ridden in such a car, and he had to admit it was really comfortable. It's much better than the Xiaomi YU7. Moreover, Lei Jun has been in a lot of negative news lately, and even Xiao Chen's Xiaomi YU7 has had strange noises coming from the back door. They arrived at the Chen family manor at exactly 10 a.m. that day, and there they saw Chen Daoxing waiting for them.
Xiao Chen was completely bewildered.
The temperature was unusually low today, and Chen Daoxing was not young either.
Wasn't he cold? Xiao Chen quickly got out of the car.
Chen Daoxing saw Xiao Chen and walked over with a kind smile. Xiao Chen, long time no see. He couldn't help but grasp Xiao Chen's hand, and Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Grandpa, I feel that your complexion has improved a lot since I last saw you a few months ago.
Really? Ha ha ha.
Chen Daoxing knew that Xiao Chen was just being polite, but he still nodded and smiled. He was already so old he had long since learned to act. Just then, Chen Lijin and Chen Liwei came out from inside. Both of them wore strange expressions. Chen Lijin spoke up, Dad, something bad has happened.
Mom's condition is very bad right now. She just vomited blood.
What did you say?
Chen Daoxing's pupils contracted, and he hurriedly walked towards the manor.
Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly.
What's going on?
Dad got out of the car and came to their side. They followed him. During the journey, Dad finally spoke up. Actually, the reason old Chen wanted to see you this time was to let you see Chen Lijin's mother. She's been in very poor health lately, and the hospital tests haven't been able to find anything wrong with her.
Xiao Chen frowned. Dad, why didn't you tell me yesterday? I had no choice.
Xiao Guosheng looked troubled.
Chen Daoxing told me not to tell you.
He said he would let me bring you here when you had time.
That's why I came here yesterday.
Xiao Chen nodded with a serious expression. During this time, he had used his daddy points to upgrade all the skills the system had given him to the super level, including medical skills. Even when the baby was sick recently, they didn't go to the hospital. What shocked Xiao Chen even more was that ever since he upgraded his medical skills to the super level, there seemed to be a surge of energy within his body. The system claims that he can now harness this power to treat certain diseases.
However, Xiao Chen hasn't tried it yet. The main reason is that he feels it's quite sci-fi. Okay, acquiring the system sounds like something out of science fiction.
Xiao Chen and Xiao Guosheng followed Chen Daoxing into a villa. In one of the rooms, several doctors and nurses were busily taking care of an elderly person on a hospital bed. The elderly man in the hospital bed had a breathing tube inserted into his nose, and the vital signs monitor next to him was beeping.
The atmosphere in the room was somewhat oppressive.
On the bed sheet next to it, there were still some damp bloodstains.
Upon entering the room, Chen Daoxing immediately approached a male doctor wearing a mask and asked, Xiao Lu, what's wrong with my wife? I don't know either, Mr. Chen.
The doctor was quite helpless because her condition was extremely rare. It can be said that there has never been a single case like this in the entire world. A month ago, Chen Daoxing's wife, Li Kuihua, was perfectly fine, but, after a trip to Japan, she fell ill upon returning.
Xiao Chen.
Chen Daosheng said in a trembling voice, actually, the reason I called you here today is to let you see my wife. She went to Japan to discuss cooperation a month ago, and she passed away the night she returned. I contacted many specialists at hospitals, and the test reports all showed no abnormalities in her body, but she kept vomiting blood.
I'm really out of options. You saved my life, and I want to see if you've ever seen anything like this before.
Chen Daosheng knew that there was a 99.99% chance that Xiao Chen wouldn't be able to detect it, but he still wanted to give it a try. Chen Daosheng always felt that he and Xiao Chen were destined to be together.
Grandpa, don't worry, let me take a look.
Good. Seeing this, the surrounding doctors made way for Xiao Chen, and Xiao Chen went to Li Kueihhua's seat.
At this moment, Li Kueihua had completely fallen into a coma and showed no signs of waking up. Xiao Chen dared not delay and quickly reached out to feel Li Kueihhua's pulse.
At this moment, Li Kueihhua's pulse was particularly erratic, and her heart rate was above 120, which was clearly abnormal. Just then, the system panel suddenly opened in front of him.
System, checking pulse.
After about 10 seconds, the system concluded, judging from the pulse, the patient seems to have been poisoned by some kind of poison, a kind of poison that has never appeared in our China before.
Question mark. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Poisoned?
The host temporarily suppressed the condition using acupuncture. At this moment, a memory had already entered his mind. He now knew exactly how to use acupuncture for treatment.
Xiao Chen quickly turned his head and said, "Do you have any needles? I need to give her a prick." Chapter 101 Poisoned. Chen Daosheng was taken aback upon hearing this. Could it be that Xiao Chen really could cure him? Yes.
The doctors nearby spoke up one after another, saying they weren't worried. After all, old Chen was here in person, so even if something happened, it wouldn't be their responsibility. After handing a box of silver needles to Xiao Chen disinfected his hands and then took out a silver needle that gleamed with a cold light from the box.
Mr. Chen, I already know what illness your wife has. Now I'm going to perform acupuncture on her. With your permission, we can begin now. Well.
Seeing Xiao Chen's current state, Chen Daosheng agreed without hesitation.
After receiving permission from Elder Chen, Xiao Chen decisively inserted the needle into Li Kueihhua's acupoints.
Xiao Chen's technique was swift. His arms and calves were already covered in silver needles. Even Xiao Guosheng, who was standing behind him, looked completely bewildered.
His father did practice acupuncture, but did he directly pass on the techniques to Xiao Chen? Perhaps I haven't paid much attention to this matter before.
Seeing Li Kueihua covered in silver needles but showing no signs of waking up, Chen Daosheng couldn't help but step forward. "Xiao Chen, what exactly is going on?"
"Mr. Chen, please calm down."
At this moment, Xiao Chen arrived in front of Li Kueihua. Then, he gathered the energy within his body and slammed it heavily into Li Kueihua's chest.
Puff!
Accompanied by a spray of black blood, Li Kueihua slowly opened her eyes. She started coughing violently, and Xiao Chen quickly said, "Grandma Li, don't move around." Because she still had silver needles inserted in her body, she definitely couldn't move around at this time.
Chen Daosheng was shocked.
He never expected that Xiao Chen would actually wake Li Kueihua up.
But since Xiao Chen hadn't spoken yet, he didn't dare to go over. Let's ask some questions later. What is wrong with me?
Looking at the silver needle stuck in her body and the black blood from earlier, Li Kueihua still had a strong taste of blood in her mouth. Xiao Chen did not answer, but turned around. "Old Chen, Grandma is fine now. Stay with her for half an hour, and then remove the silver needles from her body."
Upon hearing this, Chen Daosheng nodded repeatedly. Okay. Xiao Chen looked at his father and said, "Dad, let's go out and not disturb them."
Xiao Guosheng nodded, and soon the two of them went out.
Xiao Chen's father looked at him in disbelief.
They went to the sofa in the living room, where Xiao Chen poured himself a glass of water and drank it down in one gulp.
Xiao Guosheng couldn't help but ask Xiao Chen, "Son, what exactly is going on?" "Old Chen's wife has been poisoned." "Poisoning?" Xiao Guosheng was completely bewildered. How did his son know? "Did you learn these from your grandfather?" "Yes." Xiao Chen nodded with a smile, bragging without batting an eye. "Do you think Grandpa, who's been a doctor his whole life, doesn't have any special skills? Your son has learned the essence of his grandfather's teachings. This is a unique technique created by his grandfather, the silver needle poison drawing technique." Grandpa never mentioned this to Xiao Guosheng.
In his memory, Xiao Chen's grandfather was an exceptionally skilled bone-setting man. But looking into Xiao Chen's eyes, Xiao Guosheng felt that Xiao Chen wouldn't lie to him.
So, have you cleaned the toxins out of Chen Daoxing's wife's body? It's not that simple.
Xiao Chen said with a solemn expression. I only drew out some of the toxins just now.
It's impossible to draw them all out. These toxins have already invaded the organs unless we get the antidote. Otherwise.
Xiao Chen didn't finish his sentence, but Xiao Guosheng already understood the meaning behind his words. There was nothing he could do, he couldn't help with this. After spending half an hour in the living room, Chen Daosheng came down from the second floor with his two sons. He had just removed the silver needles as Xiao Chen had instructed. But after the silver needles were removed, Li Kuihua fell asleep. They didn't know if this was good or bad, so they quickly came down to ask Xiao Chen.
Xiao Chen.
Perhaps because of Li Kuihua's matter, Chen Daosheng had visibly aged a lot, and Xiao Chen quickly stood up. Grandpa, please sit down.
Xiao Chen, my wife, what's going on?
He asked, puzzled.
Xiao Chen didn't hide anything from him and said, Grandpa, if I'm not mistaken, Grandma was poisoned in Japan. Poisoning. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxing's face turned grim.
Li Kuihua had gone to Japan to discuss business a month ago, so how could she have been poisoned?
So, Xiao Chen, have you cured the poison? No.
Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly. I've only suppressed it temporarily.
I estimate that Grandma will fall into a coma again in 7 days.
Mr. Chen, your company is so big, you must have a lot of connections. I'm afraid you'll need to investigate this matter personally and then find a solution. Think about it. Do you have any companies or competitors in Japan that you don't get along with?
Maybe they harmed Grandma to intimidate you? Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Chen Daoxing nodded. The current market environment was not as easy as Xiao Chen thought.
He had cooperated with Japanese companies more than 20 years ago, and at the same time, he had made a lot of enemies.
But when asked to think about it for a moment, he really couldn't come up with an answer.
We can only ask Li Kuihua when she wakes up again.
I understand, thank you, Xiao Chen. Grandpa, you're too kind. I'll definitely help you if I can.
Xiao Chen continued, didn't you say before that your son had been to Japan?
Don't let him go there again recently.
As he spoke, Xiao Chen glanced at Chen Liwei. Chen Liwei felt a chill run down his spine just thinking about it, and he nodded, then I won't go either. Chen Daosheng was quite helpless, but he still contacted the people who had traveled with Li Kuihua and asked them to think about who they had encountered or what food they had eaten. As a powerful figure with connections in both the legitimate and underworld circles, Chen Daosheng must have many means to investigate this matter. Soon, Chen Daosheng arranged for someone to prepare a table full of dishes. Xiao Chen only ate a few bites because the meal was rather stressful. Chen Daoxing's phone kept ringing, but each time he answered it, he was greatly disappointed. Li Kuihua was Chen Daoxing's first love, and it was also the company he started together with that he founded, Rixing Capital. It can be said that Li Kuihua was of extraordinary significance to Chen Daoxing. Although he remarried later, Li Kuihua did not object. In fact, their relationship improved even more after their youngest son was born. Time quickly passed to 4:30 in the afternoon, and Chen Daoxing was reluctant to let Xiao Chen leave.
Grandson, don't leave today. He was terrified that something might happen to Li Kuihua.
Xiao Chen thought about it and realized that staying here for a few days wouldn't be a bad idea.
Chapter 102 How can you sleep so much? Alright, then I'll stay here for now. Xiao Chen could clearly sense that old Chen lacked a sense of security. If he could provide old Chen with a sense of security here, then there wouldn't be any problem. Really, Xiao Chen? Grandpa Chen was overjoyed by Xiao Chen's answer.
Xiao Chen nodded and said, Grandpa, I'm already on vacation, and I won't be going back to Jinghai for a while. I'll be here whenever you need me during this time.
Okay.
Xiao Chen turned his gaze to his father, Xiao Guosheng. Dad, you go back by yourself. I'll stay with old Chen for a few days.
The father wasn't surprised to hear this.
If something happened to Li Kuihua, Xiao Chen could indeed offer some help here.
Should we bring Suji over too?
The father gave a meaningful smile, as if afraid that Xiao Chen would be lonely and isolated here. Suji stayed home to take care of the child today, so she didn't come over.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback.
If I were here by myself, I would definitely get bored most of the time.
Okay.
Xiao Chen grinned mischievously. In fact, he had already played a game with Suji once. However, since his mother was at home, he secretly took Suji to a hotel, but it only happened once. If the houses here are spacious, perhaps it's possible. Dad nodded upon hearing this. Then tomorrow, I'll have her drive your car over.
Dad, when are you leaving? Xiao Chen asked. Since Dad's return this time is related to Elder Chen, does that mean he'll be leaving soon? Don't worry, I won't go back for now. We'll talk about it after the new year. That's fine then.
Dad left quickly, and Xiao Chen turned to look at Chen Daosheng. Grandpa, let's go see Grandma together.
Okay, fine.
His two sons helped him, and they returned to the villa. Li Kueihua had already woken up weakly, and several doctors were still taking turns to care for her. Li Kueihua's vital signs were currently stable, but her body was extremely weak. Grandpa, you can make some simple liquid food for Grandma so she can eat something.
Okay, sure.
Chen Daosheng made a phone call and asked the chef to cook her a meal. At this moment, Li Kueihua was already showing signs of waking up.
How are you, Grandma?
You must be Xiao Chen, Li Kueihua asked weakly.
This was the first time Xiao Chen and Li Kueihua had met.
Li Kueihua had already heard from Chen Daosheng that he had been saved by someone and then taken in as his grandson.
Yes, I am Xiao Chen.
Li Kueihua smiled faintly upon hearing this. The old man is right.
You saved the old man's life and you saved mine.
You're a good child. This morning, when Chen Daosheng was with Li Kueihua, he said that Xiao Chen had saved her, so Li Kueihua now believes that Xiao Chen saved her life.
Grandma, this is what we should do. Xiao Chen didn't tell the truth, some things are better left unsaid.
Afterwards, Xiao Chen chatted briefly with Li Kueihua, asking her if she had come into contact with any unusual people or eaten any unusual food while in Japan, before leaving the room. Li Kueihua's condition is currently stable and much better than when she first woke up, but she still cannot get out of bed and walk. Xiao Chen had no other choice but to observe for the time being.
Time quickly came to 8 o'clock in the evening, and Chen Daosheng directly asked Chen Liwei to find an empty courtyard house for Xiao Chen to live in. Chen Daosheng was very thoughtful, knowing that Su Ji would be coming tomorrow.
Lying in bed, Xiao Chen stared blankly at the ceiling. He couldn't help but think that this world was really complicated. Having money has its advantages, and not having money has its advantages too. For someone like old Chen, danger could strike at any time. He sighed helplessly, feeling that all circles were in a mess these days.
It's good enough to just try to stay alive.
That night, Xiao Chen lay in bed and watched a show for a while, then played egg waffle party with Su Ji for a bit before saying goodnight and going to sleep. Xiao Chen slept very comfortably at the Chen family manor, perhaps because he had used his power during the day. After using it, his energy seemed to have been completely drained. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Su Ji arrived at the villa where Xiao Chen was, led by Chen Liwei. Chen Liwei did not disturb Xiao Chen, but gave the breakfast directly to Su Ji. After Su Ji put the breakfast on the table, she went to the room where Xiao Chen was sleeping. Pushing open the door, I saw that Xiao Chen was still lying in bed.
Xiao Chen, are we still not up? Su Jiren was shocked. It was already 9 o'clock and she was still sleeping.
I played games yesterday, and I only played until 10 o'clock. He should have gone to bed by 10 o'clock. Upon hearing Su Ji's voice, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes, glanced at his phone, and exclaimed, "Damn, it's already 9 o'clock.
He finished playing games last night, took a shower, and went to bed at 10:30. That means he slept for 10.5 hours. Holy crap, how can I sleep so much?" Xiao Chen was completely numb. He looked at Su Ji and asked, "Why did you come so early?" "I've come to see Grandma Li."
After Xiao Guoshang returned yesterday, he told Su Ji about it. Since Xiao Chen was staying here, she felt she should also come and see Li Kueihua.
"Get up quickly, wash up, brother Chen Liwei brought you breakfast. After you finish breakfast, we'll go see it." "Good." Xiao Chen quickly got up, dressed, and after breakfast, he took Su Ji to the room where Li Kueihua had stayed the day before. But when they arrived, they found that Li Kueihua was not there.
The doctor inside said that early in the morning, Chen's eldest son lifted her into a wheelchair and took her out for a walk. Xiao Chen roughly knew where they had gone, so they went to the pavilion at the Chen family manor. Just as Xiao Chen had thought, Chen Daosheng, Chen Lijian, and Li Kueihua were right there at that moment. Li Kueihua sat in a wheelchair, dressed in thick clothes, with a blanket covering her knees.
"Grandfather."
Xiao Chen and Su Ji walked over together. When Chen Daosheng saw Xiao Chen and Su Ji, he smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, Su Ji, you've come over."
Xiao Chen quickly squatted down and looked at Li Kueihua's expression.
She could see that the toxins in Li Kueihua's body were still flowing, and that she might fall into a coma again in a few days.
However, he can undergo another acupuncture session to temporarily expel these toxins.
In other words, if he had continued to intervene, these toxins wouldn't have been able to kill Li Kueihua at all.
"Grandma,
I'll be giving you acupuncture again in a few days.
From now on, it would be best if we did it once a week.
Good. Li Kuehua smiled and nodded. She also felt that there seemed to be something wrong with her body.
But she didn't say it.
She is a few years older than Chen Daosheng and will soon be 80. To be honest, she is already very content to have lived to this age.
Chapter 103. Is Xiao Chen incapable?
Because the air outside was quite cold, Chen Liwei pushed his mother back into the villa after only a short time outside. While Li Kuehua was still lucid, they put aside their usual work and sat down to chat.
Xiao Chen and Su Ji listened as Chen Daosheng recounted their love story from their youth.
They were both very poor when they got married, and dowries and such were not common back then. Back then, being able to have enough to eat was considered good. Later, as life gradually improved, Chen Daosheng started working at a newspaper. He then keenly grasped information from the financial market and, with Li Kuehua's support, eventually established Rixing Capital.
The origin of Sunrise Capital is quite simple, it means rising every day. Sunrise.
After hearing old Chen's story, Xiao Chen couldn't help but sigh that his life was truly wonderful.
Of course, your own is good too.
That evening, Xiao Chen and Su Ji entered the courtyard house where he had slept the previous night. The bedroom was quite large, and Su Ji had brought a suitcase with her when she arrived.
She thoughtfully brought Xiao Chen's usual clothes and pajamas.
When his mother is home, she and Su Ji often make quite a commotion while playing games, so Xiao Chen always suppresses the fiery beast within him at home.
But today, no one is bothering us anymore.
At 10 p.m., Su Ji came out of the bathroom after taking a shower, drying her hair with a towel. As soon as she came out, she saw Xiao Chen looking at her with a lewd expression.
What are you going to do? Su Ji immediately knew what Xiao Chen wanted to do.
She looked around, wondering if it was inappropriate to be here. After all, this is old Chen's home.
What do you think, honey?
Xiao Chen flicked his upper eyelids at her, then leaned in and hugged her from behind, the scent of Su Ji's hair filling his nostrils.
Su Ji smelled wonderful.
At that moment, it was as if a ferocious beast was inside Xiao Chen. He pressed Xiao Chen and Su Ji onto the bed. Su Ji couldn't help but let out a soft moan.
Ah! What are you going to do? Want?
Su Ji was completely bewildered.
Wait, did Xiao Chen misunderstand something?
Xiao Chen, unable to wait any longer, pinned Su Ji behind him. Their lips met, and Su Ji made a soft woo-woo sound. Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a strange sensation. In the past, his body might have reacted at this time.
But now, he didn't feel anything at all.
Noticing that Xiao Chen had suddenly stopped moving, Su Ji opened her eyes.
She really wanted to ask, Xiao Chen, why did you stop? What's wrong? Is there someone outside?
Su Ji's first thought was whether someone else was involved.
She glanced out the window twice, but this was the second floor, and surely no one outside could fly?
Only now did Su Ji notice that Xiao Chen's small tent showed no signs of being pitched. Suddenly, a bad thought popped into her head.
Could it be that Xiao Chen is failing?
You. Noticing Su Ji's gaze, Xiao Chen quickly shook his arm and said, "What do you mean, I'm fine?"
Xiao Chen was completely bewildered.
He suddenly realized that he didn't seem to have woken up this morning.
Holy crap! What's going on here?
Just then, the system's voice came, "Host, when you use the energy in your body, this energy will greatly deplete your energy. You will need 7 days to recover your full vitality.
Of course, you also eat the little blue pills to help you? Omega? What the hell?"
At this moment, Xiao Chen was so anxious he wanted to curse. Everything was fine when he bound to the system, but now it's starting to cause side effects.
Just then, Su Ji covered her mouth and smiled. "It's okay, even if you can't do it anymore, I won't despise you. You will always be my good husband."
Su Ji sat up in bed and hugged Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, I'm going to the blue pill tomorrow." Ding, the little blue tablet has been placed in your mouth. The host can drink some water and wait for the medicine to take effect.
Hee, thank you, System Daddy. Xiao Chen was overjoyed.
Although he had taken Viagra, he was relieved that he hadn't lost face in front of Su Ji. He quickly grabbed the bottled water next to him and took a big gulp.
A dozen minutes later, Xiao Chen felt the effects. Xiao Chen revealed his beast-like gaze once more. This time, Su Ji glanced at his small tent again, muttering to herself, "Strange, isn't he impotent?" Xiao Chen began to disassemble people's clothes. Then, The next day, Xiao Chen touched his cool lower back and couldn't help but marvel at how potent the medicine was. Perhaps she was too tired last night. Su Ji was still asleep. Xiao Chen knew that the girl was like this because she had used up too much energy last night, and he could understand. Just as Xiao Chen came down from the second floor, his phone rang. He looked up and saw it was Chen Liwei. "Hello." Xiao Chen spoke up, and Chen Liwei on the phone said, "Hey, Xiao Chen, are you and your girlfriend up? If you are, come over for dinner. The chef has already prepared the meal, so I won't bring it to you." "Okay, I'll wake her up right away." "Aha." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face, then woke up Su Ji from her sleep. What time is it?" Su Ji opened her sleepy eyes, and Xiao Chen said, "It's already 8 o'clock, get up quickly." "How come I slept for so long?" They went to bed before midnight yesterday, even though she usually wakes up around 7 a.m. But I actually slept until 8 o'clock today. I must have been too tired last night. Su Ji sat up and got out of bed. Just then, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her groin. Even walking feels a bit awkward. Xiao Chen was completely bewildered. "What the heck, wife, what's wrong with you?" Su Ji pouted and reluctantly said, "It's all your fault. You didn't give in to me last night and you were so rough." Thinking back to last night. "No, are you sure it was me who used force?" Thinking back to how she was last night, Xiao Chen felt there was no need to explain. Yes. Xiao Chen simply gave up. "Go wash up and brush your teeth first, then we'll go eat together." Xiao Chen deliberately observed Su Ji's walking movements. Although they looked a little awkward, there shouldn't be any major problems. After washing up, she changed into a new set of clothes and felt much better. "My groin is still a little sore, but it's much better now." Xiao Chen and Su Ji arrived at Chen Daoxing's villa. At this moment, the four of them were already there. After arriving here, Xiao Chen stared at Li Kuihua. Fortunately, she seemed to be in good mental condition. "Grandma, how are you feeling?" Li Kuihua smiled and nodded. "I can walk now, and I guess soon I won't need their help anymore, ha." Chapter 104 Wife, you've changed. Li Kuihua was unaware of her own condition. She only felt that her condition was slowly improving. Having a good mindset when you're sick can actually be very helpful for recovery. It's a good thing that Li Kuihua has such a good attitude. Seeing that Li Kuihua's health was getting better and better, and that she was even able to walk, Chen Daoxing gradually felt relieved. Perhaps Xiao Chen really did force out all the toxins in that one move, or perhaps he misdiagnosed the problem? Chen Daoxing tried his best to think positively, constantly reminding himself that Li Kuihua was alright. 5 days later, one morning, Chen Daoxing was about to wake Li Kuihua up for breakfast. However, he found that no matter how he called her, she showed no signs of waking up. My dear. Chen Daoxing kept shaking Li Kuihua's body to make sure she had a heartbeat before he could finally relax. Then, he anxiously dialed Xiao Chen's number. Older people usually get up very early. Xiao Chen was still sleeping when he heard his phone vibrate, so he quickly pressed the answer button. "Hey, what's wrong, Grandpa?" "Xiao Chen, your grandmother seems to have fainted again. Could you come and take a look?" "Okay, I'll be right there." Xiao Chen didn't wake Su Ji, but hurriedly put on his coat and ran out. It was still dark in the early winter morning. Xiao Chen was dressed rather lightly, and he soon felt quite cold. He arrived at Chen Daoxing's villa and went into his bedroom. Xiao Chen looked at Li Kuihua. Just like before, her lips had turned somewhat bluish-purple. Xiao Chen asked Chen Daoxing, "Grandpa Chen, haven't you received any news yet about who Grandma was in contact with in Japan?" Chen Daoxing was speechless. He shook his head helplessly. "I've checked everything, but it's useless. I haven't found a single clue. The food she ate was the same as usual, and no one poisoned her." Xiao Chen asked, "Could it be that someone poisoned you while you were eating? Perhaps it was someone you trust very much?" Thinking about this gave Chen Daoxing a headache he simply couldn't remember. "We'll talk about this later. Xiao Chen, do you have any way to force the toxins out of her body?" Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. "Okay, but please find me another set of silver needles." "Good." Chen Daoxing made a phone call and asked his son to bring over a set of silver needles. Just like last time, Xiao Chen inserted the silver needles into various acupoints on her body. Finally, gathering all his strength, he slammed his fist into her chest. Bang! Just like last time, Li Kuihua coughed up a mouthful of black blood, but it was much better than last time.
At this moment, Li Kuehua also woke up. She looked at Chen Daosheng in a daze and said, "Old man, I think I went to the gates of hell."
Don't talk nonsense.
At this moment, the doctors who were stationed at the Chen family manor also appeared, and they quickly helped Li Kuehua clean the bloodstains on the bed and the corners of her mouth. At this moment, a doctor wanted to ask how Xiao Chen had managed to wake her up.
But they didn't speak. Xiao Chen then said to Elder Chen, could you come out for a moment? Good.
Chen Lijian followed Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng into the living room. After sitting down, both Chen Daosheng and Chen Lijian looked somewhat nervous. They were terrified that Xiao Chen would tell them some bad news.
Xiao Chen, just tell me what's wrong. I can handle it.
Chen Daosheng spoke up, and Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He said with a serious expression, "Grandpa, Grandma's condition is actually not that serious right now.
Even without the antidote, forcing her back once a week shouldn't be a problem.
But it would be best to investigate further.
This technique, I doubt others can learn it, and I can't teach it to anyone else."
Hearing this, Chen Daosheng was less nervous. At most, he would just need Xiao Chen to handle it.
I believe he won't refuse.
But Xiao Chen was suffering inside.
Does this mean I'll have to rely on Viagra from now on? No.
Chen Daosheng nodded. "Okay, I will definitely find the person who poisoned my wife."
With the Lunar New Year less than a month away, Chen Daosheng asked Xiao Chen, "By the way, Xiao Chen, when are you going back to Jinghai?" I plan to go back at the end of the month."
Good.
She couldn't help but say, "Then I'll send Grandma Li to your house for detoxification."
Don't worry, I won't bother you for too long.
It's alright, Mr. Chen, you can come anytime.
Next, Xiao Chen told him some things to be aware of before leaving the villa. Chen Daosheng was still thinking about Li Kuehua, so he told her to go and keep Li Kuehua company.
Xiao Chen then got up and returned to his room. Su Ji was still asleep at the moment.
Because it was relatively quiet at Chen Daosheng's house, Xiao Chen would have sex with Su Ji every other night. Both of them had been extremely satisfied these past few days.
Xiao Chen lay on top of Su Ji, wondering if she was pregnant again.
In any case, no defensive measures were taken during this period.
The main problem is that getting pregnant is not so simple nowadays.
Xiao Chen refused to believe that he could succeed again this time, just like he did last time. Perhaps sensing a breath on her face, Su Ji opened her eyes. She was startled to see Xiao Chen so close to her.
"Honey, why did you wake up so early?" "I just went out."
"Where did you go?" Su Ji pursed her lips. She'd been very comfortable being served by Xiao Chen these past few days, and now she even wanted to.
"Xiao Chen, I've taken care of Grandma Li. By the way, when do you think would be a good time for us to go back? Are you leaving?"
To be honest, Su Ji was living a very comfortable life at the Chen family manor.
Not having to take care of the baby and having Xiao Chen with her is simply too wonderful. Hearing Su Ji's tone, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. "Judging from your tone, it seems you don't want to leave?"
Su Ji chuckled, pouting, "No one's disturbing our time together here."
Ha!
Xiao Chen sensed that Su Ji was a bit carried away, so he said, "It's okay, I'll take you to a hotel whenever you want.
If I'm still alive, I'll just buy another house. Xiao Chen isn't short of money right now.
If things don't work out, he can try to buy a house on the floor above or below him, or across the hall, by raising the price." Su Ji shook her head upon hearing this. "There's really no need for that." Su Ji suddenly hugged Xiao Chen. "Darling, I love you so much."
"Alright, let's not fall in love yet." Xiao Chen felt that Su Ji was infatuated, and if she wanted it every day, he might become weak. "Why? I want a kiss first."
Su Ji clung to Xiao Chen and kissed him on the lips. Xiao Chen never expected Su Ji to have such a domineering side.
"Honey, when did you become like this? Wasn't I like this before?" "No."
At this moment, Su Ji spoke again. "Honey, I want to."
Chapter 105 Dad's Happy Life. What do you want to do?
Xiao Chen quickly covered his crotch. He had just helped Li Kuehua expel the toxins from her body, and he was at his weakest point.
"Why are you thinking about this again? What do you think?" Xiao Chen quickly shook his head. "Damn." Sure enough, once he got used to having something, he stopped wanting it. Fortunately, Su Ji was just joking. After getting up and packing their things, the two of them prepared to leave the Chen family manor. Upon hearing the news that Xiao Chen and Su Ji were leaving, Chen Daosheng was somewhat reluctant, but there was nothing he could do.
Both of them had their own matters to attend to, so old Chen and his two children personally escorted Xiao Chen and Su Ji to the gate of the Chen family manor.
Mr. Chen, you don't need to see me off. Spend more time with Grandma.
Contact me anytime if you need anything, and I'll be there as soon as possible.
Okay, I understand.
Old Chen looked at Xiao Chen with reluctance. Drive carefully on your way back.
Xiao Chen didn't say much and quickly got into the car with Su Ji. After the car started, Su Ji, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked, "Honey, is Grandma Li still feeling better?" "That's serious?"
Su Ji didn't know the specifics of Li Kuewa's physical condition, and Xiao Chen didn't intend to reveal anything at the moment, simply saying, "It won't kill her for now, but she needs to cleanse her body of impurities every week.
Otherwise, he will fall into a coma." "So you have to go to the hospital every week?"
That's one way to understand it."
"All right."
Su Ji lowered her head.
"As people get older, all sorts of ailments will follow.
When you are young, you must take good care of your body." When he got home, just as Xiao Chen had expected, his mother was looking after the child. And Dad was actually sitting on his computer, playing mahjong.
"No?"
Xiao Chen was stunned by what he saw.
How could the big boss of Mushu Technology be playing games?
However, Xiao Chen remembered that when he was a child, his father often took him to play various games.
Moreover, Xiao Chen did not let playing games distract him from his studies and eventually got into Jiangcheng University.
"Ha? Why are you back?" Actually, he and Yuan Yuqin had a very comfortable time during the days that Xiao Chen and Su Ji were away. It's said that women are like wolves in their 30s and tigers in their 40s, but Xiao Chen's mother is only in her 40s and still very young. Without the interference of their two children, their lives are exceptionally happy.
No, it's sexual bliss? Omega? Dad, if I remember correctly, this should be my home. Can't I go back to my own home?
That is not what I meant. Xiao Guosheng waved his hand helplessly. I thought you would stay at old Chen's house for a while longer. I'm a little surprised that you came back so early. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. I'm so bored I'm practically turning into mold by now, give me a break.
Boring?
Xiao Guosheng looked at Xiao Chen with a surprised expression. He wanted to say, I've already sent Su Ji over to keep you company.
Are you still bored? Shouldn't we be unleashing a barrage of attacks? Surely my son can't be incapable of doing this?
Noticing his father's strange look, Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. All right, you can keep hitting. Su Ji and I both miss the baby.
Besides, Dad, isn't it a bit much that you're not helping Mom take care of the kids?
Sitting in the living room, Yuan Yuqin said, I wish I could rely on him someday.
Oh, honey, I'm here.
Now that his son was back, Xiao Guosheng naturally lost interest in playing games. He wanted to hug the child, but Xiao Chen and Su Ji had already taken him. It was almost noon, and Dad Xiao Guosheng proactively tied on an apron. Then I'll go cook.
Son, what do you want to eat? Dad, how about we let Xiao Chen cook?
Su Ji eagerly opened her mouth. Although the food at the Chen family manor was good and had a wide variety of dishes, she felt that it was still much inferior to Xiao Chen's.
Xiao Guosheng turned his gaze to Xiao Chen, his eyes seeming to ask, Are you willing? If not, I'll do it. Don't worry, I have a way with your daughter-in-law.
Okay. Since his wife wanted to eat his cooking, Xiao Chen would naturally do his best to satisfy her. After handing the bao to his father, Xiao Chen took off his apron and rushed into the kitchen in a puff of smoke.
4 dishes and a soup are enough for 4 people.
The babies are still small and mainly drink breast milk. At 12:30 p.m., Xiao Chen had finished cooking lunch.
The family sat down at the table, and Xiao Chen asked, Dad, when are we going back?
To be honest, Xiao Chen really wanted to go back to Jinghai. With the Lunar New Year approaching, he felt that after returning home, he could first go home and bring his grandmother over so they could celebrate the New Year together.
Grandma must be thinking about the 2 babies right now.
Xiao Guosheng thought for a moment, then said, how about the end of the month?
Good.
Xiao Chen had no objections, and in the next few days, he planned to take Su Ji for a short stroll around the surrounding area.
As the provincial capital, Jiangcheng actually has many places worth visiting.
After finishing her postpartum confinement, she went to school. Although she had been to many places, she hadn't really had any fun outside. It's highly unlikely that old Chen will contact her in the next few days, so Xiao Chen plans to give Grandma Li Kuhua one more treatment before leaving. Then Dad, I'll set off with Su Ji tomorrow and take her to explore Jiangcheng or the surrounding cities.
We finally have winter break, and I feel like we should go out and have some fun. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Guoshang was overjoyed. Great! My son is only coming back for one night before leaving again. Let's make tonight his rest day. Okay, where are you planning to go? Aren't there many cities around Zhangcheng?
We plan to go to Zibo for barbecue, and then visit Confucius's hometown to experience Confucian culture. Hearing his son's itinerary, Xiao Guoshang nodded with satisfaction. He said to Yuan Yuqin, "Wife, when the child is a little older, I'll take you on a trip too."
When the child gets a little older, they'll be going to kindergarten. Will you be picking them up and dropping them off then?
Oh, this. Even now, Xiao Guoshang feels that time has passed too quickly. He's already considered someone whose body is half buried in the earth. Xiao Chen chuckled, "You can take the babies out to play together, and the babies can stay at the Jiangcheng University affiliated kindergarten.
Su Ji and I can pick them up and drop them off."
When they are thinking about certain issues, they completely ignore their son and daughter-in-law, which is indeed not good.
Look at our son, he's so good at talking.
Xiao Guoshang was very satisfied with his son. "Then when your mother and I go on a trip in the future, your son will be in your care."
Yuan Yuqin rolled her eyes, feeling that Xiao Guoshang didn't act like a grandfather. Chapter 106, Going Home for the New Year.
The following day, Xiao Chen and Su Ji began a short trip. According to Xiao Chen's itinerary, they went to Zibo for barbecue, visited Confucius's hometown to experience Confucian culture, and then went to the kite capital.
They even visited Chaosen, the center of the universe.
However, Xiao Chen regretted it as soon as he arrived in Chao County. There were many young men riding number 9 motorcycles, and even a few blonde-haired guys were blowing hooligans at Su Ji.
That's really disgusting. Time quickly came to January 31st, 2026.
That day, Xiao Chen went to the Chen family manor, sacrificing his future little brother's standing posture in exchange for Li Kuewa's week of health. Xiao Chen also told Chen Daoshang that they were going back to Jinghai and that he could come to Jinghai to find him if anything happened. Xiao Chen saw that the Chen family manor had several helicopter landing pads, so even in the most urgent situations, they could fly directly over to find him. After packing his luggage, Xiao Chen planned to drive all 3 cars back this time. My dad's Bentley, the Xiaomi YU7 he often drives, and that Porsche 911. When my dad found out that he had secretly bought a 911, he didn't say much.
Who hasn't dreamed of owning a sports car when they were young?
He even asked if his dad could take it for a spin. So, in the end, Xiao Chen drove his high-powered 911, his father drove his Bentley, and Suji drove her Xiaomi car.
All 3 cars got on the highway at the same time and headed home.
My mother sat in the back of the Bentley, taking care of the 3 babies. Compared to the National Day holiday, there weren't many cars on the highway, and they returned to Jinghai in less than 2 hours.
However, they did not go home immediately.
Instead, they found a nice local restaurant, ate their meal, and then returned to their neighborhood. Upon seeing the 4 characters Wang Yuelanting again, Xiao Chen no longer felt the excitement he once had. The parking spaces in the community are charged monthly, and there are no fixed parking spaces. Yesterday, my dad contacted the property management and entered the Porsche's license plate number. After parking the car in the underground garage, the family of 4 went upstairs. Just like last time, there's not much food left at home, but it's only a little past 1 o'clock, so I can go to the supermarket to buy some this afternoon.
Dad, when are we going to bring Grandma over? Xiao Chen plopped down on the sofa. His father thought for a moment and said, "You can go anytime. If you want to go, then go." Question mark. Aren't you coming with me? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes, and his father rubbed his lower back. "My lower back has been hurting a bit lately." Back pain?
Xiao Chen was puzzled, but then he suddenly understood.
It seems Dad has been, lately. He smiled and continued, "Then I'll go with Su Ji." Are you still going back to the company?
To be honest, Xiao Chen really wants to visit his father's company now. If he's not mistaken, he will be the heir to this company in the future. In other words, he is the chairman-in-chief. Of course, that day is still a long, long way off. It's not impossible that Dad might skip him and pass it on directly to his grandson.
Dad nodded. "I need to go to the company.
The new year is coming soon, and I need to go there to arrange some things." Xiao Chen looked at Su Ji. "Then let's go pick up Grandma this afternoon."
Take my car there.
His mother had never ridden in a Bentley before, and Xiao Guoshang also wanted to try driving Xiao Chen's 911.
Dad, this car is so expensive, are you really willing to spend the money? Why would I be reluctant? You brat, don't you know how powerful your father is now?
Of course I know, my dear Dad.
When are you going to buy your son an airplane? Question mark.
Xiao Guosheng rolled his eyes. You look just like an airplane to me. After dinner, Yuan Yuqin asked Xiao Guosheng to wash the dishes, while Xiao Chen was already getting ready to go out to pick up his grandmother. Xiao Chen drove for more than an hour to Xiao family village, only to find that his grandmother was not home.
Suji was taken aback. Why isn't grandma home?
That goes without saying, he must have gone to play mahjong. Xiao Chen knew where she was playing mahjong, and it wasn't far, so he parked the car there, took Suji around a few corners, and then entered a house.
The sound of mahjong tiles clattering could be heard from outside.
Just as Xiao Chen arrived, his grandmother spoke up, I won.
Give me the money, give me the money. The grandmothers only pay 1 yuan per game of mahjong, so they don't lose much money in a day.
It's only a dozen or so yuan at most.
Grandmother. Xiao Chen and Su Ji went inside together.
At this moment, there were 4 old ladies playing mahjong in the room, and 3 others sitting on the side watching.
Upon hearing Xiao Chen's voice, Wang Shangling quickly turned her head. Oh my, grandson and granddaughter-in-law, what brings you here?
Her words were filled with surprise.
Xiao Chen said, Grandma, Su Ji and I are both on winter vacation, and it's almost Chinese New Year. My dad said he'd like to bring you over for the New Year. Will you take me over for the New Year?
Upon hearing this, Grandma shook her head, I'm not going.
I don't like living in apartment buildings.
Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless. His grandmother did this every year.
At this moment, the other old ladies chimed in, didn't you say your grandson had a baby? The New Year is coming soon, aren't you going to help go and check on the child? Yeah.
Xiao Chen chimed in, yes, Grandma, it's mainly because you need to visit your 2 grand-cousins. Upon hearing this, Grandma visibly paused in her actions. Yes, there are 2 more children waiting for him to look after them.
Then, when do we leave? Are your parents coming to visit?
Xiao Chen shook his head, they didn't come.
My dad went to work at the company.
Su Ji and I came here specifically to pick you up. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, the old lady with a mole on the corner of her mouth said, hurry up, you've won more than 10 this afternoon. Of course, Grandma Mole was speaking in a joking tone, but it's absolutely true that Xiao Chen's grandma has won more than 10 rounds.
Xiao Chen, take your grandmother away quickly. Xiao Chen put his hand on his grandmother's shoulder. Grandma, let's go. My dad will cook for you tonight. And don't you miss the 2 kids? Grandma must miss the 2 children.
She even called Yuan Yuqin a while ago to ask how the children were doing. I'll play one last game. The electric mahjong machine had already dealt the tiles. Grandma didn't win the last round, and she wanted to play another round, but Xiao Chen forcibly pulled her away.
Grandma, let's go. Please stop hitting her.
After leaving, Xiao Chen helped his grandmother pack her luggage and then led her to the Bentley.
Grandma, this is the new car my dad bought. Grandma was taken aback when she saw the car logo, which was a bee and a wing. What kind of car is this?
I don't want to ride in car 2B.
Xiao Chen? Su Ji? Grandma, what did you say? Chapter 107 The King of Verbal Strength. Xiao Chen was completely bewildered. No, how did Grandma turn a perfectly good Bentley into a 2B car?
Xiao Chen could only try to persuade her gently, Grandma, this is a Bentley, worth several million.
Several million? Grandma laughed and said, several million isn't much. I spent several million in just one afternoon? Playing mahjong, ha. Xiao Chen was surprised that his grandmother could joke around. He smiled awkwardly and then asked her to sit in the back row.
He then drove his car towards home.
More than an hour later, Xiao Chen completed his mission and brought his grandmother home.
When Xiao Chen got home, he found his father fast asleep in bed.
No? Didn't you say you were going to the company? Why did you wake up?
Xiao Chen glanced at the black leather shoes by the bed, inside which was a smelly sock, and immediately a wicked smile appeared on his face. Then, without saying a word, he stuffed the smelly socks into his father's mouth. Upon tasting the flavor of durian in her mouth, Mom suddenly opened her eyes.
What the hell?
Then, he saw Xiao Chen grinning foolishly to the side.
After taking the smelly sock out of his mouth, he gagged and said, What are you trying to do, you little brat? Didn't you say you went to the company? Why are you sleeping in at home?
That's right, Dad has been indulging in too much sex these past few days and needs a good rest. But Dad is a master of words, so he's unlikely to say he's been too tired lately.
He changed the subject, saying, By the way, where's your grandma? He's in the living room. So fast.
Xiao Guosheng felt as if he had just taken a nap, and as soon as he opened his eyes, his mother was there. I have to say, having a son who's just a tool for you must be really comfortable. Xiao Guosheng lost his will to sleep and went to the living room to tidy up Wang Shangling's bedroom.
Seeing the family enjoying themselves so happily, Xiao Chen couldn't help but look at her. I suspect she never thought about her parents.
Suji hadn't mentioned her parents in a long time, and Xiao Chen hadn't asked about them since the last time he saw Su Jinghua.
Xiao Chen really didn't know how he was doing now.
Never mind, this has nothing to do with him.
Xiao Chen shook his head. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
After Grandma arrived, she started helping Mom take care of the children, which significantly reduced Yuan Youqin's burden. The next day, after his father got up, Xiao Chen crept furtively to the doorway.
Dad. He was startled by Xiao Chen as soon as he came out. What the hell are you trying to do? You scared me to death. Xiao Guosheng clutched his heart, calming himself down. What are you doing? Dad, aren't you going to the company?
I'll go take a look with you too.
Xiao Chen was really curious about how his father became the chairman of the board.
He also wanted to see if there was a secretary in black stockings in his office. However, it's highly unlikely that his father is like that. Xiao Chen's father loves his mother very much, so infidelity is unlikely to happen in his family.
Go ahead, why bother jumping around this afternoon?
Xiao Guosheng rolled his eyes. Although he had become a big shot at Mushu technology, his usual habits and style had not changed at all. I still eat the most ordinary sandwiches in the morning, without any fancy meals. After breakfast, Xiao Guosheng got a driver and even thoughtfully prepared a pair of white gloves for Xiao Chen.
He looks more like a driver now. Dad, is your company still in the same old location?
Xiao Chen must have visited his father's former workplace a few times. His father, being a bit forgetful, had forgotten to bring his documents several times, so Xiao Chen had to go there to get them for him.
Xiao Guosheng nodded slightly. The same old place, but you haven't been there for many years, right? I guess if you go there, your colleagues won't recognize you anymore. Are there still many of your former colleagues? Xiao Chen asked. If there are many former colleagues who fought alongside Dad, will those who were close to him try to curry favor or even ask for a promotion after Dad's promotion?
Upon hearing this, Xiao Guosheng paused for a moment before continuing. After Chen Daosheng acquired the company, he conducted a major purge within it.
He's a real expert.
He reviewed the entire company's accounts and found that more than 20 senior executives in the company had embezzled and accepted bribes. Some of these executives were arrested, while others were released on bail. The senior management has all been replaced, including some long-time employees. Of course, most of the people I was close to have left.
They're all gone? Xiao Chen frowned and asked, where did they go?
Some of them were poached by Mr. Chen to work in the technology department of Sunrise Capital, and some were assigned to other companies. The purpose was to reduce my troubles.
So that's how it is.
Xiao Chen pursed his lips. It seemed that old Chen had indeed thought a lot back then. Xiao Chen's home is about 15 kilometers away from his father's workplace, in the Jiangcheng Economic and Technological Development Zone, which can also be called Jiangcheng CBD. There are high-rise buildings here, giving it a very modern urban feel. There are more and more buildings around, and the area is getting more and more congested.
His father's company is now in an office building. Xiao Chen vaguely remembers that the 6th to 10th floors are Mushu technology. I wonder if things have changed now.
Arriving at the Longkai building in the development zone, Xiao Chen parked his car in the ground parking lot. Just then, an employee of Mushu was on his way to work.
Hello, Chairman Xiao.
The young employee said politely that at first, Xiao Guosheng felt particularly good when people called him Chairman Xiao, but now, that feeling is gone.
I'm completely used to it now. Good morning.
Xiao Guosheng nodded slightly. After entering the Longkai building, a security guard suddenly approached him.
Hello sir, the driver's lounge is inside. What? Xiao Chen was completely confused. No way?
He glanced at the white gloves on his hands, and thought, he does look like a driver.
But can't the driver go to the company with the boss? This is my dad. Xiao Guosheng was almost laughing to death.
Wait, what's wrong with this little security guard? The security guard was taken aback at first, but it was clear that he recognized Xiao Guosheng. So you are Chairman Zhao's son, I'm so sorry. Xiao Chen quickly took off his gloves and threw them into the trash can.
Dad, what's going on? Even if I'm the driver, shouldn't I have the right to enter the company premises? Of course there are.
Xiao Guosheng nodded. However, many bosses nowadays hire their own drivers, so there is a special driver's restroom here.
Awesome. Xiao Chen gave a thumbs up.
Come on, I'll take you upstairs to have a look.
Chapter 108 Dad's Company.
Good. Just as Xiao Chen had thought, after entering the elevator, his father pressed the button for the 6th floor.
Xiao Chen asked, Dad, is the company currently planning any expansions?
No, land in Jinghai CBD is extremely valuable. Although I can afford to rent a place, it's not necessary right now. And as I said, the land the government gave us has already started construction, and in 2 years we will have new office space.
During the conversation, the elevator doors opened, revealing the logo of Mushu Technology. My dad hasn't changed this logo, it's exactly the same as it was years ago. If it were him, he might redesign it.
But in my dad's eyes, perhaps this is what makes it a classic.
Upon entering, there was a large corridor.
2 people of similar age to him, but with a particularly elegant demeanor, greeted him the day before yesterday. Mushu Technology not only cooperates with the government, but also with various enterprises, providing software development, AI large models, and other system technologies. Therefore, technical personnel from various companies visit the company almost every day. The walls here are covered with the company's development history and the technologies it has mastered. The back-end system of Rising Capital is now fully developed and controlled by Mushu Technology. Last month, Rising Capital's system underwent a major upgrade and was also integrated with various departments of Jinghai.
Therefore, the company's strength is very strong. Chairman Xiao.
Seeing Xiao Guosheng bring in a young man, they quickly spoke up, but Xiao Guosheng simply nodded slightly. Yes, you can continue with your work.
Xiao Chen looked around curiously.
He hadn't been here much since high school. The company must have been renovated, but it certainly wasn't renovated after his father took office.
How about it? Xiao Chen nodded slightly, saying, My father seems quite satisfied with the current situation. I'm pretty happy with my future company. Xiao Guosheng was utterly bewildered. Xiao Chen, are you just hoping I die right now?
Dad, how could you say that?
Don't you even think about it? If it weren't for your son, could you be standing in this position? Don't tell me, you really shouldn't tell me.
What Xiao Chen said was indeed very reasonable. If it weren't for Xiao Chen, he would still be a group leader in the wood tree.
Okay, I'm all thanks to you, right? Dad, I like hearing that. Xiao Chen smiled and asked, By the way, Dad, where is your office?
They're upstairs.
What, you're going over there?
Of course.
Xiao Chen said, Can't I go? Do you have a secretary in black stockings or something in your office?
Upon hearing this, Xiao Guosheng was visibly taken aback, and then said, Go away, don't talk nonsense.
Your father is not that kind of person. Oh, can I go take a look? What are you looking at, you little brat?
Xiao Chen noticed that even his father's tone of voice was a little off.
Could it be that he had something to hide?
Oh, right, I just remembered I have a very important meeting to attend today.
You can wander around for a bit, I'm going to the meeting.
After saying that, his father ran off in a flash. Xiao Chen was stunned.
Damn, you're definitely hiding something. They must be cleaning up the scene. What is there that their son can't see? However, he didn't take it seriously.
The saying men with money become bad seems to be entirely true. It was during working hours, and Xiao Chen didn't make a sound while he was walking around. All the people in front of him were unfamiliar faces.
Oh no! Oh no! Just then, someone suddenly shouted in the huge office.
The voice attracted a lot of attention. A man who looked to be in his 30s, wearing glasses and with a receding hairline, said in a trembling voice, Team leader, assembly, it seems our server has been hacked. This processing document manages a portion of Rising Capital's funds, which includes more than 20 million. Upon hearing this, a man who appeared to be the group leader quickly walked over.
What happened?
Zhang Li rushed to the computer. Because the database of Rising Capital's system was particularly large, they set up a small fund management server for each module. However, if this server was hacked, there was a high probability that the hacker could transfer the money out. Because this server is managed by the Mediterranean guy, whose salary is only 30,000 a month, he can't afford a loss of 20 million. Of course, money is a minor issue. This could also affect the trust between Rising and Mushu, potentially leading to the company losing its partnership.
Log in to the backend quickly.
No, the back end is locked. The bald man said excitedly. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, then quickly squeezed through the crowd.
What happened?
The bald man and team leader Zhang Li both glanced at Xiao Chen. Seeing this unfamiliar face, they didn't pay much attention, because the company was large and it was inevitable that there would be a few people they didn't recognize. The back end was infected with a Trojan horse by hackers.
There are 20 million in the funds on this server.
No, it only became 19 million. In just a few seconds, 1 million yuan disappeared from the account. The speed was too fast.
Xiao Chen quickly said, "What are you standing there for?
Hurry up and enter the command to restart the server."
Ah. Oh.
Zhang Li quickly snatched the keyboard from the balding man's hand.
The computers in the company were not Microsoft, but custom-made.
After entering the server restart command in the command console, Zhang Li pressed enter heavily.
Only after the restart code appeared did he take a deep breath. It's saved. It's saved.
Xiao Chen was very puzzled. He knew that firewall technology was extremely advanced nowadays, so how did he manage to hack into Jinrisheng's servers?
Xiao Chen asked, logically speaking, hackers shouldn't be able to hack into our servers, right?
The Mediterranean man's hands were trembling. He nodded and said, "That's right, but they must have gotten the administrator password from Sunrise. Quickly set the server to safe mode, then contact Risheng. Just take a look and see which account the lost 1 million was transferred to."
Xiao Chen is currently studying this major, so he knows a bit about it. Of course, I only know a little bit about it. Okay, I'll take a look now.
Just then, Zhang Li suddenly looked at Xiao Chen.
By the way, which group are you in? I've never seen you before.
Well. Xiao Chen realized what was happening. In fact, Xiao Chen had already recognized him.
He said, "Uncle Zhang, don't you recognize me?"
Zhang Li was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then suddenly realized what he meant, and his eyes lit up with surprise. "You are Xiao Chen?" "Yes, it seems I've changed so much that even Uncle Zhang didn't recognize me."
Chapter 109 Sato Kojiro.
Zhang Li was very surprised, mainly because Xiao Guosheng hadn't mentioned bringing Xiao Chen along recently.
"It really is you.
I didn't expect you to have grown so much."
The people around were still a bit at a loss.
Zhang Li looked at the crowd and then waved his hand. "Stop looking here. This is Xiao Chen, the son of our chairman." Upon hearing this, everyone around was stunned, never expecting that this handsome young man was Xiao Guosheng's son. Given Xiao Guosheng's current situation, they thought his son would be an arrogant and domineering young man, but they never expected him to be that type of person. The people around him soon dispersed, and Xiao Chen said to the Mediterranean employee, "Quickly check where the money went, and change the access password.
It must be from Risheng. Some data has been leaked."
Okay. I'll check right away." Zhang Li looked at Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, stop here, come with me to the lounge."
"When did you get here?"
Zhang Li looked left and right. "I didn't see your father either."
"My father said there was a very important meeting, and he went to attend it." "A very important meeting?"
Zhang Li scratched his head. "I haven't heard anything about a meeting."
Zhang Li has been Xiao Guosheng's apprentice since he joined the company.
Now that Xiao Guosheng has been promoted, he has also been promoted. Although she's just a team leader, her future looks promising.
Xiao Chen asked, "Uncle Zhang, my father doesn't have a secretary or anything like that at the company, right?"
"Yes, I have."
Zhang Li said decisively, "Not only are there two, but there are two of them."
Ah?
Good heavens! Xiao Chen was completely bewildered. He had two personal secretaries? No wonder you left in such a hurry just now. She's not really wearing black stockings, is she? Zhang Li asked. "By the way, Xiao Chen, why are you asking this?" No, it's nothing."
Xiao Chen shook his head, and soon, led by Zhang Li, they entered a lounge. It's more of a reception room than a lounge. The reception room has a TV and a coffee machine, and it's probably where companies come to discuss cooperation and receive guests. The room was indeed in good condition.
After entering, Xiao Chen plopped down on the sofa.
Zhang Li took a paper cup from the water dispenser and poured him a cup of coffee.
"Xiao Chen, have a cup of coffee." "Thank you, Uncle Zhang." Xiao Chen nodded with a smile.
At this moment, Zhang Li said, "I remember it's been several years since I last saw you.
You must be in college now. However, I think I heard from your dad that you already have a child."
Zhang Li was quite interested in Xiao Chen's family.
Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Yes, Uncle Zhang, I'm a sophomore now, starting my second semester after the new year.
Oh. Zhang Li couldn't help but sigh at how fast time flies. In the blink of an eye, he had been working at Mushu Technology for several years.
Xiao Chen, as for the child, I started dating a senior when I was a freshman in college, and I got pregnant unexpectedly.
We had a very good relationship, and then we just had the baby.
So she really did have a child.
Zhang Li had previously pressed Xiao Guosheng for an answer, but Xiao Guosheng hadn't said a word.
They didn't even hold a banquet.
Xiao Chen had already decided that when he and Suji got married in the future, they would hold a wedding banquet for the two of them.
Yes, and you? Uncle Zhang?
Although Xiao Chen calls Zhang Li Uncle Zhang, he is only about 10 years older than him, which means he looks a bit older. That's why Xiao Chen called him Uncle Zhang.
Actually, calling him Brother Zhang would be more appropriate.
Zhang Li's face darkened upon hearing this. Don't even mention it.
I'm not even as good as you. I'm not even married yet, ha ha. It's very normal, very normal. Young people these days get married later.
Hearing this, Zhang Li felt a little comforted, because he was approaching 30 and his family was constantly urging him to get married.
And he doesn't even have a girlfriend now. That's absolutely right. Zhang Li smiled, then didn't ask any more questions and started chatting casually.
About 10 minutes later, the employee from Mediterranean Island knocked on the door.
Assistant Zhang. What's the matter? Mediterranean called out. Zhang Li opened the door. What is it? Just now. I found out what Xiao Chen asked me to look up. You found it?
Mediterranean walked in and said to Xiao Chen, little brother, the 1 million just now was transferred to an account in Japan, and the account holder is
Sato Kojiro. Sakura country, Sato Kojiro? Xiao Chen pondered for a moment. Okay, thank you, I understand. Please send me your account card number.
Xiao Chen stood up to go out and make a phone call, but at that moment, Mediterranean stopped him.
Xiao Chen looked up. Is there something you need?
Mediterranean looked aggrieved. After all, Sunrise Capital's account was missing 1 million. His annual salary plus year-end bonus is only around 400,000 yuan, which is really something he can't afford to lose. The main issues are the mortgage, 2 children, and parents to take care of.
I want to ask, am I responsible for what I've done?
If he can't afford to pay the compensation, he'll probably have to go to jail. Xiao Chen thought about it and concluded that his father shouldn't be a narrow-minded person.
Don't worry, it's fine. Leave the rest to me. Uncle Zhang, I'm going out to make a phone call.
You don't need to worry about me, just go about your work.
Good.
Xiao Chen left the reception room, then found a quiet place and dialed old Chen's number.
The call was quickly connected, and old Chen's voice came through the phone. Xiao Chen, what's up? Grandpa, how is Grandma feeling now?
It's alright, but in a few days, I might have to send her to your place for treatment.
No problem.
Xiao Chen said with a smile, I'll show you my skills again later, and then I'll have a drink with my dad.
Okay, Xiao Chen didn't waste any more words. He asked directly, Grandpa, do you know Sato Kojiro? Sato Kojiro?
Chen Daosheng, sitting opposite him, thought for a moment and then said, Sato Kojiro is my son's business partner in Japan. They have been working together for more than 3 years. Last time, my wife visited him when she went to Japan, the land of cherry blossoms.
Wait, how do you know about Sato Kojiro? Chen Daosheng, sitting opposite, was slightly taken aback. Xiao Chen then said, just now, hackers from Japan invaded the servers of Mushu.
They took money from your Rixing capital.
What? Chen Daosheng was taken aback. How much was moved? You should know that the balance in their Sunrise Capital server account is currently in the billions.
If everything goes wrong, the company will suffer extremely serious losses.
Chen Daosheng was extremely flustered. Chapter 110 has 2 secretaries?
Xiao Chen said, Grandpa, don't worry.
We've already divided that money into many independent storage servers, and there are also restrictions on withdrawals.
He only withdrew 1 million, and after we tracked it down, the money eventually went into Sato Kojiro's account. Chen Daosheng on the other side was clearly stunned.
Sato Kojiro was a long-term partner of their Sakura country. Why would Sato Kojiro send people to attack their server?
Xiao Chen continued, the fact that this hacker can attack the server means they obtained some passwords, but that's not the point.
My intuition tells me that Grandma Li's situation might be related to this Sato Kojiro. Hearing what Xiao Chen said, Chen Daoshang remained silent for a few seconds. He then nodded and said, You're right, Xiao Chen, I understand. I'll investigate immediately. Alright, Mr. Chen, I won't bother you any longer. Mr. Chen on the other end of the line hung up the phone decisively. After hanging up, Xiao Chen took a deep breath.
Old Chen already knows about the 1 million, but it seems he doesn't care about your 1 million. I'll talk to my dad about it later and see how he reacts.
Xiao Chen asked Zhang Li for a question, and Zhang Li personally led Xiao Chen to his office. His office was on the 10th floor.
When he went in, his father was drinking tea alone.
Xiao Chen was taken aback. Dad, didn't you go to a meeting? I just finished a meeting.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen looked incredulous.
Could it be that Dad is hiding someone here? Xiao Chen looked around and searched everywhere, but couldn't find anyone in the office. What are you looking for? What are you looking for?
When his father couldn't help but speak up, Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow at him, looking for those 2 secretaries in your office.
What, 2 secretaries? At this moment, Dad was taken aback. Wait, how did you know I have 2 secretaries? Who told you that? You guess.
Xiao Chen wouldn't betray Zhang Li. His father rolled his eyes. I'll go check the surveillance footage later.
No, Dad, what secretary? How could you possibly have a secretary?
At this moment, Xiao Chen's expression became serious. Dad, I'm not joking with you anymore. Our Mushu server was just hacked, and they transferred 1 million yuan of Rixing's funds.
Oh. What did you say? Dad suddenly stood up. 1 million? I'll call Rixing right now.
Xiao Guosheng was about to take out his phone to contact the person in charge of Rixing, and he was prepared to be scolded, but he was interrupted by Xiao Chen.
Dad, there's no need to contact old Chen anymore. I've already called him, and I feel like this matter isn't so simple. What do you mean by that?
The father didn't quite understand Xiao Chen, so Xiao Chen continued, because the hacker is from Japan, and Grandma Li Kuewa's incident also happened in Japan. And this money eventually ended up in the hands of Sato Kojiro in Japan.
Chen Daoshang said that they have a deep collaboration with Sato Kojiro. So?
Dad wasn't stupid, he understood what Xiao Chen meant. Okay, I understand.
No, how did you know where the money went? Did you check it just now?
It's a Mediterranean guy, I don't know what he has called.
Alright, Dad, we can't blame that Mediterranean guy. I know. Xiao Guosheng took a deep breath.
At worst, he would have to pay Rixing 1 million yuan. This small amount of money was nothing to him.
Okay, I'll go out and find out what's going on. You can wander around or play in my office for a while. Bye-bye. Xiao Chen waved to his father with a grin, showing no intention of leaving the room. Xiao Guosheng didn't say much and turned to leave. After he left, Xiao Chen took a deep breath and looked at the huge office.
I have to say, my dad really knows how to enjoy life.
There's a large floor-to-ceiling window next to his office.
Although the floor isn't high, the location is great, and you can see the lake in the distance. His desk was 8 meters long.
Xiao Chen took a look at the computer configuration and was shocked by what he found. 9,800 times 3D plus 5,090. Seriously, are you here to work or to play games?
After turning on the computer, a Valorant icon appeared prominently on the desktop. However, his father playing the tile was within his expectations, since he had used his computer to play the tile back in Jiangcheng. Xiao Chen's face darkened, but there were still many reports and work summaries on the computer, so it seemed he hadn't just used the computer to play games. After glancing at Xiao Chen briefly, he turned off the computer.
The tea set next to him was spotless.
Xiao Chen opened several cabinets, but there were no black stockings or anything like that inside. They were all company documents.
Alright, let's go out for a walk.
Xiao Chen returned to the 6th floor and found that his father was having a meeting with several company executives in the conference room. Xiao Chen had only been standing in front of the glass door for a few minutes when his father called him in.
Son, come in.
He said to Xiao Chen, who was slightly taken aback. No, Dad, you can just pretend I don't exist.
Why do you want me to go in?
Perhaps his father really saw Xiao Chen as his future successor, or maybe he just felt Xiao Chen was bored, so he let Xiao Chen in to experience the company atmosphere. There were a few chairs at the back of the conference room. When his father spoke, everyone looked at him.
Xiao Chen walked in awkwardly and said, hello everyone. Sit.
At this moment, Dad was not his usual carefree self. Instead, he seemed more like a successful entrepreneur. His words and actions were completely different from usual. For some reason, seeing his dad like this made him want to laugh.
Put. Xiao Chen below chuckled.
After all, he was only 19 years old this year, and his mind was not very mature.
Just like a child. Xiao Chen, what are you laughing at?
The father felt that Xiao Chen was just there to cause trouble. He had just asked Zhangli, and if Xiao Chen hadn't handled the hacker attack calmly, he wouldn't have let Xiao Chen hold this meeting. Seeing that Xiao Chen's smile had faded somewhat, his father continued. Our system still has some issues, which my son, Xiao Chen, calmly resolved just now. The technical department must take steps to prevent similar incidents from happening again. The higher-ups below were all taking notes during the meeting, and Xiao Chen was also pretending to take notes. To be honest, he particularly hated this kind of meeting. He preferred freedom.
The meeting lasted for more than half an hour before it finally ended.
After leaving, Xiao Chen couldn't help but find his father and ask, "Dad, why are you so long-winded these days?"
I feel like a lot of it is nonsense.
Xiao Guosheng rolled his eyes. You'll probably be like this in the future too.
Xiao Chen ignored him, and just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Buzz. Chapter 111. Old Chen has come to Jinghai.
Xiao Chen quickly took out his phone from his pocket.
The caller was none other than Chen Daosheng. The phone rang so quickly? Whose call was it, son?
When his father asked, Xiao Chen showed him his phone screen. It's old Chen.
Hurry up and answer it. Okay. Xiao Chen pressed the call button and then turned on speakerphone. Grandpa Chen, Xiao Chen said.
Chen Daosheng on the other end of the phone said, Xiao Chen, Grandpa is planning to take your grandma to Jinghai.
We want to go to Mushu to gather some information.
We've already contacted Japan, but they don't acknowledge it.
Are you available?
Upon hearing his words, Xiao Chen replied without hesitation, That's convenient, Grandpa, you can just come over.
Okay, let's pack up today and set off tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen asked, Grandpa, do you need me to pick you up?
Xiao Chen originally thought he would come by high-speed rail. But then I thought, with all that ability, why would I need to take the high-speed rail?
They definitely drove. Flying over is probably impossible. No need, we have a driver.
We'll go to Mushu first, and you can wait for me at the company.
Good.
After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen looked at his father and said, Dad, you should get things ready, maybe open a hotel for Grandpa or something.
I feel like he shouldn't be leaving anytime soon. Okay. I'll get ready right away. When are you going back? Let's wait a little longer, I haven't had enough fun yet. Xiao Chen smiled and stuck out his tongue. He liked anything new. Okay, I'll go get busy then.
You can wander around the company, but don't disturb other people's work.
Don't worry, Dad, it won't happen. Xiao Chen shook his head.
His father gave him a reassuring look before going off to attend to other matters.
He wandered around the company again, and suddenly felt like a headless fly, so he simply went back to his dad's office and worked on the tiles for an hour, and then went to the company cafeteria for a meal. The food tastes similar to that of fast food restaurants outside, and it's inexpensive, only 3 yuan. After finishing his meal, Xiao Chen told his dad and rode a shared bike home. His dad said that someone was visiting the company in the afternoon, and his driver had to pick them up. Xiao Chen hadn't ridden a bike in a long time. The only time he rode a bike to school was when he was in high school. Now he was riding it again, trying to find that feeling of going to school back then. Unfortunately, no. When she got home, her mother was making dumplings, while Su Ji and her grandmother sat on the sofa watching the two babies. Animated cartoons were playing on the TV. Of course, the two babies certainly won't be watching cartoons right now. I'm back. Xiao Chen called out, and Su Ji looked up at him. Where have you been since early this morning? She pouted, looking a little angry, but that was normal, since Xiao Chen hadn't told Su Ji about his schedule. I went to my dad's company to see how it was doing. If it wasn't doing well, I could reluctantly offer him some pointers. Seeing Xiao Chen's smug look, Su Ji rolled her eyes. That's quite a boast. Quickly hug your son, he's had diarrhea twice today. Does he have diarrhea? Su Ji handed Debao over, and Xiao Chen took it and glanced at it. It's not a big problem, the child is small, it'll be fine. Oh. With Xiao Chen's arrival, Su Ji could finally rest for a while. However, instead of staying idle, she helped her mother make dumplings. Although Xiao Chen could also wrap things, he didn't intend to help. Looking at his son's adorable appearance, Xiao Chen realized that his son was becoming more and more like him. He looks a lot like Xiao Chen when he was a child.
You'll definitely be a super handsome guy in the future. The next day, Xiao Chen went to the company with his father early in the morning. Since Chen Daosheng was coming here, Xiao Chen had to personally greet him. Around 10 o'clock, Xiao Chen's phone rang. That's right, it's Chen Daosheng. Grandpa, have you arrived yet? Xiao Chen stood in the company corridor, looking at the street scene below. Chen Daosheng hummed in agreement. Yes, I'll be there soon, in about 5 minutes. Okay, I'll go down with my dad to pick you up. Good. Next time, he quickly called out to Xiao Guosheng, who then called out to his former apprentice, Zhangli. Xiaoli, come down, we're going to pick someone up. Who is it, master? Zhangli had gotten into the habit of calling Xiao Guosheng master, but for Xiao Guosheng, it didn't matter what the other person called him. Chen Daosheng. Chen Daosheng? Zhangli had never met Chen Daosheng before. He asked in surprise, Master, are you talking about Chen Daosheng of Rixing Capital? Right. Zhangli knew that Xiao Guosheng and Chen Daosheng must have some connection, and that the other party wouldn't come knocking on his door just because of the 1 million yuan loss yesterday. Just then, Xiao Guosheng suddenly thought of something. Alright, Zhangli, call Jia Shidong too. Jia Shidong, the same man with the receding hairline from yesterday, was taken aback. Why call him? Could it be? Is it because of what happened yesterday? Don't ask so many questions, just call him. His father kept him in suspense, so Zhangli had no choice but to call Jia Shidong, who was working at the office, over. Shidong, come here for a second. At this moment, Jia Shidong was still brooding over what happened yesterday. Although Xiao Guosheng did not come to him directly, he still felt a vague unease. Team leader, what do you want with me? Jia Shidong asked uneasily, and Zhangli shook his head. It's not me looking for you, it's Chairman Xiao looking for you. Jia Shidong was stunned when he heard this, and even Yama was so shocked that he froze. He's looking for me, is it because of what happened yesterday? Zhangli shook his head. I don't know about that, but it shouldn't be. Xiao Chen just said that we'd go down together to pick up Chen Daosheng. Who is Chen Daosheng? There were some things he didn't know at all. Zhangli continued, he is the chairman of Rixing Capital. He's a big shot with a powerful background. We can just watch from the sidelines. After hearing Zhang Li's remarks, Jia Shidong became even more uneasy. He went downstairs, where Xiao Chen and Xiao Guosheng were already there. Master, I've brought Jia Shidong here. Xiao Guosheng glanced at Jia Shidong and then nodded. Yes, old Chen specifically asked to see Jia Shidong. Shidong, you will need to accompany Chen Daosheng to check yesterday's data later. Just do whatever he wants. I see. He was still worried, wondering why old Chen wanted to see him. After waiting for about 3 minutes, a Wenjie M9 slowly drove in. The driver was not Mr. Chen's chauffeur, but his eldest son, Chen Lijian. Chen Liwei sat in the back seat. After getting out of the car, they quickly took a wheelchair out of the trunk. Then he opened the back door, helped Li Kuihua, and sat down. Chapter 112: A New Choice. Seeing this, Xiao Chen and Xiao Guosheng rushed forward to help. At this moment, Li Kuihua's spirits were obviously low. Xiao Chen could tell that the toxins in her body seemed to be gradually attacking her again. It seems he'll have to sacrifice his little brother again to force back these toxins. Chen Daosheng wasn't in a good state either. He had been investigating Japan recently, and there were a lot of upsetting things going on. He even had more gray hair than before. Grandfather! Xiao Chen called out, and Chen Daosheng smiled when he saw Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, you've gotten even more handsome in just a few days. Really? Grandpa, you look much younger too. Ha ha ha. After exchanging a few words, Xiao Chen turned his gaze to Li Kuihua. Grandma, how are you feeling? Ah. ABA. Chen Lijian pushed the wheelchair and said helplessly, recently, my mother suddenly lost her ability to speak, which may be related to the toxins in her body. Is it that serious? Xiao Chen frowned, then nodded. I'll treat her again tonight. Okay, thank you for your trouble, young brother Xiao Chen. It's no trouble at all. Xiao Guosheng walked over, shook hands with Old Chen, and said, Old Chen, this is Jia Shidong. He's the one who retrieved all that information yesterday. As he spoke, Xiao Guosheng waved his arm and introduced the topic. Chen Daosheng came to Jia Shidong's side and extended his hand. Jia Shidong was still a little dazed and couldn't even believe that he could see Old Chen. Moreover, it seems that Old Chen came here not because of the 1 million. Hello, Shidong. Old Chen smiled professionally, and Shidong quickly grabbed his hands, his voice slightly hesitant. Hello? Old Chen. Xiao Guoshang walked over and said, "It's cold outside, let's go upstairs first."
Xiao Chun, you can take Grandma Li to the hotel first.
Yesterday, his father had already told him the hotel room number and everything.
Xiao Chen nodded and looked at Chen Li Jian. Brother, shall we go to the hotel first?
Can. It's not really convenient to have my mom come along, so we can settle her in a hotel to rest first. Chen Daosheng looked at Chen Liwei. Liwei, come up with me and let Xiao Chen take Chen Li Jian to the hotel.
Good father.
Chen Liwei caught up with Xiao Guosheng, and soon they went upstairs. The hotel that Xiao Guosheng had booked was on the top floor of the building next door. This is the best hotel around here, the Longkai Hotel.
It doesn't have many rooms, I think there are only 6.
It's prepared for top business tycoons who come here to do business. They are all presidential suites of more than 200 square meters, so the price is naturally very expensive.
No need to get on the bus, we'll be there soon.
Xiao Chen led the way, and they soon arrived at the top floor of Building B of the Longkai building.
After checking in, they entered their room. This was Xiao Chen's first time entering such a luxurious hotel.
The hotel's decor was exceptional, with wool carpets, marble floors, crystal chandeliers, and even a painting by Van Gogh.
Of course, this painting is definitely a forgery.
This presidential suite has 3 bedrooms, as well as a bathroom, study, and living room, which is more than enough for everyone.
Brother, is there anything wrong with this room?
Of course, no problem. Actually, when Chen Lijian usually goes out, he has never stayed in such a nice hotel.
He only stays in some high-end hotels like Huazhu. At this moment, Chen Lijian couldn't help but ask, by the way, Xiao Chun, why can't my mother speak suddenly?
The family doctor said it was caused by toxins in your body, but didn't you already drive them away? Xiao Chen squatted down and stroked Li Kuewa's pulse, saying, although I forced the toxins back, they are still accumulating in her body. We still need to find a way to remove them.
Her pulse is much weaker than before. I'll do it again tonight. Some preparations need to be made in advance. Good. Chen Lijian didn't keep Xiao Chen waiting there.
Instead, he said, Brother Xiao Chen, you can go ahead and do what you need to do.
Just leave me here.
Xiao Chen felt that staying here would disturb them, so he nodded and said, okay, I'll go back to the company first and come up with old Chen later.
Good. Xiao Chen went downstairs and returned to the company. Jia Shidong retrieved yesterday's data and created a PDF file. Chen Daosheng didn't call the police or anything, he needed to resolve the matter in his own way. Okay, thank you very much, Junior Jia Shidong.
Chen Daosheng laughed and said, then jokingly added to Xiao Guosheng, don't forget to give him a raise, ha.
Mr. Chen, I will.
Xiao Guosheng smiled and nodded, then said to Zhang Li, this way his commission will double.
Don't forget to write that down when you're sorting out his wages. Okay, master.
Zhang Li immediately opened the performance sheet and doubled his commission. Jia Shidong was both surprised and delighted to hear this. He caused Rixing Capital to lose 1 million, yet he received double the commission.
Could this be some good news? He didn't understand, but he didn't ask any more questions.
Instead, he quickly returned to his workstation and continued working. Zhang Li also went to handle his work, leaving only Xiao Chen, Xiao Guosheng, Chen Daosheng, and Chen Liwei in the large reception room.
Xiao Chen sat on the sofa and asked, Old Chen, what are your plans for the future? With this evidence, I might have to make a trip to Japan. You're going to Japan, the land of cherry blossoms?
Xiao Chen frowned. He was actually a little worried about Old Chen's safety. Old Chen could also see Xiao Chen's worries. Don't worry, I won't be in any danger after I go.
Sato Kojiro must have had his reasons for poisoning my wife. If it can save my wife, I have no problem with it as long as the request isn't too unreasonable.
He has come to terms with it. He's already so old, he just wants to spend his later years in peace. But if Sato Kojiro's demands are excessive, he will risk his life to get rid of him.
Xiao Chen was still a little worried. When are you leaving? I'll go tomorrow.
Chen Daosheng looked at Chen Liwei. Liwei, come with me and let your older brother take care of your mother.
Good father. Chen Liwei nodded.
Although there might be some problems going to Japan, his mother was doomed if he didn't go.
I have to go.
Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. Ding, host has triggered a choice. Please make a choice within 120 seconds. Option 1, go to the Sakura country to protect Chen Daosheng when necessary, and you will be immediately rewarded with the skills, Super Chinese Martial Arts, Super Physique, Super Fighting Skills, and Handsome Weapon. Option 2, have a great 2-person game with Suji tomorrow, and the reward is twins.
Chapter 113. Why did Xiao Chen go to Japan? Xiao Chen was completely bewildered when he saw the system's selection.
No, another pair of twins.
That would exhaust Yuan Yuqin. Xiao Chen shook his head. To be honest, he didn't really want to go to Japan either.
I feel that choosing option 1 definitely carries some risk.
But I won't go.
Xiao Chen was having a bit of a headache, mainly because he was going to Japan and couldn't speak the language.
Just then, the system's voice came again. System concerns detected.
Congratulations to the host for gaining proficiency in Japanese, Wing Chun, and Hard Qigong.
What the heck? 3 more rewards? Xiao Chen was completely bewildered.
It seemed that he had no choice but to go to Japan, the land of cherry blossoms.
But
Xiao Chen felt he had to keep it a secret from his parents and Su Ji.
Since the mission is to protect old Chen, there must be considerable risks involved along the way.
If Su Ji knew he was going, she would definitely worry about his safety. He could only tell Su Ji that he needed to go out of town to take care of some business.
At this moment, Xiao Guosheng asked, Old Chen, do you need me to go with you? No, no.
Old Chen shook his head. This was not something outsiders like them could meddle in.
You should handle your own problems.
Xiao Guosheng was being polite at this moment, and said, All right, Mr. Chen, if there's anything I can do to help, please let me know.
Good. Old Chen looked sorrowful because Sato Kojiro seemed to come from a martial arts family in Japan.
They're incredibly skilled with samurai swords, and some are even ninjas.
Of course, this was all just hearsay.
After dealing with these matters, it was noon soon, and Xiao Guosheng had already booked lunch at a nice local hotel.
Xiao Chen, you drive later and take Old Chen with you. Let's go out for a meal together. Good. Xiao Chen snapped out of his reverie and nodded.
At noon, they had lunch at a restaurant and then took Mr. Chen to his hotel. Among them, Xiao Chen used his superb medical skills to force the toxins out of Li Kuewa's body once again. In the afternoon, Xiao Chen applied for a visa to Japan.
Tourist visas to Japan are not difficult to obtain now, but of course, the stay cannot be too long.
But he felt that he wouldn't be able to stay in Japan for very long. When Xiao Chen returned home that evening, his mother had already prepared a table full of food. Xiao Guosheng invited Mr. Chen to his home for a meal, but Mr. Chen politely declined. He said he's going to Japan tomorrow, so he needs to prepare properly today. Xiao Guosheng also expressed his understanding, saying that he would treat him to a meal after he returned. Old Chen readily agreed with a smile. Dad, Mom, I might have to go out of town in the next few days to take care of some things.
Xiao Chen spoke up, and his father, having put a piece of braised pork in his mouth, asked, What's the matter? Can't we go after the New Year?
Xiao Chen shook his head. There were still more than 10 days until the New Year.
There's still enough time. It's a collaboration with another song, and the time is tight, so I have to go there.
At this moment, Xiao Chen turned his gaze to Suji. Wife, I'd like to ask you to take good care of the baby these next few days.
Don't worry, I'll bring you something delicious.
Suji nodded upon hearing this, pursing his lips. Okay, but be careful on your way there.
Yes, I've already bought the plane tickets. Grandma couldn't help but ask Xiao Chen, where are you going? It's quite far for me to go to Sichuan. Okay, you can still enjoy your trip over there, ha?
That's for sure.
Xiao Chen nodded, glancing at Suji beside him. To be honest, he was really a little reluctant to part with her. However, he could only suppress this feeling. That evening, Xiao Chen went to sleep after dinner.
The next morning, Suji prepared breakfast for him. Xiao Chen bought a plane ticket for 10 a.m., and the flight to Japan only takes a little over 2 hours.
Soon.
After breakfast, Xiao Chen packed his luggage, and Suji offered to drive him to the airport.
Xiao Chen did not refuse. His father didn't see him off. Instead, he went to see Chen Daosheng off.
My mom and grandma have to stay home to take care of the baby, so naturally they can't send him off.
At 9 o'clock, Suji drove her Xiaomi YU7 to Jinghai Phoenix Airport.
The car stopped in a designated area where parking was limited to 3 minutes, and Suji's eyes were filled with reluctance at that moment.
Honey, you must let me know you arrived safely. Also, I'll be checking up on you. Good. Xiao Chen smiled and agreed. After a goodbye kiss, Xiao Chen got out of the car. I'm leaving, wife. Bye-bye, have a safe trip.
As the car drove away, Xiao Chen felt a strange sadness.
He will definitely come back. He can't have died there. But something feels off right now.
Xiao Chen did not choose the same flight as Old Chen. Old Chen arrived earlier, while Xiao Chen arrived later. Of course, Xiao Chen must have bought a first-class ticket. After waiting in the luxury waiting room for a while, he boarded the plane.
Xiao Chen was positioned right next to the glass.
Looking at the azure sky, he felt a mix of heaviness and excitement. The trip felt heavy because it was somewhat dangerous.
Excitement filled Xiao Chen. It was his first time visiting the land of cherry blossoms. I wonder if I'll be able to run into Shin Arena-sensei.
Xiao Chen wore a maternal smile even though her little brother couldn't stand at attention anymore, but
I still can't help but think about it. 2 hours later, the plane landed safely at Tokyo International Airport.
This is also where Chen Daosheng is staying, but Xiao Chen doesn't know where they are now. After leaving the airport, the first thing that catches the eye is a group of Japanese girls.
But after seeing the Japanese girl, Xiao Chen felt that she wasn't pretty.
They have thick calves and are not tall. Many are short, only 1.4 or even 1.5 meters tall.
It's boring. Xiao Chen shook his head. Now the problem is, where am I going?
He couldn't help but ask the system, Daddy, I'm already in the Sakura country, where do I go now? The system reported, Chen Daosheng has decided to go to Sato Bamboo Forest tomorrow.
Host,
you can explore Tokyo today and meet up with Chen Daosheng tomorrow.
Good. Xiao Chen nodded slightly.
Since it wouldn't start until tomorrow, he could start playing today.
What should we play? Xiao Chen immediately opened his phone and searched for travel guides for Tokyo. Sensoji Temple, Akihabara, Tokyo Tower. Following the route in the guide, Xiao Chen began to explore. At the same time,
Suji thought to herself at home, Xiao Chen should have arrived by now.
But why didn't he send him a message?
Of course, this was no challenge for Suji. She opened Douyin and then clicked on Xiao Chen's profile. At that very moment, Xiao Chen's IP address had changed to the land of cherry blossoms.
Suji was taken aback. Something was wrong. Didn't Xiao Chen say he was going to Sichuan? Why did he end up in Japan? Could it be a system problem? She couldn't help but call Xiao Chen. Chapter 114. Sato takes a forest.
At this moment, Xiao Chen is looking at Japanese girls on the streets of Tokyo.
My phone suddenly rang. Xiao Chen picked it up and looked at it. Holy crap, it was Suji. I forgot to message her.
Xiao Chen pressed the answer button, and Suji's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, darling, have you arrived yet?
Xiao Chen nodded. Yes, I've arrived. Why do I think you're in the land of cherry blossoms? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was completely bewildered. No, how did she know? Really? No.
But I saw your TikTok IP addresses in Japan. Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment, then he thought to himself, damn system, hurry up and change my IP to Sichuan.
Hurry up. System, changes completed.
Maybe I just connected to the Wi-Fi on the plane.
With today's advanced technology, you can directly access the internet on a plane. Yeah.
Suji opened Xiao Chen's Douyin account again with doubts, and this time the IP address had indeed changed to Sichuan.
Indeed, darling, it's good that you've arrived. I won't bother you any longer, you can go and get back to work. Aha!
Xiao Chen only took a deep breath after Suji hung up the phone.
Suji, you're such a little detective. You actually used my IP address to determine my location. That's awesome. Xiao Chen continued strolling around, even taking many photos. As the birthplace of the anime and manga world, Xiao Chen could see many people dressed in maid outfits on the streets. It shouldn't be giggling.
There seems to be a term online that refers to them as divine maidens.
Are they available in broad daylight? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes and quickly left. Upon arriving in Tokyo, Xiao Chen was surprised to find that Huazhu Hotels Group frequently opened hotels there. Let's stay here then.
The local security is quite good, so there's no need to worry about safety here for now. After booking a room, Xiao Chen went to eat eel rice, but the taste was just so, even a bit unpalatable. Because Japan discharged nuclear wastewater into the sea, Xiao Chen felt he couldn't stay here any longer. Short-term travel is fine, but living in an island nation for an extended period of time would definitely lead to a short lifespan. He took a shower that night and then fell asleep. The next day, at 5 o'clock in the morning, the system's voice came through. Host, wake up, don't sleep anymore. Seeing that Xiao Chen showed no signs of waking up, the system directly released a wisp of electric current.
Hiss.
Xiaochen felt an electric current flow through his body while he was asleep, and he suddenly opened his eyes.
Damn it, system, what are you trying to do? Mr. Chen is ready to depart. Please go to Times Square in Tokyo and wait for Chen Daosheng there. Okay. Xiaochen quickly changed his clothes, but what was this handy weapon? System, the host can take out the weapon at any time, but it cannot be retrieved after being taken out. Try to take it out only when necessary. Xiaochen understood it meant that now was not the time to take it out. After checking out of the hotel, Xiaochen headed towards Tokyo Times Square without even having breakfast. Meanwhile, at the Tokyo Tower Hotel, Chen Daosheng and Chen Liwei walked out of the hotel. At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall. Beside the two men were two bodyguards dressed in black suits, wearing sunglasses and black gloves. They were bodyguards who had worked for Chen Daosheng for over a decade and were exceptionally skilled. Son, let's go. Yes, father. This time, their target is Sato Bamboo Grove, the Sato family's stronghold, which is very well hidden. Moreover, Chen Daosheng did not notify him before entering under the pretext of placing items. They drove to JD Times Square, and in the distance, he seemed to see a familiar figure. At the same time, Chen Liwei also saw Xiaochen. He said to Chen Daosheng, "Dad, do you think that person is Xiaochen? Why do I feel like I look so much like him?" Upon hearing this, Chen Daosheng looked around and indeed saw a young man not far away. But this young man is more than just like Xiaochen, he is clearly Xiaochen. Why is he here? Chen Daosheng was completely baffled, but since he had seen it, he still had to say hello. Xiaochen? Chen Daosheng called out and walked over. Xiaochen turned his head when he heard the voice, Grandpa Chen. He wasn't surprised at all, because Xiaochen knew he would appear here. But Chen Daosheng was different, no one knew his whereabouts except himself. Even his son, Chen Liwei, didn't know. What are you doing here? Chen Daosheng never expected to run into Xiaochen here. Xiaochen asked, if I said this was a coincidence, would you believe me? Chen Daosheng wasn't stupid, he shook his head and said, of course I don't believe it. All right. Xiaochen didn't hide anything. Actually, I was a little worried about your safety, Grandpa. I came yesterday, wanting to go with you to find Sato Kojiro. No. Without a second thought, Chen Daosheng refused, saying, this trip there is extremely dangerous, you can't go. Xiaochen was taken aback, but if you take me there, how am I supposed to get there? Old Chen, now that I'm here, there's no reason for me not to go. That won't work either. Chen Daosheng's expression was particularly serious at this moment. Xiaochen, you can go anywhere you want with your grandfather, but not here. Sato Kojiro comes from a martial arts family. His purpose this time is definitely not pure. Xiaochen, no way. You can wander around and have fun in Tokyo, but you absolutely cannot go there. Just then, a black minivan pulled up beside them. Chen Liwei, Dad, the car has arrived. Chen Daosheng got into the car with a serious expression. Xiaochen also wanted to get in, but was stopped by the two bodyguards behind them. Chen Liwei rolled down the car window. Xiaochen, you should go back quickly, this trip is dangerous. I'm leaving now, that's all for now. After the two bodyguards in black suits got into the car, they left. Xiaochen was somewhat helpless. Just then, a taxi pulled up behind them. After getting in, Xiaochen said in Japanese, follow that van, keep your distance, and don't let him see you. Hi. The driver suddenly let out a hi and Xiaochen was a little taken aback. It turns out that what was filmed in anti-Japanese war movies was all real. The car was neither too close nor too far from the van in front, and it took more than an hour to stop. This is a dense bamboo forest, and for some reason, there is a thick fog inside. Chen Daosheng, Chen Liwei, and two bodyguards, who were not far away, had already gotten out of the car, and Xiaochen also quickly got out of the car. But when he paid the money and looked up again, they discovered that the four people were gone. I reckon they've gone deeper into the bamboo forest. Holy crap! Xiaochen's face darkened, and his expression showed a hint of helplessness. He felt like a headless fly again, and with no other choice, he went inside where Chen Daosheng got off the bus. Visibility inside was extremely low, less than 10 meters. At this moment, the system announced, Host, the system will provide you with a 3D map of Sato Bamboo Forest, as well as the location of the patrol personnel. Chapter 115 You Can Call Me Dad. As soon as the system finished speaking, a large blue 3D map appeared in Xiaochen's field of vision, and there were also some red dots on the map. The red dot should indicate the location of the person who has been trapped, and there is a fan-shaped icon in front of the red
which can probably be interpreted as the direction and line of sight of these patrolmen.
Xiao Chen's position is shown in green. There are also 4 blue figures on the map. These 4 people should be Old Chen, Chen Lijian, and the 2 bodyguards. System, you're awesome. Xiao Chen couldn't help but say that there weren't many people around him at the moment.
He glanced around and saw that there were more than a dozen security guards patrolling the area.
Is this a company?
Xiao Chen was unaware of the situation inside. He simply walked around the security guards and went inside. Soon, they were getting closer and closer to Chen Daosheng. Because of the distance, he didn't hear what Chen Daosheng and the others were saying.
He kept checking the panel to see if there were any red dots around Chen Daosheng. Fortunately, the bamboo forest was quite large, and these people didn't notice Chen Daosheng's whereabouts.
Soon, the fog in front of Xiao Chen gradually dissipated, revealing a villa resembling an ancient tiled house. There are many cherry blossom trees around, but they are probably fake. At this moment, Chen Daosheng's path was blocked by several young men, while Xiao Chen hid behind a tree, listening to everything they were saying.
What are you doing?
When Xiaori asked Chen Daosheng about his purpose for coming here, his expression was very serious, filled with strong vigilance. Chen Liwei, who was next to Chen Daosheng, spoke in Japanese. We are guests of Sato Kojiro.
I have been here before. As he spoke, Chen Liwei pulled out a red token from his waist. Xiao Rizi nodded slightly after seeing the token. It's Xiao Wei, please come in. Xiao Chen, hiding behind the tree? Holy crap, they're already inside? Xiao Chen thought about it and realized it was true.
They must have contacted the people inside beforehand, otherwise it would have been impossible for just 4 people to come.
Then what is he? Xiao Chen's face darkened. They went in, but what about him?
At that moment, the system drew a route on the 3D map. Host, there are fewer defenders on this route, and you can take 1 hostage.
Xiao Chen was completely bewildered. No, was it really that exciting?
Xiao Chen felt that what he was experiencing was similar to what was shown on TV, and he had to admit it was really interesting. He left the area following the system's instructions, and at the same time, Chen Daosheng, Chen Liwei, and 2 bodyguards have entered the courtyard of the villa. Upon arriving in the courtyard, they found a sumo wrestler, about 1.9 meters tall and weighing over 300 kilograms, with his hair tied up, waiting for them. This enormous creature looked particularly eerie, with a menacing expression, and seemed very dangerous.
But Chen Daosheng clearly knew him. Ito Koen, how have you been lately? Has Mr. Chen agreed to Sato's request? The person called Ito Koen spoke Chinese. Chen Daosheng's face darkened.
That's right, yesterday he had handed over all the evidence he obtained in Mushu to Sato Kojiro. Sato Kojiro laughed maniacally on the phone, and then he made a request. If you help him transport the drugs to countries in Africa and elsewhere through his connections, you'll be told where the antidote is. They poisoned Li Kuewa's hotel room, which caused her to die within 100 days without an antidote.
With less than 2 months left, Sato Kojiro is 100% confident that he can threaten Chen Daosheng.
He knew that Chen Daosheng and Li Kuewa had a very good relationship, and that Chen Daosheng had used many means to extend Li Kuewa's life.
Chen Daosheng didn't reply to Ito's question.
Instead, he said heavily, "Take me to see Sato quickly."
Come on, let me do it.
Ito led the way, taking them inside the huge villa. On the other side, Xiao Chen struggled to crawl through a dog hole. His clothes were covered in mud.
Damn it, the road that the system mentioned turned out to be a dog hole. However, there were no patrolling personnel here. After entering, he glanced inside the villa. I must say, they really know how to enjoy life. The environment inside the villa is quite nice. Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly heard someone reading aloud. However, it was read in Japanese. Host, the child reading is Sato Kojiro's 8-year-old son.
The system's voice came through, and Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback.
He asked, you want me to capture his son and use him as a hostage? Good. Xiao Chen's face darkened. The main problem is that it's not convenient for me to take him with me after I've caught him. There is. Xiao Chen smiled.
He remembered that when he browsed the system store before, there seemed to be some torturous potions in it. At the time, he was wondering why a child raising system would have something like this. Now he understands. After opening the system panel, among the displayed items, there was indeed one called potion that makes you worse than die.
The name is very simple and unpretentious.
The main thing is that this drug can be disguised as anything.
Awesome.
Xiao Chen spent 100 dad points to redeem a lollipop, which then appeared in his hand. Xiao Chen swaggered over, and at that moment, the reading stopped. The 8-year-old girl saw him and stared at him curiously.
Anatawa, de Dilu Siga, who are you? The little boy asked.
Xiao Chen began, I'm your father, a friend of Sato Kojiro.
My name is. Xiao Chen suddenly remembered that he didn't have a Japanese name yet. He just came up with one at random.
I called her mom's a bitch.
You can call me Dad. Dad?
Xiao Chen knew that the Japanese word for father was Oto-san, but this 8-year-old didn't know that the Chinese word for father was Papa.
That's right, son, here's a lollipop for you.
Xiao Chen said this in Chinese, and after handing over the lollipop, the little girl accepted it without the slightest hesitation.
Then I put it in my mouth. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Sure enough, that guy Sato Kojiro hadn't taught his son not to accept food from strangers. System, host, Sato Kajisuji has taken poison.
You can use the system panel to apply different effects. Xiao Chen glanced at it briefly and realized that as long as he took this lollipop, he could control almost all of his organs within a year.
Isn't this a dad care system? It feels a bit like a torture system.
While these functions may not kill a person, they can certainly torment them to the point of wishing they were dead. Xiao Chen directly turned on the stomachache level 3 switch.
He clutched his stomach instantly, letting out a painful groan. Ah!
Oh, Mr. Oto-san.
Chapter 116 A giant sword falls from the sky? Fearing that he would attract attention, Xiao Chen quickly left the area.
Just then, he suddenly encountered an old man holding a samurai sword and wearing a white men's kimono. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, he uttered a baka, and then swiftly slashed at Xiao Chen. It seems they want Xiao Chen dead.
Holy crap, you're serious?
Seeing the gleaming samurai sword, Xiao Chen quickly rolled to the side. The samurai sword whizzed past his head and struck a wooden support pillar beside him. Although it didn't cut through completely, the katana went in quite a bit.
Damn, this life is killing me.
Xiao Chen took a deep breath and stood up, when the knife was swung at him again.
Holy crap.
Xiao Chen knew he couldn't keep hiding like this, so he quickly distanced himself from the other party and looked around.
There were many bamboo plants in the flower bed next to it, but how could bamboo possibly be a match for a samurai sword?
Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly remembered the reward the system had given him.
Isn't there a weapon? System, I want to use the weapon.
Host, the weapon can be taken out a total of 3 times, and you have 2 more chances.
Please raise your right hand and open your palm.
Following the system's instructions, Xiao Chen opened his arms, and at that moment, a knife appeared out of thin air. That's right, it's a Chinese Tang Dynasty sword. When the little man saw the Tang sword appear in Xiao Chen's hand, he was clearly stunned for a moment.
What's going on? A giant sword fell from the sky? What?
Xiao Rizi didn't think about what was going on, but instead charged forward with his katana raised. Xiao Chen could still see the other people in his line of sight, and this was because he had been careless and focused all his attention on the child. Xiao Chen raised his samurai sword high, but this time Xiao Chen didn't dodge. Instead, he used his Tang sword to block.
Clang! The sound of metal clashing drilled into their ears.
Xiao Chen, who had gained many skills at this moment, was much stronger than before. Neither of them withdrew their blades, but instead tried to press down on the other. Xiao Chen noticed that Xiao Rizi across from him was gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. Xiao Chen noticed that Xiao Rizi's muscles were particularly well developed at this moment, much stronger than usual. Xiao Chen exerted a sudden force, and the Tang sword slashed against Xiao Rizi's samurai sword with a hiss. Then, without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Chen bent down and swept the sword towards Xiao Rizi's stomach. But this guy was clearly a trained fighter. He quickly reversed his grip on the knife, blocking the attack, and once again, a metallic clanging sound was heard. This knowledge was currently very disadvantageous to him, and Xiao Tian knew that he would suffer if he continued like this. So, he quickly took a few steps back and distanced himself from Xiao Chen.
Who are you? The young man asked in broken Chinese.
Xiao Chen was taken aback, not expecting that this young man could speak Chinese.
I am your father. Baka Yoru.
Enraged, Xiao Rizi gritted his teeth and charged forward again, wielding his katana in both hands.
Just then, the system's voice rang out.
Host, you can use Hard Qigong, which can effectively withstand one attack.
Hard Qigong? This is so amazing, there won't be any danger or accidents, right? However, he still believed in the system. This time, Xiao Chen didn't dodge.
Instead, he bent down and chopped at Xiao Rizi's leg. To his surprise, the seemingly insignificant event came crashing down on his head. There was a loud thump. The samurai sword was blocked by something unusually hard when it was 0.01 centimeters away from Xiao Chen's head.
The huge force made Xiao Chen's hands ache. Is this hard Qigong? That's amazing. Xiao Chen recalled a scene from an anti-Japanese war drama where someone could seemingly block a bayonet.
So it turns out that anti-Japanese war dramas aren't fake after all.
Life is even more confusing right now, isn't it?
He was wielding a samurai sword, and when he slashed at his head, it was like cutting a rock.
Is this still Earth?
Xiao Chun, with a whoosh, slashed directly at Xiao Rizi's leg.
Put.
Immediately, blood flowed down Xiao Rizi's leg. The wound was over 10 centimeters long, and you could even see the deep white bone inside through it.
It was extremely bloody. Ah!
Xiao Rizi also struggled violently, fell to the ground, and howled desperately. Xiao Chen saw several red dots on the map moving towards him, and he suddenly stomped hard between Xiao Rizi's legs. Suddenly, Xiao Rizi turned his toes inward, his eyes became cross-eyed, and his body contracted sharply. Then, he fainted.
Xiao Chen quickly left the place. This villa area is particularly large, and there seems to be very little surveillance. Therefore, it won't be easy for this group of people to find him. Old Chen, where have you gone?
Xiao Chen searched for Old Chen's location on the map and discovered that Old Chen had already entered the villa. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow them.
At the same time, Ito has already brought Chen Daosheng and the other two to meet Sato. Sato was a man who looked to be in his 30s.
He was dressed in Japanese samurai attire and had a bandage tied around his head. At this moment, in the huge hall, many cherry blossom dancers were performing the Little Days dance.
The dancers wore kimonos and wooden flip-flops. Her makeup was garish and she smelled like chicken. Upon seeing Chen Daosheng arrive, Sato waved his hand, and after the dancers withdrew, Sato stood up from his seat.
He gave Chen Daosheng a sly smile and said, "Boss Chen, you're here.
Please sit down."
Several subordinates had already brought them seats, but Chen Daosheng did not sit down immediately.
He bluntly asked, "Where is the antidote?"
Upon hearing this, Sato nonchalantly lit a cigar. "Once Boss Chen has delivered my goods all over the world, the antidote will naturally appear in your hands."
Upon hearing this, Chen Daosheng's face darkened. "Didn't you say on the phone yesterday that your goods only needed to be delivered to Africa?"
"My plans have changed."
Sato Kojiro shrugged. "I've changed my mind. What can you do about it?" "The final interpretation rests with me. You really don't know."
Shen Liwei's face hardened, and he pointed at Sato. "Sato, don't go too far."
"I've gone too far. What can you do about it?" Sato became smug.
This was the land of cherry blossoms, and it was his territory.
What can happen if 4 people come?
He had even decided what to do if Chen Daosheng didn't agree to his demands today. So, none of the 4 of them can leave today. Shen Liwei clenched his fists in anger, but having come all this way, it seemed there was really nothing they could do.
"I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. Please have a seat." Sato looked very elegant. Chapter 117. I want all your shares. Given Mr. Chen's manpower resources, it is still possible to transport some of the goods to Africa. But if you want to penetrate the national market,
this is 100% impossible. Even if it were shipped to Africa, the pressure he would face would be immense.
Chen Liwei looked at Chen Daosheng with a particularly grim expression. "Dad, we can't agree to this. Otherwise."
Chen Liwei felt that he was now in a dead end.
If he won, the World Anti-Drug Team would definitely take them down. If you don't agree, whether they can leave here alive is unknown. The only thing we can do is fight them head-on.
But at that moment, from the shadows behind them, there were clearly many masked ninjas watching them intently.
Chen Liwei felt they had been too hasty and shouldn't have come here directly.
At the same time, they did not expect that Sato Kojiro would make such an outrageous demand. They even dared to dream of sending these drugs all over the world.
That's definitely impossible.
After a long while, Chen Daosheng slowly spoke. "Sato-kun, I cannot do what you asked of me.
Kill me or torture me, it's up to you." Throughout his life, Chen Daosheng was upright and honest. Although he colluded with many gangsters, he never did anything immoral or immoral. He would never do something that would harm the whole world.
"Alright," Sato revealed a sly smile. "I want all of Sunrise's shares under your name.
Give it to me, and you can leave here alive today. Otherwise."
At that moment, a masked man dressed in a red ninja outfit emerged from the shadows behind them. He also had two swords strapped to his back. His gaze was sharp, and he exuded a powerful aura. Chen Daoshang was slightly taken aback when he saw him, and his pupils contracted. This is... If you don't agree, not only will your wife not be saved, but all four of you will also die here without a burial place.
Sato Kojiro was very confident in the ninjas he had carefully trained. At that moment, the two bodyguards behind Chen Daoshang simultaneously pulled out a black pistol from their waists. They were Chen Daoshang's top bodyguards who had followed him for over a decade. Since joining Chen Daoshang's team, they had entrusted their lives to him. If they die in any accident, their families can receive tens of millions in compensation. Therefore, they are not afraid of death. Sato didn't take the pistols the two bodyguards pulled out seriously. It seems you were prepared. But, 2 pistols, and they can kill all of us? Sato revealed a confident smile. Just as one of the bodyguards was about to fire, 2 cross-shaped darts suddenly flew out from the shadows. With a whoosh, it pierced their hands. Extremely fast. One bodyguard's pistol was shot out of his hand, and another bodyguard, enduring excruciating pain, fired a shot at Kojiro Sato. Bang! The gun was aimed at Sato Kojiro's forehead, but just then, a black dart flew out and made contact with the bullet in midair with a thud. The bullet was deflected. The next second, another dart flew out, hitting the bodyguard who had just fired the shot right between the eyebrows. Little dragon! Chen Daoshang saw Xiaolong fall to the ground with a thud, crimson blood flowing from his wound. Chen Xiaolong died with his eyes wide open. Chen Xiaowu gritted his teeth when another dart flew from the shadows and pierced his calf. He knelt down abruptly, trying to grab the pistol that had fallen to the ground. But then came another metallic clanging sound, and the 2 pistols were knocked away by the darts. Sato revealed a rather sly smile. Mr. Chen, what's your decision? I can't give you shares, and I can't use you to smuggle drugs either. Old Chen's tone was firm, and Sato was not surprised by Chen Daoshang's answer. You'll say yes. At that moment, the young man in the red ninja outfit moved. He drew his twin swords from his back and slowly walked towards Chen Liwei's location. Old Chen instinctively shielded his son behind him. What are you trying to do? Kill me or torture me, but don't touch my son. Sato merely smiled faintly upon hearing this, without replying to his words. Don't kill him immediately. I want Chen Dao to watch his son be killed alive. The ruthlessness of life was no less than before, and it was at this time that Xiao Chen had already secretly infiltrated this place. This time, Xiao Chen was smarter. On the way here, he secretly twisted his neck and hardly fought. This can be considered as contributing to the country. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt as if he were participating in infernal affairs. Cool. After quietly arriving on the 2nd floor, Xiao Chen looked down into the hall. One of old Chen's bodyguards was dead, and Chen Dao was already tied up. A young man dressed in a red ninja outfit is holding a samurai sword and trying to cut off Chen Liwei's ear. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Why did it feel so similar to what happened back then? Xiao Chen immediately pulled out a dart, which he had found on the body of the boy he had just knocked unconscious. He was perfectly skilled at using darts, and with a whoosh, Xiao Chen struck the red-clad ninja between the eyebrows with a dart. He collapsed to the ground with a thud. If it had been a few seconds later, Chen Liwei's ear would have been sliced off. Who is it? Sato was stunned, his heart filled with shock. Someone actually killed his red-clad ninja. At the same time, Chen Daoshang was also puzzled. There were only 4 of them. Who would come to their aid? You little bastard, you're still as ruthless as ever. Xiao Chen leaned out from the right side of a pillar, still holding the Chinese Tang sword in his hand. Chen Daoshang and Chen Liwei were completely bewildered when they saw Xiao Chen. Wait, what's up with Xiao Chen? Who are you? Sato was slightly taken aback, and Xiao Chen spoke up. Wow. Seeing that someone was about to make a move, Xiao Chen quickly said, Don't move, Sato, right? I advise you to hurry up and give us the antidote for old Mrs. Chen, otherwise, you will regret it. Upon hearing this, Sato immediately felt that Xiao Chen was an idiot. Xiao Chen continued, You have an 8-year-old son named Sato Kokasuji, right? I have already poisoned him. What? Sato Kojiro's pupils contracted upon hearing this. Who exactly are you? Just then, outside the hall, several young men dragged in the guy who had just fought Xiao Chen and had his balls blown off. Later, there was a quiet life where he held his son. Xiao Chen turned on the full switch of torture.
At this moment, Sato Kajisuji was like a poison taking effect. His face was extremely ugly, and he kept howling and struggling in pain.
Sato Kojiro clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he said, "Give me the antidote right now, or else." "Otherwise what?"
Xiaochen said, "At worst, you can kill me, and your son will die within 3 days.
Chapter 118 No antidote? Neither do I.
Xiaochen firmly believed that Sato wouldn't dare to take his life. Sure enough, Sato Kojiro became visibly anxious after seeing his child crying incessantly.
You.
He kept comforting the child in his arms in Japanese, and then jumped directly from the second floor. With his current physique, jumping from a height of 6 or 7 meters is no problem at all. Then, Xiaochen used 2 slashes to cut the ropes binding Chen Daoshang.
Whoosh.
Then, Xiaochen helped old Chen up.
"Old Chen, are you alright?"
Due to the severity of his injuries, Chen Xiuhu had already fainted. Old Chen stared at Xiaochen in shock. "Xiaochen, how did you get here?" "Xiaochen, of course I followed your car here, but we were quite far away, so we didn't make a fuss." "Don't worry, Mr. Chen, with me here, you'll definitely leave here safely." Xiaochen thought that since he was bound to the system, and the system had sent him here, he was not in any danger.
"Unless you're asking for trouble."
But Xiaochen wasn't the type to court death.
"What exactly did you do to my son?" At this moment, Sato Kojiro's son, Sato Kajisuji, had fainted from the pain.
Sato Kojiro had learned the world's top poison-making techniques at the Shinshur Church in Sakura Country, which is why he tried every means to transport these toxins out. But he had just checked his son, and there were no wounds on his body, only a smell in his mouth.
Orange lollipop flavor. Could it be that lollipop? Poisoning them. Xiaochen said indifferently, "Are you the only one in this world who's toxic?"
There was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Sato Kojiro tried to find a flaw in Xiaochen's gaze, but
indeed, there were no flaws whatsoever. Sato's expression wasn't good, but he wouldn't back down to this young man.
He waved towards Xiaochen's location, and immediately, more than a dozen ninjas dressed in black ninja outfits appeared behind him. Similar to the ninjas dressed in red ninja outfits, they were also masked, with only their eyes showing, and each of them held a samurai sword. Seeing the dozen or so masked ninjas, Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat.
"I'm telling you, I don't have the antidote with me. The antidote is in Daxia."
Xiaochen was clearly flustered.
"Then have someone send it over."
Xiaochen quickly threw away the Tang sword in his hand and raised his hand again. He thought to himself, "System, I need to retrieve my weapon."
This time, a shotgun appeared out of nowhere on the ceiling.
When it fell into Xiaochen's hands, he decisively loaded it and fired a shotgun shell with a bang.
One of the ninjas was sent flying backward by the immense force of the shotgun shells. Chen Daoshang? Chen Liwei? Sato Kojiro? Xiaochen, holding a shotgun, said, "Let's see who dares to come closer." Xiaochen was overjoyed.
"Damn it, you damn system, you didn't give me a shotgun just now, but you've given me one now. This shotgun model is AA-12, and it has a disc magazine with a total capacity of 20 rounds. Therefore, it's not a problem for people at the scene to be sprayed to death." Upon seeing the shotgun appear out of nowhere, Kojiro Sato suddenly had a very bad feeling. Back when he was doing it, he seemed to have heard his seniors say that there were very few martial artists in the world. These martial artists possessed extraordinary abilities, and he was very worried, for Xiaochen was one of them. If he is a martial artist, then they are definitely no match for him.
Although martial artists are just legends, it's not entirely impossible.
Sato Kojiro finally panicked, and Xiaochen raised his right hand again when he saw this.
"System, I want more."
Xiaochen felt that the weapons below were definitely stronger than the AA-12.
"Host, you can remove it one last time. Would you like to remove it?" "Yes."
This time, a Gatling gun that could shoot blue flames appeared directly in Xiaochen's hands.
"Everyone. No? Is this still Earth?"
Looking at the Gatling gun in Xiaochen's hand, his heart sank. In some games, this gun can be particularly bulky.
But in reality, this is a weapon capable of sweeping away thousands of enemies. Let alone a dozen or so ninjas.
Even if there were 100 ninjas, they would be dead after a few dozen seconds of shooting.
"You are a martial artist?"
Sato was shocked. Xiaochen was stunned.
"Martial artist? What martial artist? What is a martial artist?"
Seeing Sato Kojiro's expression, he was clearly somewhat afraid of the martial artist.
So Xiaochen said, "I didn't expect you to see through me." Xiao Chen said this in a pretentious manner, and upon hearing this, Sato's expression turned particularly ugly. My friend, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Misunderstand?
Xiao Chen squinted, wondering what exactly a martial artist was. It can't be like in novels, where they can go to the heavens and the earth.
Just then, one of the ninjas dressed in black ninja clothes took advantage of Xiao Chen's momentary lapse in attention and quickly stabbed at his chest.
Xiao Chen had no time to dodge, but at the critical moment, he used hard qigong.
Block!
The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the ninja was sent flying by the powerful force. Xiao Chen was taken aback, then took out his AA-12 and fired a shot at him.
Bang!
A cloud of blood mist appeared on his body. Dozens of bullets had entered his body.
He was dead beyond dead. Xiao Chen didn't know if killing someone in his spare time would be a problem.
However, he felt that as long as he could get Chen Daoxing out of there today, he would help him resolve all of this. At this moment, Chen Daoxing was terrified by the aura of the young man in front of him.
Was this really a sophomore?
They kill without blinking an eye. Xiao Chen didn't know why, but he still felt scared when watching some horror movies before.
But now, he wasn't scared at all. In fact, he was a little excited. Perhaps it's related to the system, or perhaps it's related to their daily lives.
The thought of all the martyrs who sacrificed their lives in the war of resistance against Japan filled Xiao Chen with hatred for Xiao Rizi. Xiao Chen's body could withstand the samurai sword, which completely proved that he was a martial artist.
Chen Liwei picked up the Gatling gun on the ground and was ready to fire. All of you, step back.
At this moment, Sato finally spoke.
Xiao Chen pointed the black muzzle of his gun at him. Where is the antidote? Tell me quickly. Otherwise, I have 1,000 ways to make you talk.
Xiao Chen could tell that he was very wary of martial artists, and at this moment, Sato Kojiro spoke with some helplessness.
I don't know where the antidote is.
Xiao Chen was dumbfounded when he heard this.
You drugged me, and you're telling me you don't know where the antidote is? Will you tell or not? You're about to die, and you still dare to be stubborn? Sato Kojiro was helpless because there was really no antidote for this poison.
Just like paraquat, once it was invented, there was no solution.
Your Excellency, there really isn't any. Xiao Chen, then the medicine I gave your son didn't come out either. Chapter 119. I'll spare you this time.
You. It was obvious that Sato Kojiro knew Xiao Chen was lying to him.
But he really didn't lie to Xiao Chen.
She didn't even know how to ask him to save her son. Xiao Chen's face darkened. Stop talking nonsense. He pointed the shotgun at Sato Kojiro again.
Sato Kojiro said helplessly, you Chinese have a kind of pesticide for crops called paraquat.
And the medicine I administered was roughly this type.
So, it's not that I don't want to give you the antidote, it's just that I don't have it myself. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, because Sato Kojiro didn't seem to be lying. But if that's the case, then Grandma Li Kueihua is beyond saving.
Although Xiao Chen could keep helping her expel the toxins from her body.
But if you rely on the little blue pills all the time.
If Su Ji catches me.
Isn't it all over? Old Chen, what should we do about him?
Xiao Chen could now completely obey Elder Chen's orders. If Elder Chen asked, Xiao Chen could immediately end his life.
Old Chen was no ordinary person either.
Just as he was about to kill Sato Kojiro spoke up again.
Etc.
Sato Kojiro spoke up, I have a master who taught me how to make poisons.
Maybe my master has a solution. Please let me go, I'll go ask him. Sato Kojiro looked like he wanted to save his own life, but Xiao Chen shook his head, why should we believe you? Or, what if you leave and then lie to us? I wouldn't lie to you.
Sato Kojiro gripped his child's shoulders with both hands, my child has also been poisoned by you.
Don't worry, Sato Kojiro, am still a man of my word. You can ask Mr. Chen.
Xiao Chen automatically ignored what he said. After all, if Xiao Rizi, a nickname for a person, were trustworthy, there would have been no Nanjing massacre back then.
When the young man first entered Nanjing, he said he would not disturb the common people. And what was the result?
Xiao Chen took a deep breath. In truth, he really wanted to save Li Kueihua.
Call your master now.
My master lives on Nagasaki Island year-round, where there is no signal, so I'm afraid I won't be able to contact him.
Beat.
Looking at the dark muzzle of the gun, a dancer handed him Sato Kojiro's phone. He made several calls, but couldn't get through.
Xiao Chen took a deep breath. Old Chen, should we give him a chance?
Old Chen hesitated for a moment. He preferred to save Li Kueihua's life rather than kill him.
However, he couldn't completely trust Sato Kojiro. Old Chen did not answer. His expression was very unpleasant. Host, there is a chance that this matter will take a turn for the better. You can let Sato Kojiro go for now. He will surprise you.
The system's voice suddenly came from Xiao Chen's ears.
He was slightly startled, then nodded. I see. Give me an answer as soon as possible, I trust you. Now, it's time to settle the score for you killing my bodyguard. Xiao Chen looked at Chen Xiaolong's body lying on the ground and felt a pang of sadness. A living, breathing human life.
Seeing that there was a chance for things to turn around, he spoke up. You can confiscate all my funds at Sunrise Capital. This can be considered paying the price for the mistakes I made at Rixing.
Xiao Chen turned his head and asked, Mr. Chen, how much capital does Sato Kojiro have at Sunrise Capital? It's about 50 million RMB. 50 million?
For him now, money is just a string of numbers, but for the family behind this bodyguard, it's not necessarily the case. He has passed away, so the best solution is to compensate his family with a sum of money.
At this moment, Xiao Chen asked Chen Daosheng, Elder Chen, is this all right?
Chen Daosheng nodded awkwardly. I have purchased huge insurance policies for each bodyguard, and I will also compensate Xiaolong's family with this 50 million.
Good.
At this moment, Xiao Chen turned his attention to Sato Kojiro. Your son's antidote needs to be obtained from me in person in Great Xia. We'll meet in Great Xia in 3 days.
Old Chen, let's go.
Xiao Chen took a deep breath, unsure if this was the right thing to do.
But since the system has spoken, let's give it a chance.
After Xiao Chen turned around, the other ninjas around him did not move. Looking at Chen Daosheng, Xiao Chen felt as if he had aged many years. Just then, the weapons in Xiao Chen and Chen Liwei's hands suddenly disappeared into thin air, but Xiao Chen was not surprised.
It must have been done by the system. In other words, the people around them no longer pose a threat to them. Mr. Xiao, I'll send a car to take you back.
Furthermore, I will also send someone to help you transport the body of this bodyguard back to Great Xia.
Sato Kojiro tried to win back some favor with his actions, but Xiao Chen had no good feelings towards him whatsoever. No need to see us off, but please take the body back for us. Good. Xiao Chen, Chen Daosheng, Chen Liwei, and bodyguard Chen Xiuhu left the villa together, and then left Sato Bamboo Grove. They were not harmed during the journey.
At the same time, after seeing Xiao Chen and the others leave, Sato Kojiro felt a wave of fear.
They've finally left.
He never imagined that legendary martial artists actually existed in the world.
Jonin. At that moment, a ninja walked over and asked Sato Kojiro, should we secretly take those people out?
As he spoke, the ninja made a throat-slitting gesture.
Sato Kojiro was completely bewildered when he saw it. What was that? You're going to kill them?
Then, he swung his large fist at the ninja.
Is your mother's brain filled with shit? That's a martial artist, a martial artist. Are you a match for a martial artist? Besides, if you kill them, who will save my son? Get out of here. Sato Kojiro grew up in Osaka and only returned to Japan in recent years.
Therefore, he speaks excellent Chinese and has been influenced by the Bactrian culture. But his heart remained dark.
Xiao Chen, what kind of warrior is the one Sato Kojiro mentioned? Have no idea. Xiao Chen shook his head.
Xiao Chen really didn't know how to explain the weapons that appeared out of thin air and disappeared from his hands.
However, Chen Daosheng was a very reasonable person. Since Xiao Chen hadn't said anything, he certainly wouldn't ask any more questions. Let's go back to China together. Xiao Chen nodded. If he went back any later, Suji might worry about him. The same applies to the parents' side. Grandpa, after you go back, don't mention this to anyone.
My parents and my wife don't know I came to Japan.
Don't worry, Xiao Chen. Chen Daosheng nodded solemnly. Chapter 120, a good time to kill him. Chen Daosheng couldn't help but ask, Xiao Chen, then, my wife?
The results will be available in 3 days. Xiao Chen spoke expressionlessly, adding, furthermore, I have no intention of letting Sato Kojiro return alive. Old Chen's expression hardened. At that moment, Xiao Chen turned his gaze to him and said, Old Chen, you must help me resolve this matter.
I know.
Xiao Chen was helping him, and Chen Daosheng didn't want Sato Kojiro to go back alive either. Therefore, helping Xiao Chen resolve a matter is a piece of cake.
He spent so much money and fattened up so many people over the years, isn't he just waiting to use them in these few days?
That afternoon, Old Chen bought plane tickets for Xiao Chen and the others to Daxia.
At 6 o'clock in the evening, the flight arrived at Jinghai Phoenix Airport.
When Su Ji heard that he had returned, she specially drove to pick him up. At the arrival gate, Xiao Chen saw Su Ji, who had come to pick him up, from afar.
Su Ji skipped and waved at him, and Xiao Chen walked over with a smile. "Darling, how long have you been here?" "It'll only take 2 hours. Question mark. Xiao Chen was taken aback. "Aren't you at home taking care of the kids?"
"My mother and grandmother take care of the child. Since my grandmother came, I don't need to take care of him anymore."
Su Ji is extremely satisfied with her current life and feels very happy.
Moreover, even though Xiao Chen had only been gone for a day, she missed him terribly.
Etc. Su Ji now realized a problem. How did Xiao Chen return in just 1 day? Didn't you say you'd be gone for several days? By the way, why did you come back so quickly?
They went there and then it was processed at lightning speed. Xiao Chen grinned mischievously. "After all, I miss my wife."
Glib-tongued. Su Ji took his arm, and the two walked outside together.
Although old Chen got off the plane with Xiao Chen, he did not come out with Xiao Chen.
This kind of thing has to be kept secret.
Su Ji was still looking at the Xiaomi YU7.
The Bentley and Porsche at home were too expensive, she didn't dare to drive them at all.
After getting in the car, Su Ji sat in the driver's seat and started driving, but Xiao Chen was a little puzzled, as this wasn't the route home.
"Honey, where are we going?" Xiao Chen asked.
"You guess."
Su Ji smiled secretly.
Xiao Chen was startled when he saw the smile. Something was wrong.
Something's not right. Could it be? "Let me out of the car." "I don't want to." Xiao Chen took a deep breath, thinking, "Wait, why hasn't your period come yet?"
Xiao Chen was kept up until 8 p.m., and then they went to eat at the restaurant Boss's Love for Fish before going home.
The house is still the same as always. Dad isn't home, he's out socializing.
The mother and grandmother were looking at the child. When they saw Xiao Chen, the mother was stunned for a moment. Su Ji said she was going to pick you up.
"I didn't expect you to actually come back. How was your stay in Sichuan?" "Not very good."
Xiao Chen shook his head. "No matter how good the outside world is, it's not as good as home."
"Right? You're right, kid." Xiao Chen took De Bao from his grandmother's arms.
He held De Bao and looked at him for a while.
Just then, his father came home. "Oh, my son is back." Dad was slightly taken aback when he saw Xiao Chen. "Why are you back so early?" "Is it early?" Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. "Dad, do you not want to see me? Then I'll leave?" "No, no, no."
Xiao Guosheng quickly shook his head. "Weren't you gone for several days?"
"Well, I was done with work, and I missed my wife, so I came back." "If you miss your wife, you'll come back."
His father repeated Xiao Chen's words in a sarcastic tone.
Xiao Chen's face darkened. His father wasn't like this before. He has become increasingly strange since becoming the chairman of the Wood Tree Group.
"Dad, if you're sick, go get treatment."
"This isn't a hospital. Get out, get out."
Xiao Guosheng stopped joking and became serious again. He sat down and chatted with Xiao Chen about his experiences in Sichuan, and Xiao Chen was seriously bragging. There was no indication that they were about to reveal any flaws. That evening, Xiao Chen called Chen Daosheng to inquire about Li Kuewa's situation.
Old Chen said that Li Kuewa's condition was relatively good, but she still couldn't speak.
Xiao Chen comforted her briefly and then hung up the phone. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. Xiao Chen was at home with Su Ji, looking after their baby, when his phone rang.
It was an unfamiliar number. He pressed the call button, and Sato Kojiro's voice came through the phone. "Hello, Mr. Xiao."
The clown was slightly taken aback when he heard his voice, not expecting that Sato Kojiro would actually contact him.
"So, did you get the antidote?" Xiao Chen asked.
Sato Kojiro on the other end of the phone hummed in agreement. "Yes, but..." He paused, and Xiao Chen asked, "But what?"
"However, you will need to go to a certain place to retrieve it." "Go to a place to pick it up?" Xiao Chen didn't understand what he meant. "What do you mean by that?"
"That's right, the antidote requires many medicinal herbs and natural ingredients to synthesize, and only I know how to synthesize it."
Xiao Chen actually understood the meaning behind his words.
It was roughly that he was still useful, and if they killed him, Li Kuehua would be beyond saving.
Xiao Chen hummed in agreement. "Okay, when can you give me the raw materials? I'll send someone to collect them." This
Sato Kojiro on the phone was clearly taken aback for a moment, then he continued, I can come to Dacia now.
Could you give me my son's antidote first? You're actually negotiating with me?
Xiao Chen's face darkened, your son doesn't have many days left to live.
Are you sure you want to negotiate with me now?
Xiao Chen has been tormenting Fujiko Sogi these past few days, sometimes severely and sometimes lightly, making Sato Kojiro feel a strong sense of crisis. Upon hearing this, Sato Kojiro could only sigh helplessly and say, No, I'll send you the list of items you need, but some things are particularly hard to find. Please, Mr. Xiao, give me the antidote first so I can save my son.
Your son won't die.
Xiao Chen replied casually, I can control the effective time.
If you don't cooperate properly, then I'm sorry.
Xiao Chen smiled slyly, and Sato on the other side was completely helpless. Alright, then I'll wait until you've collected all the items before I go to Dacia to find you. Just then, the system suddenly opened. Option 1, immediately trick Sato Kojiro into coming to Dacia and kill him.
Reward, remove 90% of the effects of Li Kueiwa's poison.
Option 2, listen to Sato Kojiro and let him lead you by the nose, no reward.
Xiao Chen was taken aback. Option 1 presents a good opportunity to kill Sato Kojiro. Chapter 121, Taking a Helicopter to Jiangcheng. Xiao Chen felt that being able to neutralize 90% of the effects of the sunflower toxin was enough. Moreover, he could use the antidote he gave to Sato Kojiro to ask him to tell him the steps to make the antidote. Although he might conceal it. Xiao Chen sighed, fine, I see you mean well.
Come find me in Dacia, and I'll give you the antidote for your child.
However, you must also tell me the recipe and method for making the antidote in detail. After we give it to each other, we're even. Okay. I'll go to Dacia to find you right now. Sato Kojiro on the other side couldn't help but sigh that Xiao Chen was much easier to talk to. Sato Kojiro hung up the phone.
Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, and a sly smile appeared on his lips.
But does he know his location?
A few minutes later, Xiao Chen's phone rang again. He initially thought it was Sato Kojiro asking about his location, but it wasn't. It was actually old Chen Daoshang.
Xiao Chen quickly answered the phone.
On the other end, old Chen said, Xiao Chen, Sato Kojiro said he wants to come to our great Xia.
He also said he was going to the Chen family manor to find me.
Chen Daosheng wanted to ask Xiao Chen about his plan, since Xiao Chen had said he wanted to take his life.
Xiao Chen asked, Grandpa, have you gone back now?
Chen Daosheng, no, I'm still in Jinghai.
Xiao Chen, come back to Jiangcheng with me.
Good. Since Sato was going to the Chen family manor, Xiao Chen and the others must also go to the Chen family manor to wait for him. Come find me on the top floor of the Jinghai Longhu building.
Someone will meet you downstairs.
We're in a hurry, so we'll be leaving by helicopter this time.
Xiao Chen was taken aback.
He had been on airplanes before, but not helicopters.
I've never ridden in one before.
Good. Xiao Chen returned to the living room from the balcony and said to Su Ji, wife, I have to go out for a bit again.
I'll be back tomorrow. Su Ji was clearly a little unhappy. She had only returned from Sichuan 3 days ago, why did she have to go out again? She couldn't help but ask, where are you going this time?
I'm going to old Chen's house to take care of some things.
Whoa.
At this moment, Xiao Chen was afraid that Su Ji would suddenly say she would come with him. After all, the two of them were really happy when they were at Chen's old house. At that time, Su Ji clung to him like a clingy little imp.
Su Ji had no intention of going at the moment.
She said, then you should go and come back quickly, and it's almost the new year.
I know.
Xiao Chen leaned over and gently kissed Su Ji's forehead. I'll give you a big red envelope for the new year.
Thank you, honey.
Su Ji said very obediently that Xiao Chen had no intention of packing his luggage, since he would be back tomorrow anyway.
Then I'll be going now. Aren't you bringing anything? I'll be back tomorrow. I just put on these clothes today, it's fine. All right.
Because her parents took her grandmother out shopping, Su Ji was home alone.
They should be back in about 10 minutes. Xiao Chen casually grabbed the Porsche keys and went out. Driving a pink sports car, Xiao Chen arrived at the Jinghai Longhu building.
This place isn't far from my dad's company, and there are several helipads directly on the roof of the Longhu building. Upon arriving, a man in a black suit walked towards Xiao Chen's car.
Hello, are you Xiao Chen, the one Elder Chen arranged for me to meet you? Xiao Chen nodded, hello, it's me.
Let me help you park the car.
Old Chen is already waiting for you on the top floor.
There were plenty of parking spaces around, but Xiao Chen shook his head and parked his car instead, then had the other man take him upstairs.
Upon reaching the top floor, only Chen Daosheng was waiting for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was taken aback and asked, "Grandpa, where are your two sons and grandma?"
Chen Daosheng said, "They have already taken a car back to Jiangchang. Your grandmother can't take a plane, so both of her children are with her."
"So that's how it is." Xiao Chen nodded. At this moment, Chen Daosheng asked, "Have you ever been in a helicopter before?"
Xiao Chen looked at the silver helicopter and shook his head. "No, I've only ever seen these kinds of things in the sky."
"This is the first time we've been this close." Ha ha ha.
Chen Daosheng felt that Xiao Chen was joking, so he said, "Let's get in the car first." "No, let's get on the plane first, Xiao Chen." Old Chen opened the rear door of the helicopter for Xiao Chen. There were only 2 seats in the back, each with a 4-point seatbelt and even a mask connected to an oxygen mask. It was indeed Xiao Chen's first time flying, and he was a little lost after boarding.
Seeing Xiao Chen's somewhat confused look, Chen Daosheng laughed, "Ha! Just fasten your seatbelt. The flight time is only about half an hour, it'll be quick." "Good." After boarding, a pilot took over the controls.
Chen Daosheng handed Xiao Chen a noise-canceling headset. "Wear these.
The noise is especially loud when the plane takes off."
"Good." After putting on the headphones, the plane slowly took off, and Xiao Chen felt a little dizzy as he experienced a sense of weightlessness.
"Damn.
I don't get carsick or seasick, but I do get a little carsick from helicopters.
Luckily, I don't ride this thing often."
The helicopter tilted slightly after taking off, but he was firmly strapped into his seat and looked at the scenery below.
It was quite nice. It's definitely more exciting than flying."
About half an hour later, the plane slowly landed at the Chun family manor. There was no traffic jam, it flew in a straight line, and the speed was indeed very fast. After getting off the plane, Chen Daosheng led Xiao Chen into a villa they frequented.
Once inside, a butler immediately brewed them a pot of tea. Chen Daosheng asked, "Xiao Chen, what is your plan?" Xiao Chen did not answer Elder Chen's question directly, but asked, "Elder Chen, how many people do you think Sato Kojiro will bring this time?" Xiao Chen firmly believed that Sato Kojiro would not come alone.
Chen Daosheng said, "I don't know, but I have already placed spies at the airport.
The news will come to us soon after Sato Kojiro arrives in Jiangchang." "That's good." Xiao Chen felt that he might bring his son with him, since he would only tell him all the ingredients for the antidote after it took effect. "So, Xiao Chen, what's your plan?"
Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He was now out of weapons. "Old Chen, once Sato Kojiro gives us the list of the antidote and the method of making it, we'll take care of him.
Just find the right moment and fire."
Xiao Chen felt that it was impossible for Old Chen not to have a gun. He had a black pistol in Japan, so he must have one here as well.
"Good." Old Chen nodded and took a deep breath. Chapter 122, Seeing Sato Kojiro again.
Xiao Chen initially decided to take action against Sato Kojiro himself. But upon closer reflection, it really doesn't matter whether he or Chen Daosheng attacked the other.
"Xiao Chen, I'll go make some preparations. You can wander around the manor as you like. You can treat this place like your own home."
"Good." Chen Daosheng got up and left, because he had been here for a long time and had long lost interest in Xiao Chen at the Chun family manor. Chen Daosheng said that as long as the room where he and Suji stayed last time exists, it will always be prepared for them, and no one else will stay there. Xiao Chen also felt that this world was quite magical, having met a big shot like Chen Daosheng, who had helped him so many times.
Xiao Chen picked up his phone.
He had taken a lot of photos while he was in the helicopter and then sent them to Suji. It was obvious that her mother and grandmother had already returned. She replied to Xiao Chen's message instantly. "Did you go back to Jiangcheng by helicopter?"
"Right."
Xiao Chen sent her a mischievous smiley face. "This is my first time sitting here."
"How are you feeling?" Suji asked.
"Xiao Chen, I don't get airsick on airplanes, but I do get quite airsick on helicopters.
It's very uncomfortable, so I recommend not taking one. But I want to sit."
Upon seeing Suji's message, Xiao Chen chuckled and replied, "Okay, then I'll ask Old Chen when he'll have time to let you experience it too."
"Ha! Isn't this inappropriate?"
Suji felt that this was a bit of a bother to them, but of course, Xiao Chen didn't want to ask. If Suji wants to experience it, he can take him.
"But I'd rather not trouble you, Mr. Chen."
About 20 minutes later, Old Chen returned.
"Grandpa, is everything arranged?" Chen Daosheng nodded. Sato Kojiro just called me. He should be here in about 2 hours. So fast. Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. He had to admit that the man had acted very quickly. Then we can wait for him somewhere else. This villa is where Chen Daosheng lives. Since we need to receive Sato Kojiro first, we must change the location. Chen Daosheng led Xiao Chen to the place where he had celebrated his birthday last time. The space here was particularly large and the surrounding area was dark, making it especially suitable for hiding assassins. Before Xiao Chen arrived, he bought a lollipop at the supermarket downstairs in the neighborhood. This lollipop, he thought it would be the antidote for Sato Korokoan. Oh, right, Xiao Chen. At this moment, Chen Daosheng asked, "You brought the antidote for Sato Kosuka too, right? Grandpa, do you still intend to let him go back alive?" Xiao Chen added, "If you kill his father in front of him, then this child will definitely seek revenge when he grows up. Therefore, you must eliminate any future troubles." Upon hearing this, Chen Daosheng couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Chen is truly ruthless. But that's exactly the kind of person he likes. You little rascal. Chen Daosheng laughed heartily. Although Xiao Chen had never seen anything like it, Chen Daosheng was a man whose hands were stained with the blood of some people. After that, Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng did not leave. Instead, there were many bodyguards dressed in black suits, similar in appearance to Chen Xiaolong and Chen Xiuhu, coming and going. Some people were even carrying black guns. 2 hours later, news came from Chen Daosheng's spies outside that Sato Kojiro had gotten off the plane with his son and 6 men in black suits. After getting off the plane, the 8 of them got into 3 cars. The car was heading straight for the Chen family manor. They actually brought 6 bodyguards. Chen Daosheng's face darkened as he pondered how to handle the situation. Grandpa, just shoot when he's about to leave. Don't worry, I've deployed snipers outside. Good. 20 minutes later, Chen Daosheng's phone rang. Check the items carefully and have him come find me. Chen Daosheng's voice was deep and powerful, and at the same time, outside the Chen family manor. Sato Kojiro's path had been blocked. Routine inspection. No weapons are allowed inside. Sato Kojiro reluctantly accepted the examination, which included everything from his hair to his shoes. After confirming that there were no problems, they only allowed in Sato Kojiro and his son, Sato Kokisuji. The others need to wait here. A butler led the way very respectfully, while Sato Kojiro cautiously observed every move around him. This was a habit he had developed over many years as a ninja. Upon arriving at the reception hall, Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng saw Sato Kojiro. Today he was dressed in a business-like manner, wearing a black suit and his hair was combed back. At first glance, he actually looked quite handsome. Xiao Chen felt that college students would definitely like a man like that. Mr. Chen. Sato Kojiro spoke in a casual tone, and Chen Daosheng squinted and nodded slightly. Did you bring everything I asked for? In Chen Daosheng's eyes, he had already become a dead man, so Chen Daosheng wanted to directly enter into a deal and send him to see his emperor as soon as possible. I brought it. Although he said he brought it, Sato Kojiro didn't actually make any move with his hands. The cure for my son. His son's expression remained contorted with rage, as if he were enduring excruciating pain. This is the cure for your son. Xiao Chen pulled a lollipop out of his pocket, and Sato Kojiro's pupils contracted upon seeing it. He asked his son how Xiao Chen had given him the drug. His son said that Xiao Chen impersonated his father's friend and then gave him a lollipop. Without thinking much, he swallowed the lollipop. Sato Kojiro had no doubt that lollipops were the antidote. He took an envelope out of his pocket and said, I have already written down the materials needed to make the medicine and the process in advance. Please give me the antidote first, and after my son takes it, I will give you these things. Chen Daosheng glanced at Xiao Chen, who nodded slightly. Although Sato Kojiro is suspected of dishonesty, this is at the Chen family manor. As Chen Daosheng just said, there are dozens of assassins lying in ambush at the Chen family manor. Even if Sato Kojiro had 8 legs, he wouldn't be able to leave here alive. Xiao Chen got up and went to Sato Kokisuji's side. Here, this is the antidote. At the same time, Xiao Chen helped him tear open the lollipop packaging. The little guy didn't put it in his mouth right away, but instead focused his attention on his father. It seems to be asking if I can eat it. Eat, you, eat. Sato Kojiro spoke first, and only then did the child put the lollipop in his mouth. Xiao Chen, the medicine will take effect within an hour. Now, can you give me the formula for the antidote? Chapter 123. Come on, come and hit me. I need to wait an hour.
Sato Kojiro remained as cautious as ever, while Xiao Chen curled his lip, looking helpless.
Sato Koen, you still don't trust me enough.
Xiao Chen was somewhat disappointed, but he still immediately turned off the torture of Sato Kokasuji in the system. After the shutter was turned off, Sato Kajisuji's expression softened considerably.
Daddy, it doesn't hurt anymore. Sato Kajisuji spoke up, and the latter was slightly taken aback. Could it be that the effect took effect so quickly?
Sato Kojiro felt that he was a person who followed the rules, so he quickly handed the envelope to Xiao Chen with both hands, just like when Xiao Chen surrendered years ago.
I'm sorry. Although he was sincere, Xiao Chen and Elder Chen had no intention of letting him go. Xiao Chen took the envelope, opened it, and glanced at it.
It was all in Japanese, but Xiao Chen could understand it.
After a quick look, he felt there was nothing wrong with it, nodded,
and quickly stepped back a few paces to hand it to Chen Daoshang.
Since this guy had written it in advance, we could have just dealt with him on the way.
But Xiao Chen was unaware that he had made preparations in advance. Chen Daoshang glanced at it and then nodded.
He would have to send people to collect these things. Just then, Chen Daoshang's expression turned fierce.
He suddenly made a gesture, and a gunshot rang out from the shadows. To Xiao Chen's surprise, Sato turned around at that moment, and the bullet grazed right past Sato Kojiro's ear.
Feeling the pain in his ear, Sato Kojiro was instantly enraged. You ambushed me. Chen Daoshang knew he couldn't waste any more words with him.
Several gunshots rang out in succession, but then several darts suddenly flew in from outside.
Click, click, click. These darts actually blocked the incoming bullets. Xiao Chen and Chen Daoshang were both taken aback. There are many patrols and snipers outside. So what's going on? Is someone lying in wait outside? In just a few seconds, 6 ninjas dressed in suits and carrying samurai swords entered the house. Chen Daoshang took a deep breath, not understanding what was going on. How did they get in? These 6 people should be bodyguards brought by Sato Kojiro, but weren't they stopped outside? Chen Daoshang's expression darkened as he thought of this, while Sato Kojiro revealed a sly smile. The bodyguards you brought are all top talents from the Great Sakura Empire.
Today, I'll give it to you. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Chen turned on the switch to torture Sato Kokasuji again. Sato Kajisuji's body suddenly convulsed violently again, and Kojiro was slightly taken aback when he saw this.
He pointed at Xiao Chen's nose and said, "The antidote you gave me was fake?" Xiao Chen revealed a sly smile, hee hee. At that moment, one of the bodyguards made his move. 3 black darts flew towards Chen Daoshang's position.
Xiao Chen's pupils shrank, and he quickly blocked in front of him, using hard qigong. Just like last time, accompanied by several metallic clanging sounds, Xiao Chen blocked the 3 darts. Suddenly, gunshots rang out from the shadows.
Bang bang bang. 2 of the 6 ninjas were shot, and unlike in the TV series, they didn't die instantly from the bullets. Instead, they struggled to get up.
They lay on the ground in agony, while more than a dozen of Chen Daoshang's bodyguards rushed in from outside.
Without a word, the bodyguards engaged the ninjas in combat.
At this moment, Chen Daoshang spoke up.
Xiao Chen, the gunman behind me is out of bullets. You need to get out of here quickly.
Chen Daoshang was particularly worried about Xiao Chen's safety. He was old enough to die here without any problem, but Xiao Chen couldn't. Xiao Chen is still young and has a lot to do in the future.
If he loses his life here, Chen Daoshang will haunt him even as a ghost. Upon hearing Chen Daoshang's voice, Sato Kojiro smiled and said, "Out of bullets, huh? Die."
He didn't have time to worry about his child. He took out a retractable knife from the slot in the sole of his shoe and ran straight towards Chen Daoshang. That's right, his target was Chen Daoshang.
Xiao Chen, you need to leave quickly.
Chen Daoshang spoke up, but Xiao Chen shook his head. No, Elder Chen, I can't leave. Xiao Chen can no longer draw weapons through the system, but he may still be a match for Sato Kojiro.
The system had previously rewarded him with Wing Chun, and Xiao Chen said, "Sato, what kind of skill is it to bully an old man?"
His fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Your opponent is me.
Upon hearing this, Sato Kojiro couldn't help but smile.
He asked his master about martial artists, and his master said that there is no such thing as a martial artist in the world. As for how Xiao Chen conjured the weapon back then, it was probably a trick.
Sato Kojiro came here this time with the intention of making peace.
But he's not afraid if the other party decides to make a move. After all, the ninjas he brought were among the best in Japan. At this moment, the 2 ninjas who had just been shot were knocked unconscious by Chen Daoshang's bodyguards, who were determined to take advantage of their weakness to kill them.
Meanwhile, the other 4 ninjas, along with several bodyguards, took over the task.
The other 2 people came to Chen Daoxing's side to protect him. It must be said that these ninjas were indeed quite skilled. Xiao Chen didn't waste any words and imitated Ip Man's movements from the movie, engaging in a fierce fight with Sato Kojiro.
Since Sato Kojiro had a weapon, Xiao Chen didn't dare to engage in close combat with him. Moreover, if the fight went on for too long, it would be very easy to get confused.
Therefore, Xiao Chen mainly focused on defense and would occasionally put some distance between himself and Sato Kojiro.
Sato Kojiro and Xiao Chen had completely different fighting strategies. Sato was the type who couldn't wait to kill Xiao Chen and kept chasing him relentlessly. Xiao Chen, in order not to affect old Chen's personal safety, led them outdoors during the fight. Baka! What do you mean by hiding like this?
Sato Kojiro said with bloodshot eyes, but Xiao Chen didn't reply. Instead, he provocatively stretched out his hand towards him.
It's as if it's saying, "Come here." Baka!
Sato Kojiro roared, his extendable sword flashing with a cold light as he charged towards him. He swung his right arm, his aim clear, Xiao Chen's cheek.
Perhaps overwhelmed by the atmosphere, his movements were full of mistakes.
Xiao Chen kicked him in the chest, but on the way, he was still scratched on the cheek.
But the wound wasn't deep.
Xiao Chen sensed that this was not the place to fight, so he quickly ran towards a nearby spot.
Sato was secretly pleased to see Xiao Chen injured. He chased after them relentlessly.
At this moment, Xiao Chen arrived at a courtyard house in a hutong.
That's right, there's no way forward. Seeing that Xiao Chen couldn't escape, Sato Kojiro smiled like an ant. Little kid, let's see where you can run now.
As he spoke, he licked the sharp knife with his tongue in a very lewd manner.
His expression was extremely lewd.
It's as if Xiao Chen is about to die.
Xiao Chen remained calm.
He looked around, then used the momentum to run forward a short distance, stepping onto the wall. He continued to use the side wall for leverage, easily grabbing the edge of the wall with both hands. After going up there, Xiao Chen stuck his tongue out at Sato Kojiro, then stretched out his butt and said, come and hit me." These words were just like those of the character Lu Dan in the game Honor of Kings.
Sato Kojiro was so angry at Xiao Chen's arrogance that he gritted his teeth. Chapter 124, Kojiro defeated, mission complete. Then Xiao Chen started doing parkour on the edge of the roof. Although running away was very risky, thanks to the system's rewards, his physical abilities allowed him to do some difficult moves. Moreover, he was exceptionally agile and kept teasing Sato. Although Sato was a ninja, he was much clumsy in his movements. "Kid, get down here right now. Come up here. Get down." Sato was furious when Xiao Chen spat in his face, pop. The spittle landed precisely on his face.
Xiao Chen looked at Sato Kojiro and, for some reason, felt that he was now living a simple, foolish life, like someone in an anti-Japanese war drama. Just then, Xiao Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. Sato Kojiro posed no threat to him, so Xiao Chen sat on the roof and answered Chen Liwei's call.
"Hello? Xiao Chen, how are you?"
Chen Liwei on the other side should already know that something happened here.
Xiao Chen looked at Sato, who was getting angry down below, and said, "It's not a big problem. Sato Kojiro is right below me." "Your lower body?" Chen Liwei thought of a strange posture, but he shook his head heavily. "No, that's not right.
My father told me that ninjas had entered the Chen family manor, and that you and Sato Kojiro fought your way out."
"That's right."
Xiao Chen looked down at Sato Kojiro and took a deep breath. "Sir, I have no grudge against you, and the antidote formula I gave you is completely correct. The Great Xia and our Cherry Blossom Kingdom have established diplomatic relations quite a bit.
Why don't you give me the antidote, and we can reconcile?" Sato Kojiro was suffering. The main problem is that the antidote for his son is still in Xiao Chen's possession.
He was angry, but nothing was more important than his son's life. "Xiao Chen, in the villa where old Chen lives, there's a pistol in the bedside table of the first room on the left on the second floor."
"That's my room. You can go and get it if you have the chance."
Chen Liwei spoke on the phone, and Xiao Chen glanced at the villa not far away.
He could simply climb over from the balcony. "Okay, where is your father now?"
Xiao Chen felt that Chen Daoxing should no longer be in the hall, or at least someone should be protecting old Master Chen. "Don't worry, someone has already taken my dad under protection. I'm on my way there now, but there's some traffic on the road, so it might take another 20 minutes.
"Good." Xiao Chen hung up the phone, while Sato Kojiro was still watching him from below.
It was as if he was waiting for Xiao Chen to give him an answer.
No, you're actually negotiating terms with me?
If you hadn't fired, I wouldn't have done it.
The 6 ninjas just came over actually, he pressed an emergency button inside his clothes.
Once the emergency button is pressed, the ninjas hidden nearby will receive the message and rush over immediately.
Xiao Chen didn't reply. He glanced at old Chen's building not far away and ran towards it without saying a word. Don't run! Xiao Chen didn't understand why some villains always like to shout, don't run away. If you call out, will the other person really stop and wait for you? Xiao Chen wouldn't do that. He quickly leaped between the villas, sometimes jumping as far as 5 meters. Xiao Chen was completely dumbfounded by this amazing jumping ability.
The balcony of old Chen's villa was locked, but Xiao Chen happened to have a window breaker.
That is, the broken car window.
This was a gift from Su Ji. It can be worn as a bracelet on the wrist, and in case of an emergency, such as if a car falls into the water, it can be used to break the car window.
He smashed the balcony glass with a window breaker and went inside.
As Chen Liwei said, a black handgun was indeed found in the hidden compartment of the bedside table.
Xiao Chen couldn't identify the model of the pistol, and there was also a large bundle of RMB in a hidden compartment of the drawer.
It looks like it would cost over 10,000.
There are a lot.
After holstering the pistol at his waist, Xiao Chen jumped off the second-floor balcony.
At that moment, Sato also arrived.
Sir, please don't blame me for going too far. Sato Kojiro threatened that he had already given Xiao Chen a chance, but he hadn't cherished it. He had brought with him a list of poisons, and he had already decided to poison Xiao Chen. After taking a tiny syringe from the other shoe, he held it in his hand, thinking Xiao Chen hadn't seen him.
However, he was careless.
Xiao Chen saw him make a small gesture, and although he didn't know what it was, he figured it meant Sato was being taken to see his great-grandmother. As soon as Sato made a move, Xiao Chen pulled out a pistol from his waist and pointed it at Sato's forehead. Sato stopped what he was doing, looked at Xiao Chen with extreme caution, and then slowly raised his hands.
Sir, let's talk this out, you. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Chen resolutely pulled the trigger.
With a heavy gunshot, Sato's body fell to the ground with a thud. Unlike in some games, Sato now has a huge hole between his eyebrows, and his eyeballs are almost popping out.
This scene is truly frightening. Speak properly, what a load of rubbish. He glanced at the magazine. There were only 6 bullets left. I wonder how things are going in the lobby.
Xiao Chen hurriedly ran towards the hall, and when he arrived there, the remaining 4 ninjas had already been subdued.
Where is old Chen?
Xiao Chen said to a bodyguard with an injury on his face, who pointed to a room. Old Chen has been taken into the safe house, none of us can go in. At this moment, the butler who often made tea for Xiao Chen came over.
Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen.
After he ran over, he saw some blood on Xiao Chen's face and couldn't help but ask.
The wound on your face, and what about Sato Kojiro?
Xiao Chen pulled out the pistol from his waist and handed it to the butler. I'm fine, just a minor wound. I took care of Sato Kojiro just now, downstairs at old Chen's villa.
This gun should belong to Chen Liwei. Well.
Chen Daosheng was very tight-lipped. He hadn't mentioned the matter to the butler at all. However, he was relieved to see that Xiao Chen was safe and sound. At this moment, Xiao Chen continued, Butler, could you please send someone to check if the area around the villa is safe, and then, check on the injuries of our people, and could you please take me to see Mr. Chen later? The moment Xiao Chen killed Sato Kojiro, his previous mission was completed. He felt that he should give Li Kuewa's antidote, which was 90% effective, to her as soon as possible. This way, Li Kuehua will feel a little better.
Chapter 125 The Reward for Xiao Chen. Good.
The butler immediately sent someone to check the area around the Chun family manor. Only after confirming that the area was safe were they able to safely bring Chen Daosheng out. Seeing Xiao Chen standing safely in place, he finally felt relieved.
Today, Xiao Chen saved his life yet again.
Even Chen Daosheng couldn't remember how many times Xiao Chen had saved him. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, he quickly walked over to him and looked at the bloodstains on his cheek. Xiao Chen, oh, you're alright, it's good that you're alright.
Where is Sato Kojiro?
I've taken care of it. Xiao Chen said, Chen Liwei just called me and told me where the gun was. Then I got the gun from his bedroom.
Chen Liwei was shot dead. Okay. I'm glad you're alright.
Chen Daosheng patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder. At this moment, Xiao Chen smiled and said in a joking tone, but I broke the glass on the second-floor balcony of your villa.
A piece of glass, what's the big deal?
Just then, a butler whom Xiao Chen didn't recognize came running over. "Old Chen, we figured out what happened."
What's going on? Chen Daosheng asked.
The butler began. The 6 bodyguards accompanying Sato Kojiro pretended to leave, but actually they went around to climb up and use tranquilizers to ambush our snipers. Only after noticing the situation was not right did they go to provide support.
Sato Kojiro. So that's how it is. Chen Daosheng nodded heavily, then asked, "How many of us are injured?" "The sniper has been taken to the hospital.
4 of the bodyguards are seriously injured, while the others have minor injuries. Of Sato Kojiro's 6 bodyguards, 2 died from excessive blood loss, and the other 4 have been apprehended and are currently imprisoned in the underground dungeon."
Good. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback. No, is there a dungeon beneath the Chen family manor? He's really hiding his true abilities. Xiao Chen's expression twitched slightly. Then he remembered that there was also Sato Kojiro's son, Sato Kokasuji. "By the way, where's Sato Kokasuji?" Xiao Chen asked.
The butler spoke up. "You must be talking about Sato Kojiro's son.
We've locked him up in the dungeon too.
Old Master Chen can do whatever he wants with him from now on."
All right then. Xiao Chen checked the time. Chen Liwei should have arrived by now.
In other words, Li Kuehua should also come back. They have now cleaned up the scene, and Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng have returned to their residence. In the living room, a doctor was treating Xiao Chen's facial wound. Although the wound was not deep, it might leave a scar. Seeing Xiao Chen injured, Chen Daosheng didn't know how to thank him, and he felt that Xiao Chen at this moment was definitely not an ordinary person.
There must be some secret about him. "Dad. Are you all right?"
Chen Liwei rushed over from outside and saw a doctor treating Xiao Chen's wounds, and his father sitting there unharmed.
He then took a deep breath. "It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right." At this moment, Xiao Chen handed a very small white, blue and white porcelain glass bottle to Chen Daosheng. "Grandfather."
Seeing the glass bottle in Xiao Chen's hand, Chen Daosheng didn't know what it was.
Could this be an antique?
He clearly remembered that Xiao Chen gave him a jade seal on his birthday, and he liked it very much at the time.
"Xiao Chen, what is this?" "This is the antidote my master and I asked for."
My master said that this antidote cannot completely remove the toxins from my grandmother's body, but it can remove about 90% of them.
After taking it, Grandma's condition will improve a lot.
Then we can slowly find the ingredients according to the list given by Sato Kojiro.
"Your master?" Thinking of Xiao Chen's skills, Chen Daosheng took a deep breath. He was indeed no ordinary young man.
He carefully took the small blue and white porcelain vase, no thicker than his little finger. "Okay?
"Xiao Chen, thank you on behalf of Grandma." "No need to be so polite, Mr. Chen."
Xiao Chen forced a smile. "Now that the matter has been resolved, I feel I should return to Jinghai.
With this antidote, you and Grandma can have a good new year."
Xiao Chen was already missing Su Ji at home. Today was a close call. If he hadn't had his hard qigong, he might have been buried alive by now.
"Okay, when do you want to go back?"
Xiao Chen felt that resting here for the night was fine. "Tomorrow then."
"All right, then I'll send someone to arrange for you to take a helicopter."
Before Old Chen could finish speaking, Xiao Chen shook his head. No, Old Chen, I get airsick."
"I can drive back." "Haha, okay."
A short while later, Chen Lijian brought Li Kuehua back to the villa.
Chen Daosheng quickly gave Li Kuehua the antidote.
There was no immediate effect after taking the antidote, but it was estimated that the effects would gradually appear.
That evening, Xiao Chen and the Chen family sat down for dinner together.
Chen Daosheng also said that he would visit Xiao Chen's family on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. He prepared the food and drinks and was ready to have a good drink with his father.
Xiao Chen readily agreed with a smile.
After dinner, Xiao Chen returned to the villa where he and Su Ji had previously lived. Only Chen Daosheng, Chen Lijian, and Chen Liwei remained in the living room. Xiao Chen had done so much for them, and Chen Daosheng didn't know how to thank him, so he planned to ask his 2 sons. "Lijian, Liwei, Xiao Chen saved Dad's life again today. I can't remember how many times Xiao Chen has saved me." Chen Lijian and Chen Liwei remained silent, and they even felt a little regretful that, as Chen Daosheng's children, they had not stood in front of their father immediately. "I don't know how to repay Xiao Chen. Xiao Guosheng doesn't operate much of Mushu technology anymore, so I plan to give him all the remaining shares." If Chen Daosheng were to transfer all of the remaining shares of Mushu to Xiao Guosheng would become the 100% shareholder, and his net worth would increase by about 50%. Of course, this also carries certain risks. If anything goes wrong with the company, the pressure will fall on Xiao Guoshang.
Chen Lijian and Chen Liwei were quite open-minded.
Chen Lijian said, "Dad, why don't you give Xiao Chen a portion of Rixing's shares?" Haha, Sunrise Future belongs to both of you, it's our family's business.
Are you two willing to give Xiao Chen a portion of our family business?
Upon hearing this, they both glanced at each other but remained silent.
I'll think about it some more.
Xiao Chen is a good kid. I will repay him for everything he has done for me one day. Chapter 126 New Year's Day, Su Guoguo's phone call. The next day, early in the morning, after breakfast, Chen Lijian personally drove Xiao Chen to Jinghai. It was snowing lightly in Jinghai today. Chen Lijian drove Xiao Chen directly to the entrance of the residential area.
Xiao Chen asked, "Brother Chen, aren't you going up for a bit?"
"I'm not going, Xiao Chen."
Chen Lijian politely declined Xiao Chen's offer. "After this incident with Japan, we at Rixing need to update our system. I have a lot of work to do when I get back. I will come with my father during the Chinese New Year."
"Okay, thank you for giving me a ride." Xiao Chen got out of the car, and Chen Lijian didn't linger either, quickly leaving the area. Xiao Chen had already told Su Ji that he was back today, and she had originally planned to pick him up. This time, Xiao Chen asked her to pick him up at the entrance of the residential area. As soon as he got out of the car and went inside, he saw Su Ji walking Wang Kai. They recently brought Wang Kai back from old Wang's house next door. Now that the baby is a little older, his immunity is stronger, and Wang Kai has also been carefully dewormed and vaccinated.
There shouldn't be any problems being with the children.
The main reason is that Xiao Chen's dog is very intelligent. Perhaps after smelling the baby's scent, the dog will know that this is its little master Xiao Chen's child.
Wife. Husband.
The two called out to each other at the same time, and at that moment Su Ji immediately noticed the wound on Xiao Chen's face.
"How did you get this injury?" Xiao Chen scratched his head and said, "I tripped and fell when I got off the plane yesterday." "How was that?" "Pretty cool, right? Can't you be more careful?"
Su Ji felt a pang of sympathy. Xiao Chen must feel incredibly comfortable with her concern.
Hey.
Xiao Chen scratched his head. "I just tripped and fell, it's not a big deal.
Besides, I have a scar on my face, doesn't that make me look bad?"
"You're crazy." Su Ji muttered, the scar on his face actually making him look even more handsome.
"Did a donkey kick your brain?"
Xiao Chen took the leash from Wang Kai and strolled around the neighborhood with Su Ji.
Although it snowed, the temperature wasn't particularly cold today.
There's a saying that goes, snowfall isn't cold, but melting snow is.
"Honey, it's almost Chinese New Year. Is there anything we need at home?"
Xiao Chen remembered that when he was a child, his father would drive him to some markets to buy New Year's goods every year.
Back then, things in supermarkets were much more expensive than in markets, so they never bought anything in supermarkets. I estimate that things will be different this year.
Now that my dad is in this position, he'll definitely get a lot of gifts from people in the company, and his brother will also come over shamelessly. If you have no money, you will be looked down upon, but once you have money, many people will flock to your door to curry favor."
"I don't know."
Su Ji doesn't have to worry about anything at home now. You could describe her as having everything done for her, though that's a bit of an exaggeration. But she still does some housework. She feels it would be too much to do nothing. Seeing Su Ji's harmless appearance, Xiao Chen chuckled, "Okay, I got it.
We'll see what we need when we get home, and then we can go buy it."
"Good." After walking the dog, the snow fell heavier and heavier, and the ground was already covered with a white layer. When Xiao Chen and Su Ji returned home, their parents first asked him what happened to the injury on his face.
Xiao Chen didn't dare tell the truth either.
In fact, if he said he killed Xiao Rizi, his parents,
I definitely won't believe it.
"I was so excited when I got off the helicopter that I tripped and fell."
Upon hearing this, Xiao Guoshang asked Xiao Chen, "What did you say?
"You took a helicopter?"
"Mum."
Xiao Chen nodded. "I went back to Jiangcheng yesterday by helicopter with old Chen."
"What's up, Dad?"
Xiao Chen was quite smug when he said this, mainly because his father had definitely never sat in one before.
"It's okay, just be more careful next time."
"Good." Xiao Chen nodded, and then went to be with the baby. In the following days, Xiao Chen stopped running around and stayed with Su Ji and his family. Old Chen called him and said that Li Kuewa's health was recovering quickly, and asked him to thank his master on his behalf.
Xiao Chen just nodded in agreement. He didn't have any master.
He was just a fictional character.
Time quickly came to February 16, 2026. Today is Lunar New Year's Eve.
At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiaochen pasted the Fu character he had bought at the supermarket a few days ago on the door. This was the first time Su Ji had spent the Lunar New Year with him at his home.
This is also the first time I've spent Chinese New Year with the babies.
Upstairs, you don't need to put up so many different sizes of good fortune characters, and you can't hear the sound of firecrackers anymore. Environmental pollution is quite serious now, and several years ago, fireworks and firecrackers were banned in Jinghai. Therefore, the New Year celebrations nowadays lack some of the festive atmosphere. After putting up the Fu character, Mom prepared the ingredients for making dumplings.
This year's New Year's Eve dinner was destined to be very happy. With Su Ji and 2 babies, things are bound to be different. Honey, what would you like to eat? At 4 o'clock, Xiaochen felt it was time to start cooking.
As the best cook in the family, he was naturally entrusted with the responsibility of preparing the New Year's Eve dinner.
Su Ji thought for a moment, but instead of specifying what she wanted to eat, she said, "Anything is fine with me. You can just make some home-style dishes."
At this moment, Su Ji is making dumplings with her mother.
Xiaochen thought about it and realized there really wasn't anything special about it.
He put on his apron and rushed into the kitchen. The father and grandmother are both looking after the child. Their division of labor is quite clear. Just as Xiaochen was cooking, his cell phone rang. Xiaochen was taken aback because the person who called him was actually Su Guogua.
Xiaochen was completely baffled. Why was she calling him?
Since the start of winter break, Xiaochen has not contacted Su Guogua for a long time. She should be taking care of her mother at the hospital, and she hasn't been seen doing live streams lately, so Xiaochen didn't bother her. After the call connected, Su Guogua's face appeared on the screen, with a happy smile on her lips.
And the background wasn't a hospital, it looked like she was at home. Guagua. Xiaochen placed his phone on the wall.
Yuan Yuqin usually liked to watch live streams while cooking, so she installed a magnetic phone holder on the wall.
Xiaochen.
Su Guogua, who was on the other end of the line, said, "Today is New Year's Eve.
I hope I haven't bothered you." "No."
Xiaochen shook his head with a smile, "I'm cooking now."
Su Guogua was a little surprised. She hadn't expected Xiaochen to be able to cook. She said, "I'm video calling you to tell you some good news.
My mother has had kidney problems, and she has already had surgery, which was very successful."
"Thank you.
Without you, my mother wouldn't have had the opportunity to participate in this surgery."
"Thank you, Xiaochen." Chapter 127, Showing Off Their Love. In the video, Su Guogua was almost crying as she spoke.
Xiaochen said, "No need to thank me.
Besides, you are the one with the strength."
"I don't think I helped much."
No.
Su Guogua shook her head emphatically. "If you hadn't waited for me on the school playground that night, my mother wouldn't be where she is today. I'll treat you to a meal after school starts."
"Good."
Xiaochen nodded with a smile, and then Su Guogua wished him a happy new year before reluctantly hanging up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Su Guogua wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and returned to her mother's side. Her mother now needs to take medication every day to deal with the body's rejection reaction, and she also needs to go to the hospital for regular checkups, which actually costs a lot. But Su Guogua said that with Xiaochen's help in the future, she will definitely be able to become an excellent singer. Her mother was very pleased with this. At this moment, Su Guogua was so moved that she cried after finishing her phone call with Xiaochen.
Seeing Su Guogua's current state, her mother couldn't help but ask, "Guogua, have you fallen for that boy?" Su Guogua was taken aback, then looked at her mother and said, "Mom, what are you saying?" While Su Guogua was on the phone with Xiaochen, her mother kept scrutinizing her, mainly because she knew her daughter all too well. "I don't." Su Guogua added another question, and her mother smiled faintly upon hearing it. "Really not? Mom, other people already have children. Please don't say those things." At 7 p.m., it started snowing lightly again in Jinghai City. Xiaochen had already prepared a table full of dishes, and his mother also brought out the cooked dumplings to the table. Grandma was holding Dibao and Xiaoming. At this age, the babies could only eat some complimentary foods, so Xiaochen made some food for them. Dad was still sitting in front of the TV watching the Spring Festival Gala. Xiaochen wasn't interested in the gala or similar programs at all. As time went by, the festive atmosphere of the new year was fading. But with the baby and Su Ji, this year was indeed different from previous years. Xiaochen's cooking skills are beyond question, but he has gradually become lazy.
Since returning, he has only cooked a few meals. Xiao Chen, who once vowed to cook for Suji every day, has long since disappeared. At this moment, Dad spoke up, Xiao Chen, you'll grow a year older in a year.
Be more mature in the future.
You're already 20 years old, but you're still like a little kid.
Oh, I'm only 20.
Xiao Chen grinned and spoke, feeling that he was still young.
How mature can someone be at 20?
Seeing that Xiao Chen was still the same as before, Xiao Guosheng couldn't help but roll his eyes, feeling that Xiao Chen had no chance.
But that's normal. Xiao Chen is only a sophomore, how mature can he be? When you start working and experience pressure, you'll mature.
He didn't think Xiao Chen would be free from pressure in the future. Although his family was very wealthy and he lacked nothing, people from every social class would worry about what the future held.
After finishing their meal, Xiao Chen and Suji went downstairs to set off sparklers.
Although the authorities prohibited the setting off of fireworks, Xiao Chen secretly bought a lot of fireworks that children liked to set off. And since it's right inside the residential area, it's not a big problem. After carrying a large pile of fireworks downstairs, Xiao Chen saw many children chasing each other outside in the neighborhood. The snow had stopped, making it the perfect time to set off fireworks.
Won't we get arrested by the police if we sneak out to set off fireworks?
Suji asked a silly question, and Xiao Chen shook his head, of course not, at worst we'll just be detained for a few days.
Spit it out.
Suji rolled her eyes.
Xiao Chen was talking nonsense again.
Okay. After spitting out the words pooey pooey pooey, Xiao Chen took out 2 sparklers from a large bag of fireworks and firecrackers. Let's set off these first, and then I'll take a few more pictures of you.
Post something on your WeChat moments or something. Suji rarely posts on WeChat moments, so it's time for her to post a few pictures to record her life. Suji nodded slightly.
Just as Xiao Chen lit the sparkler and was about to take out his phone to take a picture, a voice rang out from not far away.
Brother Chen?
Upon hearing the sound, Xiao Chen and Suji both looked in the direction from which it came. At that moment, a chubby little boy was standing there innocently. He was slightly taken aback when he saw him, and then ran over.
Holy crap, it really is you, Brother Chen. This chubby boy's name is Wu Qian.
He was Xiao Chen's high school classmate. The two often ate together and played online games together in high school. They had a very good relationship. His grades were much better than Xiao Chen's, and he was directly admitted to Kyoto Normal University.
He may become a teacher in the future. Wu Qian.
Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, because since the start of the school year last September, he had only chatted with him briefly. At that time, the babies had just been born, and Xiao Chen's attention was focused on the babies, so he forgot to reply to him. Later, Wu Qian stopped contacting him, and Xiao Chen also stopped contacting him.
Wu Qian, what brings you here? Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised, while Wu Qian laughed and said, we go to internet cafes to play games every New Year's Eve. By the way, who is this?
Looking at the exquisite and beautiful Suji beside him, Wu Qian couldn't help but ask.
Oh, this is your sister-in-law.
Xiao Chen spoke first, then continued, wife, this is my high school classmate, Wu Qian.
We are very close, and we often go to internet cafes to play games all night. Oh.
Suji nodded, and Wu Qian pursed his lips, admitting that Xiao Chen had excellent taste. However, he remembered that when the two of them met to play games last summer, he didn't have a girlfriend yet. It seems they discussed it at the beginning of their sophomore year.
Oh, it's you, sister-in-law. Hello. Wu Qian waved at her, and Suji nodded slightly before turning her gaze to Xiao Chen. Do you guys want to play games? I'm not going. Xiao Chen shook his head. Today is a special case, no. I might not go again in the future. He smiled. Staying up all night during the Lunar New Year was indeed very enjoyable. Boys' happiness is that simple.
Okay, then. Wu Qian felt that he was a bit superfluous here. No, he felt that he was disturbing their private time. At that moment, he felt like leaving. Then, Brother Chen, I won't disturb you and your girlfriend playing together. Seeing that Wu Qian wanted to leave, Xiao Chen quickly stopped him.
Wait, don't go.
He raised an eyebrow at Wu Qian. Since there's no one here to take pictures of us, and you're a pretty good photographer, how about we set off some fireworks together, and then, take some pictures?
Wu Qian's face darkened. Okay, they're starting to make me eat dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection.
However, he wouldn't refuse, and nodded with a simple, honest smile, okay. Xiao Chen handed him the phone, then take a picture of the two of us kissing first.
Chapter 128. Do you want to go to the wooden tree?
Please, I beg you. Oh. Wu Qian reluctantly said oh, and Xiao Chen and Su Ji both covered their mouths and laughed. Then, Xiao Chen shamelessly kissed Su Ji. At the same time, Wu Qian also took out his phone and filmed the scene. Wu Qian enjoys photography and has even taken photos of many beautiful girls at comic conventions before. Therefore, Xiao Chen had complete trust in his photography skills. The only downside at this moment was that he didn't bring a camera.
Brother Chen, we're done filming. What do you think?
Xiao Chen and Su Ji walked over together and looked at their phones. It has to be said that his photography skills were indeed very good, both the angles and the backgrounds were handled exceptionally well.
Not bad, no wonder you're a photographer. Xiao Chen couldn't help but praise him, and after seeing his skills, Su Ji couldn't help but ask, could you take a few more pictures for us?
Okay. Although Wu Qian was subjected to a mouthful of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection, his filming skills were recognized, so he was naturally in a good mood.
Then Wu Qian snapped some more photos of Xiao Chen and Su Ji.
Xiao Chen looked at his phone's photo album excitedly and couldn't help but say, "Wow, Wu Qian, your photography skills are amazing."
Thank you.
Su Ji liked it more and more as she looked at it, and she was also a little excited. Every girl has her own beautiful self, and Su Ji is no exception. Seeing Su Ji's excited expression, Wu Qian blushed a little. He stammered, "No, it's not that my skills are good, it's that you're beautiful."
That statement is very valuable.
Then, the three of them set off fireworks together for a while. Since Xiao Chen didn't seem to want to go to the internet cafe to play games, Wu Qian also prepared to go home. He was about to say he was leaving when Xiao Chen stopped him. "Aren't you going upstairs for a while and see my child?"
What? Wu Qian looked completely bewildered. You have a child? He was completely baffled.
"No, it's one thing for your girlfriend to come back with you for the new year, but how can you say you already have a child?"
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Wu Qian wondered if he had misheard, or if Xiao Chen was joking.
Xiao Chen put his arm around his shoulder and said, "Yeah, and it's been half a month already. It's a long story. Let's go up and take a look first."
Good.
Wu Qian followed Xiao Chen and Su Ji upstairs.
After pushing open the door, De Bao, Xiao Mingzheng, burst into tears. The father was at a loss, holding the crying Xiao Ming. The main problem was that the child was crying without any warning. He had just been fed and hadn't pooped, so why was he crying?
"Xiao Chen, you're finally back.
Look what's wrong with your child, he's crying so loudly." At this moment, he saw that Xiao Chen had brought people with him, and he composed himself.
Wu Qian began, "Hello, Uncle Xiao."
"Oh, it's Wu Qian.
Come in and have a seat."
Xiao Guosheng quickly handed Xiao Ming to Xiao Chen, and then prepared some fruit for Wu Qian. Wu Qian is unaware that his father is now the chairman of Mushu Technology. If he knew that a multi-million-dollar CEO was personally cutting fruit for him, he might be surprised enough to break out in a sweat.
"Thank you, Uncle."
Wu Qian respectfully said thank you, and Xiao Guosheng simply nodded slightly. The moment Xiao Chen took Xiao Chen away, De Bao stopped crying and stared blankly at his father, reaching out his little hand to grab his face. Xiao Chen took the initiative to reach out and touch his little hand, but to Xiao Chen's surprise, De Bao Xiao Ming slapped him across the face.
This left Xiao Chen completely bewildered. Wasn't this? What's going on?
The slap was very crisp, and Wu Qian chuckled to himself.
Don't laugh.
Xiao Chen rolled his eyes, and Wu Qian immediately shut his mouth. However, he really wanted to ask, how did Xiao Chen suddenly get a child? After calming the baby down, Xiao Chen asked his grandmother to watch the baby while Su Ji went into the bedroom to play on her phone.
"Dad, Wu Qian and I are going out for a walk again." Xiao Chen didn't disturb Su Ji's phone game. His father nodded, remembering that in previous years Xiao Chen would accompany Wu Qian to internet cafes to play games, but this year, "Forget it, I'll just ignore him. My son has grown up and can even make tiles himself."
Of course, Xiao Chen didn't intend to go online with Wu Qian again. The two just planned to go out and chat. As soon as he stepped out of his house, while waiting for the elevator, Wu Qian couldn't help but ask,
"Holy crap, Brother Chen, what's going on? How come you're pregnant?"
Xiao Chen replied with a smile, "It's a long story." After going downstairs, Xiao Chen briefly told Wu Qian about how he had unknowingly slept with Su Ji and that she was pregnant without his knowledge. Wu Qian was completely dumbfounded when he heard this. "No, this is just too outrageous."
"No, this works."
Xiao Chen took a deep breath and nodded,
when the counselor called me at first, I couldn't quite believe it, but it really is true. And just like that, I became a father of 2, and Suji became my girlfriend. No. I should call her my wife. Wipe. After hearing this, Wu Qian said it would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. He wondered why he wasn't so lucky as to have a senior like her give birth to 2 children for him. You're envious. Seeing Wu Qian's envious grind, almost grinding his back teeth to powder, Xiao Chen chuckled. Wu Qian was speechless at this moment. He nodded and said, I am indeed a little envious. The current economic climate is not good, it is difficult to make money, and there are downsizing every year. I don't know what kind of job I will be able to find in the future. Besides, my family only owns one house, so we don't have the money to buy another one. Nowadays, girls have to have a house before they can get married, right? Wu Qian's words were very realistic. After hearing them, Xiao Chen took a deep breath and nodded slightly. That's true, but you don't need to worry about work. If you can't find a job, come to me and I'll arrange one for you. You'll arrange it for me? Looking at Xiao Chen's confident assertion, Wu Qian even doubted whether he had misheard. Yes, Xiao Chen said. After I had the baby, my dad gave me some money, and now I'm starting a business at school, and the income is pretty good. After graduation, I plan to start my own business. Then, you can make me milk tea. Although no profession is inherently superior or inferior, Wu Qian genuinely doesn't want to work as a bubble tea maker. It's not a matter of whether it's tiring or not, but rather that the income is unstable and there's little prospect of advancement. Forget it. I don't want to shake the milk tea. Wu Qian originally thought Xiao Chen was going to do something big, but he immediately lost interest when he heard that it was about making milk tea. At this moment, Xiao Chen asked, Do you know about wood tree technology? I know. Wu Qian nodded. Moshu can be said to be the leading enterprise in Jinghai, and its development was particularly rapid last year. What's wrong? Want to go? Xiao Chen asked. What do you mean by that? Xiao Chen said jokingly, Beg me, and I'll get you in. Chapter 129. Is Xiao Chen the one who takes over the bad deal? Wu Qian looked completely bewildered. No. Should we beg him again? Wu Qian glanced at Xiao Chen with a smirk. Brother Chen, don't joke with me. Now all graduate students are delivering food. I really don't know what I can do in the future. Seeing his unhappy expression, Xiao Chen gently patted his shoulder. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Anyway, if you can't find a job after graduation, just come to me. But, you should be taking the postgraduate entrance exam, right? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Wu Qian pursed his lips and shook his head. This is not a rejection, but rather a feeling of confusion. If you take the postgraduate entrance exam, you'll need to study for another 2.5 to 3 years, and the pressure of the exam is also quite high. Although you're not guaranteed to fail, you'll definitely have to put in a lot of effort. Secondly, even if you pass the postgraduate entrance exam, you are not guaranteed to find a good job. In today's society, the advantage of having a high level of education has long passed. I don't know. Wu Qian shook his head, then sighed. Let us just take it one step at a time. Seeing that Wu Qian was a little emo, Xiao Chen gently patted his shoulder. Well, but don't worry about the future. Good. Xiao Chen accompanied Wu Qian for a walk outside before going home. After Xiao Chen got home, Suji was already feeling drowsy. Although it would be New Year's Eve after midnight, there didn't seem to be anything worth celebrating. Xiao Chen and Suji didn't celebrate the New Year. Instead, they went to bed early. They could celebrate the New Year anywhere, even in their dreams. The next day, Xiao Chen and Suji were woken up by their mother at 6 o'clock in the morning. She had cooked dumplings, and soon they would be going back to their hometown to pay New Year's visits. The tradition on Xiao Chen's side is to return to the village where his grandmother lives, and then go from house to house with the main group to pay New Year's visits and kowtow to some of the deceased elders. It takes about 2 hours to complete the entire journey, then you can visit your grandfather's grave and return to Jinghai. In the afternoon, there's usually nothing to do. Xiao Chen usually plays with his friends or goes out with his mom. On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, many children received lucky money, and in the afternoon, many children went out to spend it. Xiao Chen, Gigi, get up and eat. We're going back to the village later. Okay, Mom. After getting up, Xiao Chen changed into a new set of clothes and then shook Suji, who was still sleeping. Honey, get up, we're going to Grandma's house soon. She hummed in response, then reached out and rubbed her eyes, looking like she hadn't fully woken up yet. I understand, honey.
Xiaochen got up and washed up, and Suji also got up. However, today was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and they were going to the village later, so Suji decided to put on makeup before going out. After the two finished their meal, Suji started putting on makeup, but her father wasn't in a hurry. At 7:15, Xiaochen, Suji, his father, and his grandmother got into the car and headed to Xiao family village. Of course, on the way there, Dad didn't drive his Bentley, but Xiaochen's Xiaomi. Bentleys are too flashy, and Xiao Guosheng felt it was better to be more low-key. Otherwise, many people might ask him for money. It was already past 8 o'clock when we arrived at Jiazhuang, which was quite late. Of course, there were many large groups of people visiting each house in the village at that time. At this moment, Xiao Guogong was already waiting for them at Grandma's house. Xiao Guogong already knew that Xiao Guosheng was the chairman of Rixing Capital. His former snobbish relative attitude vanished instantly, and he came over warmly.
Uncle! Uncle!
Xiaochen and Suji called out in unison, and Xiao Guogong quickly came over upon hearing this. Xiaochen, Suji, you've come over. Just then, he quickly took out 2 thick red envelopes from his pocket and handed them to Xiaochen. Xiaochen, this is a small token of my appreciation from your uncle, red envelopes prepared for the 2 children.
Xiaochen was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this.
His uncle, who was usually stingy, was being so generous this year. Weighing the 2 red envelopes, Xiaochen felt that there was at least 10,000 yuan in each envelope.
However, since it was for the 2 babies, Xiaochen didn't refuse and nodded. Okay, thank you, uncle. No need to thank me, it's nothing.
Xiao Guogong turned his gaze to Xiao Guosheng. Let's go and wish our elders a happy new year too. Grandma is an elder in the village, so she certainly doesn't need to go with them. In fact, many people come specifically to see her. Suji was unfamiliar with the area, so she wasn't allowed to come alone. Instead, she stayed with her at her grandmother's house. Xiaochen followed his father, uncle, and his son and strolled around the village, seeing many of the village elders along the way. Xiaochen called some people uncle, some uncle, and even one person in his 30s, who was not of a higher generation than Xiaochen, had to call him grandpa.
This is a bit outrageous. Soon, they visited each house, including some of the elders and neighbors.
The neighbors exchanged polite greetings and inquired about Xiaochen's activities and Xiao Guosheng's work.
Not many people know that Xiao Guogong's father is the chairman of Mushu Technology. Xiao Guogong hasn't told anyone either.
After all, he and Xiao Guosheng are brothers. Although he can be snobbish at times, they still have to maintain a proper relationship on the surface.
Moreover, a big boss like him would definitely help his family if they had any difficulties.
At 9:30, Xiaochen went to the last house, which was his uncle's house.
Once inside, the uncle's son immediately offered 2 cigarettes, kowtowed, and then chatted idly to the side. Xiaochen, Xiaotianza, you 2 are both in college now, right?
Xiaochen rolled his eyes and said, Uncle, you asked the same question last year.
Ah, is that so?
The uncle scratched his head awkwardly, and Xiaotianza nodded. Yes, you asked.
So, do you guys have girlfriends yet?
Let me tell you, college life is great, but you'll definitely regret it if you don't get a girlfriend. Xiaochen smiled, and Xiaotianza, who was next to him, said, Xiaochen is in a relationship.
I'm not. And he already has a baby. Upon hearing this, the uncle was taken aback. What? They already have a baby? He was completely bewildered. Didn't Xiaochen say last year that he didn't have a girlfriend yet? Did I end up being the one left holding the bag? Although he thought that way, he certainly wouldn't say it. Forehead. Xiaochen rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, Xiaotianza, what are you idiots spouting nonsense about? Xiaochen has no intention of telling anyone that he has a child. Well, this is a bit complicated.
It's just that, when you asked me last year, I didn't tell the truth.
I lied.
I do have a child, you can understand it as pregnancy before marriage.
He nodded and couldn't help but give Xiaochen a thumbs up. Amazing.
Compared to what Xiaochen said, he was more convinced that Xiaochen had become the one who took over the burden.
Chapter 130. It feels so good to be rich.
After saying this, Xiaochen rolled his eyes at Xiaotianza. They didn't talk for long and soon left his uncle's house.
Walking through the village, Xiaochen was in a particularly bad mood. He thought to himself, Xiaotianza, what are you babbling about? Why is her mouth so big?
At this moment, Xiao Guogong was also a little angry.
His son was too clueless. Didn't he know that they would have to curry favor with this relative in the future?
Afterwards, they drove 2 cars to the cemetery to pay respects to Grandpa's grave, and then picked up Grandma and returned to Jinghai.
It was noon when I got home. My mom didn't cook because she had to take care of the 2 kids.
At this moment, Xiaochen suggested, "Mom, since there's no food, let's go out to eat."
Let's eat out? Yuan Yuqin was slightly taken aback.
Although many restaurants were open on the first day of the Lunar New Year, eating out was still too much. Just then, there was a knock on their door.
Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Xiaochen went to open the door, and what came into view was a man in a suit and tie. He looked to be about the same age as his father.
Xiaochen didn't recognize the man, but when he saw Xiaochen, he asked with a smile, "You're Xiaochen, right?"
Is your dad home? Looking for my dad?
Xiaochen nodded slightly, then turned and called out, "Dad, someone is looking for you."
Who is it?
Xiao Guosheng came out of the living room and immediately went to greet the man upon seeing him.
Oh, it's Manager Zhang. Please come in. At this moment, Xiaochen realized that this must be Xiao Guosheng's subordinate. Manager of Woodtree Technology.
Zhang Jifeng was also carrying a Mutai packaging bag, which contained 2 bottles of Mutai and 2 cartons of Huazi cigarettes. Moreover, the height of the cigarette and the wine bottle are exactly the same, so maybe there's something underneath them.
My dad never gets things like this.
After taking their seats, Zhang Jifeng looked at the 2 babies, quickly took out 2 wallets from his pocket, and handed them over. "Mr. Xiao, this is New Year's money for the babies."
Ouch, ouch. Chen Daosheng couldn't help but say, "Manager Zhang, what are you doing?" What do you mean? What do you mean?
"It's just New Year's money for your grandson, hurry up and accept it." Xiaochen rolled his eyes at his father, who kept making excuses.
Well, it seems we won't be able to eat out.
Xiaochen immediately went into the kitchen to cook, and Suji followed him into the kitchen as well.
Honey, let me help you. Good.
While Xiaochen was cooking, several more company executives arrived at his home.
As if it had been planned, Xiaochen was completely dumbfounded. Having status definitely makes a difference.
Xiaochen glanced at the 2 babies and estimated that they had received tens of thousands of yuan in red envelopes. The 2 of them together would cost 100,000. Xiaochen served the dishes one by one to the table, and everyone who came was a little confused when they saw that Xiaochen had made the food. After all, these days, it's quite rare to see someone let their son cook. Since guests had come to the house, Xiaochen's mother and grandmother warmly welcomed them, and soon his father started drinking with them.
The small restaurant was suddenly packed with people.
Xiaochen felt that his house was a bit too small now and he should discuss with his father about moving to a bigger house. Xiaochen did not sit at the table during the meal, but went to the bedroom to look at Su Ji, who was with the baby. The 2 babies were lying obediently on the bed, with the red envelopes that the guests had just given them next to them.
Honey, have you counted the money in the red envelope?
Suji shook her head slightly. No.
Then keep it, it's all for the baby anyway. Aha! Suji is no longer interested in money.
She is not a materialistic woman and prefers a loving husband to money.
She is very satisfied with her current life and even feels particularly happy. At 3 p.m., Dad's subordinates finally left. Dad was also drunk by then.
After seeing them off, he lay down on the sofa and fell asleep without caring about anything else. Mom and Grandma were cleaning up the mess in the restaurant when Yuan Yuqin said, "Xiaochen, take all the things your dad's colleague brought him to the balcony."
Good. Xiaochen responded.
It seemed that his subordinates had planned it all. The gifts they sent were all identical: 2 bottles of Mutai, 2 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes, some bird's nest porridge, some tonics, and even some baby formula. The entrance area was piled high with things. Xiaochen glanced at the Mutai bag, took it out, and looked at it, then looked completely dumbfounded. Because the height of the Mutai box is different from the length of the Zhonghua cigarette box, putting them inside will result in different heights. Placing 50,000 yuan horizontally inside can make up for the shortcoming.
5 people came today.
Xiaochen glanced at them and saw that each of their bags contained 50,000 yuan in cash.
Mom, come and see. Xiaochen couldn't help but say something.
Yuan Yuqin came out of the kitchen upon hearing this and was also stunned when she saw the cash inside.
This.
Xiaochen, these things were all taken out of the Mutai liquor bag.
Take them all out and put them away. Tell your dad when he wakes up. Good.
Xiaochen took out 250,000 yuan in cash, which was equivalent to his father's income for the previous year.
The difference is huge.
After moving everything to the balcony, Xiao Chen threw the money directly onto his bed. Just then, there was another knock on the door. When Xiao Chen opened the package, he saw that the person who had come was
Zhang Li, his father's apprentice.
like everyone else. He was carrying a similar Mutai tote bag, containing 2 bottles of Mutai and 2 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes, the alcohol content of which was also the same.
Uncle Zhang.
Xiao Chen's face darkened, but he still greeted him warmly.
Zhang Li looked into the room. Xiao Chen, where's your dad? He drank too much and just went to sleep. Shall I go and call him for you? No.
Zhang Li shook his head. Since master is sleeping, I won't disturb him.
Oh, right, here are some red envelopes for your 2 children.
He pulled out 2 thick red envelopes from his pocket. Well, that's another 20,000 yuan added to Debao and Erbao's little savings.
Isn't that a bit inappropriate?
Xiao Chen said, and Zhang Li shook his head. What's wrong with it?
Take it quickly.
Don't forget to tell your dad that I've come to wish you a happy new year.
I'll be going now.
After saying that, Zhang Li put down what he was holding and left without looking back, even going down the stairs.
Xiao Chen's lips twitched. So this is what it's like when someone becomes rich and powerful. I have to say, it feels so good to be rich. Helpless, he had no choice but to carry the things inside. Yuan Yuqin came out and asked, "Who is it, Xiao Chen?"
Xiao Chen weighed the item in his hand. Look, another one coming to wish someone a happy new year and giving a gift.
Put it on the balcony.
My mother is well aware of the unspoken rules of society, so she doesn't show any emotional fluctuations.
It seems I've gotten used to it.